Chapter 1. What to do when the protagonist's halo is too strong. Welcome, host, to the world of T-Online. Tang surveyed his surroundings, striking the wooden bed with his fist. His chamber was adorned with exquisite wooden furniture, and before him stood a stone table seemingly carved from a single piece of jade. He rose to his feet, stamped forcefully on the white jade-tiled floor, and then gazed upward in bewilderment at the intricately designed ceiling. Have I been transported? Indeed, the host had assumed the identity of Tang and from the Eastern Spirit City in the Tianlong world. Tang and from Eastern Spirit City? Tang and was momentarily frozen in place. The name struck a familiar chord. Wait a moment. Isn't this the villain from the Heavenly Tao universe? Tang N's eyes widened, not in astonishment, but in fear. His legs felt weak, and he hurriedly sank back onto the bed. How did I become such a tragic character? I was merely criticizing the villain's foolishness in the comments. Is this truly the reason for my transmigration? Tang felt utterly wronged. He had paid good money to read this book. Was he not entitled to voice his opinions on its characters? And now, he found himself in the unfortunate position of being Tang, the first minor villain to be slain by the protagonist, Tang Fan, who would first cripple him, then sever his limbs, leading to a particularly gruesome demise. The protagonist, Tang Fan, possessed a ring containing an elderly in less than a month. This once inept individual had made remarkable strides in his cultivation, swiftly becoming the strongest presence in Eastern Spirit City. Damn it, I want to go back. Ding! A system notification sounded. If the host survives all main storyline points, he may return to his original world with the cultivation and items acquired in this realm. With this revelation, Tang An's spirits lifted. If that were the case, perhaps he could accept this fate after all. Moreover, he was now privy to the plot. As long as he avoided the protagonist Tang Fan's triggers, he could navigate this predicament. What is the current plot? The timeline had now progressed to the second chapter. What the hell, you treacherous system? Are you intent on leading me to my demise? To hell with your rewards, I want none of it. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Tang recalled the events of this chapter. In the previous chapter, he had severely humiliated Tang Fan, vowing to teach him a lesson during the family competition. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Fan had already attained the 9th rank of Spirit Master, far surpassing his own 5th rank. Most importantly, Tang Fan possessed the protagonist's halo, enabling him to defeat enemies of higher ranks. In the story, Tang was grievously injured, while Tang Fan, due to his exceptional talent, caught the attention of the junior master of Tianyin's sect, Su Qing, and became a disciple of his sect. Young master. As Tang pondered how to evade this narrative, an urgent voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. A rotund, lecherous man burst into the room. Memories flooded back to Tang, revealing the identity of this individual. He was a sycophant, Tang Ernyo. Young master, a distinguished guest from Tianyin sect has arrived. The family head requests your presence in the front hall. Damn it! Tang exclaimed in shock. The dogged system afforded him no respite. Upon encountering the members of the Tianyin sect, the family competition was imminent. Given his current prowess, there was no way he could hope to rival Tang Fan. Perhaps it would be wiser to concede defeat outright. Yes, I shall concede, Tang mused, considering himself a genius. By surrendering, he could avoid the confrontation with Tang Fan altogether. With a smirk, he envisioned that once Tang Fan departed, he would be absent for at least 3 to 4 years. During that time, he could nurture a better relationship with Tang Fan's parents, thereby securing his own position beneath Tang Fan's formidable influence. In a decade, Tang Fan would undoubtedly ascend to become the most powerful being in the Tianlong continent, breaking through barriers to reach an even higher realm. Consequently, the Tang family would emerge as the preeminent clan, unrivaled in strength. As Tang An's cousin, he would then stride confidently across the Tianlong continent. As for opposing Tang that was a foolhardy endeavor. What does it mean to be a protagonist? It is to be an entity that cannot be vanquished. The more one seeks to destroy him, the stronger he becomes. Ultimately, it is the adversary who meets their demise. Which protagonist in literature ever falls to a villain's blade? Tang had never witnessed such an occurrence. Thus, he resolved to pursue the plan of clinging to the powerful. Although it appeared somewhat humiliating, upon reflection, the benefits were considerable. For instance, if one were to traverse back 30 years, would one choose to establish Alibaba with no prior experience, or would one grasp tightly onto the leg of Jack Ma? As Tang pondered, he arrived at the main hall. His father, Tang Tianlu, along with several uncles and peers from his generation, had already gathered. Among the throng, Tang immediately spotted Tang Fan. Noticing him as well, Tang Fan's countenance darkened instantaneously. Feeling the need to take the initiative in making amends, Tang enforced a smile he deemed friendly. However, to Tang Fan's eyes, his grin appeared provocative. I am now a ninth-grade spiritual practitioner, just a step away from the spirit envoy realm, he declared. In today's family competition, I am determined to redeem my past disgrace. Tang Fan clenched his fists, vowing silently. In his recollections, the initial hierarchy of power in the story was delineated as spiritual practitioner, spirit envoy, spirit general, spirit king, spirit sect, spirit emperor, spirit sovereign, and transformation of spirit. Beyond that lay another dimension entirely. Remarkably, Tang Fan had attained the transformation of spirit realm in less than a decade. This was indeed a formidable ally. He must sense my goodwill now, Tang thought, swallowing nervously, a sense of unease creeping in. The Tang family welcomes the esteemed guests of the Tianyin sect, announced the Tang family as they opened the grand doors. Outside, a procession of individuals emanating powerful auras entered in succession. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a silver-gray robe. Following closely behind was a young lady, around 17 or 18, adorned in a flowing azure dress, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. Her clear gaze and perfectly sculpted features resembled exquisite artistry, while her long tresses danced gently in the breeze. Tang's heart raced upon first sighting her, if he were not mistaken. This enchanting beauty must be Su Qingru. As Su Qingru approached to greet Tang Tianlu, a flirtatious voice suddenly rang in her ear. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet aside from Elder Lin and the head of the Tang family engaged in conversation, the others remained silent. This woman's gaze has drifted towards Tang Fan. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him at this moment? That frivolous voice resonated once more, this time laced with a hint of mockery. What is this Tang Fan? She was perplexed, but she noticed that it seemed only he could hear this voice. Otherwise, the several junior disciples and elders would have been infuriated by such words. Su Qingru was indeed beautiful, her figure alluring in its own right. She was unaware of the meaning behind the cryptic phrase that described her, but she discerned that it certainly was not a compliment. Not only was her appearance striking, but her talent was also rare among her peers at merely 17. She had already attained the 8th rank as a spiritual envoy. How did this person come to know of it? Su Qingru felt a surge of astonishment. She had only just broken through to the 8th rank, with no one besides Elder Lin being aware of it. However, yet this person possesses a discerning eye, she thought with a touch of pride. Among her contemporaries in the sect, her talent was indeed unparalleled. Yet, her judgment seemed lacking despite her exceptional beauty. She was eager to become a part of Tang Fan's harem, even at the cost of severing ties with her father, ultimately relinquishing the Tianyin sect to him. What? Su Qingru suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Qingru? Elder Lin and the others turned to look back. Realizing her lapse in composure, Su Qingru smiled to conceal her surprise, following up on Tang Tianlu's earlier words. I'm merely curious regarding the family competition. The head of the Tang family mentioned, I have heard that the younger generation of the Tang family is exceptionally talented. Might you introduce a few? A flicker of annoyance welled up within her. She was determined to discover who this Tang fan truly was, and who was the one whose voice continually echoed in her ear. I see. Tang Tianlu stroked his long beard and replied with a smile. Our Tang family is fortunate to enjoy the protection of our leader, and indeed, there are a few promising youths. Among the younger generation, my son, Tang En, is now 18. Although he has reached the 5th rank as a spiritual practitioner, he cannot be compared to the prodigies of Tianyin sect. His words, though modest, bore a hint of pride. The resources of the Tang family were, of course, incomparable to those of the Tianyin sect, yet despite this, Tang En had still achieved the rank of spiritual practitioner through his innate talent in Dongling City. He was virtually unrivaled. If it weren't for that fortunate child Tang Fan, I would undoubtedly be the #1 in Dongling City. Alas, that rascal Tang Fan possesses far too much fortune after all. He is the protagonist. Right? I shall present Tang Fan shortly after all. Su Qingru has already shown interest in him. Tang En resolved silently in his mind. At that moment, Tang Tianlu was smiling and gesturing for him to step forward. Su Qingru also looked over, her heart resolute. It is he, but he clearly did not utter a word just now, yet I still heard his voice. Could it be that this is his inner voice? Su Qingru was secretly astonished. To avoid drawing attention, she maintained her composure outwardly. Tang En noticed her gaze as well, but he certainly did not believe it was directed at him, for behind him stood Tang Fan. Tisk, observing her small, captivating gaze, it was evident she had long been enamored with Tang Fan. What a pity that such a beautiful woman ultimately became Tang Fan's furnace, her entire cultivation refined by him, relegated to the status of merely one among his many consorts. A mere vasaltrally a lamentable fate, Tang inwardly expressed his regret. Unbeknownst to him, Su Kingra's fair, flawless hands were tightly clasped together. Chapter 2. Today, I shall avenge my past humiliation. This is my son, Tang, and come forward and greet the esteemed seniors. As the head of the Tang family, he naturally wished to present this opportunity to Tang. However, Tang was reluctant. Father, such a grand display may incite resentment from the protagonist. I dare not interfere with Su Qingru and Tang Fan's display of affection. She is wholly captivated by him. Father, I possess only mediocre talent. How could I possibly have any remarkable gifts? Yet, our Tang family indeed boasts an extraordinary individual, not only blessed with exceptional talent, but also possessing a humble demeanor, a rare gem in a millennium. Heh, Tang Fan, with such flattery, you surely won't harbor any animosity towards me, will you? Once you and Su Qingru have your moment, be sure to express your gratitude to me. If you could graciously bestow upon me a Tianyan fruit from the Tianyan sect's secret treasure as a token of thanks, it would be splendid. However, do not overdo it this time. Avoid destroying the Tianyan fruit tree, which nearly led to the obliteration of the Tianyan sect due to damage to its protective array. Tang sighed inwardly while turning to search for Tang Fan. He failed to notice Su Kingra's slightly reddened eyes. The Tianyan fruit tree is a closely guarded secret of the Tianyan sect, known only to the elders and my father. Moreover, it is indeed connected to the protective array. The tree's destruction would render the array non-existent. How does Tang know of these matters? Wait a moment. Could it be that he has experienced this before? If not, how could he possess such knowledge? Could he be someone reborn from the future? Su Qingru pondered these thoughts, masking her intrigue as she followed Tang's gaze to a young Minoni other than Tang Fat that moment. Tang Fan's expression was particularly grim, his eyes blazing with anger directed at Tang. He did not perceive Tang's earlier words as supportive. Who in the family did not refer to him as a waste? Tang was the primary instigator. The individual I just mentioned is indeed Tang Fan. I believe he shall undoubtedly become the pride of our Tang family in Dongling City. Tang Fan, come forth and greet the esteemed guests of the Tianyan sect. With your talent, you shall surely gain entry into their ranks. Tang patted Tang Fan's shoulder, grasping his arm to pull him forward. Tang Fan stood in stunned silence for a long moment, unable to comprehend Tang's intentions. Why would he, with his typical demeanor, allow such an opportunity to befall him? Was there some ulterior motive at play? Observe closely, this boy is narrow-minded and surely harbors some scheme, cautioned the elder in the ring through mental communication. Tang Fan silently nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stepped forward. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice of derision rang out from the crowd. Eldest young master, who in the Tang family does not know that Tang Fan is nothing but a good for nothing. At 18, he has only attained the 3rd rank of spiritual practitioner. You are elevating him far too much. Indeed. Eldest young master, please do not be so modest in front of esteemed guests. How could Tang Fan possibly compare to you? Everyone in Dongling City knows he is unworthy even to carry your shoes. The hell with you. What do you brainless fools know? Silence. Tang, unable to contain his fury, bellowed at those who had spoken. Tang Fan may be humble, but he is not without talent. At this moment, Tang felt his legs weaken. It was not cowardice, it was a desire to live. A 9th rank spiritual practitioner like Tang Fan was far more formidable than his father. Even if their family's guardians intervened, Tang believed Tang Fan possessed the means to escape. Tang was aware of the impending narrative, knowing Tang Fan would encounter great opportunities. But what if the plot diverged? The child of destiny is not something an ordinary person can contend with. Did not Wang Mang's 400,000 troops fall to Lu Xiu's mere 10,000? There's no need for your sarcasm here. Tang Fan's expression darkened as he unexpectedly pushed Tang aside. Tang Fan, I know you feel shy. You need not be bashful. Showcase your talent, and everyone will surely be convinced. Quickly, display your prowess as a 9th rank spiritual practitioner, and make Su Qingru fall for you. 9th rank spiritual practitioner? Su Qingru was taken aback. In such a small place, for someone named Tang Fan to reach 9th rank is indeed extraordinary, and no wonder this Tang fellow is so fearful. Even the city lord of Dongling has only achieved the 5th rank. However, even if he possesses exceptional talent, it matters not. Su Qingru will never take a liking to him. Had she not heard Tang's thoughts, Su Qingru might have been curious about Tang Fan. Once a woman develops curiosity about a man, love is not far behind. Yet, upon learning of future events, Su Qingru was left with only the desire to eliminate him as the esteemed junior sectmaster of the Tianyin sect. I shall not share a husband with any other woman, nor will I become his furnace. Su Qingru tightened her grip on the sword sheath. Tang Yin, there's no need for you to feign goodwill. I know you wish to humiliate me. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the youth. Tang Fan scoffed. Tang Yin could only think, damn it. I am trying to speak on your behalf, and you dare utter such clicked lines. Preposterous. Tang Tianlu seethed with rage. Though he found it odd that today, Aner seemed somewhat off, constantly defending Tang Fan. Moreover, Tang Fan was being excessively arrogant. Tang Fan, how dare you speak to the eldest young master like that? Have you tired of living? The eldest young master is kindly elevating you. Do not be so shameless. At the upcoming family competition, eldest young master, be sure to teach this insufferable fellow a lesson. I thank you all for your kindness. I, a 5th rank spiritual practitioner, will headbutt a 9th rank spiritual practitioner. Although I possess a system, it is of little use now. I merely wish to survive until the end and return to my original world, where I can reign supreme. You foolish beings, do not bring me trouble. Su Qingru, with her lips pressed together, lowered her gaze, contemplating Tang and his innermost thoughts. The original world? Could it be that Tang and does not belong to this realm? He had just mentioned that Tang Fan is the protagonist. What on earth is happening? 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. What an arrogant statement. Such hubris suggests that my Tianyin sect is not even worthy of your regard. A soft snort left Tang, and utterly astonished. Turning to look, he saw Su Qingru's face frosted with displeasure as she glared fiercely at Tang Fan. Goodness, I must be mistaken. Why does it seem that Su Qingru harbors a strong dislike for Tang Fan? Ah, I understand now. This must be a narrative conflict. Once Su Qingru realizes Tang Fan's innate talent, she will surely regret her earlier judgments and fall hopelessly in love with him. As soon as Tang Yin's voice faded, Su Qing cast a cold glance in his direction. Why is this woman staring at me? Just take Tang Fan away and become part of his harem. Tang Yin is nothing but a fool, and why should I be enamored with Tang Fan? You are the real fool. Su Qing silently berated in her mind. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she found it amusing and decided to temporarily conceal her ability to hear Tang Yin's voice. Perhaps, in the future, she might glean more insights from him. I hold no such intention. Little does the girl know, I have endured immense humiliation within the Tang family, and these petty individuals have never regarded me with any respect. Tang Fan had long been harboring a deep-seated anger. Today, he intended to vindicate himself in the family competition. Coincidentally, members of the Tianyin sect were also present. If they were to discover his talents, he would undoubtedly gain their favor. Surely, that young lady must have misunderstood him. Soon, she would realize that his words were not mere bravado. Tang Yin, he called out, and Tang Yin's heart sank. You have repeatedly humiliated me in the past, and today I shall avenge my grievances. Sensing the fury in Tang Fan's gaze, Tang Yin's lips twitched involuntarily. What the hell? When have I ever humiliated you? If it weren't for your status as the protagonist, I'd have the urge to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Su Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter at his inner monologue. Chapter 3. I have etched your vile faces into my memory. What is this woman laughing at all of a sudden? Tang Yin cast a glance at Su Qingru, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Does Miss Su find my words amusing? Tang Fan felt a twinge of indignation. Young man, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. You still need to win the favor of this young lady. The elderly figure within the ring was anxious that Tang Fan might inadvertently offend Su Qingru. He still needed to acquire the treasures of the Tianyin sect, and the most straightforward way to achieve that was by securing Su Qingru's affection. Tang Fan regarded the situation with indifference, saying, Master, it is precisely at this moment that I cannot afford to be lenient, lest I be underestimated. Turning to Miss Su, he continued, if you doubt my resolve, permit me to engage in a duel with Tang Yin. Tang Fan's gaze was resolute as he pointed towards Tang Yin. You, my dear, are entangled in a quarrel with your partner. It has nothing to do with me. You possess the aura of a protagonist. So why must I engage in this trivial dispute? Do you truly wish for my demise at your hands? Just wait, for the day I become formidable. I shall ensure your downfall as well. After all, isn't it merely a matter of having a golden finger? I have one too. This inner monologue left Su Qing bewildered. What exactly was this protagonist aura? What did it mean to possess a golden finger? She could not decipher these notions. Yet she did grasp one thing. It was evident from Tang Yin's thoughts that, in the original timeline, he would meet his end at the hands of Tang Fan. This is why he endeavored so earnestly to mend their relationship. However, Tang Fan was utterly unyielding. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could Tang An show such humility? This man was utterly lacking in ambition. She let out a soft snort, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Tang An. What was there for a grown man to be so timid about? Were it not for Tang Fan's intentions of avenging the Tang family by allying with the Zhang family to annihilate them, she would have long since fled on her own. Now, she felt exceedingly constrained. Having offered so many kind words, he insisted on putting on airs, didn't he? Tang An curled his lips in disdain. Although he had just traversed into this world and held no particular affection for the Tang family, he understood that for a rogue cultivator lacking a familial background, existence was far more arduous. Su Qingru's face flushed suddenly. Biting her lip, she cast a glance at Tang and that bore a hint of remorse. She had initially thought him to be merely fearful of death, but now realized he was motivated by the future of his family. However, Tang Fan was indeed a scoundrel. For the sake of a personal vendetta, he conspired with outsiders to annihilate his own kin, the very place where he had grown up. Her gaze towards Tang Fan grew colder still. Such a vengeful individual must never be allowed to flourish. Su Qingru firmly solidified her resolve. There is no need for you to feign virtue here. I have etched your vile countenance in my memory. Tang Fan pointed at the people surrounding him. However, none of the members of the Tang family took his threat to heart. Over the years, the family had provided you with numerous resources. Yet your cultivation has made no progress. Now, in the presence of esteemed guests, you dare to slander the family. What intentions do you harbor, Tang Fan? Tang Tianlu has presided over the Tang family for many years, and he is certainly not a person devoid of emotional intelligence. Tang Fan's utterances before the members of the Tianyin sect were merely an attempt to assert that the Tang family had elevated themselves at his expense. Yet, the family has not wronged Tang Fan in any way. All the resources that were due to him have been duly provided. It is simply that as the young master, Tang An has been afforded slightly more. However, Tang An has not disappointed the family, having emerged as a paragon among the younger generation in Dongling City. In contrast, Tang Fan remains stagnant in his cultivation due to the influence of his grandfather within his ring, rather than any failings of the Tang family. Father, Tang Fan is simply anxious. Please do not blame him. Tang An stepped forward to shield his father, blinking his eyes to convey a message. Oh, my dear father. He is a 9th-tier spirit wielder, capable of defeating foes beyond his level. You must not provoke him. Furthermore, with the ancient being residing within his ring, even the city lord would be unable to subdue him. Tang Fan, this wretched creature, harbors a vendetta. Lin Hua, Su Qingru's elder brother figure, merely uttered a few words against him, yet he ruthlessly crippled this prodigious talent with earth-grade aptitude during the sect's grand competition. Lin, her brother. A flush of crimson spread across Su Qingru's face, her heart ablaze with indignation. Lin Hua had grown up alongside her, and she had always regarded him as an elder brother. How could someone like her, Su Qingru, have been so blind as to develop feelings for him? Her heart was now brimming with fury directed at Tang Fan. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Recalling Tang An's words about Tang Fan's vengeful nature, she realized that if she were to reject him outright, he would undoubtedly seek refuge with the rival sect of Tianyin. His talent was commendable, and such a course of action would surely elevate him to become a formidable adversary of Tianyin. It would be far more prudent to allow him to join Tianyin naturally, thus putting his abilities to the sect's advantage. After all, as Tang An had said, as long as she did not fall for him, it would suffice. Su Qingru's mind was now resolute. How foolish of her. She could have simply exposed his true realm. Tang An perceived himself to be exceptionally astute. The individuals present from the Tang family, alongside those from the Tianyin sect, must surely recognize Tang An's formidable prowess and cease their disparagement. The eldest young master remains excessively benevolent. Despite Tang Fan's arrogance and disdain, he still advocates on his behalf. Indeed, it was previously rumored that the eldest young master harbored a distaste for Tang Fan. Yet it now seems evident that he is merely frustrated by Tang Fan's lack of potential. Verily, it is clear that today the eldest young master would not have gone to such lengths to defend this seemingly ineffectual Tang Fan. Tang An glared discontentedly at those who were speaking. Do I really need your pointless chatter here? Tang An rolled his eyes and turned to face Tang Fan, a smile blossoming on his face. Tang Fan, you need not conceal any longer. I am aware of your prowess, thus I concede. What? Tang Tianlu was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Tang An. He even began to doubt whether Tang An had some compromising evidence against Tang Fan. His son, who had always been so proud, had actually conceded defeat to the seemingly worthless Tang Fan. Tang Fan was equally astonished. He had presumed that Tang Yin would persist in provoking him. Yet, to his surprise, he conceded defeat. What do you truly intend to accomplish? Tang Fan sensed that there was a conspiracy at play within this matter. Tang Yin wore an expression of innocence, imploring you to comprehend his genuine intentions. Moreover, he was aware that you had long since surpassed expectations. The scion of the Tang family graciously conceded defeat. Truly a paragon of chivalry. Su Qing abruptly interrupted Tang Yin's ensuing remarks. Her words nearly provoked a violent reaction from Tang Yin. Has this woman lost her senses? Your husband is Tang Fan. Do not incite animosity towards me. Undoubtedly, Tang Fan's countenance had already darkened considerably. It became evident that Tang Yin intended to perform for the audience of Tianyin's sect. Such audacity was utterly reprehensible. Tang Fan clenched his fists, declaring, since that is the case, there is no need for further discussion. Tang Yin, do you dare to compete with me? I do not, as I have already conceded. Tang Yin replied, rendered speechless. How could Tang Fan be so single-minded? Ah, I see now. The young master looks down upon Tang Fan and is disinclined to engage with him. A clever one appeared amidst the crowd. Tang Yin turned around and saw his sycophant, Tang Erniu, arrogantly gazing at Tang Fan. Tang Fan, the young master merely wishes to spare you some dignity. Do you truly believe he fears you? Dignity, my foot. I can't possibly contend with him. It became evident that the young master had long since perceived the truth. No wonder they spoke of Tang Yin as a refined gentleman. Elder Lin from the Tianyin sect wore an expression of epiphany, stroking his beard with a chuckle. He then clasped his hands towards Tang Tianlu, remarking, the head of the Tang family is indeed a paragon of upbringing. Blast it, this isn't how the plot unfolds. Am I truly destined to confront Tang Fan? I wondered if Su Qingru's mind was muddled, insisting on uttering such a remark when the matter had already passed. Su Qingru pouted, unwilling to let Tang Yin reveal Tang Fan's talents. Otherwise, Elder Lin would undoubtedly recruit him into the Tianyin sect. Yet, this put Tang Yin in jeopardy. Moreover, if Tang Fan were to engage in a duel with Tang Yin, his prowess would inevitably be exposed. With Tang Fan being a ninth-grade spiritual practitioner, he would surely ascend into the inner sect. Elder Lin, we have come to Dongling City to recruit the talents of this region. What if we were to admit both Tang Yin and Tang Fan into our outer sect? As for the Tang family's grand competition, let us forego that. Su Qingru considered herself benevolent and kind-hearted, even though Tang Yin had a sharp tongue. Yet, she felt she was assisting him in overcoming a trial. And this good fortune, if Su Qingru indeed held affection for Tang Fan, would certainly arise from concern over his abilities being inferior to hers, prompting her proposal. However, how fortuitous for me. Joining the Tianyin sect would allow me to cling to Tang Fan's coattails and then amuse myself with the charming senior sisters. A smile had just begun to grace Su Qingru's face when it abruptly froze. That Tang Yin. Chapter 4. Tang Yin's peculiar gaze. As Su Qingru's piercing gaze fell upon him, Tang Yin felt utterly bewildered. Why was this woman, who should be focusing on Tang Fan, fixated on him? Could it be that she found him handsome and charming? Heaven forbid. Those who vie for the protagonist's affection seldom meet a favorable fate. Tang Yin recoiled slightly, avoiding Su Qingru's gaze. Elder Lin pondered over Su Qingru's words. Although he was unaware of Tang Fan's innate talent, Tang Yin's admiration suggested that the younger one's abilities were indeed formidable. Their visit was primarily intended for Tang Yin. According to their informants in Dongling City, Tang Yin possessed at least earth-level talent. If nurtured within the Tianyin sect, he would undoubtedly become a spiritual envoy before reaching the age of 20. A remarkable achievement among his peers. As for Tang Fan, it could be seen as a favor to the Tang family. Since the young lady had spoken, I shall take it upon myself to accept Tang Yin and Tang Fan as disciples of the sect's outer circle. Tang Tianlu was filled with immense joy. The Tang family currently finds itself in a rather awkward position within Dongling City. The fact that Tang Yin has managed to gain entry into the Tianyin sect is a fortunate development, both for him and for the Tang family. As for Tang Fan, although Tang Tianlu did not comprehend why his son had chosen to push him forward, he presumed it must be based on his own considerations. Thus he refrained from intervening. Observing that his father had not mentioned Tang Fan, Tang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer endure any further blows. At this moment, it was imperative that no one emerged to stir trouble. Tang Fan, your admission to the Tianyin sect is largely thanks to the young master. Should you not express your gratitude? Indeed, without the young master's assistance, it is likely you would have failed to capture the attention of the esteemed guests. The atmosphere among the Tang family was thick with bitterness, particularly from the younger generation, whose envious glances towards Tang Fan were laden with disdain. "Silence!" Tang Yin exclaimed in astonishment, his voice booming. "These foolish individuals are intent on placing me in opposition to Tang Fan, aren't they?" Indeed. When he turned to face Tang Fan, he could see nothing but fury in his eyes. Nevertheless, Tang Yin felt a sense of confusion. Why not display your true prowess? Utilize the aura of your ninth-tier spiritual practitioner to instill fear in these arrogant souls. Tang Fan had long contemplated this course of action. However, the elderly figure residing within his ring had dissuaded him. Observing the peculiar expression on Tang Yin's face, he decided to temporarily conceal his true abilities, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him. "Understood, Master," Tang Fan acknowledged quietly with a nod, before approaching Elder Lin with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. With a solemn demeanor, he expressed his unwavering belief that Tianyin's sect would not regret accepting him. He then turned his gaze towards Su Qingru, sensing an air of misunderstanding between them. His master had advised him that the most effective means to acquire the Tianyin fruit was to become the son-in-law of the Tianyin sect. Given Su Qingru's extraordinary beauty, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. He presumed she viewed him as inept, and thus, he decided to let her maintain this misconception. He envisioned that when he eventually unveiled his formidable prowess before her, she would undoubtedly be charmed by him. "Miss Su, I sincerely appreciate your support on my behalf. Rest assured, I, Tang Fan, shall not disappoint you." Tang Fan believed that Su Qingru proposed the cancellation of the family competition solely for his sake, which deeply moved him. Indeed, it was for Tang Fan. After all, one must wonder how this young lady could interfere in the internal affairs of the Tang family without reason. It seemed she had long since developed an affinity for him. As for Tang Yin, that scoundrel, he was the true fool. Su Qingru was suddenly filled with indignation. Her intention to express gratitude was merely a consequence of overhearing Tang Yin's heartfelt thoughts. It had nothing to do with Tang Fan. In an unexpected moment, she called out Tang Yin's name. Tang Yan, who was just taking his leave from his father, paused in his tracks, turning back in bewilderment. Did this young lady just mistakenly call out to the wrong person? Tang Fan shared the same sentiment. "Miss Su, my name is Tang Fan," he said with a smile. "It is indeed somewhat similar to Tang Yin, so it's understandable that you might have mistaken me for him." Su Qing rolled her eyes and huffed. "I was indeed referring to Tang Yin." "What?" Tang Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, and a chorus of derisive laughter erupted around him. How shameless could he be? Did he truly believe that Miss Su held any admiration for him? How could he dare to compare himself to our esteemed young master? Good heavens! Tang Yin was inwardly cursing, yet he was enveloped more by confusion. Why would Su Qingru, this young lady, summon me without cause when we are hardly acquainted? Observing the bewilderment etched upon his face, Su Qingru felt a twinge of satisfaction. "You have been incessantly proclaiming my affection for Tang Fan. Humph. Aren't you afraid of him? I am intentionally provoking you. So what?" Su Qingru mused silently, deliberately adopting a gentle demeanor, her voice soft as she addressed Tang Yin. "I have long heard of your exceptional aptitude, which is exceedingly rare even among those possessing such gifts within the Tianyin sect." To his surprise, she playfully winked. Tang Yin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Therefore, I have faith that you will soon transcend to the spirit envoy realm and become an inner disciple." No. Do not believe that. Did you not see the darkness on Tang Fan's face, as if he could squeeze water from it? Sensing the fury in Tang Fan's eyes, Tang Yin's heart was engulfed in profound sorrow. He truly did not wish to stand in opposition to the protagonist. The members of the Tianyin sect, including Elder Lin, were somewhat astonished. The young lady seldom showed kindness to the other male disciples within the sect. Why was she so attentive to Tang Yin? A disciple of the Tianyin sect need only break through to the spirit envoy realm before the age of 20 or to the spirit general before 30 to qualify as an inner disciple. Tang Yin was 18 this year, so achieving a breakthrough to the spirit envoy realm within 2 years should not be an insurmountable task. Yet, this alone should not warrant such special regard from the young lady. Miss Su has overestimated him, with merely a modicum of cultivation. How could he possibly compare to Tang Fan? Dear sister, you would be better off pursuing Tang Fan. There are so many suitors for you within the sect. I dare not provoke this matter. Su Qingru paused momentarily, recalling the several senior and junior brothers pursuing her within the sect. She could not help but purse her lips. It seemed she truly ought not to indulge in such behavior. Alas, it appears she may have brought trouble upon Tang Yin, after all. He had just called her a turtle observing a green bean. Su Qingru felt a twinge of guilt, thus refraining from further teasing Tang Yin. With the family competition cancelled today, a family banquet was held at noon. As Tang had been accepted into the Tianyin sect, the family head, Tang Tianlu, was overjoyed. Drinking heartily at the banquet, in the presence of Elder Lin, he set aside his status as the family head, requesting that he take good care of Tang within the sect. The spirit stones he offered were almost all his personal savings accumulated over the years. Nearly all of the Tang family were gathered today, save for Tang Fan. The servants had not even gone to invite him. Observing this, Tang secretly sighed in relief. After engaging in insincere pleasantries with others, he excused himself on the pretext of having drunk too much and returned to his residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully navigating through the second chapter of the storyline. The system rewards include elevating the host's cultivation to the Spirit Envoy realm and enhancing the host's physical strength to the 9th rank of body refinement. Chapter 5, The Lecher, whose mind is full of filthy thoughts. This indignation is intolerable. I must take revenge. With his newfound strength, Tang's courage had significantly increased. Therefore, young Master Tang decided to reclaim his dignity, resolving not to remain as subservient as before. With a sinister smile, Tang strode out of the small courtyard, heading directly towards Tang Fan's residence. However, halfway there, he unexpectedly collided with a young girl clad in a light blue dress. The girl possessed a fresh countenance and an extraordinary demeanor, her bright, expressive eyes seemingly capable of speech. I have met young Master Tang. The young girl slightly bent forward, speaking softly. Upon encountering this unfamiliar maiden, Tang was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing through fleeting images of several maidservants, yet failing to make a connection. However, in the next instant, his gaze was drawn irresistibly to the girl's ample bosom, rendering him momentarily lost in thought. Good heavens, such proportions, such dimensions. This was nothing short of a weapon of allure. A petite figure, yet possessing such an exaggerated endowment. Tang instantly recalled the identity of the other party. Tang Xiaoer, one of the protagonists. Her figure is truly remarkable. No wonder she is an undercover agent sent by the ancient Yi family. With such qualities, it's no surprise that even I, not just Tang Fan, nearly succumbed. But doesn't she feel exhausted? Should I offer my assistance? Not for any ulterior motive, but simply because I am compassionate and cannot bear to witness others toil. Tang Xiaoer heard Tang's heartfelt thoughts, momentarily taken aback. Before her charming face was adorned with a flush of crimson. What is young Master Tang saying? How audacious to request assistance for himself. Furthermore, has his identity been revealed? No, he hasn't uttered a word. Is this merely a thought? As she overheard Tang's subsequent remarks, a mix of embarrassment and a flicker of delight surged within her. After all, which girl does not relish being complimented on her figure, especially when such praise is delivered with genuine sincerity? Realizing she could hear Tang's innermost thoughts piqued Tang Xiaoer's curiosity. Historically, her interactions with this arrogant young master had been limited. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of his inner musings, she found herself perceiving a surprisingly endearing contrast to his usual haughty demeanor. Most intriguingly, how did he come to know her identity? Where could young Master Tang possibly be headed? Tang Xiaoer inquired softly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning. Years of living undercover had sharpened her sixth sense considerably. Although she was uncertain as to why the situation had suddenly changed, she instinctively felt that if she continued to follow Tang, she might uncover more secrets. Especially since Tang was likely unaware that she could hear his innermost thoughts. Thus, if she could find an opportunity to extract information, it was possible that the imperial legacy she had been seeking might finally reveal itself. I shall go find Tang Fan. Tang Anxin responded absent-mindedly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Tang Xiaoyer's bosom. Damn, the sight was so tumultuous that it nearly distracted him from the matter at hand. No, he must regain his composure. The important business must take precedence. Tang Xiaoer, upon hearing Tang's inner thoughts, secretly chuckled while maintaining a composed demeanor. Oh, seeking young Master Tang Fan? I wonder what business young Master Tang has with him. Tang Xiaoer continued to inquire, her steps mirroring those of Tang. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to engage him in conversation. Tang spoke evasively, his gaze evasive. What nonsense. I am here to reclaim my dignity. I cannot swallow the humiliation of having appeared like a fool before him just moments ago. Tang Xiaoer understood the situation, a faint smile playing on her lips. It seems that this young master of the Tang family harbors some mischievous intentions. In that case, why not allow Xiaoer to accompany young Master Tang on his journey? It conveniently aligns with my own matters regarding Tang Fan. Tang Xiaoer spoke softly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. She was curious to discover what schemes this Tang Yin had in mind. Accompany me? What could this young girl be plotting? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? It is not entirely impossible. After all, I am now a formidable practitioner of the spirit master realm, complimented by my handsome visage. No, that cannot be. This girl is one of that despicable fellow's harem. How could she possibly develop feelings elsewhere? Sigh. I wonder what is so appealing about that scoundrel. Alas, I must not dwell on this. Tang Yin's heartfelt admiration surged into Tang Xiaoyer's ears like a tidal wave. She felt her cheeks growing increasingly warm, as if they were ablaze. This young master of the Tang family, who usually presented himself with such solemnity, harbored an unexpectedly rich inner world, and so unabashedly. I cannot help but lose control of my gaze. Tang Xiaoyer nearly lost her composure upon hearing that final remark. She struggled to suppress the urge to shield her bosom with her hands, inwardly cursing the impertinent speaker. How brazen! Their minds are filled with such sordid thoughts. Stealing a glance at Tang Yin, she noticed his expression was one of grave seriousness, as though nothing had transpired. This stark contrast left her momentarily amused and bewildered. Is my figure truly so captivating? That fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed as she chastised herself internally. Tang Xiaoyer, oh Tang Xiaoyer, how could you be swayed by him as well? This is not the time for such thoughts. The legacy of the great emperor is of utmost importance. She cleared her throat, shattering the somewhat awkward silence between them. Young Master Tang Yin, let us be on our way. Tang Yin finally came to his senses, nodding as he followed behind Tang Xiaoyer. This positioning was, of course, intentional on Tang Xiaoyer's part. After all, setting aside the fact that her small face had flushed with embarrassment due to Tang Yin's frank remarks, the more pressing concern was that, given her current understanding of this young master, walking side by side would likely provoke yet another round of those comments. However, the innocent Xiaoyer was unaware that Tang Yin's interests extended beyond merely the lofty peaks. Chapter 6. My passion is boundless. Following behind Tang Xiaoyer, Tang Yin's gaze inevitably settled upon her gracefully swaying waist. Tang Xiaoyer moved with a graceful lightness, each step seemingly treading upon the very tip of his heart, sending tremors of excitement through his soul. Ah, that slender waist, truly captivating. How delightful it would be to clasp it in my hands. Images unsuitable for children surfaced in Tang Yin's mind, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. In contrast to the frosty demeanor of Su Qing, he found himself far more fond of the lively and endearing Xiaoyer. Tang Yin silently made comparisons in her mind. Although she was aware that she was the designated consort of that scoundrel Tang Fan, and indeed a traitor, she was undeniably a sight to behold. That figure, that visage, utterly exquisite. Tang Yin's gaze traced the curve of Tang Xiaoyer's waist, ultimately resting upon her rounded and pert posterior. The allure of that curvature, the elasticity, it enticed him to reach out and test its texture, though he pondered whether she might react with tears. Yet, even if she did, it would not be a matter of concern. Her voice, soft and melodious, would likely render her sobs quite delightful. He swallowed hard, feeling warmth rise in his nostrils. Furthermore, those legs, long and straight, would surely make for a comfortable pillow for his head. As his imagination wandered, Tang Yin's thoughts began to spiral beyond his control. The mere notion of reclining upon her legs, while she delicately teased his ears with her slender fingers, was exhilarating. Alas, such a splendid girl would ultimately end up with that scoundrel, Tang Fan. Oh, Xiaoyer, why must you be so blind as to choose him? Tang Yin lamented inwardly, as if he had lost millions, filled with profound sorrow. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies. Although he contemplated deceiving Tang Fan, he remained cognizant of reality. As a minor antagonist, his primary concern was to safeguard the Tang family. He could feign a semblance of bravado in front of the protagonist. But should he overstep, there would be no one to shield him from the consequences. Alas, the plight of this humble antagonist is indeed arduous. Completely absorbed in his own thoughts, Tang Yin failed to notice that Tang Xiaoyer, walking ahead, had flushed crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous, akin to raging seas. Tang Yin's candid feelings resonated within her ears, each word unmistakably clear. With a firm waist and hands clenched, what precisely did Master Tang Yin mean? Although she sensed no immediate issues, an unsettling feeling lingered. At his age, he surely ought to have outgrown childish games. And what was this about resting one's head on a knee? The rosy-cheeked Tang Xiaoyer was besieged by a torrent of questions. Moreover, she had never observed Master Tang Yin's interest in ear cleaning. What chaotic thoughts was he entertaining? Reflecting on the vivid imagery Tang Yin had described, an inexplicable sensation of yearning stirred within her. having infiltrated the Tang family in search of a grand opportunity since childhood. Her mind had been solely focused on completing her mission and returning home. Yet now, another question arose. Why must I develop feelings for Tang Fan? Shaking her small head, Tang Xiaoao attempted to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. She recalled Tang An's repeated assertions about her future with Tang Fan, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. How could this insufferable man speak so highly of her while steadfastly believing she belonged to another? Suddenly, her lips pursed slightly as she recalled another of Tang An's remarks. Was I truly as remarkable as he claimed? Instinctively, she touched her cheek, feeling a warmth rising within her. Just as Tang Xiaoyao began to spiral into her own musings, she heard Tang An sigh inwardly. Alas, it must be said that this girl, Tang Xiaoyao, was somewhat pitiable. Though undeniably beautiful and possessing an enviable figure, she was ultimately just one of Tang Fan's many consorts. The most tragic aspect was that she would ultimately face a devastating fate. Shaking his head, Tang An continued to ponder. To make matters worse, her own family, the Yi clan, had accepted that rascal Tang Fan for her sake, yet he audaciously coveted the Yi family's prized treasure. What utter ingratitude! Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao abruptly halted her steps, nearly stumbling over her own feet in a comical display. Her heart skipped a beat, and her mind buzzed with confusion. How on earth did Tang An come to possess such knowledge? Subsequently, the Yi family fell victim to the relentless pursuit of that scoundrel, Tang Fan. And when he had gathered sufficient strength, he annihilated the entire Yi household. How absurdly dramatic this narrative is. Reflecting on the plot of the novel she had read in her past life, Tang An clicked her tongue in disbelief. What was even more bizarre was that, despite everything, Tang Xiao remained utterly devoted to Tang Fan, loving him with an intensity that bordered on obsession. What kind of genuine love is this? She was practically a paragon of infatuation. From the very beginning, she had wanted to question who could possibly find such a mindless tale appealing. With such a wretched character as the protagonist, how could one even relate? Listening to Tang An's tone, filled with both regret and disgust, Tang Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, rendering her completely dumbfounded. She had thought that discovering Tang An's inner thoughts and her own affection for Tang Fan was already outrageous enough. Little did she know that even more absurd revelations awaited her. That scoundrel Tang Fan actually has other women? A harem. How is it that she, Tang Xiao, is merely one among them? What is this, a mere collection? What infuriates her even more is that this rascal Tang Fan dares to covet the heavenly Xian treasure of the Yi family. That treasure is the very lifeblood of the Yi clan. Who does he think he is? How dare he annihilate the entire Yi family? Tang Xiao murmured to herself. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. She felt as if her very blood was on the verge of congealing. The annihilation of an entire family. Such ruthlessness was beyond comprehension. What troubled her even more was the realization that, despite the obliteration of the Yi family, she remained utterly devoted to Tang Fan. Did she possess a penchant for self-destruction? What was it that drew her to him? His merciless nature, devoid of gratitude? Or perhaps his rampant infidelity, akin to a collector of fleeting affections? For the first time in her life, Tang Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. As the illustrious young lady of the Yi family, a prodigy entrusted by her family to uncover the secrets of the great emperor, how could she possibly harbor feelings for such a scoundrel? A mere sycophant? A sycophant of the highest order? How absurd. It must be that my mind has succumbed to folly for me to entertain such feelings. Tang Xiao silently spat in her heart. She felt that the faint affection she once held for Tang Fan had instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of loathing and anger. As this thought crossed her mind, she could not help but feel the urge to retort. However, she suddenly realized that what she had heard was merely Tang An's innermost thoughts. To reveal this now would lead to significant trouble. Chapter 7. Endure Tang Xiao. Moreover, the crucial opportunity of the emperor had yet to be investigated. This was not the time for exposure. Endure. She must endure. Tang Xiao took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She began to reassess Tang An. This individual, astonishingly, was aware of her true identity and possessed knowledge of the treasured heirloom of the Yi family. Such information was of the utmost secrecy. The most crucial aspect was that these were Tang An's innermost thoughts. He was unaware that she could hear them, thus there was no reason for him to fabricate lies. It appeared that Tang Fan was not as straightforward as he seemed. Tang Xiaojiao pondered silently, her gaze sharpening with intensity. At that moment, she abruptly felt her body collide with something warm. Distracted, her footing faltered, and she was on the verge of tumbling to the ground. Ah, Tang Xiao aghast, instinctively closing her eyes as she braced for an imminent encounter with the Earth Mother. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. A strong arm encircled her waist, providing a steady support. An unfamiliar, delicate fragrance wafted into her nostrils, reminiscent of a spring meadow, tinged with the essence of crushed herbs. This distinctive aroma compelled Tang Xiao to inhale deeply. However, as soon as she did, a shiver coursed through her, and she realized the truth. Only she and Tang Yin were present. The fall she had just experienced could only have been caused by Tang Yin. And now, the very person who had saved her. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself staring into a handsome face mere inches away. It was Tang Yin. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still. Tang Yin embraced the soft and fragrant warmth of the young lady, his heart racing like a startled fawn. Yet, on the surface, he feigned composure. His sword-like brows slightly furrowed, displaying a facade of concern. "Miss Xiao, are you all right? How did you stumble while walking?" However, in stark contrast to his outward demeanor, a captivating inner monologue unfolded within him. This young girl truly lacked awareness while walking, but it fortuitously benefited me. Thankfully, my swift reflexes upon advancing allowed me to seize this opportunity to be the gallant hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Indeed, it was precisely as I had imagined. Her waist, that exquisite sensation, truly befits the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a paragon of perfection. He even began to fantasize about further intimate encounters, such as. Tang Xiao listened to Tang Yin's heartfelt words, feeling an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and indignation. Initially, her impression of Tang Yin was that of a debauched scion, who, relying on his modest abilities, looked down upon others with arrogance and was exceedingly overbearing. Yet now, she found herself perceiving Tang Yin as somewhat innocent, even endearing. This stark contrast ignited within her an inexplicable curiosity about him. Particularly amusing was his serious demeanor juxtaposed with the playful banter swirling within his mind, which only added to her amusement. Why was this girl still sitting there in silence? Had she been rendered speechless by shock? Surely not. She was confident in her control of strength. Tang Yin murmured to himself, yet his hand remained steadfastly supporting Tang Xiao, presenting an image of a virtuous gentleman. Upon realizing her lingering presence in his embrace, Tang Xiao hastily straightened herself, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she offered a gracious bow. "To be honest, my lord, I encountered a slight mishap during my cultivation today, resulting in a temporary imbalance of my vital energy. I am truly grateful for your timely assistance." Observing Tang Xiao rise, Tang Yin smiled lightly, his large, pristine hand gently waving. "We are all members of the Tang family. Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning." However, contrary to his outward demeanor, his heart lamented, "Alas, my cherished pillow has vanished. How vexing it is, such a perfect entity. I long to hold it just a while longer." Unable to contain herself upon hearing his inner musings, Tang Xiao let out a soft, melodious laugh. Her laughter was akin to a spring breeze caressing a blooming garden, instantly striking a chord within Tang Yin's heart. Yet, before the enchanting sound of her laughter could fully dissipate, an incongruous voice abruptly interjected. "Xiao, there you are. I have been searching for you for quite some time." The speaker's tone carried a hint of urgency and concern, laced with a barely perceptible possessiveness. In the next moment, a slender figure positioned itself in front of Tang Xiao, entirely obscuring Tang Yin's view. Tang Yin finally emerged from the enchanting atmosphere enveloped in the soft embrace of jade. And upon focusing his gaze, he realized that the person before him was none other than Tang Fan, the individual who possessed an innate protagonist aura since his arrival in this world. Unbeknownst to him, in the midst of his aimless musings, he and Tang Xiao had unconsciously approached the vicinity of Tang Fan's residence. Observing the concerned yet slightly sullen expression on Tang Fan's face, Tang Yin felt a surge of genuine ire towards this so-called protagonist for the first time. Does this fool possess no sense of awareness? Here I am, savoring the perfect ambience, and he insists on playing the unwelcome third wheel. Tang Anshin silently cursed, a surge of nameless fury rising within him, although he had come seeking a slight reprisal against this so-called protagonist. The timing of this wretched fellow's appearance was rather too fortuitous, was it not? Tang Xiaojia naturally heard the inner complaints of Tang Yin. Although she did not comprehend the meaning of third wheel, she wholeheartedly resonated with Tang Yin's sentiments. Just as young Master Tang Fan had remarked, the atmosphere had been so delightful moments ago, yet the arrival of this fickle-hearted scoundrel instantly extinguished all enjoyment. How detestable! Especially as Tang Xiaojiao's mind echoed with Tang Yin's audacious, yet somewhat foolish inner monologues. looking at the sullen-faced Tang Fan before her. Her feelings of annoyance became even more pronounced in contrast. Tang Fan often presents himself with a facade of moral integrity, especially in the presence of her, feigning a demeanor of gentleness and consideration. However, through Tang An's heartfelt revelations, Tang Xiao has come to perceive the hollowness of his pretentious disguise. Consequently, the delicate smile that once graced her face gradually fades away, replaced by a veneer of insincere politeness. While it may be faultless upon superficial inspection, the underlying distance is palpable to the discerning eye. Tang Fan was naturally oblivious to these details. His mind was consumed by the smile that Tang Xiao had just bestowed upon Tang An. It was a smile he had never witnessed before. To him, Tang Xiao had always been a woman destined for him. She had maintained a distance from others, never revealing such genuine warmth to any man. Yet now, that very smile was given to Tang An, the worthless individual who had brought him disgrace in front of others. An inexplicable fury ignited within him, burning with an intensity that made his insides ache. The elder in his ring had once remarked that Tang Xiao's background was extraordinary, urging him to seize the opportunity. In his eyes, Tang Xiao had long been his preordained partner, and now she was engaging in light-hearted banter with another man. How could he possibly endure this? Moreover, he recalled that the relationship between Tang Xiao and Tang An was far from amicable. During family gatherings, they hardly exchanged a word. What could possibly explain this abnormal behavior today? Could it be? Chapter 8. What affliction? With this thought, Tang Fan's gaze darkened further. He abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Tang An as if he intended to devour him whole. Tang An was engulfed in the melancholy of interrupted good fortune. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of intense hostility. Raising his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Tang Fan, whose gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Tang An felt a rising irritation under the piercing gaze of Tang Fan, which radiated an aura of menace. What is wrong with this brat? I haven't even sought trouble with him, yet he dares to act all high and mighty? Just as he was mulling over a suitable retort, Tang Fan, with an imposing demeanor, pointed a finger at him and demanded in a fierce tone, Tang An, how dare you coerce Xiao Er? Do you have no shame left? Tang An was momentarily taken aback, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. What on earth? Coercion? Who have I coerced? With my appearance and demeanor, would I even need to coerce anyone? Tang Xiao was equally bewildered, her beautiful visage etched with confusion. She glanced at Tang Fan, then at Tang An, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. When had she been coerced? Why was she unaware? However, she found herself in agreement with Tang An's sentiments. Given his current array of appealing attributes, he certainly did not require force to attract a woman. At the very least, there was no need for her to feel compelled. As she pondered, images from moments prior resurfaced in her mind, along with the unique, subtle fragrance that clung to Tang An unconsciously. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Observing the silence enveloping both Tang An and Tang Xiao, one could notice the subtle shifts in their expressions. Tang Fan felt increasingly convinced that he was right. A pronounced expression of disdain appeared on his face, accompanied by a hint of self-satisfaction, as he arrogantly admonished, Tang An, you are, after all, the young master of the Tang family, yet you have stooped to the level of coercing a woman to accompany you. You have truly brought shame upon the Tang family. Listening to Tang Fan's furious outburst, Tang An could not help but shake his head in exasperation, harboring deep doubts about Tang Fan's intellect. Was this self-proclaimed hero of the story truly lacking in common sense? Such a foolish scenario was beyond comprehension. He suddenly felt that seeking revenge against Tang Fan seemed rather pointless. After all, engaging with a fool would only serve to reflect one's own foolishness. What do you mean? Tang Fan, are you suggesting that young Master Tang An is forcing me? Tang Xiao finally could no longer contain herself, her tone tinged with indignation. What nonsense was this big fool spouting? Upon hearing Tang Xiao's voice, the once furious Tang Fan instantly transformed his demeanor, adopting a gentle and considerate expression, as if the menacing glare he had directed at Tang An moments ago had never existed. He reached out to take Tang Xiao's hand, saying, Xiao, don't be afraid. Now that I am here, he dare not bully you any longer. Tang Xiao was nearly overwhelmed with disgust by Tang Fan's sudden and unwelcome advance. What was wrong with this guy? Were they so intimately acquainted? He was so presumptuous. Previously, she had thought that Tang An's complaints were somewhat exaggerated. But now it seemed that Tang Fan truly embodied the essence of a sleazy man. She quickly stepped back, evading Tang Fan's hand, her expression turning icy. Tang Fan, please conduct yourself with dignity. The abruptness of her rebuff left Tang Fan's hand suspended awkwardly in midair, his face reflecting a hint of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Tang Xiaoyao would reject him, let alone with such a frosty demeanor. He had assumed she would be grateful, would willingly seek his embrace for protection, considering their generally amicable relationship. Clearly, this woman harbored feelings for him, or so he believed. Observing the unmistakable chill and even distaste etched on Tang Xiaoyao's face, Tang Fan found himself genuinely bewildered. However, in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized that Tang Xiaoyao was yet unaware of her own strength, mistakenly perceiving herself as a mere third-tier spiritual practitioner. In contrast, Tang in status and prowess were evidently superior to his own. This sister Xiaoyao was deliberately maintaining such a frosty demeanor to make Tang believe they were not well acquainted. In an effort to safeguard herself, with this revelation, a more harmonious expression graced Tang Fan's features, his eyes glistening slightly with emotion. Truly, the woman he had set his sights on was thoughtful and considerate. Haha, Sister Xiaoyao, I understand your intentions, but fret not, for I am no longer the man I once was. Therefore, you need not fear that scoundrel Tangin. I shall protect you. Tang Xiao'er glanced at Tang Fan, who wore an air of self-importance, and felt a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, as if he were a contagion. Despite her gentle disposition and profound intellect, she could not help but silently ridicule him. Has this fool lost his senses? What do you know of my thoughts? Tangin observed Tang Fan's self-indulgent demeanor from the sidelines, his heart stirring not a single ripple, and he even felt a hint of amusement. As a seasoned reader of online novels, he was all too familiar with the archetype of the dim-witted male protagonist. He was, in essence, a walking caricature of foolishness. Rather than engaging in a futile explanation, it would be far more entertaining to play along and have some fun at his expense. As for resorting to physical reprimands, that was best avoided. He genuinely feared that prolonged interaction with such a simpleton might lower his own intellectual standards. Moreover, wasn't it a common belief among others that he was a lecher? Well then, today he would indulge in that role. Ah, Tang Fan, you are not entirely mistaken. Indeed, I did compel Xiao'er. Tang En's lips curled into a playful smile as he deliberately spoke in a teasing tone. But I can't be blamed, after all. Her coy demeanor is simply irresistible. As he spoke, he intentionally winked at Tang Xiao'er. Tang Xiao'er's heart raced uncontrollably upon hearing Tang En's sudden and audacious declaration. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she felt as though a restless little rabbit resided within her chest. Stealing a glance at Tang En, she quickly averted her gaze, her bashful demeanor resembling a peach blossom poised to bloom. Though their time together had been brief, the unique tranquility exuding from this man, coupled with his slightly frivolous yet domineering teasing, stirred ripples of emotion within her heart. Conversely, Tang En's playful tone resonated in Tang Fan's ears like a celestial melody. Initially taken aback, an overwhelming joy erupted on his face, akin to a volcanic eruption. His eyes widened, sparkling like copper bells, as if they might leap from their sockets at any moment. You scoundrel, Tang En, finally admitting to having coerced my sister, Xiao'er, he bellowed, his voice echoing across the surroundings as if he intended to unleash years of pent-up resentment in one explosive outburst. Today, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson on behalf of my sister. Chapter 9. I Strike Mediocre Man. Heaven knows how long he has endured. Ever since ascending to the 9th tier of spiritual practitioners, he had harbored a burning desire to trample Tang En beneath his feet. He had envisioned this morning's family competition as the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess, an occasion for all to witness who the true genius of the Tang family was. However, to his dismay, the Saintess unexpectedly canceled the competition, thwarting his plans. Without a legitimate reason, even as a 9th tier spiritual practitioner, he dared not recklessly confront Tang En. After all, the elders of the Tang family were not to be trifled with. Although he was arrogant, he was not foolish. He understood the weight of consequences. Now, fortune smiled upon him, as Tang En had unwittingly delivered himself into his hands, even confessing to having forced Tang Xiao'er. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. He could finally justifiably unleash his wrath upon Tang En and relieve himself of this grudge. Tang En, you beast! How dare you treat my sister, Xiao'er, in such a manner? Today, you shall pay the price. Tang Fan let out a furious roar, unleashing the unreserved energy of a 9th grade spiritual practitioner. His robes billowed majestically, exuding an aura of righteousness. What a thrill! He could finally reveal his true strength without reservation, and the excitement even brought a flush to his cheeks. Instinctively, he turned to see the adoring gaze with which Tang Xiao'er was regarding him. After all, he was a 9th grade warrior, and he stood up for her. What young girl could resist the charm of such a talented, youthful protector? However, the moment he turned around, he was utterly taken aback. Tang Shower indeed displayed a bashful demeanor, her eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance. However, the recipient of her enchanting gaze was not him, but rather Tang Yin. Tang Fan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and gazed once more at Tang Shower, only to find that the tenderness and affection in her eyes remained undiminished. Tang Fan's mind buzzed incessantly, as if a myriad of bees were frantically swirling within. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Tang Shower coerced? Shouldn't she harbor an intense hatred towards Tang Yin? What then accounts for that gaze reminiscent of a lover's? Could it be that Tang Shower is drawn to such a domineering and assertive demeanor? Sister Shower, are you truly all right? Tang Fan stammered as he inquired, his voice tinged with an unmistakable quiver. Tang Shower, upon hearing Tang Fan's voice, finally regained her senses. She shot him a glance, playfully reproaching, "What could possibly be the matter with me? Yet it is you who is making such a fuss." Tang Fan felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. He pointed at Tang Yin, trembling as he spoke. He forced you, didn't he? How could you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Shower covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering as she cast a glance at Tang, and that was both playful and reproachful, before she spoke with a charming tone. "Brother Tang Yin was merely jesting with me. Why must you take it to heart?" A jest? Tang Fan felt as though his worldview had completely shattered. He pointed at Tang Yin and let out a furious roar. He admitted it himself. How can this be a joke? The moment those words escaped his lips, Tang Fan froze in place, as if struck by a paralyzing force. He cast a disbelieving glance at Tang Shower and then back at Tang Yin, his eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was equally bewildered. His previous remark had been a momentary lapse, a thoughtless retort sparked by Tang Fan's interruption. Upon reflection, it felt like he had merely shot himself in the foot. After all, in the original narrative, Tang Shower was utterly devoted to Tang Fan. Yet here he was, using her as a pawn to humiliate Tang Fan. Wasn't that a blatant contradiction? Even more troubling was the fact that he had just shared an intimate moment with Tang Shower. She should not be siding with him. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did she speak in his defense, but her gaze also conveyed an unexpected warmth. Tang Yin's mind was a tempest of thoughts, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him, leading him to feel a twinge of envy towards Tang Fan. How foolish of me to forget that despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Tang Shower is exceptionally clever and resourceful. In the narrative, after she and Tang Fan became involved, she went to great lengths to assist him in enhancing his abilities, employing every tactic imaginable, from gathering intelligence to coercion and seduction, truly embodying the essence of infatuation. Now, it seems she is using me as a stepping stone to provoke that young rascal, Tang Fan. Sigh. What qualities does that scoundrel possess that warrant such devotion from Tang Shower? Such a remarkable girl, yet she has fallen for that good-for-nothing. A bitter taste of jealousy permeated the air, and Tang Yin's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. The thrill of revenge dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of loss. He admitted, begrudgingly, that he was indeed envious, although he was acutely aware that this was merely a fictional world, and his priority was to endure until he could return to his own reality. The fact that such a wonderful girl was not his was undeniably painful, especially when she had chosen to associate with the lazy Tang Fan. If Tang Shower were to end up with a worthy partner, it would indeed be a beautiful tale. But alas, with a silent sigh, he yearned for a secluded spot to retreat. Resolute in his thoughts, Tang Yin turned to leave, his forlorn silhouette appearing particularly desolate beneath the setting sun. Unbeknownst to him, the blush on Tang Shower's face had long since faded. Every word that had passed through Tang Fan's mind had been distinctly heard by her. Observing Tang Yin's despondent retreat, she stamped her foot in frustration. This fool still believes I have feelings for that waste of space, Tang Fan. Where on earth did he acquire such foolish information? Initially bewildered, Tang Fan also noticed Tang Yin's departure. What had seemed like a lonely figure to others, in his eyes, appeared as if it were fleeing in disgrace. This revelation finally brought a smirk of pride to Tang Fan's face, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Humph, you thought you were so formidable, yet you ran away. It is regrettable, however, for I had hoped to teach him a lesson myself, but he escaped. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remains with Sister Shower. I shall deal with that scoundrel later. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to erase the image of Tang Yin's intimate interaction with Tang Shower from his mind. Surely, he must have misinterpreted the situation. How could someone as pure and virtuous as her possibly be interested in that good-for-nothing? It seems my recent dedication to training has led to hallucinations. Tang Fan consoled himself successfully, striking a pose reminiscent of a heroic savior. He turned to gaze at Tang Shower, making an effort to conjure what he believed to be an enchanting smile. Yet the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered it somewhat distorted. Sister Shower, it's all right now. That villain has been driven away, so do not fear. Chapter 10. Even my molars are ground to dust. He even indulged in a fantasy within his mind where Tang Shower, moved to tears, would leap into his embrace, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. However, upon finishing his words, the anticipated tender and delicate figure did not materialize. The blush that once adorned Tang Shower's face had vanished without a trace, and instead lay an unprecedented indifference, as though she were gazing upon a heap of foul-smelling refuse. She uttered not a single word, her expression replete with disdain. Casting a fleeting glance at Tang Fan, she gracefully shifted her steps and pursued the direction in which Tangan had departed. Tang Fan's smile froze upon his face, resembling a mask that could shatter at any moment. He stared blankly at the retreating figure of Tang Shower, feeling a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The confidence and pride he had just begun to cultivate crumbled instantly, like ruins laid bare. What on earth is happening? Tangan wandered desolately beneath the setting sun, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. The more he pondered, the more he felt stifled, unable to suppress a low curse. What sheer luck has that scoundrel Tang Fan encountered to earn the affection of Tang Shower? He spat. Pah. Aside from being the protagonist of this tale, what merit does he possess? I am no less than he, a fellow traveler of realms, endowed with a system. How can the disparity be so vast? As he vented his frustrations, a sudden waft of fragrance brushed past him, and a soft figure stepped directly into his path. Brother Tangan. The delicate and melodious voice of Tang Shower resonated in Tangan's ears, akin to a current of electricity that coursed through his entire being. As he beheld the unexpectedly appearing Tang Shower, Tangan found himself momentarily bewildered. How could she be here? Was she supposed to be accompanying Tang Fan, engaging in heartfelt conversations and exchanging tender affections? This narrative seemed awry. Nevertheless, the ancients do not deceive. Gazing upon a beauty by lantern light invigorates the spirit. The glow of the setting sun rendered her far more enchanting than any internet celebrity I had previously encountered, enhanced by the golden hour. Yet, this girl, alas, the very thought that she is not mine, and that she may never find a deserving suitor, stirs a profound ache within my heart. Oh heavens! Since you have allowed me to traverse time, why not grant me the existence of that scoundrel Tang Fan? Let me indulge in the pleasures of being embraced on either side, reveling in nights filled with joy and merriment. Tangan was lost in thought when Tang Shower, about to speak, felt a twinge of embarrassment from his internal monologue and murmured softly. Each encounter, he praised her beauty, yet he continuously pushed her away. What a fool he was! However, his ears caught only the faintest whisper of fool. His already constrained heart felt even heavier. So that was it. She had appeared here with the intention of using him to motivate Tang Fan. It seemed I had been reduced to nothing more than a pawn in her game. Alas, must my fate be that of a mere tool? Tang Xiao heard Tangan's unspoken thoughts, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, and could not help but stamp her foot. How could this fool be so oblivious to what he should not hear while being so perceptive to the rest? Just as she was about to clarify her disinterest in Tang Fan, she was once again interrupted by Tangan's inner monologue. What was this girl suddenly going wild for? Yet, she was indeed quite endearing, far more so than those pretentious, scheming girls. Moreover, the allure she possessed was truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao, who had her mouth half open, was momentarily taken aback. She could comprehend everything else, but what did he mean by that allure? Instinctively, she glanced at Tangan, only to find that although his expression remained composed, his strikingly clear eyes were incessantly scrutinizing her figure. Tang Shower's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. What on earth is the matter with this young Master Tangan? Just a moment ago he was enveloped in sorrow, and in the next breath, he shifts his focus to her in that manner. However, this very remark caused her to abandon the thought she had almost voiced. For to articulate such feelings now would surely lead Tang and to disregard her. After all, no one relishes the company of those who can discern their innermost thoughts. Moreover, she genuinely finds this side of Tangan rather endearing. Brother Tang Shower's voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with a hint of shyness. Goodness! What did she just call me? Brother? Is that not the exclusive term of endearment that belongs to Tang Fan after their feelings were mutually established? This is quite perplexing. Why is the plot taking such a bizarre turn? Could it be that my manner of traversing into this realm has caused a disruption in the timeline? Or perhaps this is a cunning scheme devised by Tang Shower and that wretched Tang Fan, designed to lower my guard before delivering a fatal blow? Tang En's mind raced as he endeavored to unearth a thread of insight from the original narrative. Regrettably, all he could recall were the tender moments shared between Tang Shower and Tang Fan, immersed in their affectionate exchanges. Entirely devoid of the peculiar unfolding that was presently before him, Tang Shower gazed at Tang En, who appeared utterly dazed, as if his soul had momentarily departed his body. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh, simultaneously feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she stamped her foot. "Brother Tang En, what are you pondering so deeply? Oh my goodness." She laughed again. She actually smiled at me. That infuriating grin is sweeter than rock candy and snow pear. He thought to himself, overwhelmed by an unexpected warmth. I can't take it any longer. I feel as though my heart might melt. How vexing. What on earth does this girl intend? Does she truly wish to toy with me like a mere plaything? Tang En's inner thoughts remain a tapestry of vivid emotions. Yet outwardly, he maintains an unperturbed demeanor, merely responding with a gentle remark. I was not contemplating anything. I was simply admiring the beauty of this splendid sunset. Tang Shaoa observed her brother Tang En's feigned composure, finding it increasingly amusing. However, she recognized that this was not the moment for jest. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and said, "Brother Tang En, the truth is, I do not harbor any feelings for Tang Fan." Tang En was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. What did she just say? She does not harbor feelings for Tang Fan? How could this be possible? This is entirely at odds with the original narrative. Moreover, why did she suddenly choose to confide this to me? Tang En's mind was in utter disarray, resembling a muddled mass of confusion, rendering coherent thought impossible. Observing the bewildered expression on Tang En's face and the tumultuous monologue within his heart, Tang Shower felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly clarified, "Brother Tang En, although I am unaware of the source of your information, please do not misunderstand. I truly do not harbor any feelings for Tang Fan." Tang En regained his composure and, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Firstly, let me express my disinterest in your personal matters. I do not recall ever mentioning these wonders. So, Shishao, why have you suddenly brought this up?" Chapter 11. A Hint of Floss. Tang Shower realized that she had momentarily panicked, causing her to inadvertently reveal some floss. To conceal her ability to hear Tang En's innermost thoughts, she hastily explained, "I often enjoy studying leisurely books that delve into the interpretation of expressions and language. Thus, I can vaguely sense that you seem to have misunderstood the relationship between me and Tang Fan. Interpretation of expressions and language? Is there really psychology literature in this realm of cultivation?" Tang En found this explanation somewhat far-fetched. What relevance do expressions and linguistic interpretations hold in a world of cultivation, rife with soul-searching techniques and puppet arts? He harbored grave doubts regarding whether Tang Xiaoying was merely toying with him. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that Tang Xiaoying was a carefully chosen undercover agent from the Yi family, hence possessing some exceptional skills was quite reasonable. Moreover, given the already bizarre trajectory of the unfolding events, her minor tricks seemed rather insignificant. His primary concern now rested on the extent of the narrative's disarray. Would it impede his ability to fulfill the system's tasks and return to the blue star he so dearly longed for? That was the paramount issue. "Ah, I see, Xiaoying. You truly are erudite and talented." Tang En offered a perfunctory compliment, yet internally he was fervently criticizing. Psychology? Interpretation of expressions? Are you jesting with me? This wretched place doesn't even possess a globe, and you dare to speak of psychology? Well, I shall take my leave. Shower, you may continue to relish the sunset, for it is indeed quite beautiful. Tang En, feeling a sense of urgency, contemplated making a hasty retreat. He thought to himself that this woman posed a considerable threat. Should she seek to manipulate him into spurring on that scoundrel Tang Fan, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. After all, he currently held the esteemed position of a clan leader and would not allow himself to be merely a pawn in their game. Moreover, according to the original narrative, Tang Shower should be entangled in a romantic affair with that young scoundrel Tang Fan, exchanging sweet nothings. Her sudden approach with such nonsensical chatter could only signal ill intentions. Did she intend to exploit him? Tang En had remained single since birth, and that was not without reason. As Tang walked, he murmured to himself, completely oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Tang Xiao's face behind him. Tang Xiao listened to Tang's complaints in her heart, nearly bursting into laughter from frustration. What a fool! Despite her clear words, how could he remain so obstinate? Was her demeanor not sufficiently apparent? This scoundrel, truly a blockhead. Tang Xiao stamped her foot. Watching as Tang Anyue's figure receded further into the distance, a surge of inexplicable fury igniting within her. Throughout her life, she had never been so blatantly disregarded. How dare he? If words failed to convey her feelings, then perhaps actions would serve to demonstrate her resolve. Tang swiftly made his way back to his residence, darting through the streets with a brisk pace. Upon reaching the courtyard, he let out a long sigh, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. The two intense encounters he had today, even with his heart accustomed to the trials of web novels, proved to be overwhelming. Both of the female protagonists seemed rather peculiar, each more eccentric than the last. According to the original plot, at this moment, they should be orbiting around that young lad, Tang Fan. Why then? Were they now attempting to draw closer to him, the mere cannon fodder? Could it be that his identity as a transmigrator had caused the narrative to unravel? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through Tang's mind. Should he fail to complete the system's tasks? Returning to the cherished blue star would be but a distant dream. At that point, not only would he be unable to bask in the rewards of the system, potentially embracing a harem of 3,000, but he might even find himself devoid of a two-dimensional spouse. Yet, the image of Tang Xiao's delicate face illuminated by the setting sun was undeniably enchanting. Those large, glistening eyes seemed to speak volumes, stirring a yearning within him. Alas, it was a pity that this exquisite flower was destined for that young scamp, Tang Fan, no matter how much he longed for her. It would ultimately be in vain. Tang let out a sigh, feeling a deep sense of regret within. How wonderful it would be if these extraordinary women could indeed become his. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful daydream. In his current state of infatuation, daring to pursue these heroines would undoubtedly lead to his downfall, especially when Tang Fan would inevitably strike back, leaving him with nothing but ashes. Forget it, forget it. He resolved to stop dwelling on such thoughts and instead focus on how to accomplish the system's tasks. Returning to Blue Star with enhanced abilities was paramount. At that time, he could attempt to stand against the prevailing male protagonist of the urban narrative. Tang shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic fantasies. He pushed open the wooden door of his bedroom, intending to fetch pen and ink to meticulously organize his current situation. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, he found himself frozen in place. Before his desk stood a graceful figure, casually perusing some of the books he often read. The lingering rays of the setting sun filtered through the window, allowing Tang to discern her features, and his heart skipped a beat. It was none other than the heroine from the original narrative, the icy beauty Su Qing. She wore a delicate light blue gown, her lustrous black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her exquisite features, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, appeared even more ethereal and breathtaking, akin to a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. What in the world is happening? Tang gasped in surprise, feeling as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Shouldn't Su Qingru still be at the banquet? Even if she wasn't, she ought to have sought out that rascal Tang Fan. Why was she here, and in his room no less? Regaining his composure, Tang decided to bide his time and discern the intentions behind this enigmatic beauty. He cleared his throat, swiftly masking his expression to return to his usual nonchalance, and spoke softly. Su Qingru, what brings you here? Upon hearing Tang speak, it appeared that Su Qingru had only then registered the presence of another. She shifted her gaze from the book, her long, flowing hair swaying gently as she lifted her head, a captivating smile gracing her lips, causing Tang's heart to leap. Goodness! The icy beauty's smile was simply exquisite. It rendered his legs a tad unsteady. Sensing Tang's inner thoughts, Su Qingru paused briefly, her smile deepening. For what young maiden does not relish being complimented, especially when such praise is heartfelt? Moreover, during their earlier encounter in the Tang family hall, she had overheard nothing but his unflattering thoughts about her. This stark contrast filled her with a sense of triumph. Humph. So now he recognizes the charm of this young sect leader, does he? But is it really so exaggerated? Just a smile, and this fellow's legs turned to jelly? Wasn't he quite confident in the Tang family hall? A tinge of embarrassment flickered in Su Qingru's eyes as she discreetly assessed Tang, who still wore his gentle and composed demeanor. Chapter 12. Unsteady, indeed to her surprise, beneath his robe, His long legs did indeed tremble slightly. She nearly succumbed to laughter. Humph, Tang, you are not as formidable as you appear. Just as she was about to speak, Tang's next thought echoed in her mind. If that scoundrel Tang fan were to learn of this, I would have yet another reason for him to destroy me and the Tang family. It wouldn't even require Tang fan. Even that foolish sycophant from the Tianyin sect would dismantle me if he found out. The female protagonist in this book must truly be a fool to seek trouble with Tang fan and involve me in her antics. Upon hearing Tang's thoughts, Su Qingru's smile abruptly froze, akin to a delicate porcelain piece developing a crack. A wave of heat surged from her neck to her cheeks. Her previously fair complexion now blushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach. So he was weak-kneed not due to her beauty, but out of fear. Su Qingru felt like a mere jester, her earlier pride and delight swiftly morphing into embarrassment and vexation. She bit her lip, nearly breaking the tender skin. While her dainty feet, hidden within her boots, curled restlessly as if wishing to vanish into the ground. What could be the reason for her face to redden so? Surely, she hasn't had too much to drink. I had never observed her consuming alcohol at previous banquets. Tang Anxin pondered, utterly oblivious to the fact that she herself was the true instigator. Upon hearing Tang's inner thoughts, Su Qingru felt an even greater shame and indignation. Yet she managed to regain her composure. Drawing in a deep breath, she channeled her internal spiritual energy, forcibly suppressing the flush upon her face. Striving to maintain the facade of an icy beauty. Young Master Tang, Su Qingru's voice quivered slightly as she endeavored to appear nonchalant. Today, it is clearly a banquet hosted by the Tang family. May I inquire why young Master Tang departed so early? Is it that you harbor some dissatisfaction with our Tianyin sect? Upon hearing this, Tang maintained a stoic expression while his mind erupted into a dualistic frenzy. Dissatisfaction? I am brimming with nothing but discontent for your Tianyin sect. My mind is teeming with grievances. Were it not for the fear of being crushed by your group of immortal practitioners, I would have long since pointed a finger at you and berated you all. Especially you, foolish doe, as the leading lady. Shouldn't you be pursuing the male protagonist? Why waste your breath on me? If my cultivation were sufficient, I would have hung you up and given you a good thrashing. Of course, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. As he continued to feign utmost respect in his demeanor, young Master Su, you jest. I merely felt a slight discomfort, which compelled me to take my leave early. I hold only admiration for the Tianyin sect and harbor no discontent whatsoever. Su Qingru's delicate hands clutched the pages tightly, her knuckles turning white. It seemed as though she might unsheath her sword at any moment, cleaving this audacious individual before her in twain. To dare suggest such a thing? How brazen. She, Su Qingru, the young master of Tianyin sect, a paragon of excellence. From childhood, she had been revered, the center of attention, walking a path of invincibility in her cultivation journey. When had she ever endured such an affront? Her suitors formed a line from the gates of Tianyin sect to the marketplace below, all treating her with the utmost reverence, eager to elevate her to divine status. This Tangyin, merely a young master of the Tang family, had the audacity to behave in such a rebellious manner. Her heart seethed with fury, wishing to immediately rend Tang into pieces. Yet, reason cautioned her against impulsivity. After all, these thoughts were simply Tang's inner musings, unspoken. If she were to act against him based on this, it would not only be questioned whether anyone would believe it, but even if someone did, it would only serve to mock her as the young master of Tianyin sect for being so petty as to concern herself with what others think inwardly. Moreover, they were in the Tang family's domain. Regardless of Tang's demeanor, he was still one of their own. If she were to strike here, what face would the Tang family have left? How would the relationship between Tianyin sect and the Tang family be maintained? Su Qingru inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. She recited the heart-purifying mantra repeatedly until the tumultuous anger within her gradually subsided, before she slowly spoke again. Her voice remained cold, yet carried a barely perceptible tremor. Young Master Tang, my visit today is not solely predicated on your early departure. Upon hearing Tang's words, a chill ran through his heart. Was it not because I left my seat? What, then, was the reason? Could it possibly pertain to Tang fans' matters? That seemed implausible. My actions today had been flawless, leaving no opportunity for them to exploit. Am I truly seeking trouble merely for the protagonist's growth? Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, appearing as indifferent as ever. Might I inquire what further matters you have, young Master Su? Su Qinglu paused momentarily, casting a gaze laden with complexity upon Tang, and before continuing, it is not a significant matter. Rather, it appears we may be entangled in some misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Tangan felt a deeper confusion settle within him. Misunderstandings? What could there possibly be? As a minor antagonist, how could I harbor any misunderstanding with her, the grand heroine? Our paths seldom intersect. What could possibly misalign? Was it due to my earlier impulsive thoughts of confronting Tang Fan? Yet, I never acted upon that. Am I truly just seeking trouble? Tang On Yue felt increasingly alarmed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He endeavored to maintain his composure, offering a hollow laugh. Misunderstanding? Master Su, you jest. Surely there exists no misunderstanding between us. Su Qingru, seemingly unperturbed by Tang and S inquiry, possessed eyes as clear as autumn waters, now tinged with a hint of amusement. At present, she could discern the tumultuous thoughts within Tang An's heart. His contradictory demeanor evoked memories of a spirit cat she had once cared for in her youth. Though terrified to the core, it feigned ferocity, puffing up its fur in a comical display of bravado. Young Master Tang, there is no need for such anxiety. I have come today to propose a transaction. Su Qingru's lips parted slightly, her voice cool and melodious, yet imbued with the authority of one accustomed to high station. Tang An's heart was filled with perplexity. What scheme did this woman harbor? A transaction? With me? A minor antagonist destined to be trampled underfoot by the male lead? Surely she cannot be of sound mind. Though such thoughts swirled within her, Tang An maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Were her words not somewhat audacious? I am merely a scion of the mundane Tang family. By what merit could I engage in any dealings with the esteemed Lord Su? Su Qingru's lips curled into a subtle smile, hinting at a deeper meaning. Should one refrain from hasty conclusions, especially when Mr. Tang is so quick to dismiss without inquiry? After all, I have heard whispers that Mr. Tang harbors certain grievances towards Tang Fan. Tang Anqin's heart raced. This woman had indeed come because of Tang Fan. How on earth did she find out? Despite my efforts to play the submissive role today, was it not sufficient? Must I kneel before her to prove my loyalty? Chapter 13. Joining forces with the female protagonist? Cold sweat trickled down Tang An's forehead as he endeavored to maintain his composure, offering a forced chuckle. Master Su, you jest. There exists no animosity between Tang Fan and myself. Su Qingru's laughter, light and melodious like a silver bell, sent a shiver down Tang An's spine. Was this woman not even attempting to feign indifference? Surely, even if Tang Fan were to act against me, it would occur only in the later chapters of the original narrative. What on earth is happening in this storyline? Tang Gongzi, there is no need for concealment. I have long perceived your hostility towards Tang Fan. Su Qingru paused, her gaze piercing as it scrutinized Tang An's increasingly uneasy countenance. Moreover, our sentiments align perfectly. Caught off guard and on the verge of unleashing his spirit manipulation to make a hasty retreat, Tang An froze. He had not anticipated Su Qingru would utter such words. This woman harbored disdain for Tang Fan as well. This narrative was amiss. According to the established tropes, she should be enamored with the male protagonist, eagerly pursuing him, ultimately colliding headfirst into obstacles for his sake. Tang Gongzi, you appear quite astonished, Su Qingru observed, her amusement mixed with irritation at Tang An's dazed expression. What absurd notion led him to believe I would fawn over such a repugnant individual? Am I truly that desperate? While achieving the rank of a ninth-tier spirit practitioner at this age is indeed remarkable, my Tianyin sect is not devoid of prodigies. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the smile on Su Qingru's face faded, replaced once more by a flicker of annoyance. Tang An regained his composure and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, indeed. It is rather surprising. I did not anticipate that Lord Su Xiaozong would harbor a dislike for Tang Fan as well. Su Qing seemed to seize upon Tang An's words, gently closing the book in her hands. As for Tang Fan, he presents himself as cultured and refined. Yet beneath that facade lies a profound cunning and an intricate depth of character. Such a person, how could I ever hold him in high regard? Tang An secretly mused, disdainful? I perceive that it is you who fails to recognize his potential yet to blossom. When he eventually rises to greatness, will you not find yourself weeping and clamoring to bear his offspring? Of course, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, as he feigned a fade of surprise. So it appears I have misjudged Lord Su Xiaozong. With her teeth clenched, Su Qing forcefully disregarded Tang An's inner musings, letting out a soft huff. Young Master Tang, let us dispense with the pretense and speak candidly. Shall we join forces? Tang An felt a jolt within, taken aback by the audacity of this woman who dared to propose an alliance against the male protagonist. Despite ruminating over the situation, he remained utterly bewildered, as if he had swallowed a live fly. What madness possessed Su Qing? Was her mind truly muddled? Here he was, a minor antagonist solely focused on mere survival. And yet, he was being solicited by the leading lady for collaboration? Was she under the impression that Tang Fan's grudges against him were not sufficiently deep? Good heavens! What sort of absurd narrative was this? What on earth was this woman contemplating? Tang Yen was inwardly venting his frustrations. At this moment, I long to be an invisible man. She seems intent on roasting me alive. A wave of helplessness surged within him, making Tang Yen feel as though he were being mercilessly toyed with by the hand of fate. Ah, well, since I'm here, I might as well make my peace with it. After all, he had attained the realm of a spirit envoy. Even if that brat Tang Fan was the protagonist, he should not pose a threat to him in the near term. It was certainly a far cry from when he had just arrived in this world. Reduced to a mere spirit practitioner at the first level. After a moment of self-reassurance, Tang Yen's heart finally found some semblance of tranquility. He was exceedingly grateful for his optimistic disposition. Had he been a more psychologically fragile transmigrator, he would likely have crumbled under the pressure. After all, who had witnessed such a scene? The formidable heroine joining forces with a minor antagonist to conspire against the male lead. What a staggering plot twist. As Tang Yen raged internally, his thoughts were completely audible to Su Qingru. The once proud expression on her face transformed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. A spirit envoy? How is this possible? Just this morning, he was merely a lowly spirit practitioner at the 5th level, and within mere hours, he has ascended to the rank of spirit envoy? Could it be that he has been concealing his cultivation? But how could a young master from a mundane family cultivate such profound techniques? Not only did he manage to deceive me, but even Elder Lin failed to notice anything amiss? Su Qingru's gaze towards Tang Yen shifted, becoming more intricate and intensely curious. She had initially perceived him as a minor character with trivial ambitions, but now it seemed he harbored numerous secrets. Coming back to herself, a peculiar expression flickered across Su Qingru's exquisite face. She had heard every word of Tang Yen's inner turmoil and felt somewhat speechless. This fellow had reached the realm of a spirit envoy yet remained so timid? Were she in his position, she would have already drawn her sword and reduced Tang Fan's handsome visage to mere pulp, then summoned Elder Lin to turn his soul to ashes, ensuring he would never reincarnate. Now that would be eradicating the root of the problem, forever eliminating future threats. However, despite Tang Yen's cowardice, his internal monologue was quite rich. And since he and Tang Fan belonged to the same Tang family, any conflict would be justified. The most crucial aspect was Tang Yen's uniqueness. Recruiting him might yield even more secrets, proving to be immensely valuable. A playful smile crept onto Su Qingru's lips, her gaze holding a hint of mockery as she addressed Tang Yen. Young Master Tang, I am unsure of your contemplations, but have you ever heard this saying? Even if a rabbit does not provoke a lion, the lion will not spare it, only that it has not yet felt hunger. Su Qingru's words struck Tang Yen like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the chaos in his mind. He shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Wow, this woman speaks an undeniable truth. Tang Yen roared inwardly with fervent frustration. How could I have overlooked this? He had previously focused solely on survival, striving to minimize his presence and avoid drawing the attention of that wretched protagonist, Tang Fan. However, he had neglected a crucial detail. That lad was far from a gentle soul. His vindictive nature was as foul and unyielding as a stone in a cesspool. Tang Yen has now come to a profound understanding that the situation between him and Tang Fan has escalated to an irreconcilable conflict. Regardless of how timid he may feel or his desire to remain inconspicuous, Tang Fan will not relent. After all, in the original narrative, he had grievously offended this young man, employing various underhanded tactics and schemes, nearly resorting to poisoning him directly. Now, with the plot unfolding in such a bizarre manner, the relationship between the two leading ladies, Tang Shower and Su Qing, has also become increasingly enigmatic. Tang Fan must harbor even greater resentment towards himself. One can never tell when he might be in a foul mood and send someone to eliminate me. Chapter 14. Nirvana? Goodness, this woman is well versed in PUA techniques. Tang Yen internally cursed, yet managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Miss Su was right. I had been naively optimistic. Su Qing, witnessing Tang Yen's concession, felt a surge of delight in her heart, though her expression remained haughty. It would be most advantageous if young Master Tang could grasp this truth. Meanwhile, that rascal Tang Fan was secretly executing a plan named Nirvana. Should he succeed, his strength would soar to unprecedented heights, and at that juncture, neither you nor I would stand a chance against him. Nirvana? Tang Yen's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with that term. In the original narrative, it represented a pivotal step in Tang Fan's rise. Is this plan truly remarkable? He feigned ignorance as he inquired. Su Qing, as if attuned to Tang Yen's inner thoughts, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Was it merely remarkable? It was nothing short of extraordinary. Once successful, he would leap across an entire realm, and at that point, in his eyes, you would be no different from an ant. Wow, this woman truly hit the nail on the head. A wave of unease washed over Tangen, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. What should we do? She pondered anxiously. What can we do? Naturally, we must thwart him. Su Qing's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. I require your assistance to infiltrate his study and seize the detailed information on the Nirvana project. Infiltrate? Tangen's voice quivered slightly. To send him to his demise? He had not yet lived enough. Wasn't this far too perilous? Perilous? Heh. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe you possess any other options? Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone you, young Master Tang? Tangen gritted his teeth, acutely aware that Su Qing's words rang true. At this juncture, he faced a stark choice: await his demise or take a daring gamble. Although infiltrating Tang Fan's study was fraught with peril, it represented his sole opportunity. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Tang Anxin resolved to take the plunge. Su Qingru nodded in satisfaction. This was the right attitude. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish in vain. I will provide you with some special assistance. Su Qingru handed Tangen a smooth jade pendant, its touch cool yet emanating a peculiar wave of energy. This is a specially crafted shielding jade pendant, capable of temporarily disrupting the security system surrounding Tang Fan's study. Remember, it is only effective for half an hour. Her slender fingers traced a secret route on the map. This is the infiltration path. I have marked the patrol patterns of all the guards as well as the locations of traps and mechanisms. I have also prepared the layout of the study for you. The hidden compartment is located behind the landscape painting on the desk. Tangen took the jade pendant and the map, his heart fluttering like a rabbit in his chest, yet he feigned calmness on the surface. He listened intently to Su Qingru's explanation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. He even discreetly retrieved a jade tablet to clandestinely record the entire process of Su Qingru's narration, inwardly grumbling. This woman truly regards me as mere cannon fodder. As night fell, the Tang family estate was enveloped in a serene silence. Tangen took a deep breath, gripping the jade pendant firmly in his hand. Following Su Qingru's instructions, he commenced his infiltration. Like a nimble gecko, he darted through the shadows. Utilizing the cover of the jade pendant and his comprehension of the original narrative, he deftly evaded patrolling guards and mechanical traps. However, just as he was about to approach the study, a towering figure obstructed his path. It was Lei Bao, Tang Fan's personal bodyguard, a master of formidable prowess. In the original tale, this individual was indeed a ruthless character, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 80 souls. In a moment of sheer panic, Tangen felt a wave of dread wash over him, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. He held his breath, paralyzed with fear. Akin to a rabbit ensnared in the gaze of a stalking cheetah, Lei Bao seemed to sense something amiss. His keen eyes sweeping through the surrounding darkness as he intoned in a low voice, "Who goes there?" In this critical juncture, Tangen, driven by desperation, swiftly retrieved the sedative that Su Qing had given him and forcefully blew it toward Lei Bao. A pale yellow powder dispersed into the air, and upon inhaling the narcotic, Lei Bao staggered slightly before collapsing heavily to the ground. Tangen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly maneuvering past the thunder leopard and slipping into the study. The room was dimly lit, suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. He swiftly followed the map's guidance and located the landscape painting behind the desk. With great caution, he pressed the mechanism hidden within the painting. A concealed compartment gradually opened, revealing an encrypted document inside. This was it. Tang Anxin felt a surge of joy as he concealed the document within his bosom, preparing to make his escape. However, just as he turned away, the study door opened silently. Tang Fan's silhouette appeared at the doorway, a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent gracing his features, his eyes glimmering with amusement as they settled upon Tangen. "Ah, is this not my dear younger brother? At such a late hour. Instead of resting soundly in your own chamber, what brings you to my study?" Tang Fan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Tangen's heart sank. Tangen feigned calmness, a faint smile stretching across his face, as if sneaking into his brother's study in the dead of night were a commonplace occurrence. "Brother, why are you still awake at this hour?" I simply couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll and, unexpectedly, found myself here in your study." His heart raced with anxiety, knowing that this excuse was riddled with flaws. Even he could see through it, let alone Tang Fan. Tang Fan approached step by step, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade against Tangen's face. "Just taking a stroll, are we? Strolling into my study and even unlocking my secret compartment? Do you truly believe I am but a mere child of 3? Tangen realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. So he decided to drop the facade and let out a cold laugh. Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to hide anything. Indeed, I have come in search of this document. He patted the file hidden within his bosom and then raised his gaze towards Tang Fan. You. Tang Fan's face turned a deep shade of anger, veins protruding from his forehead. It seemed that one would not shed tears until confronted with the reality of the grave. Do you truly believe that by stealing this document you could alter anything? You are woefully naive. In a sudden burst of motion, swift as a flash of lightning, he seized Tangen by the collar. Tangen was well prepared and swiftly sprinkled the narcotic powder onto Tang Fan's face. The pale yellow powder dispersed in the air. Tang Fan, caught off guard, instinctively shut his eyes in a bid to evade. In that fleeting moment, Tangen broke free from his restraints and burst through the door. Damn it! Tang Fan was momentarily choked by the drug, coughing a few times, which caused him to lag slightly. He watched helplessly as Tangen fled from the study. With a roar of fury, he immediately gave chase. The Tang family's grand residence instantly illuminated as the guards swiftly mobilized. Tang's heart raced, adrenaline surged through his veins. Akin to a rabbit being pursued by hounds, as he darted through the sprawling Tang estate, utilizing his familiarity with the terrain and the map provided by Su Qing. He navigated through the intricate corridors and courtyards like a fleeting shadow, appearing and disappearing in the moonlight. On several occasions, he narrowly evaded capture by the guards, employing the cunning tactics he had learned from the original narrative. At one point, he even activated the fountain mechanism in the Tang garden. The towering column of water erupting skyward, obscuring the guard's line of sight and granting him precious moments to escape. Tang Fan pursued relentlessly, his voice echoing with fury as he shouted, Tangen, halt at once. Do you truly believe you can escape? Chapter 15, The Secret Chamber, The Jade Slip, The Truth. Tangen dared not look back, for he was acutely aware that Tang Fan's prowess far surpassed his own. Should he be caught, the consequences would be dire. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted with all his might, as if his lungs might burst from the exertion. Ultimately, he fled to the rear mountain of the Tang family estate. Following Su Qingru's guidance, he knew there existed a concealed path that led to the outside world. He raced along this trail, thorns tearing at his clothing and lacerating his skin. Yet, he felt no pain, consumed solely by the desperate urge to escape this prison. Just as he was nearing the exit, his foot suddenly found no ground beneath it, and he plummeted downwards. It turned out that this path, long neglected, had a section that had collapsed, creating a bottomless pit. Tangen despairingly closed his eyes, the howling wind swirling around him. Wait, the sound of the wind? This trap seemed somewhat amiss. As the wind roared, Tangen felt as though he had been falling for an eternity, long enough to begin questioning his existence, wondering if he had inadvertently taken the wrong script. This was far from a tale of triumph. It was, in fact, a complete and utter tragedy. Thud. The anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Instead, he was met with a peculiar sensation of softness. Tangen opened his eyes and discovered that he had fallen onto a thick bed of fallen leaves. Apart from a slight discomfort in his backside, he was surprisingly unscathed. He struggled to rise, using the dim light to survey his surroundings. It was a concealed cave, dim and damp, with the air thick with a pungent odor reminiscent of moldy socks intermingled with the scent of aged pickled vegetables. Tangen pinched his nose, silently cursing. What kind of wretched place is this? Could Su Qing be deliberately setting me up? The walls of the cave were inscribed with strange symbols resembling an ancient script, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. Tangen squinted his eyes as he gazed at the text before him, suddenly realizing something significant. This place could very well be a concealed secret chamber. Tang Fan concealed a secret chamber beneath the Grand Tang residence, but what purpose could it serve? Contemplating this, Tangen felt a surge of vitality, as if the pain within him had lessened considerably. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort coursing through his body, Tangen began to slowly navigate deeper along the cave's walls. As he ventured further into the depths of the cavern, a pungent aroma of decayed wood mingled with the scent of dust assailed his senses. In the dim light, Tangen discovered that the end of the cave was, astonishingly, a stone door. He tentatively pushed against it, but the door remained immovable, as if it were sealed to the ground. Tangen, undeterred by superstition, forcefully rammed his shoulder against the stone door several times. Yet, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Curse! What a shoddy construction this is! Tangen stepped back a few paces in frustration, ready to make another attempt, only to discover a slightly recessed stone tile beside the stone door. Tang Anxin felt a stir in her heart as she reached out and pressed down. With a soft click, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, gaping crack. A chilling breeze wafted from the fissure, carrying with it an even more pungent scent of mildew. Tang Yin nearly stumbled from the overwhelming stench. He suppressed his discomfort and squeezed through the stone door. Behind it lay a small chamber, containing nothing more than a dilapidated wooden table and a single chair. The table was blanketed in dust, accompanied by a diary and a locked iron box. What secrets could Tang Fan be concealing in this hidden refuge? Tang Yin curiously picked up the diary, brushing away the dust that had settled upon it. The cover of the diary was somewhat tattered, with the faint inscription of Tang Fan's diary barely visible. As he opened the diary, Tang Yin swiftly skimmed through its contents, his expression gradually growing serious. The entries chronicled various plans devised by Tang Fan over the years, the majority of which were intricately linked to the Tang family's fortune. Among them were even some clandestine dealings, revealing the cunning nature of the old fox. Tang Yin muttered a curse under his breath and continued to turn the pages. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on one particular page. Collaborating with the Wang family to eliminate dissenters and seize control of Qingyun Prefecture. Tang Yin suddenly lifted his head. His eyes filled with astonishment. The Wang family is an esteemed and powerful clan in Qingyun Prefecture, their influence vast. And they have perpetually been in a competitive relationship with the Tang family. Tang Fan is actually colluding with the Wang family? Tang Yin's heart raced violently, as he came to the realization that he might have uncovered something of great significance. If Tang Fan truly allied himself with the Wang family, the Tang family's situation would be perilous. He continued to peruse the pages, discovering that the diary meticulously detailed the plans for collaboration between Tang Fan and the Wang family. It even outlined specific courses of action with remarkable clarity. How daring of you, Tang Fan, to contemplate surrendering the Tang family into the hands of the Wang family. Tang Yin, consumed by fury, felt an overwhelming urge to confront Tang Fan immediately. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The moment was not yet ripe. He required further evidence. Tang Yin's gaze fell upon the iron box resting on the table. This iron box was locked, exuding an aura of robustness. Tang Yin attempted to pry it open, only to discover that the lock was exceedingly sturdy and utterly unyielding. Curse it! Tang Yin, feeling a surge of frustration, ran his fingers through his hair. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he recalled the lock-picking techniques he had learned from the original narrative. He retrieved a slender piece of iron wire from his pocket, carefully inserted it into the keyhole, held his breath, and began to manipulate it gently. With a soft click, the lock yielded. Tang Yin's heart swelled with joy as she eagerly opened the iron box. To her surprise, the contents were not the gold, silver, or crucial evidence she had anticipated, but rather a jade slip. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. The dark red jade slip, emblazoned with the 4 gilded characters of the Tang family's secret script, emanated a palpable heat that starkly contrasted with the eerie atmosphere of the dimly lit chamber. What on earth was happening? Tang Yin muttered softly, feeling foolish for expending so much effort only to uncover such a trivial matter. Could it be that Tang Fan had intentionally set a smokescreen? He delved into the jade tablet, discovering that it contained a record of every transaction between Tang Fan and Wang Donglin of the Wang family in Qingyun Prefecture. The scorching jade tablet pressed against Tang Yin's forehead, a torrent of information surging into his mind. The cold air of the secret chamber seemed incapable of quelling the searing intensity of the knowledge flooding him. Within the jade tablet, Tang Fan's insincere visage appeared in the dimly lit room, exchanging cups and laughter with Wang Donglin. As the Tang family's assets were systematically carved up like a succulent piece of meat. That boy, Tang Yin, poses no threat. I have made arrangements to ensure he stirs up no trouble. Tang Fan raised his wine glass, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Wang Donglin roared with laughter, his corpulent face adorned with countless creases. Once the plan is executed, Qingyun Prefecture will belong to both our families, thanks to your cunning, brother Tang. The ensuing scene ignited a furious blaze within Tang Yin. They not only conspired to devour the Tang family's assets, but they also plotted to orchestrate an accident that would lead to his untimely demise. Tang Yin gazed at the hypocritical smile of Tang Fan reflected in the image, his stomach churning violently as if a tempest raged within, nearly causing him to expel the remnants of last night's meal. You old wretch, I truly underestimated you. Tang Yin gritted his teeth in frustration as he carefully stored the jade tablet away. With utmost caution, he secured the iron box and activated the mechanism, allowing the stone door to gradually close, sealing the secret chamber once more. Upon returning to his room, Tang Yin found himself in a tumultuous state of mind. He paced back and forth, the contents of the jade tablet piercing his heart like a thorn. He realized that these images alone were insufficient to bring down Tang Fan. Tang Fan has been managing the Tang family for many years, establishing a profound foundation. Without substantial evidence, he could easily deny any allegations and even retaliate. It is imperative to uncover more evidence. Tang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He recalled some descriptions of the Wang family from the original text. On the surface, the head of the Wang family, Wang Donglin, appeared to be a righteous man. However, behind the scenes, he engaged in unspeakable acts of human trafficking. From the exploitation of young maidens to the crafting of sinister puppets, he left no stone unturned. Chapter 16, The Might of Power. Tang recalls that in the original text, beneath the residence of the Wang family patriarch, Wang Donglin, lies a secret dungeon shrouded in darkness. Within its confines are imprisoned young girls who have been trafficked, along with the abhorrent remnants of experiments merging humans and monstrous beasts. To bring down Tang Fan, the Wang family serves as the critical juncture. However, charging headlong into this situation would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Tang craved power, immense power. At the very least, he must accomplish several system tasks to elevate his realm. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Just wait, you heartless old wretch. And you, the despicable lot of the Wang family. Your retribution is imminent. Tang anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, the contents of the jade tablet clinging to him like a relentless parasite. The schemes of Tang Fan and the machinations of the Wang family resembled two venomous serpents, coiling within his heart and flicking their scarlet tongues. He craved power, immense power. Only then could he utterly crush these serpents. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a chilling luminescence. Suddenly, a wisp of enchanting fragrance drifted with the night breeze, followed by a melodious voice from outside the window. Young Master Tang, are you asleep? It was Su Qingru. Her intentions were not merely to engage in idle chatter, but rather to probe into Tang Fan's future plans for the Tianen sect. Her delicate fingers gently caressed the hilt of the sword at her waist. As thoughts surged within her mind, Su Qingru understood Tang's character. Although a tempest of wild words could erupt within him, he outwardly portrayed a timid demeanor, reluctant to become adversarial with his kin. Meanwhile, Tang, now returned to his room, found his thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. Tang Fan and the Wang family loomed over him like two colossal mountains, suffocating him with their weight. He realized that his naive desire to simply endure had truly slipped through his fingers. Initially, he thought that as long as he refrained from provoking that wretched Tang Fan, he would be safe. However, it now seemed that he had inexplicably been driven onto this treacherous path. Especially now, why had Su Qing, that insufferable woman, come seeking him once more? Damn it! Tang inwardly cursed. Is this woman truly lacking in common sense? He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. Wasn't she fond of Tang Fan? Why was she persistently bothering him, especially at this late hour? Showing up without offering him any sustenance, how absurd. Despite his complaints, however, Tang found himself obediently rising from his bed, opening the door with a smile as he regarded her. Did the Saintess have any urgent matters to discuss at such an hour? If not, it would be best for her to take her leave, as propriety must be observed, and her reputation is of utmost importance. Yet, upon witnessing Tang's refined demeanor, Su Qingru seemed utterly unfazed by his words. After all, she could hear the discordant thoughts that belied his polished exterior. Ah, how utterly vexing. Why does she keep seeking me out? She ought to pursue her beloved Tang Fan instead. Spare me, I truly feel nauseous. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Su Qingru was not as perturbed by his remarks as she had been previously. On the contrary, a barely perceptible smile graced her features. The more he wished to avoid me, the more I shall cling to him. Observing Su Qingru silently scrutinizing him, Tang felt all the more bewildered. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising irritation, he lifted his gaze to Su Qingru, forcing himself to present a gentler smile. Tang had long ceased to concern himself with trivialities. At present, he merely wished to conclude this dialogue swiftly, allowing himself the tranquility to prepare for his forthcoming endeavors. Young Master Tang, under his watchful gaze, Su Qingru finally began to speak. Her tone, though cool, carried a hint of regret. I apologize for the disturbance of this late-night visit. Upon hearing her response, Tang offered a meticulously crafted smile, striving to maintain a steady demeanor. It is no trouble at all, merely a visit from you, Saintess Su. However, as the hour grows late, perhaps it would be prudent to defer our discussion until the day after tomorrow. Yet, Su Qingru did not relent. Instead, she gently shook her head, her gaze shifting as if in search of something. Might I inquire, young Master Tang, if you have any plans for tomorrow? Tang hesitated for a moment, reluctant to divulge his itinerary to her. However, upon observing Su Qing's demeanor, he inexplicably sensed a shift within himself. It was clear that this woman would not depart without extracting every detail from him. How his carefully crafted persona had crumbled. Where was the aloof beauty he was supposed to portray? Instead, she resembled an inquisitive young deer, brimming with curiosity. To be candid with the Saintess, I shall be attending an auction tomorrow. Tang succinctly responded, hoping to conclude the topic. His words were not mere fabrications. They reflected a thought he had upon his recent return. According to the original storyline, the protagonist, Tang Fan, was set to attend the auction the following day, intending to seize a few opportunities. However, under the guidance of an elderly man within a ring, he acquired a significant fortune at an exceedingly low price. Now that Tang had resolved to take action, such opportunities would undoubtedly not be relinquished to others. The auction? Su Qingru's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. I too hold a keen interest in this auction. Might I accompany you, my lord? Upon hearing this, Tang was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting. This woman must be unwell. How could a revered saintess from a major sect possibly be interested in an auction held in this insignificant county? Is she merely toying with him? He had initially intended to go alone, preparing thoroughly, yet given Su Qingru's status, he found it difficult to refuse her directly. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his impatience, though an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why was she so insistent on probing? Was it for Tang Fan's sake? Otherwise, he could hardly fathom how someone of Su Qingru's stature would utter such words. In his contemplation, he failed to notice the slight twitch at the corner of Su Qingru's mouth. I am truly at my wit's end. This Tang is internally mocking me. Do I truly seem so diminished? Tomorrow, I shall follow him closely and observe what schemes he has. Furthermore, it seems that Tang Fan would also be attending the auction. Now, that adds an intriguing twist. I must go. I simply must. The following morning, a soft golden sunlight bathed the bluestone path, and the air was infused with a refreshing essence. Tang donned a modest gray robe, crafted from fine fabric, yet characterized by its unpretentious design. At his waist hung an antiquated jade pendant, which swayed gently, accentuating his refined demeanor, devoid of any ostentation typical of his usual grandeur. Su Qing, on the other hand, was adorned in a delicate light blue dress, her tall figure gracefully accentuated by its form-fitting silhouette. Although the slightly constricted garment was ill-suited for combat, it elegantly traced her alluring curves. Her long, fair neck resembled that of a swan, exuding an air of sophistication. Chapter 17. Truly a beautiful countenance. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly secured with a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, further highlighting her snow-like complexion and picturesque features. Beneath the hem of her dress, her long, slender legs were subtly revealed, adding an alluring charm to her overall appearance. Tang surveyed Su Qingru with an impassive demeanor. Despite feeling utterly repulsed by Tang Fan, he could not help but admire the young woman in his heart. Indeed, she possessed a striking beauty, and today he was fortunate to witness it. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, which were difficult to look away from. One could only imagine how alluring she would appear in a JK uniform. However, it seemed her approach to me was primarily motivated by Tang Fan. What is it about that scoundrel that is so appealing? Su Qingru sensed Tang's thoughts in the lingering gaze he cast upon her. A flush of crimson rose to her cheeks, a blend of annoyance and a hint of pride swelling within her. It appeared this fool possessed some discernment after all. She cleared her throat softly, drawing Tang's attention back to her, and inquired gently, "Young Master Tang, when shall we set off?" Tang finally realized his indiscretion, offering an awkward smile as he hastily diverted his gaze and discreetly adjusted his collar. "Let us depart then." Although he verbally expressed his intent to leave, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Qingru from the corner of his eye. He had not noticed before, but her angry demeanor was rather endearing. Last night, at Su Qingru's request, Tang ultimately acquiesced to attend the auction together. However, he had his own stipulations. To avert unnecessary complications, they agreed to adopt understated attire. Moreover, they would suppress their auras, masquerading as two ordinary cultivators. After all, this endeavor involved snatching opportunities from Tang Fan, the prominent protagonist, and it was imperative to conceal their true identities. Otherwise, who could foresee the potential butterfly effect that might ensue? Yet, as fate would have it, their plans were soon to be disrupted the moment they arrived at the entrance of the market. A sweet and melodious voice, strikingly familiar, reached Tang's ears. "Is that you, young Master Tang? Wait for me." Turning his head, he beheld a graceful figure. It was none other than Tang Xiao'er. Today, Tang Xiao'er's attire is particularly striking. Clad in a delicate pink gown, she appears even more enchanting and charming. The ingenious design of the dress accentuates her slender waist while exquisitely outlining her voluptuous curves. Especially when Tang Xiao'er jogs over, her impressive bosom sways prominently, reminiscent of two ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible desire to savor their sweetness. Such an extravagant sight ignites a warmth within Tang's heart once more. Oh dear! It is indeed delightful to see Xiao'er, the little sun. Upon her arrival, my spirits inexplicably lift, far surpassing the chill of Su Qing. Yet, the thought that such a radiant sun is merely one of Tang Fan's many courtesans fills me with discomfort. Tang Fan, you truly deserve to perish. Just as I rushed in front of Tang Yin, before I could utter a word, I was met with these inner thoughts. Tang Xiao'er's previously radiant smile momentarily froze, only to be swiftly suppressed within her heart. Everyone says I am so wonderful. Why must I still be associated with Tang Fan? I have clearly stated my position. What on earth is the young master thinking? Fool, the young master is nothing but a big dullard who fails to comprehend the words of others. After a silent scoff within, Tang Xiao'er charmingly blocked the path of Tang Fan and Su Qingru, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief and perhaps a hint of playful affection. Oh, it is indeed young Master Tang'an. Ah, and you, Saintess Su, how delightful to see you here. Where are you two headed? Tang Xiao'er's voice was as sweet as honey. I find myself quite bored. Would you consider taking me along? She gently tugged at Tang'an's sleeve, her tone filled with earnest pleading. Tang'an hesitated, pondering to himself. The purpose of this journey is particular. The presence of an additional individual only amplifies the risk of exposure. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Qingru, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. Sensing Tang'an's uncertainty, Su Qingru offered a gentle smile and softly remarked, Sister Xiao'er, Tang'an has pressing matters to attend to today and may find it inconvenient to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao'er pouted her lips, feigning a sense of grievance, and said, Oh dear, Sister Su, do you truly hold me in such disdain? Even Brother Tang'an has remained silent. As she spoke, she tugged at Tang Fan's sleeve, playfully pleading, Brother Tang'an, please take me along. I promise to be obedient and not cause any trouble. Su Qing, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, was about to speak. However, Tang Xiao'er took the lead and said, Sister Su, surely you are not afraid that I will take away Brother Tang'an, are you? Her words were laced with a hint of provocation. Su Qing responded with a faint smile, retorting, Sister Xiao'er, you jest. I am merely concerned that you, being pampered, may struggle to cope. Oh, Sister Su, you need not worry. I assure you, I am quite well behaved, Xiao'er replied. As Tang Xiao'er spoke, she covertly cast a flirtatious glance at Tang'an. Tang'an found himself both amused and exasperated by her actions, inwardly lamenting. These two women are truly more formidable than the last. At the entrance of the auction venue, attendants were methodically distributing masks to the guests. These masks, uniform in style, were crafted from pure white material, adorned only at the edges with intricate patterns outlined in gold thread, lending an air of mystery and elegance. However, each mask bore distinct numbers marked in silver powder, serving to differentiate the identities of the guests. Simultaneously, the attendants provided each guest with the designation of their respective rooms, enabling them to swiftly locate their quarters within the venue. Tang'an approached the reception desk and politely informed the auction staff, We are 3 individuals, and we require only 1 private booth. The attendant nodded with a smile, promptly made the necessary arrangements, and handed Tang'an a jade plaque engraved with the room number. Shortly thereafter, a stunning auctioneer clad in a red, form-fitting gown, accentuating her curves, gracefully ascended the auction stage. With a melodious and enchanting voice, she declared the commencement of the auction. The first item was presented upon the auction platform by a servant. It was a pill of vibrant crimson hue, encased within a transparent crystal dome. Subtle patterns of alchemical inscriptions flowed across its surface, exuding a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. The beautiful auctioneer parted her lips, her voice ringing clear and sweet. Esteemed guests, the first item for bidding is the Crimson Flame Pill. Her melodious words reverberated throughout the hall as she elegantly lifted the crystal dome, revealing the striking red pill within. This pill, classified as a 4th-grade elixir, showcased swirling alchemical patterns and a potent fragrance, signifying its superior quality. She paused momentarily before continuing. Consuming this pill not only enhances the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners, but also amplifies the potency of their flames, making it a coveted treasure for those who wield fire. The starting bid for the Crimson Flame pill is set at 1,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent increase to be no less than 100 spirit stones. Chapter 18. Contest for the pill. No sooner had the auctioneer finished her announcement than the venue erupted in excitement. 1,100 spirit stones. An elderly gentleman in a booth on the second floor eagerly raised his bidding paddle, his robust voice resonating throughout the hall. 1,200 spirit stones. A young man clad in splendid attire from another booth followed suit, undeterred. 1,500 spirit stones. A masked woman boldly raised her bid by 300 spirit stones, her tone imbued with unwavering determination. 1,600 spirit stones. 1,700 spirit stones. The bids cascaded in rapid succession, the price soaring as within mere moments it surpassed the threshold of 2,000 spirit stones. Tangen sat in the private room, observing the bidders with great interest, while inwardly he began to silently summon the system. System, scan this Crimson Flame pill. Ding. Scanning complete. Target, 4th tier Crimson Flame pill. Containing pure fire attribute spiritual energy. It can enhance the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners and augment the potency of flames. Ingredients: 3 Crimson Flame herbs, 1 Fire Spirit mushroom, 1 piece of core lava. The system's cold voice resonated in Tangen's mind, followed by a lengthy list of ingredient names and refining steps. Tangen's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of a playful smile. He possessed all the necessary materials within his storage ring and was thoroughly familiar with the methods of refinement. This so-called 4th-grade elixir was, to him, nothing more than refuse. 2,500 spirit stones. A sharp voice echoed from the adjacent private room, laced with a sense of pride. 2,600 spirit stones. A robust voice countered without hesitation, following closely behind. Tangen listened to the bidding voices, a cold smile forming in his heart. A group of fools, vying fiercely over a mere broken pill. Su Qing and Tang Xiaoer observed Tangen's performance with calm indifference. 3,000 spirit stones. The voice from the adjacent room was shrill, akin to a rooster with its neck grasped, laced with a hint of frenzied pride. Tangen remained poised and unperturbed, as though the clamor of the bidding bore no relation to him. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Premium Elixir 9-turn Golden Sun Pill detected. It is recommended that the host participate in the auction immediately. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Tangen's eyes. The 9-turn Golden Sun Pill? This is the miraculous elixir from novels that can transform one's very being and propel them to greatness. 5,000 spirit stones. Tangen boldly doubled the price, leaving the entire room in stunned silence, as everyone was awestruck by this sudden surge in bidding. 5,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. It is enough to purchase the entire assets of several lesser sects. From the adjacent private room, an exasperated roar erupted. Who are you, brat? How dare you compete with me for this treasure? Tangen let out a cold sneer, choosing to disregard the matter at hand. He was well aware that the individual in the adjacent private room was none other than Tang Fan. 6,000 spirit stones. Tang Fan's voice emerged from clenched teeth, laced with intense animosity. 7,000 spirit stones. Tangen maintained a placid tone, as if merely discussing a trivial issue. As the prices escalated, Tang Fan's expression grew increasingly grim, veins bulging on his forehead, and the fury in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. He understood that if he continued to bid, he risked losing everything he possessed. Ultimately, upon Tangen declaring an exorbitant price of 10,000 spirit stones, Tang Fan despondently conceded. 10,000 spirit stones, once. 10,000 spirit stones, twice. 10,000 spirit stones, thrice. Sold. The auctioneer excitedly struck the gavel, and the 9-turn Golden Sun Pill was finally secured in Tangen's possession. After the auction concluded, Tangen, accompanied by Su Qing and Tang Xiaoer, prepared to depart. Stop right there. Tang Fan menacingly obstructed their path. What is it that you desire? Tangen regarded him with a standard smile, suppressing her discontent. Who are you to dare compete with me for what is mine? Have you grown weary of life? Tang Fan gritted his teeth, his fist clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Enough. You've gone too far. Tang Xiaoer stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tangen. At an auction, the highest bidder prevails. If you lose, you lose. What is there to be ashamed of? Tang Fan felt a sense of familiarity in the woman's voice, yet at that moment, anger clouded his mind. Who do I think you are? It turns out you are merely a lowly servant. The master has yet to speak, so what gives you the right to utter a word? Tang Fan chuckled with a hint of irony. What is this? Are you feeling sympathy for your little lover? I advise you to mind your own business, lest you attract trouble upon yourself. Tang Xiao's expression changed dramatically as she was about to retort, but was pulled behind by Tang and mind your words. Tang glared coldly at Tang Fan. Tang Xiao's delicate body trembled as she looked up at Tang Fan in disbelief. A mere servant? A lowly woman? How could he dare to speak of her in such a manner? Tang gazed at Tang Xiao, her eyes filled with injury, and continued, moreover, this 9-transformation golden sun pill was acquired through my own efforts. What gives you the audacity to boast here? If you're unconvinced, let us compete in wealth another time. Tang Fan was rendered speechless by Tang Yin's words. He was acutely aware of the inscrutable depth of Tang Yin's background. He knew that he was no match for him, and the intricacies of the latter's connections remained beyond his grasp. Any rash actions would only lead to his own humiliation. Tang Fan felt a surge of anger within, yet found himself powerless to act upon it. He could only suppress the fury simmering in his heart and cast a fierce glare at Tang Yin. You shall pay for this. Tang Fan squeezed out a few words between his teeth and departed without looking back, leaving one to watch his figure fade into the corner of the street. Tang Xiao stood frozen in place, her eyes brimming with a myriad of intricate emotions. Tang Yin gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. It's all right now. Let us be on our way. Tang Xiao came to her senses and forced a smile. The two walked side by side, but the atmosphere felt rather oppressive. Tang Xiao glanced furtively at Tang Yin, her expression betraying a desire to speak yet hesitating to voice her thoughts. Tang Yin sensed her unusual demeanor, halted his steps, and inquired, Xiao, do you have something you wish to express? Tang Xiao bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to ask, Tang Yin, why do you choose to assist me? You clearly have no obligation to concern yourself with my affairs. Are we not friends? Is it not natural for friends to support one another? Yet, he treats you in such a manner. Tang Xiao's voice lowered, as he audaciously insulted me, calling me a despicable servant. Tang gazed at Tang Xiao, whose eyes reflected pain, feeling a pang of compassion. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair and said, do not let his words trouble you. He is merely a man incapable of accepting defeat. I am well aware of the person you truly are. Tang Xiao raised her head, her eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. Thank you. Tang silly girl, why be so formal with me? Tang replied with a smile. Come, I shall escort you home. Grasping Tang hand, Tang Xiao appeared exceedingly docile at that moment, pouting her lips and quietly following him, not uttering a single word. Chapter 19. An unexpected turn of events upon returning to her residence. Tang Xiao found it difficult to quell her emotions. She sat by the window, gazing at the fading glow of the horizon, her mind replaying the moment when Tang stood up for her. His unwavering gaze and resolute words were deeply etched in her memory. As night descended, Tang Fan unexpectedly came to her door to apologize. With his head bowed in a sincere tone, he showed none of the arrogance he had displayed earlier that day. Xiao, I was in the wrong today. I should not have spoken to you that way. I truly did not recognize you. And in a moment of impulsiveness due to losing my opportunity, please do not take it to heart. Though he spoke these words, Tang Fan was seething with anger inside. His mood had already soured after Tang seized the precious elixir from him. After all, it was something his grandfather had declared exceptionally valuable for his current state. Yet, before he could properly vent his frustrations, his grandfather's voice echoed again from the ring, revealing that the person he had insulted today was none other than Tang Xiao. At that moment, Tang Fan felt his heart shatter. What on earth was happening? If it had been someone else, he could have brushed it off. After all, he was soon to leave the Tang family and enter the Tianyin sect for cultivation. But this was Tang Xiao, a person of mysterious lineage, whose beauty and talent were truly exceptional. How could he possibly let her go? In response to Tang Fan's apology, Tang Xiao merely smiled faintly. It's nothing. I've already forgotten. Upon witnessing her magnanimity, Tang Fan felt a sense of relief in his heart and exchanged a few more courteous words before taking his leave. Once he departed, however, the smile on Tang Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. She approached the desk, picked up a pen, and inscribed the name Tang on a sheet of paper, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. The ancient Wang family had entrusted her with the task of overseeing the most talented disciples among the younger generation of the Tang family. After all, even if there were treasures of the heavenly emperor within the Tang clan, they would only be bestowed upon the most gifted of the younger members. Thus, As long as she kept a vigilant watch, she need not worry about locating that precious artifact. Initially, she had set her sights on Tang Fan, for she had gleaned numerous critical pieces of information from Tang An's heart on that day. Yet now, her mind had shifted. She resolved to supervise Tang An and accompany him to the Tianyin sect. This decision stemmed not only from Tang An's extraordinary talent, which surpassed her earlier assessments, but also from her growing aversion to the nauseating facade that Tang Fan presented. Early the next morning, Tang Xiao'er approached the clan leader to request a change in her supervisory target to Tang An. The clan leader, though somewhat taken aback, did not inquire further and acquiesced to her request. After all, she was the sole person overseeing matters within the Tang family, and her reliability had never been in question. Changing the focus of her surveillance was a trivial matter, and thus he readily consented. Furthermore, no one within the Tang family opposed her self-nomination to accompany Tang and as a maidservant to the Tianyin sect. Her talent was already quite remarkable among her peers. And although she was a woman, the only one who could slightly overshadow her was Tang An, the young master who consumed the majority of the family's resources. Moreover, nearly all the elders of the Tang family were aware that, despite being a rescued child, Tang Xiao'er possessed commendable abilities and a keen sense of propriety in her conduct. It was indeed a splendid opportunity for such a talent to volunteer to care for Tang An, the cherished scion of the family. Additionally, the Tianyin sect extended a modicum of favor towards secular cultivation families like the Tang clan. Having a family disciple accompanied by a maidservant was hardly a significant issue. As the sun fully ascended, the members of the Tang clan gathered, prepared to send Tang An and Tang Fan off to the Tianyin sect. Present as well was Elder Lin, who had been scouting for promising talents in the city over the past few days, and now all had converged in this place. At the forefront of the crowd stood Tang An, clad in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura that caught the attention of many young maidens. Tang Xiao'er stood beside Tang An, adorned in a vibrant red attire, exuding an air of youthful charm as she occasionally stole glances at him. Su Qing, poised before the airship, donned a flowing pale white gown, her garments billowing gracefully, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy gliding over the waves. Upon donning her customary white dress, her complexion appeared as flawless as fresh snow, and her features were akin to a beautifully crafted painting. As her white garments danced in the breeze, she emanated an enchanting aura of aloofness, as if shunning the company of others. After verifying their identities, the guests were permitted to board the airship, which the Tianyin sect graciously welcomed. However, a warning lingered in the air. Should anyone engage in deceitful conduct, they should not expect leniency. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively formed a line and boarded the airship, which gradually ascended, embarking towards the Tianyin sect. Tang Xiao'er stood by the window, gazing at the gradually diminishing ground below, her heart a tumult of emotions. Stealing a glance at Tang An beside her, she noticed him with his eyes closed, his handsome face calm and unruffled, as if the world outside could not disturb his inner peace. However, for Tang Xiao'er, who could now hear his innermost thoughts, she was not deceived by Tang An's tranquil exterior. The memory of his previous fervent declarations sent a blush creeping across her cheeks. This foolish boy, when not lost in thought, truly possesses an undeniable charm. After another lingering glance, Tang Xiao'er turned her gaze elsewhere. The interior of the airship was spacious and lavishly adorned. The selected young cultivators gathered in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations about the impending life in the sect. Meanwhile, Tang Fan was nowhere to be found. Tang Xiao'er was filled with confusion, pondering what this fellow was up to. Meanwhile, within the sword chamber of the airship, Tang Fan was furtively surveying his surroundings. This sword chamber served as the power core of the airship, housing an abundance of flying swords. Any malfunction could lead to dire consequences. Tang Fan retrieved a small knife from his bosom and gently made a cut along the energy conduit connecting the flying sword. He chuckled to himself, anticipating the moment when the airship would encounter a malfunction, allowing him to step in and turn the tide. At that time, who would still dare to underestimate me? Tang Fan. He felt a surge of secret pride within. Just then, a cool, ethereal voice resonated behind him. What are you doing? Tang Fan was taken aback and abruptly turned around, only to see Su Qing standing at the door, her expression frigid and her gaze piercing. There was nothing more. Tang Fan hesitated, his gaze flickering. I merely seek a solitary place to reflect. At that moment, the airship suddenly jolted violently, the alarm resonating throughout the cabin. What was happening? This unforeseen turmoil sent the previously cheerful crowd into a state of panic. This indicates a malfunction in the flying sword's propulsion system, exclaimed a youth who appeared to be no older than his teens, his face pale with alarm. As his words reverberated, the airship shook violently once more, beginning its precipitous descent at a speed akin to free fall. The abrupt change in angle caught Tang Xiao's off guard, nearly sending her plummeting. In that critical moment, a strong arm encircled her waist, securing her firmly. The faint scent of spiritual herbs lingered in the air as Tang Xiao looked up to meet Tang En's gaze. "Are you all right?" His deep voice cut through the chaos with remarkable clarity. Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks slightly flushed as she murmured, "It's nothing." Secretly channeling her spiritual energy to steady herself, Tang En couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is this really happening? The plot has become so abstract. And that scoundrel Tang Fan is still indulging in such antics? Truly, it is a storyline that has drawn the ire of many in the original text. A prominent male protagonist, in an attempt to enhance his image in Su Qingru's eyes, deliberately sabotages the airship. And astonishingly, this actually works. Author. Having concluded her silent critique, Tang En sighed. He was indeed aware of this plot point. Yet, due to the previous butterfly effect, he genuinely believed that Tang Fan, in his foolishness, might actually amend his ways for once. Alas, it seems a dog cannot change its nature. Now, the airship is plummeting, and he hasn't even prepared a flying spiritual artifact. Of course, a more significant reason is that even if he had been prepared, given his current realm, he would be unable to activate it, rendering any effort futile. As he reminisced about the plot, he failed to notice the myriad of expressions flitting across Tang Xiao's face. As though she were a canvas in a dye shop, ever-changing and unpredictable, Tang En's heartfelt words penetrated her ears, leaving her breathless with indignation. How could such a wretched creature deliberately sabotage the airship, gambling with the lives of all? Had Tang Fan's mind been struck by a mule? Who would ever regard him with any esteem for such reckless behavior? Tang Xiao raged internally, wishing fervently to seize Tang Fan and subject him to a thorough beating. At long last, she comprehended why she had been unable to locate him earlier. It turned out this wretched creature had been hiding away, indulging in such unspeakable acts. Although Tang Xiao was an undercover operative, trained to conceal her emotions, today was different. Her defenses had crumbled. For the first time in her life, she found herself perilously close to death. Tang Xiao felt her head buzzing, as she silently cursed all 18 generations of the Tang family. At the same time, she instinctively pressed closer into Tang En's embrace. In this moment, only the warmth of Tang En's arms could provide her with a semblance of security. Tang En sensed the movements of Tang Xiao and lowered his gaze, only to find her delicate face as pale as a ghost, clutching his body tightly, her form trembling slightly. Ah, it seems the little girl is terrified. It appears that things have taken a turn for the worse this time. That foolish Tang Fan has truly gone too far. After all, in the original narrative, it was he whom Tang Xiao was embracing. Yet, upon reflection, according to the previous developments, after Tang Fan sabotaged the airship's power system, it should have been a while before he returned and subsequently fell. So where is he now? Ah, why dwell on him at this moment? Her shower is so frightened. It would be wise to utilize more of my spiritual energy to shield her. Otherwise, if things proceed as they once did, that scoundrel Tang Fan might use her as a cushion, which would be utterly outrageous. Ah, if memory serves me correctly, this is the closest Tang Xiao has come to death. Had it not been for the protective measures arranged by the Wang family's ancestor within her, she might have truly been crushed by that wretched Tang Fan. Feeling her trembling form in his embrace, Tang En let out a silent sigh, channeling more of his spiritual energy to better safeguard Tang Xiao. Upon hearing that heartfelt sentiment, Tang Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? She was truly destined to perish? And for the sake of becoming a mere cushion for Tang Fan's demise? How shameless could that wretched creature be? Could she genuinely harbor affection for such a person? Nonetheless, upon hearing Tang En's resolute vow to protect her, along with the intensification of the spiritual energy emanating from him, a flicker of warmth began to blossom within her heart. Tang Xiao's voice quivered slightly as she lifted her gaze to the handsome profile before her. Are we going to die? Tang En lowered his head to gaze at her, offering a reassuring smile. Do not fear, for I am here. Although I may be powerless in this situation, I must not falter in my spirit. After all, I am familiar with the original narrative. There is no need to panic over such a trivial scenario. Moreover, this is not an unavoidable predicament. Given my current mastery of spiritual manipulation, preserving my life is undoubtedly within my capabilities. Upon hearing this heartfelt sentiment, Tang Xiao nearly gasped, struggling to suppress her breath. What could they do? And yet, They must not lose their composure? At such a critical juncture, what on earth was her young master thinking? However, feeling Tang in sturdy physique, her inner turmoil indeed subsided considerably. Just then, the descent of the airship suddenly slowed, allowing the crowd to regain a semblance of calm. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Tianyin sect stepped into the center of the cabin and spoke in a grave tone. There is no need for alarm. Esteemed guests, although the airship's propulsion system has suffered damage, we have activated the backup system. The vessel is descending gradually, and we shall expedite the search for a suitable landing site. Upon hearing these words, the collective anxiety of the crowd dissipated. Ah, have we arrived here already? Indeed. Logically speaking, this was entirely plausible. After all, the Tianyin sect was the largest sect within 1,000 miles, and it was customary for their airships to possess auxiliary energy sources. Yet, the predicament remained that logic held no sway. That beast, comparable to a spiritual realm entity, must be approaching swiftly, and when it collides with them, they would all take flight together. Tang felt a sudden stiffness in the body of Tang Shower, who was nestled in his embrace. He lowered his gaze and discovered that Tang Shower was staring at him with wide eyes, fixated intently. Tang noticed the unusual gaze of Tang Shower. Her large, shimmering eyes were filled with terror. It was as if she had encountered something truly horrifying. Or perhaps she was gazing at a fool. Just as he was about to inquire about her distress, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the flying vessel to sway violently. Turning to look, a colossal bird with a wingspan of nearly 30 zhang appeared before them. Its body was as dark as ink, exuding an oppressive, sinister aura. Those enormous golden eyes were cold and merciless, seemingly indifferent to everything in the world. Wow, it has truly arrived. Such a dramatic entrance is undeniably striking. Tang was internally mocking the scene before him, as it was the quintessential portrayal of a villainous boss. In the next moment, a fierce gale swept through, and the enormous bird had already appeared before them, crashing violently into their vessel. With a thunderous roar, the entire flying ship crumbled as if it were made of paper. Oh, come on, take off. Tang gestured amidst the chaos, firmly shielding Tang Xiao with his arms. Simultaneously, he summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost, forming a fragile barrier. However, this thin layer of spiritual shield was as feeble as tissue paper in the presence of a beast of the spiritual realm. Chapter 21. Small-breasted and dim-witted. The splintering wooden planks of the shattered ship, the panicked screams of the crowd, and the howling wind all converged into a cacophony of chaos. The overwhelming force rendered many of the newly recruited disciples unconscious. A few of those with weaker constitutions even bled from their orifices, succumbing to death on the spot. The few elders present hastily began to assist, but the sheer number of casualties and the need to fend off the monstrous bird and the falling debris left them overwhelmed and fatigued. Meanwhile, Tang, who was already by the window, felt an immense force strike him, as if his very organs had been displaced. He clutched Tang Xiao tightly, plummeting towards the ground like a kite with its string severed. The dual pressure of overexerting his spiritual energy and the rapid descent from the heights caused him to succumb to unconsciousness mid-air. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Tang Xiao's voice calling out to him, desperate and piercing. When he finally regained awareness, it was through the sharp sting of pain. Tang inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as he realized that every inch of his body was in agony. It was as though he had been trampled by a galloping carriage. He lay amidst a patch of grass that was already marred by cracks. His internal energy had dwindled to nothing, and even the slightest movement of his fingers felt laborious. Indeed, even as a mere villain, there was a semblance of fortune that clung to him, sparing him from a fatal fall. Tang struggled to sit upright, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself in an unfamiliar forest. Fortunately, his physical resilience had reached the realm of a spirit master, thus he had not sustained any severe injuries. Merely some superficial wounds and minor fractures. But what of Tang Xiao? Tang suddenly recalled the young girl in his arms and hurriedly searched around, yet saw no trace of her. Upon careful reflection, he surmised that it must have been during his momentary unconsciousness in midair that he had been unable to hold on to Tang Xiao, resulting in their separation. Beyond this, he could conceive of no other explanation. Initially feeling a twinge of anxiety, Tang quickly regained his composure. After all, Tang Xiao was one of the prominent heroines. How could she possibly meet her demise over such a trivial matter? Perhaps this was merely the influence of the world's narrative correction. As a leading heroine, it was hardly fitting for her to remain tethered to a petty antagonist like himself. Much like the novels he had read in his previous life, it was surely the will of fate that intervened. parting him from Tang Xiar. She would likely find herself beside the illustrious Tang Fan, where he would heroically rescue her, igniting a romance that would elevate them both to the pinnacle of existence. With this thought, he let out a quiet sigh. Fortunately, he harbored no lofty expectations of developing any relationship with Tang Xiar, although he felt a pang of disappointment. It was not to the extent that he would devolve into a lovesick fool, clinging desperately to her. Oh well. He would simply regard it as an experience akin to bungee jumping without safety ropes. Tangan consoled himself, alleviating some of the disappointment within. He closed his eyes and, enduring the excruciating pain, began to gradually regulate his breath. Tangan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a considerable half an hour, he felt that the spiritual energy within him had mostly replenished. His aching body, nourished by this energy, gradually began to recover, allowing him to move with some difficulty. Supporting himself against a gnarled tree, he stood up, every bone in his body feeling as though it had been dislocated, causing him to gasp in pain. Indeed, the discomfort was quite significant. However, he knew he must endure this pain for the time being, prioritizing the search for Xiao and other cultivators to ensure his safety. With that thought in mind, Tangan took careful steps into the dense forest. Although he voiced his intention to find other disciples of the Tianin sect, deep down, he understood that the one he truly yearned to locate was still Tang Xiao, despite his attempts to remind himself that she was one of the protagonists, an essential companion of Tang Fan, and that entangling himself with her would only lead to a pitiful fate of unrequited affection. He could not shake the feeling of emptiness within him at the thought of losing her. No, I am merely concerned for the safety of my fellow sect members. Yes, that is it. Tangan concocted a grandiloquent rationale for himself before hastily quickening his pace, albeit with a pronounced limp. The forest around him exuded an eerie aura, its foliage thriving in an unusually lush manner. The sunlight was thoroughly obscured by the dense canopy, and the air was permeated with a damp, putrid scent. Tangan had not ventured far when he sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. Although his practical experience was non-existent, he was nonetheless a cultivator of the spirit manipulation realm, equipped with an instinct for danger. A chilling, piercing sensation surged from all directions, akin to countless tiny ice needles pricking his skin, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This feeling intensified, ringing alarm bells in Tangan's mind. He knew that something was approaching. Damn it. Could he be this unfortunate? Having just escaped the clutches of a demonic bird, he now found himself ensnared in a den of wolves? For heaven's sake. He was a villain after all. If he were to perish, it should be at the hands of the protagonist, not dying inexplicably in this manner. Tangan silently cursed, clenching his fist, poised to confront any imminent danger. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed fleetingly in the depths of the forest, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Tangan's pupils suddenly constricted. Before she could react, a fierce sword aura surged towards her. Goodness! Tangan gasped in surprise, instinctively wanting to evade the imminent danger. Yet his body felt as if it were encased in rust, utterly immobile. In a flash, a piercing blue sword gleamed, its cold blade pressed against his throat. The sharp tip mere inches from his jugular. The frigid edge grazed his skin, sending a bone-chilling sensation coursing through him. As the specter of death cloaked Tang and in its ominous embrace, he stood rigid, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his chest. What a remarkable coincidence, a cool voice whispered in his ear. Unlike the overwhelming aura of malice he had anticipated, it was laced with a mocking tone. Startled by the voice, Tangan stiffly lifted his gaze, only to confront the ethereal beauty of Su Qingru, her exquisite visage illuminated by the glimmering azure sword poised at his neck. Am I truly to perish here? He lamented inwardly upon recognizing the hauntingly familiar face. Indeed, Tang Fan and Su Qingru represented the quintessential protagonists of this narrative. Was she here to eliminate him, a mere pawn, for her illustrious hero? The terror of death failed to shatter him. Instead, it ignited the long-suppressed resentment deep within his soul. Ah, this wretched being drives me to madness. Damn it. That foolish girl with her ample bosom, if only she were as intelligent as she is endowed. It was that scoundrel Tang Fan who ruined the flying vessel. And now he sends her to trouble me. The plight of the protagonist was indeed formidable, he thought bitterly. In his near desperation, Tangan remained oblivious to the transformation of Su Qingru's expression. The faint smile that had adorned her countenance vanished completely. Chapter 22. Embarrassment. In her cold, clear eyes, confusion and anger flickered, her grip on the sword tightening slightly, the blade pressing into Tangan's neck, drawing forth a faint crimson line. "What are you thinking?" Su Qingru's voice was icier than usual, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 years of frost, piercing through to Tang and S very eardrums. In her mind, she pondered, struggling to comprehend. Was it truly as it appeared? Why would Tang Fan engage in such self-destructive actions? Destroying the flying vessel and endangering the lives of his fellow disciples, what could possibly be going through his mind? Anger surged within her, as Tang Fan's reckless selfishness left Su Qingru feeling profoundly disillusioned. Tangan felt as though he stood on the precipice of life and death, yet, instead of fear, a defiant resolve surged within him. If death was inevitable, why not unleash a torrent of curses upon her? Without a second thought, he vented the pent-up resentment that had long been festering within. "You wretched woman, how cruel you are! Have I wronged you in any way? With your icy demeanor and pretense of propriety, you act as if the world owes you something. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" As Su Qingru listened to Tang An's vitriol, her complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of green. She sheathed her sword and, with a swift motion, struck him down to the ground with a single punch. "You insane harpy! Have you developed a taste for violence?" Tang An, dazed and seeing stars, muttered incoherently in retaliation. This woman struck with a ferocity surpassing that of any man, utterly disregarding his injuries. Su Qingru mounted him, looking down upon him with a gaze filled with icy fury. Her once fair cheeks flushed a vivid red, as if she were on the verge of igniting in flames. Grasping Tang An by the collar, she ground her teeth and demanded, "Repeat that. Go on, say it again." "Wretched woman, shrew she-tiger." Tang An is indeed a tough character. Despite being beaten to such a state, he dares to continue provoking. He thinks that since death is inevitable, he might as well indulge in some verbal sparring. "You seek your own demise." Su Qing roared, her fist raining down upon Tang An's face and body like a relentless storm. Tang An was left battered and bruised, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. He lamented in his heart, realizing that had he known, he would have refrained from uttering any insults. This woman was nothing short of a maniac. Exhausted from her exertions, Su Qing finally ceased her assault, breathlessly collapsing onto Tang An. Her chest heaved violently, as if it were on the verge of eruption. Tang An was suffocated beneath her weight, feeling as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. It was not until Su Qing regained her composure that an eerie silence enveloped the two of them. Tang An felt even more distressed than after being brutally beaten moments ago. This silence was akin to a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. He stole a glance at Su Qingru, only to find her lost in thought, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Tang An cautiously broke the silence, inquiring, "Now that you have finished your beating, should you not release me?" Tang Anqing pondered. How peculiar. According to the narrative's progression, Su Qingru should have encountered Tang Fan first at this juncture. Why have I been seized by her instead? The trajectory of this plot feels awry. Curse it. And to add insult to injury, she inexplicably assaulted me. Ouch, this woman strikes with such ferocity, lacking any sense of restraint. While he rubbed the sore spot from the blow, he silently lamented. Tang Fan, once again. Su Qingru, attuned to Tang An's inner thoughts, slightly furrowed her delicate brows. The name Tang Fan had echoed in her ears far too many times today, provoking an inexplicable irritation within her. Tang Fan, yet again, how could this person be so persistent? Su Qingru silently lamented in her heart. However, upon reflection, she realized that Tang An was unaware of her ability to hear his thoughts, and she had struck him for reasons she herself could not comprehend. Moreover, Tang An harbored numerous secrets, making this an inappropriate moment for revelations. The words of apology rolled around in Su Qingru's throat several times, yet ultimately, she swallowed them back. How could someone as poised as she easily concede? Her pride had always been unwavering. How could she allow herself to lose face? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingru resolved to express her intentions through action rather than words. She retrieved a pill radiating a gentle, warm light from her storage pouch, a remedy renowned for its efficacy in treating internal injuries. Leaning down, she forcefully grasped Tang An's chin, compelling him to open his mouth as she prepared to administer the pill. Tang An felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his jaw as Su Qingru flashed before him, akin to the round, glistening elixir in her hand. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He suspected that Su Qingru intended to administer poison, and terror surged through him as he struggled desperately, consumed by a singular thought. This is it. This woman is undoubtedly intent on silencing me forever. His eyes widened in horror as he internally screamed, "Wait. Please wait. I have a final message to convey." I wish to settle my affairs. I am not ready to depart this world yet." He opened his mouth, intending to cry out, but Su Qingru was swifter, deftly tossing the elixir into his mouth. She gracefully stood up, detaching herself from Tang Yin, and brushed off the dust that clung to her dress with poise and composure. Then, turning her gaze upon him, she observed as he desperately clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the elixir he had already swallowed. It was futile. Once ingested, the elixir could not be regurgitated. Su Qingru merely watched him silently, offering no intervention. She bent down to retrieve the sword that had fallen nearby, its blade glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Once she secured the sword back at her waist and tidied her slightly disheveled attire, she crossed her arms and continued to observe Tang Yin. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, a warm current coursing through Tang Yin's entire being. The once searing discomfort in his internal organs transformed, as if nourished by a gentle spring rain, leaving him in a state of indescribable relief. Tang Anxin pondered, It seems it's not poison after all. Could it be that this wretched woman has experienced a change of heart?" Tentatively, he moved his arm and discovered that the previously excruciating pain had vanished. Tang Yin gazed at Su Qingru. This woman, while undeniably ruthless, did not appear entirely malevolent. Su Qingru stood beside the tree, looking down at him with a gaze that was both frosty and tinged with a subtle hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Tang Yin cleared his throat, resolving to adopt a more conciliatory approach, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the celestial being for saving his life. Su Qing let out a cold snort, remaining silent, yet refraining from taking further action. Tang Yin struggled to rise, rubbing his chest as he grimaced, and said, "Holy maiden, could you perhaps be a little gentler next time? My constitution cannot endure such torment from you." Su Qing shot him a glare, retorting coldly, "You deserve it." Just then, the distant clang of metal clashing echoed, interspersed with a few anguished cries, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Tang Yin and Su Qingru exchanged a glance, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. "Let's go investigate," Su Qingru declared as she sheathed her sword and swiftly made her way toward the source of the sound. Tang Yin muttered a curse under his breath and reluctantly followed suit. As he traversed the dense thicket, the sight before him caused him to gasp in shock. Numerous disciples of the Tianyin sect were besieged from both sides by two grotesque beasts. Several corpses lay strewn across the ground, the earth stained crimson with blood. Chapter 23. Opportunity. Upon witnessing this scene, an abrupt wave of alarm washed over Tang Yin. Why are there so many beasts here? Is this a beast tide? System. Conduct a swift scan. As his thoughts echoed in his mind, two azure screens, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. On the left screen, an image of a beast resembling a colossal wolf, its body cloaked in black scales, rotated slowly. At the bottom, a plethora of text information appeared. Name, black scale wolf level, early second stage skills, bite, claw strike, black scale armor weakness, soft underbelly. Fearful of flames threat level, moderate. On the right screen, a slightly smaller, yet more agile feline beast, its entire form ablaze in fiery red, with a tail engulfed in roaring flames, was displayed. Name, flame leopard level, mid-second stage skills, flame claw, fire breath, high-speed movement weakness, vulnerable to water-based attacks. Fragile eyes threat level, above moderate. Su Qing furrowed her brow, already comprehending the situation, while Tang Yin was still identifying the beasts through the system. Those under siege by the beasts were all disciples of her Tianyin sect. She instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, poised to leap forward in assistance. After all, as the Saintess, witnessing her comrades in peril compelled her to take action. At that moment, however, Tang Yin's voice resonated clearly in her mind. "You startled me. I thought we were truly facing a beast tide. Seeing these scapegoats jogged my memory. This is Tang Fan deliberately sabotaging the airship to summon beasts, orchestrating a hero saving the damsel act." This sudden revelation caused Su Qing's movements to falter, leaving her mind awash with confusion. Tang Yin's inner voice continued to resonate. His calculated scheme was to rescue the disciples of the Tianyin sect, thereby seizing the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess and garner favor. I surmised that Tang Fan must be lurking nearby. Upon hearing Tang Yin's thoughts, Su Qingru bit her silver teeth in determination, her grip on the long sword tightening with resolve. Her gaze oscillated between Tang Yin and the fierce battle against the demonic beast in the distance. So it was. I have truly underestimated this cunning fellow, Tang Fan. He is clearly seeking to leverage this opportunity for accolades, and I must not allow him to succeed. In her fury, Su Qingru devised a plan. Since Tang Fan intended to seize the moment to win favor amidst peril, She would preempt his efforts by vanquishing these two demonic beasts before he could intervene. She was eager to see what further schemes this scoundrel, Tang Fan, might conjure. Tangin, let us strike together, Su Qingru declared resolutely, her tone brooking no dissent. She aimed not only to thwart Tang Fan's designs, but also to gauge Tang En's true strength, having never witnessed his combat abilities firsthand. Despite having heard of his prowess as a spirit manipulator, she would not fully believe it until she witnessed it with her own eyes. Moreover, even if he were indeed a spirit manipulator, the disparities in strength could be quite pronounced. She was curious to ascertain the extent of Tang En's combat capabilities. Upon hearing her words, Tang En, who had initially intended to observe the unfolding drama, was taken aback. Wait, my sister, have you lost your senses again? With your abilities? Do you truly require my assistance to vanquish foes? This is folly. Tang Fan is likely hiding nearby, awaiting the moment to swoop in as the gallant hero. The moment you strike, that scoundrel will emerge, and you two will inevitably develop a rapport. If I intervene now, I would be incurring his wrath. This is the protagonist's role. I cannot meddle indiscriminately, lest I disrupt the narrative to my own detriment. Watching Tang Fan's antics is the rightful path. Let me remain in the shadows. Little did he know, at that moment, Su Qingru had already resolved her course of action upon hearing Tang Fan's thoughts. This muddled affair was one that Tang En must become entangled in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Fan concealed himself behind a colossal rock. His heart pounding fiercely, akin to a war drum, he fixated intently on the fierce battle unfolding before him, anxiously caressing the ancient ring on his right index finger from time to time. Grandfather, is the moment nearly upon us? The disciples are on the verge of collapse. Tang Fan silently recited in his heart, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. A voice, ancient and wise, emanated from the ring. Do not rush. Wait a little longer. Only when they are on the brink of despair should you take action for maximum effect. Remember to appear natural. Do not let any flaws be revealed. Understood, grandfather. Tang Fan suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, moistening his parched lips. He envisioned himself descending like a celestial being, turning the tide and becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. At that moment, both Su Qingru and Tang Xiaoer would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect, while the worthless Tang En would cower in a corner, trembling with jealousy and fury. On the battlefield, the disciples of the Tianyin sect found themselves in increasingly perilous circumstances. The razor-sharp claws of the black-scaled wolf and the fireballs of the fiery leopard relentlessly assaulted them, forcing a retreat with each passing moment. One disciple, unable to evade the onslaught, was caught by the black-scaled wolf, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, my hand! Blood sprayed, staining the ground crimson, concealed in the shadows. Tang Fan observed this scene with not a shred of compassion. Rather, a wave of inexplicable pleasure surged within him. He even cursed silently, pathetic. To whimper over such a trivial injury is truly disgraceful. Once I make my move, I could dispatch these two beasts with a single strike. Kid, I sense that Su Qingru and Tang En are nearby. You must act swiftly and seize the opportunity, warned the aged voice emanating from the ring. Tang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Grandfather, have you sensed the presence of Su Qing and Tang En? He has arrived as well. However, he quickly regained his confidence, scoffing. But with that useless Tang En, there is nothing to fear. Despite his bravado, a note of caution lingered in his voice, as he added, It is wise to be careful. What if they thwart your endeavors? The old man's tone revealed a hint of concern. Rest assured, grandfather, I have my own measures in place. I intend to wait until the disciples of the Tianyin sect are utterly despondent before I intervene and turn the tide. For only then can I truly showcase my prowess and earn their admiration. Tang Fan spoke with unwavering determination, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Well, do as you wish. But remember to remain vigilant, the old man sighed helplessly. However, Tang Fan had never anticipated that what he believed to be the opportune moment would ultimately rob him of the chance to showcase his prowess. Tang En, why are you hiding behind me? Come forth and join the fray, Su Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with intensity. The blade of her sword glinting ominously as its tip nearly touched Tang En's nose. Saint Su, these two ferocious beasts are exceedingly formidable. My meager strength would only lead to my demise. Tang En feigned fear, retracting his neck and displaying a visage of trepidation, while furtively glancing at the vulnerabilities of the beast revealed by the system scan. Chapter 24. This is power. The abdomen is soft, the eyes are frail, and it fears water attacks. Information collection complete. Enough with the idle chatter. if you do not take action. Will you merely stand by and watch your comrades meet their demise? Su Qing, evidently displeased with Tang En's evasive words, spoke with an even colder tone. The long sword advanced slightly, leaving a faint crimson mark upon Tang En's neck. Ah, holy maiden Su, please spare me. I am merely speaking the truth. Tang En exaggeratedly clutched his neck, his eyes darting about, while inwardly he lamented. So you threaten me at every turn, you wretched woman. Truly, you and that vile man are a match made in hell. The truth? It is evident that you are simply a coward at heart. If you do not take action, I shall strike you down first. Su Qing's enchanting gaze brimmed with lethal intent. The illustrious Saintess Su possesses formidable powers and can undoubtedly dispatch these two brutes with ease. There is no need for my intervention. Tang En continued to flatter, attempting to navigate the situation without becoming embroiled in the main narrative. He certainly did not wish to overshadow Tang Fan. Otherwise, that young man would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards him. Tang En. Su Qingru's chest heaved with indignation, her long sword humming ominously, as if poised to pierce Tang En's throat at any moment. All right, I shall go. Is that not sufficient? This fiery young woman was truly formidable. He dared not provoke her further. A true man knows when to yield, prioritizing his own survival above all else. With that thought, Tang En propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. He was uncertain of his own capabilities, but one would assume that a novice spirit master should not be too weak, right? To err on the side of caution, he unleashed a flurry of decisive strikes. One beast was swiftly pierced through its vital abdomen by a dagger, while the other succumbed to Tang En's relentless onslaught of fists and feet. It did not even have time to utter a complete wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire encounter transpired in a flash, a whirlwind of action. And just like that, the battle was concluded. Su Qingru stood transfixed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and her lips slightly parted. Clearly taken aback by Tang En's swift and efficient display of skill, she had initially perceived him as weak in character, and thus assumed his combat abilities would also be somewhat lacking. To her surprise, he concealed such formidable strength. Your prowess is far beyond what I expected. Su Qingru's cool voice carried an undertone of disbelief, mingled with a hint of trepidation. Tang En shrugged his shoulders in faint nonchalance, remarking, it was merely luck, nothing more. The praises of the Saintess are unwarranted. Internally, he reveled in his triumph. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? In the future, refrain from brandishing your sword at me so readily. Su Qingru fixed her gaze upon Tang En, her expression intricate. Humph, even if you say that, it cannot obscure the fact that you previously cowered in fear for your life. Upon hearing Tang En's unspoken thoughts, Su Qingru snapped back to reality, delivering a cold huff. Tang En curled his lips in disdain, inwardly lamenting, this woman is truly troublesome. It's a dilemma whether to act or not. Yet, on the surface, he wore a forced smile and replied, Your Excellency, the Holy Maiden, you are absolutely right. I acknowledge my mistake. Next time, I shall charge forward without hesitation. In the next moment, a prompt echoed in Tang En's mind. Beep, beep, detected a level 1 demon beast core. The core. Tang En muttered to himself, his gaze flitting between the bodies of two monstrous beasts. One lay there, its abdomen pierced by a dagger, while the other had met its demise at the hands of his frenzied punches, resulting in a gruesome sight. This system claims there is an inner elixir, yet it does not specify its location. Surely, it cannot expect me to disembowel them. This is utterly macabre. After all, I am a civilized individual of the 21st century. Tang En was internally ridiculing the situation, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, preserving a humble smile on his face. Su Qing regarded Tang En with suspicion, pondering. What is this nonsense about the 21st century? How can he perceive such a scene as bloody? Something feels amiss. Even those of noble lineage would allow their children to venture forth and gain experience. His reaction seemed peculiar. Moreover, that entity known as the system was inscrutable. What are you doing? Su Qing could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired. I am merely inspecting to see if these two demonic beasts possess anything of value. Tang En replied. Tang En casually spoke, yet his gaze continually roamed over the corpse of the demon beast. System, could you provide some guidance? Where on earth is the inner Dan? Is it concealed within its rear? That would be utterly revolting. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated in Tang En's mind. Beep. The inner Dan of the demon beast is located near its heart. The host must dissect the chest cavity to retrieve it. Dissect the chest cavity? Good heavens. This is quite gruesome. As a modern individual, I have never engaged in such activities. Tang En felt a tumultuous wave of emotions, nearly overwhelming him. Tangen, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and assist with sorting the spoils, Su Qing urged. Tangen took a deep breath, suppressing his nausea, and approached the beast he had vanquished with a flurry of strikes. He crouched down, closed his eyes, and silently chanted to himself, out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. Then, trembling, he retrieved a dagger from his storage pouch and plunged it forcefully into the creature's chest. With a sickening splash, a foul liquid erupted, splattering Tangen's face. He could no longer contain himself and began to retch. The stench was utterly unbearable, surpassing even that of stinky tofu. He pondered what the beast must have consumed in its lifetime. Su Qing lightly furrowed her brow, covering her nose as she remarked, Tangen, do be mindful of your image. After all, you are a master of the spirit master realm. Tangen endured his discomfort as he used a dagger to slice open the chest of a demon beast, revealing a crimson orb that emitted a faint glow. Is this the inner elixir? Tangen cautiously extracted the inner Dan, and a wave of warm energy instantly permeated his entire being. Delightful. This sensation was utterly blissful. Beep. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a level 1 beast's inner Dan, which may be utilized to enhance cultivation or to concoct medicinal elixirs. The system notification chimed once more. Tangen's heart swelled with joy as she swiftly placed the inner elixir into her storage bag. Lady Su, behold, I have discovered a remarkable treasure. Tangen presented the storage bag to Su Qingru as if offering a precious treasure. Su Qingru glanced at it and remarked indifferently, it's merely a first-tier monster core. What is there to be astonished about? Merely a first-tier monster core? This is my very first core. What do you know? Tangen's heart was filled with scorn, yet her face was adorned with a beaming smile. Indeed, what the holy maiden Su said held some truth. This matter was hardly worth mentioning. Nevertheless, even the tiniest morsel, like a mosquito's leg, is still flesh. Su Qingru, unable to express her indignation towards Tang and in front of the crowd, chose to suppress her anger for the time being, thinking to herself, humph. I shall have my revenge once I uncover your weakness. She then proceeded to approach another beast nearby. Seeing this, Tangen hurriedly followed her. This woman is truly aloof. However, her figure is quite remarkable. Tangen followed Su Qingru while secretly observing her silhouette. Su Qingru seemed to sense Tangen's gaze and abruptly turned around to glare at him. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. Tangen trembled in fear, hastily averting his gaze, silently contemplating. This woman is truly fierce. Not to be trifled with. Chapter 25. A missed opportunity. Su Qingru deftly flicked her wrist, and with a glimmer of cold light at her fingertips, the sharp dagger sliced through the beast's chest. Her movements were both precise and swift, devoid of any hesitation, as she extracted the beast's core with remarkable efficiency. Astonishingly, the entire process was executed without a single drop of blood splattering. Once the core was retrieved, Su Qingru cast it aside nonchalantly, allowing the softly glowing core to descend towards Tangen. This is what you deserve, she said in a tone that was as frigid as her demeanor. Subsequently, Su Qingru approached the injured disciples, skillfully tending to their wounds and distributing healing elixirs. Tangen, wielding a long sword, scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes, ever wary of potential threats. Meanwhile, neither Tangen nor Su Qing noticed the lurking danger. In a shadowy corner, Tang Fan's expression was exceedingly grim. Damn it. When I ruled the world in my prime, this brat was still in diapers. A realm of spiritual manipulation? He must have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. The elderly voice from the ring continued to bellow, its tone bitter as if it had overturned a barrel of vinegar. In the past, I was formidable enough. Tang Fan, already wearing a dreadful countenance, impatiently interrupted. No matter how impressive you were back then, you are now merely a spirit trapped within this ring. Enough of your ramblings. We must focus on how to enhance my strength. That is of utmost importance. The old man was momentarily taken aback, his tone softening. You insolent brat. What sort of attitude is this? If it weren't for me, if it weren't for you, I might have met my demise 800 times over by now. Tang Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation, internally cursing this old coot who had previously been tolerable, yet seemed to have transformed into a loquacious chatterbox ever since that fateful incident at the auction house. However, this time, he was genuinely incensed. He raised his gaze towards Tangen, not far off, his fist clenching involuntarily. Tangen was once merely a worthless individual who relied on resources to artificially elevate himself. Now, he has astonishingly reached the realm of the Spirit Master. What on earth is happening? A wave of intense resentment surged within Tang Fan as he gritted his teeth. I must surpass him. Next time, I will not allow Tangan to succeed. Tang Fan was preparing to retreat stealthily when, to his dismay, he inadvertently stepped on a withered branch. The sharp crack echoed through the tranquil forest, striking a jarring note in the stillness. A sense of dread washed over him, and he halted abruptly, frozen in place. An ominous feeling of being discovered sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, moments later, a crisp voice rang out from ahead, commanding with an icy authority. Who was lurking there? Step forward at once. Tang Fan realized he had been discovered. At this moment, it was too late to hide. He took a deep breath and, mustering his courage, stepped out from the thicket. It is I, Tang Fan, he stammered. Su Qingru stood a short distance away, her gaze piercing as it bore into him. Holy Maiden Su, it is indeed I. Tang Fan endeavored to project a semblance of calmness. What brings you here? Su Qingru inquired, her tone frigid. Tang Fan paused for a moment, swiftly gathering his thoughts before speaking. I heard the sounds of a struggle, so I came to investigate. To my surprise, by the time I arrived, the beast had already been dealt with. He endeavored to make his explanation sound plausible. However, Su Qing's icy gaze remained fixed upon him, as if she were probing the veracity of his words. Tang An's gaze oscillated between Tang Fan and Su Qing, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Indeed, Tang Fan has made his appearance here. Observing the expression on the other's face, Tang An silently lamented. It seems that my arrival has not wholly altered the course of events. Yet, despite this, a flicker of concern swept through his heart. Has he already realized that I have usurped his opportunity? Will he harbor resentment towards me because of it? What if he discovers that I have acquired the inner elixir that rightfully belonged to him? Might he then nurture a grudge against me and even seek revenge? Wait. Given his temperament, it is not a question of whether he would. It is a certainty that he will. Damn it. This pair of lunatics is bound to drive me insane sooner or later. Tang Anyue's unease deepened, causing beads of sweat to form in the palms of his hands. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the mere presence of Tang Fan here and his encounter with Su Qingru indicated the formidable power of the narrative forces at play. Perhaps, he was utterly powerless to alter the course of events. Since the storyline had led them to meet, it would be wiser for him to bide his time, quietly enhancing his own cultivation, as this appeared to be the most prudent strategy. Su Qingru furrowed her brows in contemplation. Tang An, that sly fellow, had his little schemes clicking away in his mind, and she could hear them distinctly. Want to sneak by? Dream on. A cold smile graced her lips. Yet her gaze remained as frosty as ever. Tang An, come here. Tang Anshin felt a sudden tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition arising within him. He hesitated and slowly approached, forcing a mechanical smile upon his face. Holy Maiden Su, what is your command? Tang Anshin pondered. What scheme is this woman concocting now? Su Qing scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze piercing as if she could see right through him. It seems you are rather indifferent to the inner core of this demonic beast? Tang Anshin silently cursed within. Nonsense, of course I am interested. Moreover, this is my first opportunity to take action. It rightfully belongs to me. Yet, you dared not reveal even a hint of his true feelings. Maintaining an expression of feigned astonishment, I dare not presume. Merely in comparison to the Saintess, my strength is insignificant, and I would not be so greedy for merit. Just as Su Qingru was preparing to educate this scheming individual, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. A colossal flying ship descended gracefully, stirring a tempest that rustled the leaves. The emblem of the Tianyan sect was clearly visible on the vessel. It turned out that Su Qingru had dispatched a distress signal when the disciples of the Tianyan sect were in peril. An elderly man, adorned in the robes of a Tianyan sect elder, stepped forth with measured strides, followed by two disciples. The elder's hair and beard were entirely white, exuding an ethereal presence. Yet his gaze was piercing, as though capable of penetrating all facades. Tang An's heart skipped a beat. It appeared that this old fellow was not easily deceived. Su Qingru, feeling a sudden relaxation, stepped forward gracefully and embellished the narrative of events, placing particular emphasis on Tang An's valiant display. Naturally, she omitted certain details, such as the fact that she had given Tang An a thorough beating. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering to himself. The Saintess's actions carry profound significance. It seems she holds this young man in high regard. In light of this, I shall naturally lend her my support, guiding the course of events in her favor. The elder had already discerned her intentions. She aimed to secure a position for Tang An within the sect. He cast a deep, contemplative glance at Tang An, calculating how best to facilitate this arrangement, and resolved to take action once they returned to the sect. Chapter 26. Stabilizing hearts and minds, the elder nodded slightly and addressed Su Qingru. Saintess, if that is the case, I shall take charge of this young man. Upon our return to the sect, I will ensure he is well looked after. Su Qingru nodded gently. Then I shall entrust him to your care, elder. She cast a meaningful glance at Tang, and from the corner of her eye, laden with implications. Tangan felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed that there was a hidden malice behind her smile. What wicked schemes was this woman concocting? Tangan couldn't help but wonder whether he was being sold off to some remote corner to toil in the mines. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, and respectfully clasped his hands towards the elder, expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. The elder stroked his beard, murmuring in a significant tone before falling silent. He turned and departed, leaving Tang and Su Qing gazing at one another in bewilderment. Pray tell, what exactly did you discuss with that old fellow? Tang couldn't help but inquire, a hint of caution lacing his tone. Su Qing let out a soft snort. What? Are you afraid I might sell you out? Tang rolled his eyes in annoyance, exclaiming, Isn't it obvious? Your gaze resembles that of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. He added reassuringly, Rest assured, I am not so heartless. Su Qing approached him gradually, whispering softly in his ear, I merely conveyed to the elder that your physique is extraordinary, a rare martial arts prodigy, destined to achieve greatness in the future. Tang Anxin's heart skipped a beat. That woman was once again digging a pit for me. He chuckled awkwardly. The Saintess is jesting. I am merely an inconspicuous individual, unworthy of such grandiloquent praise. In a shadowy corner, Tang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. His inner turmoil resembled surging magma, searing his reason and threatening to engulf him entirely. The exchange between the Saintess and the elder pierced his heart like a dagger. If it were not for Tangan, the recognition from the Saintess and the esteem from the elder should rightfully belong to me. The esteem of the Tianyin sect was meant for me. Tang Fan's heart was akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, stirring up tumultuous waves. The flames of jealousy threatened to erupt from his chest. He clenched his teeth, striving to regain his composure. At that moment, an ancient voice emanated from the ring. Tang Fan, remain calm. This voice was like a clarion call, bringing him a modicum of clarity. The venerable voice continued, Now is not the time for you to act. Tangan has merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Why engage in a momentary clash of egos? Heed my counsel, devote yourself to your training, and enhance your strength. Do not underestimate Tang or Su Qing, for even the Tianyin sect will be within your grasp. These words provided Tang Fan with some solace. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within. Reason urged him to endure, to bide his time, and to grow stronger. Yet the lingering fire of discontent stubbornly echoed in his mind. Two forces clashed violently within him, like two torrential currents colliding, producing a deafening roar. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and he gradually loosened his tightly clenched fists. Tangan was contemplating how to escape from Su Qingru's clutches when a distant uproar shattered the peculiar tranquility that enveloped them. Several disciples clad in the attire of the Tianyin sect approached, soaring gracefully on their swords, followed by a group of disheveled youths. It seemed they had located the others. Su Qingru's demeanor softened slightly, as if she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her tone revealed no trace of concern, remaining as unyielding and serene as an ancient snow-capped mountain, devoid of any turbulence. Tang Anxin sighed inwardly, reflecting on the woman before her, who appeared as an impenetrable iceberg, seemingly devoid of concern. Yet, in truth, she cared more deeply for the safety of the disciples than anyone else. Soon enough, the disciples arrived before the two women, accompanied by survivors. Each individual bore a disheveled appearance, their faces smeared with dirt and their garments tattered. Some even bore injuries, clearly having endured considerable hardship during the fall. As soon as they touched the ground, they began to chatter animatedly, resembling a flock of startled sparrows. What on earth happened? How could the flying vessel suddenly lose control? I saw a shadow dart by. Could it have been a beast attack? Don't be absurd. In this remote wilderness, where would a beast come from? I overheard a shifty-eyed youth lowering his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. I've heard that this incident was deliberate. Someone sabotaged the flying vessel. His words immediately captured the attention of those around him, who turned curious gazes in his direction. Who? Who would dare to do such a thing? Surely not. This is the flying vessel of the Tianyin sect. Who would be audacious enough to interfere? Ah, but you are mistaken. The Tianyin sect is a vast organization. If no one were meddling from within, how could it have suddenly gone awry? Indeed, The vessel was meticulously prepared in advance. It was even inspected the day prior. How could it possibly malfunction so unexpectedly? Exactly. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Tang Anshin pondered. Who else? Besides myself, who is well acquainted with the original plot, could possibly know? It must be Tang Fan. At that moment, a burly disciple from the inner sect of Tianyin's sect approached, bellowing, silence. Do not spread rumors. The cause of the flying ship's mishap is still under investigation. Everything will adhere to the results published by the sect. As soon as the robust disciple finished speaking, Su Qingru glided gracefully towards Tangin, casting what seemed to be a fleeting glance in his direction. Goodness, what does this woman mean by looking at me? Please do not place the blame for the flying ship's loss of control upon my shoulders. That is the doing of your future beloved. Su Qingru stepped forward. Her expression devoid of emotion, yet her gaze held an imperceptible authority. A subtle pressure emanated from her, silencing the crowd, rendering them hesitant to speak further. Dear fellow disciples, she addressed them, the loss of the flying ship weighs heavily on my heart as well. I have already sent a message back to the sect. They will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter and provide us with an explanation. For now, I ask that you accompany me back to Tianyin's sect. Once the truth is unveiled, the culprit will be dealt with severely, without mercy. However, those who spread rumors with the intent to sow discord will not be spared by the sect either. Her voice, cold yet resolute, bore an undeniable authority. Intimidated by her formidable presence, the crowd dared not voice any dissent, nodding in agreement. Tangin gazed at Su Qingru, secretly admiring her. With just a few words, she effortlessly commanded the situation, soothing the frightened disciples with remarkable ease. It is no wonder she is the holy maiden of the Tianyin sect. She truly possesses exceptional abilities. This seemingly aloof woman is indeed shrouded in mystery. I must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by her. Upon sensing Tang's inner thoughts, Su Qingru felt a flicker of indignation. Even though I had no choice but to chastise him at that moment, I did provide him with a medicinal pill. Why must he insist on believing that I mean him harm? How dare he remain wary of me? Su Qingru cast a fleeting glance at Tangin, her eyes conveying a silent message. Behave yourself. Tangin felt a surge of resentment within. Could this woman be plotting against me once more? He rolled his eyes and pretended not to notice. Chapter 27. The return. The elder's resonant voice echoed across the square. All disciples, board the ship at once. Tangin wiped the blood from his face, the rich metallic scent causing a slight wave of nausea to wash over him. Having just vanquished two fierce magical beasts, he was keen on retreating to his quarters for a thorough cleansing and a chance to unwind his taut nerves. However, as he approached the entrance of the flying vessel, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and before he could gather his thoughts, a delicate hand entwined with his arm. Brother Tangin. Tangin looked down and saw Tang Shower. Unlike her earlier appearance during the chaotic moments on the flying ship, she was now adorned in a pristine dress of soft yellow, which accentuated her fair complexion, making her appear charming and delightful, reminiscent of a sweet neighbor girl. Thanks to my brother Tangin, I didn't fall off entirely, I merely tumbled into the lake. I truly owe my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Tang, and this time, Tang Shower's voice was sweet and soothing, akin to honey, causing a flutter in Tang Anshin's heart. This girl, having changed into a new outfit, did her figure seem to have blossomed even more? Tangin discreetly retracted his arm and cleared his throat. Ahem. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for you to be so courteous, dear Sister Xiao. Tang Shower's delicate face flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling as she discreetly observed Tangin. Although his visage bore the remnants of beastly blood and his garments were somewhat tattered, his eyes shone with a fierce determination and unwavering confidence. It appeared that Tangin had grown even stronger than before. This was the first time she had seen him in such a manner, and he seemed rather handsome. Tang Xiaoyer's heart was filled with unspoken thoughts, and her cheeks flushed even more. Tangin discreetly cast a glance at the delicate hand of Tang Shower entwined around his arm. Her skin was fair and exquisite, with the tips of her fingers adorned with a subtle blush, reminiscent of a peeled lychee. He inwardly chastised himself for his lack of composure. How could he be so distracted by such a fragrant allure? What if Tang Fan were to catch sight of this? The mere thought of Tang Fan had him instinctively surveying the area, ensuring that the fellow was not lurking nearby before he could breathe a sigh of relief. With Tang Fan's petty nature, should he harbor any resentment, witnessing Tang Shower in her demure demeanor would undoubtedly give rise to scathing remarks, perhaps even suggesting that he, like a toad aspiring to court a swan, was overreaching. Brother Tangin, are you all right? Your complexion seems rather pale. Tang Shower inquired with deep concern, her bright, luminous eyes brimming with worry. Tang Anqing absent-mindedly touched her nose and replied, "It's nothing. I merely got a bit of blood on me during the skirmish with the demon beast. It's rather nauseating." "Oh, then you should hurry and clean yourself up. It's quite dirty." Tang Xiao'er furrowed her brows slightly and instinctively released her grip on Tang Yan's arm, as if she had caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent of blood emanating from him. Tang Anqing felt a surge of disappointment within, yet her expression remained inscrutable. I was just about to go. Then allow me to accompany you." Tang Xiao'er tugged at him once more, entwining her arm around his, her tone imbued with a hint of playful affection. Tang Yan's body abruptly stiffened, as though ensnared by an enchantment that rendered him immobile. The gentle sensation of Tang Xiao'er's touch coursed along his arm, a warm current surging within his heart, spreading throughout his body and inducing a delightful tingling. He could feel her arm pressed closely against him, the warmth of her skin seeping through his clothing, evoking an unusual stir in his heart. Why has this girl suddenly become so forward? He pondered privately, his heartbeat quickening in response. This soft figure, this delicate fragrance, is utterly captivating. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel, as an inexplicable flutter began to quietly blossom within him. The youthful fragrance emanating from Tang Xiao'er enveloped him, stirring a tumult of emotions within, compelling him to draw her into his embrace. He yearned to retract his arm, yet hesitated, as an inexplicable force deep within him seemed to thwart his intentions. Ultimately, he surrendered to the allure, allowing Tang Xiao'er to link her arm with his, cherishing this rare moment of intimacy. Yet, a sudden realization struck him, and an unsettling thought whispered in his mind, "This cannot be right." Logically, Tang Xiao'er ought to be seeking out Tang Fan. Why would she come to me instead? Could it be that I have unwittingly stumbled upon something significant? Upon hearing Tang Yan's innermost thoughts, Tang Xiao'er found herself filled with a sense of anticipation. I understand now. Tang Xiao'er must be probing into my affairs because Tang Fan failed to maintain his pretense. Perhaps she seeks to mock me by seizing this opportunity. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt that the once sweet and fragrant atmosphere had turned perilous. He cast a wary sidelong glance at Tang Xiao'er, attempting to discern any hidden implications behind her charming smile. Tang Xiao'er noticed Tang Yan's gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her eyes sparkling, exuding an even more delicate charm. "Brother Tang Yan, why do you look at me like this?" she softly inquired, her voice as gentle and soothing as a kitten's paws brushing against the heart. Upon hearing Tang Yan's voice, Tang Xiao'er felt an overwhelming urge to express her inner thoughts. "This Tang Yan, I have been so overt in my intentions. Moreover, I hadn't encountered Tang Fan during that period at all. What is he concocting in his mind? I truly wish I could pry open his head to see what lies within. Dear Sister Xiao'er, you should retire to your room for some rest. I shall change into a different outfit." Upon finishing his words, Tang Yan contemplated making a swift exit. Tang Xiao'er abruptly grasped his arm, her tone imbued with a hint of playful reproach. "Brother Tang Yan, why are you in such a hurry? Am I going to devour you?" Observing that Tang Yan was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Tang Xiao'er finally relented. All right, I shall cease my jest. Please, go change your clothes." Tang Xiao'er watched as Tang Yan entered the room, the smile on her face gradually fading. "It seems that quite a few events have transpired during my absence." Tang Yan dashed into the room, his heart racing violently, akin to a drumbeat. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the jaws of a tiger. What was wrong with that girl today? Had she taken leave of her senses? He raised his hand to wipe his face, the sticky dampness at his fingertips a stark reminder of his earlier predicament. How filthy. Swiftly, he discarded his blood-stained clothes, casting them carelessly onto the floor, revealing his sturdy, muscular torso. Approaching the basin, he scooped a handful of cool water and splashed it onto his face, the refreshing liquid sharpening his muddled thoughts. What on earth did Tang Xiao'er want? As he wiped away the remnants of blood on his body, he strained to recollect the scene that had just unfolded. Tang Xiao'er's sweet and enchanting smile, her soft touch, accompanied by a teasing remark, "Am I to devour you, perhaps?" Tang Yan suddenly shivered, nearly dropping the towel from his grasp. Good heavens! Could it be true? A bold thought surged into his mind, causing him to swallow hard. If that were indeed the case, wouldn't he that rascal Tang Fan skin me alive? The mere thought of Tang Fan's sinister visage sent a shiver down Tang Yan's spine. He hastily dried himself and donned a fresh set of clothes, feeling a modicum of comfort return. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Tang Xiao'er, standing vivaciously at the threshold, a steaming bowl of medicinal soup cradled in her hands. "Brother Tang Yan, have you changed your clothes?" I've prepared a nourishing soup for you. Do savor it while it's hot. Tang Xiao smiled radiantly, her tone as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the face. Tang gazed at the medicinal soup in her hands, his heart growing increasingly wary. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Her intentions must be dubious. This girl surely harbors ulterior motives. Hesitantly, he accepted the concoction and brought it to his nose, inhaling the faint, fragrant aroma of the herbs. It seemed innocuous enough. Thank you, dear Sister Shower, but I can manage on my own. Tang Yin, speaking, reached out to take the medicinal soup. Tang Shower retracted her hand. Her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. No, Brother Tang Yin, you are injured. It is only right that I feed you. Tang Yin felt a sudden, tingling sensation on his scalp. What was wrong with this girl today? Why had she suddenly become so proactive? He observed Tang Shower with caution, secretly speculating about her intentions. Could it be that she truly? Tang Yin dared not think further. He felt his heart racing increasingly, as though it might leap from his chest. That younger sister, Shower, need not trouble herself. I can manage on my own. Before Tang Yin could finish his words, Tang Shower scooped up a spoonful of medicinal soup, gently blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Brother Tang Yin, be good, open your mouth. Tang Shower's voice was as sweet as honey, stirring Tang Anshin's heart. He gazed at the spoon within arm's reach, inhaling the faint fragrance of the potion. Grappling with his inner turmoil, to drink or not to drink, that was indeed a dilemma. Stealing a glance at Tang Shower, he found her smiling like a blooming flower. Her eyes clear and devoid of malice. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Chapter 28, The Tianyan Sect. System, please scan the potion. It is truly non-toxic. Isn't it? Tang Yin still felt a tinge of unease. Although this system was remarkably potent, a minor glitch could jeopardize his very existence. The diagnostic results indicated that the herbal concoction was non-toxic and contained elements beneficial to the host's well-being. The system's cold, electronic voice resonated once more. Tang Yin felt a slight sense of relief, yet remained vigilant. System, continuously monitor my physical condition. Real-time monitoring has been activated. Very well, then let us indulge. Tang Yin took a deep breath, glancing at the medicinal concoction and then at Tang Shower, as if resolutely making a decision. He accepted the spoon from her hand and consumed the potion in one swift motion. The flavor of the medicine filled his mouth, and a subtle bitterness of the Huanglian spread throughout. How is it? Is it palatable? Tang Shower inquired with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If something as simple as having a drink could startle him so, how would he ever manage when it came to marrying a wife? Tang Yin smacked his lips and, with a pang of conscience, remarked, it's quite good, albeit a tad sweet. In truth, the medicine was far from sweet. It bore an undertone of bitterness. Just as Tang had finished his drink, a peculiar humming resonated from outside the airship. Before long, shouts erupted. It is the Heavenly Transformation Sect. We have arrived. Tang Yin and Tang Shower exchanged a glance before stepping outside together. They stood on the deck, where a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Towering peaks rose majestically from the earth, their summits shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm of immortals. The entrance of the Tianyan sect exuded grandeur. Flanked by two colossal stone pillars intricately adorned with lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes, symbolizing the sect's unparalleled supremacy. In front of the grand entrance, a spacious plaza bustled with disciples coming and going. Some soared through the air on their swords, while others walked leisurely, painting a scene of vibrant prosperity. Tang Yin stared blankly at everything before him, his heart tumultuous like a raging sea. In his previous life, humanity's conquest of the skies was a gradual endeavor, evolving from hot air balloons to airplanes over the span of centuries. Yet here, soaring through the air on swords was as commonplace as a daily routine. It was nothing short of cheating. He discreetly pinched himself, wincing in pain. This was no dream. Beside him, Tang Xiaoyao, unable to contain her amusement at his foolish expression, covered her mouth and chuckled. What's wrong? A country bumpkin in the city, utterly bewildered? Tang Yin regained his composure and shot her a disapproving glance. What do you know? This is not ignorance of the world. It is a cultural shock. Tang Shower laughed even more joyfully. All right, cultural shock. Then take your time to experience it. I shall assist you with the registration first. With that, she did not wait for Tang Yin's response and, in a swift motion, leaped directly off the flying vessel. Tang Yin was so frightened that he lost his composure. Peering down, he beheld Tang Shower gracefully landing on a verdant flying sword, resembling a butterfly dancing through the air, effortlessly gliding towards the mountain gate. My goodness, such audacity. Tang Yin was left in a state of astonishment. This operation, akin to a leap from a great height, allowed him to profoundly grasp the disparity between the two worlds. If the swift extermination of demonic beasts was for Tangan akin to Wu Song slaying a tiger, then this moment felt like a surreal dream. The airship gradually descended beside the square, its hatch opening as young men and women streamed out in succession. Tangan descended as well, casting a glance around him. He discovered that the square was filled with an array of flying artifacts. There were magnificent sky vessels, delicate flying swords, and even uniquely shaped spiritual beasts that dazzled the eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, with a stern countenance, approached. His gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke in a deep voice. "Welcome, new disciples, to the Heavenly Transformation Sect. I am your guide, Elder Zhang. Now, please follow me to register your names." The crowd hurriedly followed Elder Zhang, and Tangan blended into the throng, walking in step with them. As he walked, he discreetly observed the other disciples around him, noting the diversity in their attire. Some were ornate, others simple, and a few even adorned with peculiar decorations. "System, could you scan the cultivation levels of these individuals?" Tangan silently pondered. After the scan was complete, a cold electronic voice echoed. "Most disciples are at the spirit realm level, a few at the spirit master level, and a very small number are undetectable." Undetectable? Tangan's heart jolted with surprise. Could there truly exist realms surpassing the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, the presence of formidable experts was overwhelming. It seemed prudent to devise a plan for advancing her cultivation ahead of time. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden commotion erupted from the front of the group. Tangan raised his gaze and beheld a striking young man clad in a light purple robe. His handsome visage surrounded by a throng of disciples as he approached with measured grace. The young man radiated an ethereal charm, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture, as if he were a born leader, compelling those around him to submit to his presence. "Who is that? He is so handsome," a young girl whispered. "Shoo, lower your voice. Look at the color and pattern of his robe. He must be an inner sect disciple." "Really? Is that true? Would I speak falsely? I suspect it is due to the incident with the Saintess's flying vessel that an inner disciple has come forth to greet us." At that moment, a subtle and refreshing fragrance wafted from the back of the crowd, prompting Tangan to follow the scent. There, he saw Su Qing gracefully making her way toward them. Her steps light and her demeanor elegant, akin to a blooming ice lotus. She strode directly towards the group of disciples, seemingly intent on negotiating with them. Tang Anxin felt a surge of curiosity and decided to stealthily inch closer, eager to discern the subject of their conversation. She tiptoed, extending her neck, yet to her dismay, she found herself unable to hear anything. The surrounding sounds seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier. Tang Anxin pondered, could it be that some soundproofing spell was employed? He hurriedly called out to the system. "System, can you discern what they are saying?" "I'm sorry, host," the system replied in its cold electronic voice. "I lack the authority to penetrate this soundproof barrier. System, please scan Su Qingru to see if she possesses any special magical artifacts." Upon completion of the scan, the system reported it has been determined that Su Qingru is adorned with a soundproof jade pendant. Indeed, just as I suspected. Tangan suddenly realized that he could no longer eavesdrop on their conversation and had no choice but to give up. As he craned his neck to catch a glimpse, the inner sect disciple clad in a pale purple robe seemed to sense his gaze and cast a subtle, inquisitive glance in his direction. Subsequently, the disciple turned to Su Qingru and whispered a few words to her. Su Qingru nodded gently, and the two appeared to be confirming something before turning to leave. Chapter 29. Something feels off. Tang Anxin felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of crisis washing over him like a tidal wave. He endeavored to maintain his composure, forcing a faint smile as he addressed Tang Xiaoyao, saying, "It is nothing, merely admiring the scenery." Meanwhile, his mind raced, calculating the implications of Su Qingru's conversation with that inner sect disciple. Could it be that Su Qingru is once again contemplating how to test me? Tang Xiao's delicate face was adorned with confusion. Scenery? What is there to admire in this desolate place? Aside from a few crooked trees beside the registration office, what else is there to behold? Tang Ong chuckled softly, speaking ambiguously. "Ah, I am merely taking a casual glance, just a casual glance." Tang Xiao did not delve further, handing the identity token in her hand to Tangan. "Here you go, it's all registered. Your information is contained within." The identity tokens distributed by the Tianyin sect not only record each disciple's personal details but also indicate the assigned battle team. One can effortlessly access this information through mental control, making it exceedingly convenient. Tang Xiao handed the registration book to Tang En, saying, "Here you go, the registration is complete." Your information is all recorded here. Please check if there are any discrepancies. Tang An took the identification badge, glancing hastily at the name, age, and team details. Team. He suddenly raised his head, pointing at the team section and inquiring, Shower, why does it say unknown for the team? A sense of unease gripped Tang Anxin as he recalled having specifically instructed Tang Xiaoyer to list Qingyun Town. Yet unexpectedly, the team had transformed into an unknown entity. There must be something amiss within this situation. Perhaps it was merely a mistake made by the registrar. Tang An feigned nonchalance as he said, I will inquire myself. Well, that's fine. Tang Xiaoyer nodded. I shall wait for you here. Tang An took a deep breath and turned towards the registration office. He felt as though he were a prey being stalked by a hunter. Each step he took laden with peril. As Tang An strolled along, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, hoping to uncover some elusive clues. The registration office remained bustling with activity, with the disciples responsible for registration engrossed in their tasks. Tang arranged himself at the back of the line, patiently awaiting his turn. He observed that the inner sect disciple, who had previously conversed with Su Qing, was standing in a corner of the registration area, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Tang An's heart sank, further solidifying her suspicions. This is disastrous. Could it be that Su Qing, that wretched woman, is plotting against me because I have overshadowed Tang Fan? Tang An felt a chill creeping down his back. He endeavored to feign nonchalance, yet the corner of his eye incessantly scanned his surroundings, seeking any anomalous detail. The registration area remained a cacophony of noise, with the newly admitted disciples chattering like a flock of twittering sparrows, filling the entire hall. Tang found himself at the end of the line, his heart pounding like a drum, each beat reverberating through his nerves. He silently prayed, Please, let it not be as I fear. All I desire is to survive. What have I done wrong? Is it such a grave sin to flaunt a fade of strength? Why has this lingered until now? Moreover, that young lad Tang Fan has so many future accolades awaiting him. Am I truly the one who makes a difference? The inner disciple remained poised in the corner, his figure tall and demeanor austere. He appeared oblivious to the surrounding clamor, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at Tang An, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of mockery. Tang An inwardly cursed, Damn it, this kid is definitely problematic. Su Qing, like that cold and icy woman, must be plotting against me again. The team moved at a sluggish pace, and each passing second felt like a century to Tang An. His mind raced, contemplating strategies to cope with the situation. Next, the impatient voice of the registrar jolted Tang An from his thoughts. Finally, it was his turn, suppressing his unease. Tang An approached the registrar and forced a smile that felt all too rehearsed. Senior brother, the section on my identity badge indicates unknown for my battle team. Could there be an error? The registrar glanced at him with evident annoyance, took the identity badge, and casually remarked, Unknown? How is that possible? Let me see. It truly says unknown. What is your name? Tang An. The registrar sifted through the ledger, his brow furrowing. There is no record of Tang An. Are you certain that you have registered? A chill coursed through Tang An, penetrating from his feet to the crown of his head. He feigned composure and replied, Of course I have registered. It was Tang Xiaoyer who assisted me with the process. Tang Xiaoyer. The registrar raised his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. I have not heard of this individual. There are so many registrants here. Please wait a moment while I inquire. The registrar then turned and approached an inner sect disciple in the corner, murmuring a few words. The inner sect disciple nodded and approached Tang An, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You are Tang An, are you not? A sense of foreboding gripped Tang An's heart as he braced himself and spoke. It is I. Might I inquire what guidance you have for me, senior brother? At last, it was Tang An's turn. He approached the disciple at the registration desk and pointed at the term unknown inscribed in the ledger. Senior brother, why does my battle team appear as unknown? I see that others have their designations. The disciple, clad in pale purple garb, explained, This information has been predetermined. Should you have any inquiries, you may seek clarification within the Chengda Hall from the instructors. As for other matters, they pertain to the decisions of the esteemed elders of our sect, and I am not authorized to intervene. Just as Tang An wished to express further thoughts, he was brusquely interrupted by the registration disciple. The senior brother has spoken. Please do not delay the registration of other disciples. Next in line, please. Tang Anxin cursed inwardly, exclaiming in frustration, What on earth is this all about? Tang An, while grumbling, returned to Tang Xiaoyer's side, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. It's nothing, Xiaoyer. Just a minor issue. No need to worry. Tang Xiaoyer furrowed her delicate brows, clearly skeptical of his nonsensical claims. Having watched Tang grow up since childhood, she could discern his intentions with ease. The moment he shifted his posture, she knew precisely what he was about to do. His forced smile was a transparent facade, betraying the turmoil within. Was he truly untroubled? Tang Xiaoer pressed on, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Tang En, as if she were deeply concerned for his well-being. Tang Anxin inwardly lamented, how astute this girl is. He could only muster the courage to persist in his facade. It's nothing, just a bit of disarray at the registration office. They had mistakenly recorded my information. But it has been resolved. Resolved? How so? What did they say? Tang Xiaoyao was evidently not inclined to let him off easily. Tang En scratched his head and concocted an excuse. They said, that my information was rather unique and required the personal attention of the elder, instructing me to wait for the time being. Tang Xiaoer cast a suspicious glance at him, yet ultimately refrained from pressing further. Very well, if there is indeed any issue, you must inform me. Do not bear it alone. A warm sensation enveloped Tang En's heart. Although this girl was sometimes inscrutable in her intentions, she still demonstrated genuine concern for him in critical moments. He nodded emphatically, assuring her, rest assured, I am truly fine. As time passed, however, Tang En found himself increasingly distracted, casting occasional glances toward the austere inner disciple lurking in the corner, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him that suggested he was being scrutinized from the shadows. Chapter 30. The reversal. Once the disciples completed their registration, Steward Zhang led them into the Hall of Chengda. Inside, the hall was adorned with intricately carved beams and splendid decorations, resplendent in gold and jade. The incense wafting from the burner, though fragrant, did little to quell the agitation stirring within Tang En. He felt akin to the monk Tang Sung who had unwittingly wandered into the lair of the spider spirits, surrounded by a throng of enchanting yet predatory beings, each eyeing him with intent. Not far off, Tang Fan was engaged in jovial conversation with several inner disciples, occasionally casting significant glances in Tang En's direction. Tang En inwardly cursed, realizing that this individual harbored insidious intentions. It appeared that today, within the halls of Chengda Palace, tranquility was destined to be elusive. What truly set his nerves on edge was Su Qingru. Dressed in a gown of golden-threaded white, she radiated an ethereal beauty, her skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, her features like a masterful painting. Yet, Tang En perceived that her attire resembled a frigid white cloak, stunning yet laced with a perilous allure. She was engaged in a hushed conversation with an elder, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Tang En, causing him to break into a cold sweat. It was over. He was doomed. Tang En lamented internally, this woman is clearly here to set a trap for me. After the last incident with the uncontrollable flying ship, I was thoroughly beaten by this icy matron. Is she specifically here to take my life? Is there no hope left? I no longer wish to continue. Su Qing, sensing Tang En's thoughts, felt a slight shift in her expression and couldn't help but scoff internally. Can't this brat spare a compliment for me? I refuse to believe that I can't show this insolent boy the true nature of the holy maiden of the Tianyin sect, who is known for her clear distinctions between reward and punishment. The elder cleared his throat, his voice resonating like thunder as it echoed throughout the grand hall. Esteemed new disciples, as the law enforcement elder of the Tianyin sect, I stand before you today to elucidate the rules of our sect. Tang En idly dug at his ears. Rules? Which sect is devoid of them? They are merely platitudes such as prohibiting harm among fellow disciples and forbidding unauthorized descents from the mountain. He was contemplating how to discreetly slip away, preferably avoiding those few individuals who made him feel utterly uncomfortable. The elder droned on for a full half-hour, and Tang En was on the verge of dozing off when the phrase out-of-control flying ship penetrated his ears, compelling him to muster his attention. This incident of the flying ship's loss of control was fortunately averted thanks to Tang En's disciple, who, undaunted in the face of danger, protected his fellow disciples and vanquished the monstrous beasts. The elder's voice rang with fervor, yet Tang En's heart sank with unease. Surely, this old man does not intend to portray him as a model disciple, dragging him out for reports every day? What astonished him even further was the elder's subsequent proclamation, which nearly propelled him off the ground. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Tang En's cultivation had reached the realm of the spirit manipulator. In recognition of his meritorious service in safeguarding the sect, he was exceptionally promoted to an inner disciple. As these words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the assembly. An inner disciple? That was a status coveted by countless outer disciples. Tang En was bewildered. How could such a stroke of fortune fall upon him? He cast a furtive glance at Tang Fan, whose face was ashen, his gaze fierce enough to devour. Su Qing, on the other hand, displayed no discernible emotion, merely curling her lips into an enigmatic smile that sent a chill down Tang and spine. Congratulations, junior brother Tang. A slick-haired young man approached, his countenance adorned with an obsequious grin. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Tang responded with a forced smile, inwardly cursing. Who is this scoundrel? Why have I never encountered him before? His expressions change faster than the turning of pages in a book. This is absurd. How have I become an inner disciple? Tang Fan's gaze towards me had shifted, and I was merely acting out of self-preservation. Was it truly necessary to humiliate me publicly? As if forcing me into the flames? If Tang Fan were to harbor resentment against me, my life would be in jeopardy. Who would bear the blame for that? Would it be considered my misfortune? Surely, there must be a share of responsibility for this in Qingru's actions. That wretched woman. Is it simply to vindicate her old flame that she resorts to such measures? Tang stood amidst the throng of disciples, feigning a smile as he listened to their sycophantic flattery. Su Qing, sensing the tempest of discontent brewing within him, felt an inexplicable surge of indignation rise within her. She thought to herself, why is it that he cannot grasp the effort I have expended for his sake? It is plainly for his benefit. Yet he entangles himself with Tang Fan. Must he indulge in such baseless assumptions? At that moment, Tang Fan abruptly lifted his head and strode purposefully towards the elder. Sensing the turmoil in his emotions, the elder within the ring felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he silently lamented his inability to intervene before the furious voice of Tang Fan echoed through the air. Tang Fan, with his neck craned, pointed accusingly at Tang's nose and shouted hoarsely, "Elders, see clearly. This lad is undeniably a worthless fool." Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gazes towards Tang Fan. My abilities far surpassed those of Tang. I merely did not have the opportunity to act at that moment. Otherwise, how could he? Before he could finish, a piercing glare from the law elder silenced him. Tang Fan, do you imply that you were present at that time? Su Qing's icy voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, bore down upon Tang Fan like a heavy stone pressing against his chest. Tang Fan, do you imply that you were present at that time? Tang Fan's bravado swiftly diminished, akin to a defeated rooster, stammering for an eternity, yet unable to utter a single word. His disciple stood by, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, coalescing into plump droplets at his chin, ultimately plummeting to the ground with a soft thud, shattering into a pool of water, mirroring his current state of despair. Where were you then? Why did you not lend a hand? Su Qing pressed on relentlessly, her tone increasingly severe, each word striking like a sharp blade, piercing into Tang Fan's heart. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the center of a square, surrounded by gazes that mocked him for his audacity. Tang Fan, in a state of panic, hastily explained, as a disciple, I was engaged in profound meditation at that time. Indeed, I was immersed in the cultivation of an exceedingly crucial technique. It is essential for my future breakthrough. As he spoke, he furtively gauged Su Qingru's expression, hoping that this clumsy excuse would suffice to evade suspicion. However, Su Qingru merely regarded him with a frosty gaze, her eyes imbued with an icy disdain. With a cold snort, she interrupted Tang Fan's nonsensical ramblings. Tang Fan, as a disciple of the Tianyin sect, you exhibit a lack of ambition. Harboring envy towards those who are more capable? You possess such strength yet refuse to lend a hand. Your words are riddled with contradictions. What is it that you truly desire? At that moment, Su Qingru pointed an accusing finger at Tang Fan, rebuking him sternly. Tang Fan, you are nothing but a hypocrite. You profess brotherhood among peers, yet when it matters most, you cower in fear for your own life. Now, you stand here distorting the truth. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Tang felt as though he had plunged into a vast whirlpool, with everything around him swirling in a chaotic dance. The air filled with the incessant hum of his disciples' whispers. He vigorously shook his head in an attempt to regain clarity, only to find his thoughts more entangled than before. What was happening? Wasn't Su Qing part of Tang Fan's harem? Why had she turned against him? Tang's heart was enveloped in confusion, akin to a tangled mass of threads that could not be unraveled. Stealing a glance at Tang Fan, he discovered that the fellow's countenance was more dismal than if he had consumed something foul. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Tang Anqing secretly speculated within herself. Could it be that Su Qing was intentionally playing a role alongside Tang Fan? A chilling realization set in as she pondered this thought. Chapter 31. The performance. Tang Anyue pondered increasingly that it was indeed plausible. After all, such scenarios were abundant in novels. Cliché as they might be, their efficacy was undeniable. Just as Tang Anyue immersed himself in various melodramatic imaginings, Su Qingru's voice resounded once more, akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. Tang Fan, what more is there for you to say? Su Qingru's tone was chillingly frigid, reminiscent of eternal ice, leaving Tang Fan trembling in its wake. Tang Fan opened his mouth. Yet he resembled a parched fish, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. His heart was filled with urgency and anger, longing to rush forward. But reason prevailed, advising against such impulsiveness. The law elder stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flickering in his murky eyes. As he spoke in a leisurely manner, Tang Fan, as a disciple of the heavenly transformation sect, you ought to set an example. Yet now, you have committed an act that contravenes the tenets of our sect, which is indeed disheartening. I hereby impose upon you a punishment of 3 months of contemplation at the wall of reflection, as a warning to others. Tang Fan felt as though struck by lightning. Standing in a daze. 3 months? This was a crucial period that would determine his eligibility to participate in the sect's grand competition. He abruptly raised his head, fixing an incredulous gaze upon Su Qingru, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It was you. You have conspired against me. In response to Tang Fan's accusations, Su Qingru remained unfazed, not even lifting her eyelids, and simply uttered 2 words, evidence. Tang Fan was at a loss for words, as he truly possessed no evidence, all was merely conjecture. He paced restlessly like a caged beast, his inner fury blazing fiercely, yet finding no outlet for its release. Tang observed from the sidelines, inwardly lamenting, what an exquisite embodiment of an ice-cold beauty. Such artistry, it is a pity she does not pursue an Oscar. The young couple here is truly engaged in a remarkable display of performance. He even began to entertain the thought that Su Qingru might have traversed through time. How else could she so vividly portray the essence of a green tea princess? Su Qingru's eyes widened slightly, and disbelief flooded her mind. What does Tang mean by this? Who is acting? I have reached this point, and he dares to suggest that I am merely performing. What nonsense fills his head with glue? The days ahead are long, and I shall surely demonstrate to him the resolute determination of the Saintess of the Tianyan sect. The elder in charge of law enforcement, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. 2 disciples stepped forward, one on each side, seizing Tang Fan and dragging him away. Tang Fan struggled in vain, his voice gradually fading away until it ultimately disappeared beyond the mountain gate. Observing Tang Fan being taken away, Tang could not help but smirk. This lad will likely be reflecting upon his actions at the wall of contemplation for 3 months. Perhaps he will cultivate diligently and then astound everyone at the sect competition, thereby silencing his detractors? TSK, I am well acquainted with this strategy. Stealing a furtive glance at Su Qingru, he noticed a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, which further solidified his thoughts. However, as he pondered the commotion that had just unfolded, a sudden realization struck him. Goodness! Tang's words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples upon its surface. The surrounding disciples turned their gazes, their eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. The elder in charge of law enforcement, with a furrowed brow and an air of displeasure, inquired sharply, Tang, what is troubling you this time? Tang awkwardly scratched his head. A sheepish smile plastered across his face. It's nothing, elder, I just suddenly recalled something of great importance. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Su Qingru's response. Su Qingru maintained her icy demeanor, yet the subtle curve at the corners of her mouth seemed more pronounced. This only intensified Tang's conviction. This woman is undoubtedly performing. Attempting to undermine me? Wishing for me to embarrass myself in the sect's grand competition? Not a chance. I shall be more cautious next time. The law enforcement elder huffed lightly, admonishing, do not always raise a ruckus. Yes, I will be more attentive next time, the disciple replied. The bustling crowd in the square gradually dispersed, with newly initiated disciples scattering like pearls, each clutching their identity tokens as they bewilderedly sought their respective battle teams. Guided by the inscriptions on the signs, senior brothers and sisters clad in the sect's uniform moved among them, resembling shepherds guiding these lost lambs. Excuse me, could you direct me to the Tianshu battle team? Inquired a freckled youth, tightly gripping his identity token, his voice tinged with timidity. The senior brother he approached stood tall and robust, his broad shoulders and bushy beard obscuring much of his face, exuding an intimidating aura. Yet, when he spoke, his voice was unexpectedly gentle, like a spring breeze. Little Junior, do not fret. The Tianshu battle team is on the west side of the main peak. Just follow this path, and when you see a stone tablet engraved with the Big Dipper, you will have arrived. Thank you, senior brother. The freckled boy bowed gratefully before dashing away. Meanwhile, a petite girl was deep in thought, staring at the text on the sign. A seemingly delicate senior sister approached her softly, asking, "Junior sister, do you require assistance?" The girl looked up, revealing a delicate face with reddened eyes. On the verge of tears. "Senior sister, I cannot quite comprehend these characters." The senior sister chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and replied gently, "It's all right, junior sister. Which battle team are you a part of? I will accompany you there." Tangin observed from the side, inwardly lamenting. The Heavenly Yin sect is indeed overflowing with talent. It would be a pity if they did not pursue a career in acting. The elder in charge of law enforcement abruptly seized Tangin's ear, blaring and huffing. "You little rascal, what are you mumbling about now? Hurry and follow me." "Ouch, that hurts. Elder, please be gentle." Tangin followed closely behind the elder in charge of law enforcement, making his way towards the main peak. The main peak, the very heart of the Tianyin sect, was suffused with an almost palpable essence of spiritual energy, invigorating the spirit with each breath taken. Here, pavilions and towers rose gracefully, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, each structure exuding an air of timeless elegance. The elder led Tang into a secluded courtyard and proclaimed, "This shall be your residence from now on. Devote yourself to your cultivation and do not disappoint the expectations of the sect." To which Tangin replied, "Yes, I shall certainly live up to the trust that the sect has placed in me." Tangin was assigned to a secluded courtyard. Upon opening the gate, he was greeted by a lush landscape, with verdant trees, the melodious chirping of birds, and fragrant blossoms. A quaint bridge spanned a gentle stream, and winding paths led to serene corners, revealing a hidden paradise. "This place is to my liking." Tangin nodded in satisfaction and began to take stock of his room. The decor was simple yet elegant, featuring an antique wooden bed, a writing desk, and a wardrobe, all meticulously arranged. Quite splendid. Tangin surveyed his surroundings, silently contemplating how to exploit this location to execute his meager cultivation plan. A solitary peak separated him from the abode of the Saintess. Tangin stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Chapter 32, as expected. Su Qingru's arrangement was precisely as I had anticipated. She provided Tang Fan with a solitary environment for cultivation while I was placed in this location. On the surface, it appeared to be for my peace of mind and training, but in reality, it was a means to conveniently monitor my every move. She intends for me to become Tang Fan's whetstone, a stepping stone on his path to progress. I have finally grasped her sinister intentions. She seeks to exploit me for the benefit of Tang Fan. Malicious, utterly malicious. Tangin's expression was one of sudden enlightenment. Just as he began to comprehend, a voice echoed from a distance. Brother Tangin, where are you?" The tinkling voice approached, imbued with a hint of playfulness and excitement. Tangin's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly concealed the mischief in his eyes. He approached the entrance of the courtyard, leaning against the doorframe, and feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "Shower, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Is there something on your mind?" A girl dressed in a delicate yellow gown bounded towards him, and it was none other than Tang Shower. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled into two lively ponytails that swayed with her every step, accentuating her fair complexion and bright, charming smile. "Brother Tangin, how was I to know that you have already reached the realm of spirit masters?" Tangin felt a surge of unease, his mind racing with thoughts. This matter. I have yet to find the opportunity to inform you." Tangin chuckled, attempting to feign ignorance. However, Tang Shower was unyielding. Just moments ago, the elder had praised him in the Grand Hall, even promoting his brother to an inner sect disciple. Perhaps even the Saintess holds him in high regard. Her words stirred unease within Tangin, prompting him to hastily deny it. Yet, in his heart, he pondered, could this be a test? The Saintess? Favor? Shower? Could it be that you are overthinking? Tang Ong chuckled twice, his gaze drifting, unable to meet the clear and bright eyes of Tang Shower. Internally, he cursed. How can this little girl be so indiscreet? If this reaches the ears of that woman Su Qingru, I would be doomed. She might very well wrap me in a sack, toss me into a secluded corner, and give me a beating. Oh, Tang Gij, you mustn't be so modest. The elders have proclaimed you a once-in-a-century genius. Even I am envious. Tang Shower playfully stuck out her tongue as she spoke. Tang Anshin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. A once-in-a-century genius? Was this old man truly foolish, or merely pretending to be so? Was he intentionally setting her up for failure? The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. There must be a hidden agenda. Xiaoyao. From whom did you hear this? Tang An inquired tentatively. Of course, it was what I heard from the elder. Tang Xiaoyao blinked her large, innocent eyes, exuding an aura of pure naivety. Tang Anxin cursed inwardly. An elder? How could that be? I have barely met that old wretch a few times. It must be the scheming of Su Qingru, that wretched woman. Su Qingru, you icy-hearted matron. Is this a deliberate attempt to put me on the hot seat? Tang Xiaoer was enveloped in a haze of confusion, her large eyes blinking innocently, as if she were utterly oblivious to the tumultuous waves roiling within Tang An's heart. Her delicate pink lips slightly puckered, resembling a ripe, succulent peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Brother Tang An, why are you silent? Are you feeling shy because the elder praised you too much? He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and replied, Shower, the elder is merely jesting. I have merely experienced a stroke of good fortune. I am not as remarkable as the elder suggests. It is merely the echo of others' words. Not at all. I believe the elder was quite earnest. He even mentioned that he would protect you in the future. Tang Xiaoer spoke with a serious expression, yet her mind was occupied with thoughts. What could have transpired for Tang An to ascend to the status of an inner disciple? Could it truly be as the elder proclaimed, that he is a once-in-a-century prodigy? Or perhaps Tang Fan and Su Qing played some undisclosed role in facilitating Tang An's meteoric rise. Tang An nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You are taking care of me? I thank you. Are you trying to hasten my demise? Su Qing, you icy woman. You are deliberately placing me on the roasting spit. A talent seldom seen in a century? I wouldn't believe you if you were the last voice on earth. Do you wish for my demise to arrive even sooner? He suppressed the urge to curse and forced a dry laugh. Shower, you must have misunderstood. The elder's intention is to provide the finest cultivation resources for all inner disciples. Not just for me alone. As for personal guidance, that is an overestimation. The elder is far too busy to concern himself with someone as insignificant as I. Tang Xiaoer appeared somewhat skeptical, yet as she gazed upon Tang An's earnest expression, her resolve began to waver. Is it true? Brother Tang An, you aren't deceiving me. Are you? Of course not. I wouldn't dare to deceive anyone, especially you. Tang An earnestly declared, while silently praying that the young girl would refrain from further inquiries. Fortunately, Tang Xiao did not press on, but instead shifted the conversation. Wow. Brother Tang An, speaking of which, you are truly impressive. When will I be able to achieve such greatness like you? Tang Xiaojiao gazed at Tang An with admiration, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Tang An felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, scratching his head as he spoke. Shower, as long as you dedicate yourself to your cultivation, you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. I will certainly put in the effort. Tang Xiaoer held her small fist tightly, her expression resolute as she spoke. Observing her demeanor, a warm feeling unexpectedly surged within Tang An's heart. Perhaps, in this unfamiliar world, having such a pure and adorable younger sister was not a bad thing at all. However, this is contingent upon the fact that Tang Xiaoer is not part of Tang Fan's harem. By the way, Brother Tang An, will you be residing at the main peak from now on? Tang Xiaoer suddenly inquired. Tang An nodded. Indeed, I will be residing at the main peak from now on. That's wonderful. I can visit you often to play, exclaimed Tang Xiaoer with great excitement. Tang An's heart was filled with perplexity. Shower, the rules of the main peak are strict. It is not as simple as you wish to come whenever you please. Tang An politely declined, saying, it's quite all right. I can seek out the elder. The elder will surely grant me entrance. Tang Xiaoer declared with unwavering confidence. Tang An felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could this young girl be so fixated on seeking out the elder? Did she not realize that the very person she dreaded most was that old man? If she were to approach the elder, who knows what kind of trouble might ensue? Please, let me remain inconspicuous. I beg of you, allow me to just endure. Tang An tactfully declined, saying, Shower, the elder is quite occupied. It would be best not to disturb him. Tang An earnestly advised. Yet before Tang Xiaoer could express her thoughts, she was interrupted by Tang An Xiaoer. I am feeling a bit weary. I shall take my leave to rest for a while. As Tang An finished speaking, without allowing Tang Xiaoer a moment to respond, he turned and fled hastily. Observing Tang An's retreating figure, a glimmer of cunning illuminated Tang Xiaoer's eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself, the more you wish to deter me from seeking the elder, the more determined I shall be to pursue it. I am eager to uncover the secrets you are concealing from me. Tang An sprinted relentlessly until he finally reached his abode. Breathless, he leaned against the door, cursing inwardly. Damn it, is this life even bearable? I must meticulously devise a plan for what lies ahead. Chapter 33. The Shattered Heart. Tang Xiao'er's lips curled into a subtle smile as she murmured to herself, Tang'an, the more you wish for me to refrain from seeking out the elder, the more determined I am to do so. I am keen to uncover the secrets you are concealing from me. Tang'an sprinted wildly until he finally reached his abode, where he paused to catch his breath, leaning against the door in exasperation. Cursed fate. Can life be endured any longer? I must devise a meticulous plan for the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Fan was not faring as well. The biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks like a knife, and the sunlight reflecting off the snow pierced his eyes with a painful brightness. He tightened his thin clothing around him, yet it offered no respite against the penetrating chill. The wall of reflection, as its name implies, is a place for contemplation. Yet, at this moment, Tang Fan was not reflecting on his past mistakes, but rather on the absurdity of his existence. Within less than a month, he had ascended to the status of a 9th-rank spiritualist, a height seemingly unattainable for many, a pinnacle that countless individuals could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. Yet here he was, burdened with this enviable talent, living like a mere marionette. The elderly figure within his ring was both his greatest ally and his most formidable shackle. Fanner, you possess extraordinary gifts. You are destined for greatness. The old man's voice echoed in Tang Fan's ears like an incantation. But what does this greatness truly entail? Is it the path laid out for him by the old man, or is it the genuine desires of his own heart? A succession of failures doused the last flicker of hope within him, like icy water extinguishing a flame. He gazed vacantly ahead, his eyes hollow, resembling a puppet bereft of its soul. This wall of reflection, rather than a place for introspection, served as a stark confrontation with despair. Fanner, rise up. What are these minor setbacks in the grand scheme? The elderly voice resonated in Tang Fan's mind, recounting tales of past glories with a nostalgic fervor. Tang Fan irritably covered his ears, having heard those words countless times before, each repetition deepening his distaste. He abruptly rose to his feet and bellowed at the empty cliff face, enough. I refuse to listen. Your so-called greatness is merely turning me into a puppet, subject to your whims. His voice echoed through the valley, yet it elicited no response. Only the biting cold wind ruthlessly tore at his garments, seemingly mocking his helplessness. The old man fell silent. It was the first time Tang Fan had so candidly expressed his dissatisfaction. Fanner, you misunderstand me. Everything I do is for your own good. After a long pause, the old man's voice returned, tinged with a hint of grievance. For my good? Tang Fan scoffed. You want me to become a 9th-grade spiritual practitioner in less than a month, only to face repeated failures. Is that what you call for my good? Becoming a 9th-grade spiritual practitioner is your innate talent. I have merely provided gentle guidance. Guidance? Tang Fan interrupted. You refer to this as guidance? You dictate my every move, step by step, like a marionette, leaving me with no thoughts of my own. I don't even understand why I should cultivate or seek strength. Fanner, you are still too young to comprehend the significance of power. Power? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Fan's eyes. What use is power if it costs me my freedom and my identity? What kind of power is that? He despondently sank to the ground, the snow soaking his clothes. Yet he remained oblivious to it. He felt as though he were imprisoned in a cage named talent, unable to break free. The old man seemed to realize he had misspoken. If this continued, Tang Fan's resolve would waver. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Fanner, I concede that my previous approach may have been somewhat hasty. However, my hope was for you to grow swiftly, to protect yourself in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Tang Fan remained silent, fully aware of his grandfather's heartfelt intentions. Yet, the life that had been meticulously arranged for him left him feeling suffocated. My dear child, what is it that you truly desire? The old man's voice softened as he urged. Share with me the longings of your heart, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Tang Fan lifted his gaze towards the snow-blanketed peaks, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve. What did he desire? He yearned for freedom, the ability to seize control of his own life, and to grow stronger. I wish to become powerful, Tang Fan declared emphatically. Yet, I refuse to remain your puppet. I shall forge my own path and cultivate my strength in my own way. The elderly man fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Very well, my child. I grant you this. From this day forth, I shall not interfere with your choices. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Tang Fan felt a jolt within. He had not anticipated that the elderly gentleman would acquiesce so readily. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he replied, I require time. I must explore and seek the path that belongs to me. Very well, I shall grant you the time, the elder responded, provided that you are aware of your purpose. With the elder's promise secured, a heavy burden lifted from Tang Fan's heart. He rose to his feet, brushed off the snow clinging to his clothes, and turned to walk around the mountainside. Tang Fan wandered aimlessly through the snow, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He began to ponder the kind of life he truly desired. Should he strive to become a formidable force, standing atop the pinnacle and surveying the multitude below? Or should he pursue freedom, living a life of ease and unrestrained joy? The mountain wind sliced through his exposed skin like a knife, yet he felt no coldness. Or rather, he felt nothing at all. He resembled a puppet, drained of its soul, trudging along in a state of numbness. Ah, the heart of the Tao shattered. This young man has indeed surprised me. The voice of the elderly figure within the ring resonated with a hint of satisfaction, laced with barely discernible admiration. This young rascal has finally settled down. Now he can genuinely reflect and engage his mind. His impatient demeanor has reached a point where it is time for him to face some setbacks. Tang Fan remained oblivious to his circumstances as he wandered aimlessly until he collided with a snow-laden, barren tree, bringing his steps to a halt. He gazed vacantly at the bare branches, his expression hollow. What has happened to me? He murmured, his voice raspy like a torn bellows. At this moment, it seemed as if Tang Fan was incapable of coherent thought, utterly unaware of his intentions. Young man, do not dawdle, the voice of the old man echoed once more. Your path of enlightenment lies in disarray. It is better to dismantle it entirely and rebuild anew. Seize this opportunity amidst the wall of reflection to refine your body. Engage in what you are capable of doing now. Tang Fan paid no heed to the old man. He slowly settled onto the ground, allowing the snowflakes to gently descend upon him. He felt akin to a vessel capable of movement, yet devoid of thought. Beneath the wall of reflection, the snow accumulated to several feet, while the frigid winds howled like tormented spirits. For an ordinary cultivator, this would be an exceedingly harsh environment. However, for body refinement, it presented an exceptional opportunity. Chapter 34. A step further, this frigid temperature can temper the flesh and fortify the physique. Young Tang, if you wish to grow stronger, heed my counsel, the old man urged. Commence your body refinement without delay. This wall of reflection is a prime location, and you must not squander this splendid opportunity. Tang Fan's mind appeared to have received a certain signal, prompting him to commence the body refinement as instructed by the elderly man. He tirelessly repeated the monotonous motions, attuning himself to every subtle change within his physique. Like a machine, he operated relentlessly, devoid of fatigue. Tang Xiaoyou approached the elder of the sect, an elderly man with a white beard who was leisurely savoring his tea. Elder, I have a request, Tang Xiaoyou said respectfully, bowing deeply. Oh, young Xiaoyou, I remember you. You were the one who assisted Tangen with his registration, weren't you? Please, speak freely, the elder said, setting down his teacup and regarding her with a warm smile. I wish to reside with senior brother Tangen, Tang Xiaoyou stated candidly. The elder paused for a moment, stroking his beard, and inquired with curiosity, why? Please elaborate on your reasoning. Tang Xiaoyou's eyes sparkled with a cunning idea as she leaned closer to the elder, feigning mystery. Elder, she whispered, I am, in fact, the handmaiden of brother Tangen. A handmaiden? The elder's confusion deepened. When did that rascal Tangen acquire a handmaiden? How is it that I was unaware of this? Tang Xiaoyou continued to weave her fabrications. Elder, this matter pertains to the unique constitution of brother Tangen, and it is not suitable to disclose too much. I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing the mention of a unique constitution, the elder immediately became intrigued. The uniqueness of Tangen is known within the sect only by the Holy Maiden's directive, and only a select few among the higher echelons are aware of it. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tang Xiaoyou while secretly contemplating. After a moment of reflection, the elder finally spoke. Very well, I shall grant your request. However, you must remember not to disturb Tang and during his cultivation. Thank you, elder. Tang Xiaoyou exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. The elder waved his hand, signaling that she was free to depart. Tang Xiaoyou departed from the elder's residence, her heart brimming with satisfaction as she secretly contemplated. Tangen, just wait and see. I shall uncover the nature of your relationship with Su Qingru. Furthermore, the secrets that reside within you will be unraveled, one by one. Tangen sat cross-legged on the bed, the room enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of his deep breaths. Each inhalation and exhalation seemed to resonate within his heart, a rhythmic reminder of his turmoil. He endeavored to calm his erratic breathing, striving to soothe his racing heart. His thoughts were a chaotic tangle, akin to a mass of intertwined threads ensnared within his mind. Repeatedly, he recited the mantra of self-preservation: endure, survive, do not be reckless. These 6 words were gleaned from his previous life spent navigating survival games, now transformed into his guiding principles in this merciless world of cultivation. Enhancing one's strength was paramount for survival. In this realm governed by the law of the jungle, only the formidable could dictate their fate. First and foremost, he must hasten to elevate his cultivation level to establish a firm foothold in this perilous environment. At the very least, he needed to attain a level of power sufficient for self-defense. After all, what if Tang Fan were to unleash a devastating attack one day? He ought to be able to escape. Furthermore, he resolved to act discreetly, minimizing his presence, much like a spider quietly weaving its web in the shadows. Concealing his abilities was imperative to avoid unnecessary troubles. The lessons of the past loomed large in his mind, and he was unwilling to repeat previous mistakes. As the adage goes, a commoner bears no guilt, yet possessing treasure invites calamity. Prematurely revealing one's strength would only invite deadly repercussions. The women surrounding Tang Fan were no innocuous beings. Each possessed their own cunning. Tang Shower was currently absent from his side, likely seeking out Tang Fan. However, he must remain vigilant against Su Qingru, the Icy Queen, especially since their proximity to the abode of the Saintess was merely a mountain apart. I must stay ever alert, wary of their scheming, lest I fall into their meticulously laid traps. Particularly, this territory belonged to Su Qingru, who resembled a floating iceberg, appearing diminutive above the surface, yet harboring the potential to sink the Titanic beneath the depths. Tang took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of murky air as if to alleviate the anxiety within. He slowly opened his eyes and retrieved a slender booklet on basic breathing techniques from his storage bag. This item was a rudimentary cultivation method, common and unremarkable. Yet it possessed the virtue of safety, ensuring it would not attract any undue attention. Tang inhaled deeply, calming his excited heart. With utmost caution, he carefully retrieved the pill acquired at the auction from his storage bag. The pill emanated a delicate fragrance, its surface shimmering with a gentle luster. Unmistakably a product of extraordinary quality. He scrutinized the pill with great attention, pondering within himself, "It is time to enhance my strength and strive to evade the climax of the 3rd chapter in the original narrative." He placed the pill in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. A wave of warmth surged through his entire being, an indescribable sensation of comfort, causing the meridians to tremble in response. Tang quickly settled into a meditative posture, guiding the medicinal energy to circulate within his body. Surrounding him, spiritual energy gradually began to coalesce, filling the room with a rich aura. As time passed, he became deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months slipped away in this manner. For mortals, 2 months might seem an eternity, yet for those who pursue immortality, it is but a fleeting moment. As Tang opened his eyes once more, he noticed that a fine layer of dust had settled over everything in the room. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking and popping like the sound of frying beans. At last, he had ascended to the 9th level of the Spirit Master realm. The efficacy of this inferior elixir was indeed remarkable, truly befitting of a protagonist. However, upon further reflection, he mused that it would be splendid to acquire something of higher quality. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, for during the sect competition, he would at least not be reduced to a mere pawn. I must continue to feign my inability to surpass Tang Fan. As long as I do not overshadow him this time, everyone will soon forget me, only to remember Tang Fan's astonishing rise. Tang muttered to himself, a tone of pride lacing his words. He rose to his feet, brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes, and approached the table to retrieve the teapot. To his dismay, he discovered it was long since emptied, leaving only a thick layer of tea residue that emitted an unpleasant musty odor. Goodness, life has become rather unrefined, hasn't it? Tang disdainfully cast aside the teapot and approached the door, preparing to push it open when he heard a commotion outside, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Could it be that Su Qingru had sent someone to surveil him? The mere thought of it filled Tang with foreboding. However, a woman's voice soon drifted in from outside. At first, it was somewhat familiar, but as the voice grew clearer and approached, he recognized it. Brother Tang, have you completed your training? The lively and innocent tone made him realize it was none other than Tang Shower. Tang Onqing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not that icy woman, Su Qing. I was startled. Had she learned of my progress in cultivation, who knows what sort of traps she would set for me. Chapter 35, Playing the Fool. Tang cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound less hoarse. Shower, please come in. The door creaked open, and a young girl dressed in a soft yellow dress bounded in joyfully. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her skin was fair as snow, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a vibrant aura of youthfulness. Brother Tangen, you have finally emerged. Tang Xiao joyfully dashed in front of Tangen, her sparkling eyes blinking as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Wow, it seems you have become significantly stronger. Tangen feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it is nothing, merely a slight improvement, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, inwardly, he felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing that this young girl possessed quite an astute perception. Tang Xiao was astonished. In merely 2 months, Tang Yin's cultivation had remarkably advanced once more. It was utterly terrifying. He must possess some extraordinary object aiding him. However, it mattered not, for there was still ample time ahead. I shall eventually discover the truth, and then I shall see how he conceals it. Tang Xiao held on to Tang Yin's sleeve, eagerly wishing to share her recent experiences. By the way, Brother Tang Yin, during your 2-month seclusion, there are so many things I have yet to tell you. Oh, what has transpired? Tang Yin pretended to be unaware, yet inwardly remained utterly unperturbed. After all, he was a man well-versed in the trajectory of the narrative. Tang Xiao counted on her fingers and said, the first piece of good news is that I went to seek the teacher's permission to live with you. The teacher, concerned that you might not have anyone to take care of you, allowed me to come. The second piece of good news is that, since you, Brother Tang Yin, have been engrossed in your training for the past 2 months and missed the lessons from the instructor, you will need to make up for 3 months of foundational classes in the coming month. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yin felt as though struck by lightning. Was this truly a piece of good news? He forced a smile, his lips curling in a disingenuous grin. Ah, good news indeed. Yet inwardly, he berated Tang Fan profusely. This rascal clearly held me in high regard, sending a young girl to keep tabs on me. Otherwise, why would Tang Xiao seek me out instead of Tang Fan? I knew it. Tang Fan must harbor resentment against me. This simply cannot stand. During the sect's grand competition, I must feign defeat, if all else fails. I shall allow Tang Fan to vent his frustrations. Externally, however, I must maintain a faade of heartfelt gratitude. Shower, I cannot thank you enough for going out of your way to consult the elders. You have truly worked hard. Tang Shower playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Brother Tang Yin, there is no need for you to thank me. It is but my duty. However what? She elongated her words, her large eyes twinkling mischievously, exuding an air of whimsical charm. The elder stated that since I shall be responsible for your daily care from now on, I must also tidy up your room. After all, it is indeed my rightful obligation. Tang Xiaoyu acted decisively, catching Tang Yin off guard and leaving him momentarily unable to refuse. After all, this was an arrangement made by the elders. To decline would only prompt Tang Fan to send someone else. It was wiser to remain under their watchful eyes, thus avoiding the need for constant vigilance. Humph. She thinks she can cast me aside so easily. It shall not be so. Though I am uncertain of what exactly Tang Yin is afraid of, the thought of him persistently pushing me on to others is disheartening. What concern does this have for Tang Fan? It is not so simple for Tang Yin to seek to preserve his own interests. Before long, Tang Xiaoyu led Tang into the classroom of the instructor. Upon arrival, they greeted the teacher respectfully, even as the students diligently listened to the lecture. However, when Tang Yin took his seat, he felt numerous gazes upon him. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he thought, if I were to present myself as a debauched and inept student during class, they would surely deem me a worthless individual. Naturally, they would pay me no mind. I am truly brilliant. Tang Yin picked up the brush, dipped it generously in ink, yet refrained from inscribing a single character on the paper. Instead, he began to doodle. He sketched a peculiar creature, an amalgamation of various animals, possessing the snout of a pig, the ears of a cow, the claws of a chicken, and a flickering forked tongue reminiscent of a serpent. Once he completed the drawing, dissatisfaction washed over him. He proceeded to embellish the creature with a pair of rabbit ears atop its head and adorned its rear with a fluffy tail. Tang Xiaoyu stared at him in astonishment, her mind racing with thoughts. Is he truly pretending to be oblivious during the lesson? What on earth is he sketching? Moreover, does he not realize that this deliberate display of confusion will only draw more attention? What kind of method is this to avoid notice? Unable to restrain herself, she softly urged, Brother Tang Yin, the teacher is discussing the cultivation techniques. What are you drawing? Tang Yin did not lift his head, responding vaguely. Oh, I am drawing talismans. Drawing talismans? Can this even be referred to as talismans? Tang Xiao wore a bewildered expression. Although she was not well versed in talismans, she understood that they were not to be carelessly inscribed. Talismans required specific incantations and precise strokes. How could anyone haphazardly scrawl as he did? Tang continued to immerse himself in his painting, creating an even more peculiar creature beside the chimera. This being possessed the body of a fish, wings of a bird, antlers of a deer, and bore a human face with an exceedingly lewd expression. What on earth is this? Tang Xiaoner's speechlessness reached its peak. She felt as though her worldview had been entirely overturned. This is a divine beast, a creature specifically designed to subdue one's inner demons. Tang speaks with utmost seriousness while uttering nonsensical remarks. Tang Xiao was on the verge of spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was no divine beast, but rather a grotesque monster. At that moment, the instructor noticed Tang's actions, furrowing his brows as he approached with a stern voice, inquiring, "Tang, what are you doing?" Tang raised his head, gazing innocently at the teacher, and said, "Teacher, I am drawing talismans." "Drawing talismans? Do you truly believe what you have created resembles a talisman?" The teacher exclaimed, pointing at the bizarre creatures that Tang had depicted. "What you have done is a desecration of the sacred art of talismans." Tang feigned a look of grievance and said, "Master, your disciple is dull-witted and truly fails to comprehend the way of talismans. I humbly beseech you to offer your guidance." The master snorted disdainfully and replied, "Guide you? You have not made any effort to learn. Just look at these drawings you have created. They are nothing short of nonsense." Tang lowered his head, murmuring softly. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. Upon witnessing the young man's sincere demeanor and recalling that this lad had previously caught the attention of the holy maiden, the teacher's tone softened somewhat as he replied, "It is good that you recognize your error. In the future, pay close attention in class and refrain from further mischief." "Yes, teacher," Tang obediently responded. As the instructor turned to depart, Tang immediately lifted his head, donning a rather shameless expression. Tang Xiaoyao helplessly pressed her forehead, realizing that she was increasingly unable to comprehend Tang. As time passed, Tang continued to feign attentiveness in class, occasionally scribbling haphazardly on his paper, producing an array of bizarre illustrations. One moment he sketched a pig with wings, the next a fish with a human face, and then a chicken with a serpent's tail. In short, he depicted whatever oddities came to mind. In Chapter 36, titled Endure, the surrounding students could not help but cast sidelong glances at him. Despite Tang's considerable prowess, his antics in the classroom clearly did not reflect wisdom. They wondered if he might be somewhat foolish, as the majority of students typically adhered to decorum during lessons. After all, should a teacher take notice of one's diligence, it could lead to a recommendation to the elders for guidance, propelling one to great heights. Tang remained completely unfazed, secretly reveling in his own satisfaction. He thought to himself, let them laugh. The more joyfully they do so, the less they will notice my true strength. Tang Xiao was taken aback by the unexpected effectiveness of the strategy, feeling an involuntary sense of astonishment. Although Tang's whimsical ideas often left her puzzled, there were moments when they proved surprisingly beneficial. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the fortune of the foolish. After class, Tang and Tang Xiao departed the classroom together. "Brother Tang, why did you not pay attention to the teacher's lecture during class?" Tang Xiao could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Alas, I simply cannot absorb any of this. You have no idea. The moment I hear that old instructor's incessant rambling, my head feels as though it might burst. Sigh, how am I to endure this month?" Tang's expression was one of utter disinterest, as if he were truly incapable of absorbing a single word. Thus, he endured several days of lessons, each day facing a reprimand from the instructor. Tang Fan sat cross-legged in the cave of the cliff facing the wall, his gaunt figure seemingly merging with the rugged rocks surrounding him. After 2 months of exposure to the elements, the wind, sun, rain, and frost, his skin had become dark and coarse, yet it could not conceal the brilliance flickering in his eyes. Achieving the 8th rank of body refinement within such a brief span of 2 months, and without the aid of external devices, was nearly an insurmountable feat for an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he accomplished it through his innate talent. The spiritual energy surged and roared within his meridians, akin to a dormant dragon on the verge of awakening. The opportunity to break through to the realm of the spiritualist lay before him. However, a furrow formed on Tang Fan's brow as a subtle unease lingered in his heart. The rapid growth of his power did not bring him the anticipated joy. Instead, it instilled within him an inexplicable dread. He felt as though he were enveloped in a dense fog, with the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. The term Tao heart resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. Without a Tao heart, even if one were to break through to become a spiritualist, it would merely be a fleeting phenomenon. Tang Fan murmured softly, as if in a dream, repeatedly uttering the words Tao heart. He clenched his fists tightly, the sharpness of his nails embedding deeply into his palms. Blood gradually seeped out, following the contours of his hands in a serpentine flow, blooming like exquisite crimson flowers upon the gray rocks. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flung open, radiating brilliance akin to two swords piercing through the darkness within his heart. The confusion that had enveloped him for days dissipated like thick fog chased away by the dawn, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. My path is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Tang Fan's voice resonated deeply and powerfully within the vast expanse of the cavern, reminiscent of an ancient vow. At the moment his resolve solidified, an overwhelming force surged forth from within him, as spiritual energy surged and roared through his meridians, akin to a mighty dragon awakening. He felt his body brimming with strength, as if he could shake mountains and rend the heavens asunder. Spirit Master Level 5. The astonished voice of the elder from the ring echoed, laced with disbelief. Remarkable. You have directly ascended to Spirit Master Level 5. Such speed is truly unprecedented. Tang Fan slowly rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him. And at long last, a long-lost smile graced his face. He understood that this was merely the beginning. A long journey lay ahead. Grandfather, I feel an overwhelming surge of strength within me, Tang Fan exclaimed with excitement, clenching his fist as if to shatter the very air around him. Young lad. This is merely the beginning, the old man chuckled. Reaching the 5th level of spirit manipulation is but a novice stage in the grand realm of cultivation. However, your rate of progress is indeed remarkable. It seems I have not misjudged your potential. What are your plans moving forward? The old man inquired. A resolute glimmer flashed in Tang Fan's eyes. Soon, the grand competition of the sect would commence. This time, I shall redeem my honor. He recalled the image of that worthless Tangan, the scenes of humiliation inflicted upon him by the crowd, and a fierce blaze of anger ignited within his chest. Oh, redeem your honor? Who is your target? The old man inquired with keen interest. Tangan, that scoundrel who has repeatedly thwarted my plans this time. I shall make him pay dearly. Tang Fan gritted his teeth and spoke deliberately. Quite interesting. However, with your current strength, defeating Tangan should not be a daunting task. Yet, do exercise caution, as a prudent approach is always wise, the old man advised. Tang Fan's clenched fist trembled slightly. I understand, but I shall strive to prevail. I must defeat him. Well, ambition is commendable. Yet, mere ambition is insufficient. One also requires strength. During this period, I shall guide you diligently, striving to ensure that you shine brilliantly in the sect's grand competition. In the days that followed, under the old man's tutelage, Tang Fan embarked on a more arduous training regimen. Each day, in addition to cultivating his techniques, he practiced swordplay, agility, and physical arts. At this juncture, Tang Fan brimmed with aspirations, displaying no signs of complacency. Conversely, Su Qingru found herself less at ease. Rubbing her temples, she felt her mind buzzing incessantly. The old pedagogue had not ceased his complaints since Tang's first day in class. Such disrespect for authority, disrupting the classroom. He is truly a piece of uncarvable timber. Though this youth possesses exceptional talent, if he does not correct his conduct, he risks tarnishing the reputation of our Tianen sect. Her ears nearly grew calloused from his relentless tirade. Teacher, Su Qingru felt compelled to interject once more, interrupting his unending litany of accusations. I have my own arrangements regarding Tangan. He is my recommendation, and I shall naturally take responsibility. Her tone, though calm, bore an undeniable authority. Only then did the old scholar awkwardly fall silent and bow in resignation. Behind the screen, Su Qingru sighed, reflecting on the troublesome nature of that young lad, Tangan. She had recommended him for entry into the Tianen sect, hoping to provide him with superior resources for cultivation while conveniently observing his progress. Little did she anticipate that her well-intentioned efforts would backfire and instead bring her trouble. Rising, she approached the window, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Tangan was not entirely oblivious to his peculiar behavior. She vaguely sensed that this young man seemed to be concealing something. Within his seemingly carefree and smiling eyes, there occasionally flickered a glimmer of depth that was elusive and enigmatic. Was it possible that he simply wished to remain inconspicuous? Xiao Qing murmured to herself, recalling Tang's cowardly disposition, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. This young man truly left one feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Tengen lay on his bed, legs crossed, casually gnawing on a half-eaten spirit fruit, while idly flipping through a tattered book entitled 100 Questions on the Fundamentals of Body Refinement. Sighing, he lamented the monotony of his existence. When would this tedious life come to an end? He tossed the book aside. Although pretending to be oblivious was effortless, it was undeniably dull. Each day, he had to endure the relentless spittle of his instructor, all while feigning an air of being a hopeless case, an endeavor that truly tested his acting skills. System, when will I be able to escape this dreary life? Tengen pondered internally. Chapter 37, A Hopeless Case. The host may successfully navigate through the third chapter of the storyline and, upon receiving the corresponding rewards, can continue to prepare for the next stage. Upon hearing this, Tengen's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. System, you are utterly useless. Before long, another thought crossed his mind. Hey, system, I've read other transmigration stories where the system even shows movies to the host. Can you do that? Searching at this moment, Tengen perked up, his heart racing at the prospect. Could it truly exist? Perhaps there was hope for his mundane days. Search failed. This system does not possess such functionality. This revelation left Tengen utterly speechless. It became clear that the system was indeed inept. If it could not even play a movie, what purpose did it serve? Tengen, in a fit of anger, hurled the pit of the spirit fruit he had gnawed on against the corner of the wall. The pit bounced several times before finally rolling beneath the bed, vanishing from sight. The system, unfazed, responded. This system is designed to assist the host in enhancing their strength, ensuring safety. Stop. Tengen hastily interrupted its lengthy preamble. Survival is paramount for all main storyline points. The system fell silent. Tengen understood that this was a manifestation of its contemplation, or rather, an attempt to search for any recent updates within the database. After a brief moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Host's emotional state detected as low. It is advised that the host engage in cultivation. Cultivation? What utter nonsense. Tengen irritably raked a hand through his hair. Pretending to be useless every day was exhausting enough. If I must cultivate as well, then you might as well end my existence. The system lapsed into silence once again. Tengen did not expect it to utter any constructive words. Instead, he simply turned over and rose from his bed, preparing to step outside for a stroll. Just as he reached the door, a cacophony erupted outside. Tengen, you rascal. Hiding in your room and slacking off again. A gruff voice resonated, causing a buzz in Tengen's eardrums. Tengen recognized the voice of his instructor, Zhang Meng, and inwardly lamented the persistence of this old coot. He quickly donned a vacant expression, opened the door, and feigned bewilderment as he inquired, Mr. Zhang, is there something you need from me? Zhang Meng, with a robust physique reminiscent of a hulking bear and a face adorned with a thick beard, glared at him with eyes as wide as copper bells. He pointed an accusatory finger at Tengen and exclaimed, how dare you ask me that? Today is the physical training class. What are you doing hiding in your room? Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities again? Physical training class? Tengen pretended to be astonished. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Mr. Zhang, I shall attend right away. With that, he sauntered towards the door. His steps languid and his demeanor that of a fragile waif. Zhang Meng, witnessing Tengen's lackadaisical attitude, was infuriated, his frustration evident as he fumed and glared, wishing he could simply kick him out. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Tengen meandered to the training ground, where the other disciples had already commenced their exercises. Only during his practice did Tengen's legs feel as though they were made of cotton. Zhang Meng, observing his lackadaisical demeanor, was incensed. He approached and delivered a swift kick, while Tengen, capitalizing on the force, feigned being propelled through the air. With a dramatic cry, he collapsed outside the training area. Zhang Meng was momentarily taken aback and hurried to Tengen's side, his voice rough with concern. Oh dear, my little ancestor, are you all right? I swear I didn't exert any force. He mused inwardly, wondering if this young man was engaging in a ruse. Tengen curled up on the ground, whimpering like a dog whose tail had just been stepped on. It hurts so much. Teacher Zhang, your methods are rather harsh. Stealing a glance at Zhang Meng, who wore an anxious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With my acting skills, it would be a pity not to win an Oscar upon my return. Is it truly painful? Zhang Meng asked, somewhat skeptical. That kick had merely been a dismissive gesture. Even a 3-year-old could hardly be sent flying by it. Why does Tengen seem as fragile as if made of paper? Could it be that this fellow possesses a physique that can only cultivate spirit rather than refine the body? The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Meng's spine. And he suddenly recalled that just a few days ago, even the notoriously strict had gone to the Saintess to lodge a complaint. If this lad emerged unscathed, then had he inadvertently kicked a solid obstacle? No, he must act swiftly to remedy this. He hastily reached out to assist Tang An. Come, let me help you up. Tang An seized Zhang Meng's hand, utilizing his strength to rise to his feet, yet he continued to feign a semblance of weakness. His steps unsteady as if he might collapse at any moment. Oh dear, it seems my leg is broken. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng was utterly terrified. If he truly broke Tang An's leg, his position as an instructor would be irrevocably jeopardized. Hurry, to the elixir shop. I shall carry you. Tang An quickly waved his hands. No, I can walk by myself. Don't be stubborn, Zhang Meng interjected, effortlessly lifting Tang An onto his back and dashing towards the alchemy shop. As they made their way, Tang An lay comfortably against Zhang Meng's back, a smile blooming in his heart. This old fellow is surprisingly easy to deceive. It seems I must continue down the path of feigning weakness. Upon arriving at the alchemy shop, the pharmacists conducted their examinations and shook their heads in bewilderment. How peculiar. This young man is not significantly harmed. He merely exhibits signs of exhaustion and weakness, necessitating proper care. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng let out a sigh of relief, grateful that no serious issues had arisen. He turned to glance at Tang An, only to find him making exaggerated expressions in response. Little ancestor, it's a relief that you're all right. So glad you're fine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Meng inwardly cursed, this brat is undoubtedly putting on an act. Tang An offered a feeble smile, expressing his gratitude to teacher Zhang for his concern, assuring him that he was fine. It is good that you are well, truly good. Zhang Meng nodded repeatedly, then produced a pouch of spiritual stones and placed it in Tang An's hand. Take these stones and procure some nourishing supplements to restore your health. Tang An did not hold back and directly accepted the spirit stones, feeling quite pleased within. The advantages of feigning incompetence were indeed numerous. Not only did it spare him the arduous task of cultivation, but it also allowed him to effortlessly acquire spirit stones. Life could not be more delightful. Just as Tang An returned to his room, intending to indulge in a restful slumber, he heard a knock at the door. Brother Tang An, are you asleep? Tang Xiaoder's melodious voice resonated from beyond the door, imbued with a tone of concern. Tang An sprang from his bed with the agility of a carp, nearly straining his back in the process. He hastily cleared his throat twice, attempting to sound a touch more feeble, before slowly making his way to the door and opening it a crack. Shower, what is it? He feigned a demeanor of weakness. Upon noticing the pallid complexion of Tang An, Tang Shower instantly grew anxious. Brotherin, why does your face appear so poor? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, he replied. I merely took a tumble during the body refining class. Tang An waved his hand dismissively, yet secretly reveled in his self-satisfaction. What a pity it would be if such acting prowess were not utilized in the realm of performance. You fell? Tang Xiaoyao inquired, her expression one of perplexity. Brother Tang An, what happened? I heard you even accompanied Master Zhang Meng to the alchemist's place. If your health is not well, do remember to inform me. After all, the sect grand competition is merely days away. The mention of the sect grand competition sent a jolt through Tang An's mind. He had nearly forgotten about it. Chapter 38. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. The pivotal plot was finally approaching. If he could just endure this time, he would be able to claim his system rewards. Tang Xiao's voice was laced with a hint of excitement. Brother Tang An, are you ready? He rolled his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. Of course I'm ready, he replied, feigning mystery with a smile. Just wait and see my performance. I believe that Brother Tang An will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Tang Shower clenched her small fist, her face radiating anticipation. Tang An observed her confident demeanor and felt a pang of guilt in his heart. This young girl had shown him kindness at times, but all of it hinged on her lack of ulterior motives. However, upon reflection, he realized that his pretense of being inept was merely a means of self-preservation. For Tang An, in this ruthless world, survival was the ultimate path. After bidding farewell to Tang Xiar, he closed the door, and the fade of weakness vanished without a trace. Time swiftly passed, and the grand competition of the sect commenced after 3 months. This event was not only intended for the sect to assess the talents of its disciples, but also to record their rankings. The top 5 disciples would have the opportunity to join the main peak as inner disciples, gaining access to countless resources and techniques. In this world, no one could refuse the allure of becoming stronger. There were no exceptions. Naturally, the instructors responsible for teaching the disciples were also present, eager to observe the results of their students' training. At the competition, the Saintess Su Qing sat gracefully on the high platform, clad in snow-white robes. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating the attention of numerous disciples. Her demeanor was serene, and as her gaze swept across the audience, it seemed she was searching for someone. For her, the sect competition was merely a routine obligation, albeit with her own motives. Elder Qing Shan stood on the elevated platform, stroking his beard, his voice resonating like the toll of a bell. Have you all remembered the rules? Keep it to the point. Do not strike with fatal intent. Violators will be expelled from the sect. The disciples below responded sporadically. Clearly few were listening attentively. Tang yawned in utter boredom. For the past 3 months, he had skillfully adopted the persona of a slothful layabout within the sect, managing to accumulate a considerable amount of spirit stones while making no progress in his cultivation. What does it matter if the top 5 can ascend to the main peak? I have no concern for that. My sole focus is to portray a frivolous character. One who frolics with cats and dogs, utterly devoid of any scholarly pursuits. As long as I do not cross paths with Tang Fan, all is well. Even if I do encounter him, I merely need to feign inferiority. Tang pondered silently, his gaze aimlessly sweeping through the crowd. Yet, Su Qing accurately discerned Tang's innermost thoughts. Indeed, this mischievous lad sought to conceal his shortcomings. Over the past few days, he had certainly caused me no small amount of trouble. Does he wish to evade a confrontation with Tang Fan? Such a fanciful notion. I shall compel him to face Tang Fan, while simultaneously assessing whether he has truly made any progress over the past 3 months. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng was intently fixated on him, his expression betraying a palpable tension, with eyes brimming with concern and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Tang Anxin chuckled inwardly. It seemed that the leg-breaking incident 3 months prior had left quite an impression on Zhang Meng. He made a series of exaggerated facial expressions and gestures, startling Zhang Meng, who promptly turned away in fright. This old fellow truly possessed a timid nature. Tang's heart blossomed with joy. After the elder expounded the rules, the grand competition was officially commenced. In the first round, a draw of lots determined the matchups, fortunate for Tang. She drew a bye and thus advanced directly to the next round. At this moment, Tang Shower had already gone to compete, and no one was keeping an eye on him. Tang Anil found a tranquil spot in the shade to sit down, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while observing the spectacle. On the arena, the disciples engaged in fervent combat, an array of spells and martial techniques emerging in rapid succession, leaving Tang dazzled. Alas, the special effects here far surpassed those cheap productions I had witnessed before. Tang, casually munching on sunflower seeds, offered his commentary with an utter lack of awareness befitting a competitor. Suddenly, a figure soared off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground right before Tang. Ouch. The person cried out in agony, clutching their abdomen and groaning in distress. Tang was taken aback, causing sunflower seeds to scatter across the ground. Upon closer inspection, he saw the man battered and bleeding from all 7 orifices, his face contorted in agony. Goodness, wasn't it said that lethal force was prohibited? Before Tang could finish his words, he noticed the person pointing at the arena with a face full of terror, stammering, He is insane. Tang turned his gaze in the direction of his finger, only to behold a robust disciple standing upon the arena, wearing a sinister grin. Next, who dares to meet their demise? The disciple's voice was gruff, brimming with an air of provocation. Tang's heart sank as he sensed the aura of this disciple, which was undeniably stronger than that of his peers. It seemed that the sect competition was indeed teeming with hidden talents. He inwardly lamented. For should he truly face that individual, his fate as a useless disciple would be irrevocably shattered. In the ensuing rounds of competition, Tang barely scraped through. Relying on a combination of luck and performance, he feigned weakness to lure his opponents into underestimating him, seizing the opportunity to launch surprise attacks, securing victories that were far from honorable. Nevertheless, his reputation as a useless individual began to spread, rendering him a figure of ridicule within the sect. Tang is truly a worthless disciple. I can't even defeat him, one remarked. I wonder how he managed to enter the sect, another pondered. Don't you know? He leveraged the connection with the Holy Maiden to gain entry. Is that true? Absolutely. This is common knowledge. I wouldn't dare speak falsely about the Holy Maiden. What he said is true. I've heard that this fellow is utterly incompetent, to the point that even his teacher has lodged complaints. And guess what? He faced no consequences at all. I agree. Just look at his terrified expression. Paying no heed to the surrounding chatter, Tang remained unfazed. He preferred to be seen as a useless disciple, for it allowed him to continue his charade and amass wealth in silence. Tang squinted, resembling a languid cat basking in the sun, casually surveying his surroundings. With the 3-month confinement period concluded, where had that scoundrel Tang Fan vanished to? Logically, one would expect him to participate in the grand competition, showcasing his prowess. Meanwhile, in a corner, Tang Fan remained motionless, akin to an old monk in deep meditation. While ostensibly observing the battles in the arena, he discreetly allocated a fragment of his attention to closely monitor Tang Yin. This imbecile has managed to scrape by with mere cunning. His fortune is indeed extraordinary. Fan, observe this fellow. His steps are unsteady, his breath disordered. He is clearly at the end of his tether. Should you encounter him in the next round, merely within the ring? An elderly voice incessantly analyzed Tang Yin's vulnerabilities, yearning to dissect him and the other contenders for Tang Fan's scrutiny. Tang Fan, however, remained indifferent, a cold sneer playing upon his lips. Chapter 39. Arrogance and pride. The old man was not mistaken. Tang Yin was indeed a good-for-nothing. Yet, this inept individual seemed to possess an uncanny fortune, narrowly escaping peril time and again. Could it be that the Saintess Su Qingru was secretly aiding him? The mere thought of Su Qingru's breathtaking beauty ignited a fervor within Tang Fan's heart. Once he secured the first place in the grand competition and ascended to the ranks of inner disciples, he would undoubtedly devise a means to approach the Saintess and win her over. Fan, are you listening? The old man within the ring sensed Tang Fan's distraction and spoke with a hint of displeasure. I am listening. I am listening. Tang Fan replied impatiently. Isn't he just a worthless fool? I could crush him with a mere finger. The old man sighed, recognizing the boy's impatience. Fonger, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. One must never underestimate an opponent. Focus on winning this match first. I know, came the response. Tang Fan waved his hand impatiently, as if the teachings of his elder were merely a whisper in the wind. Being the first in the grand competition, gaining the resources of the inner disciples, and possessing the treasures of the Tianyin sect, these aspirations were all within his grasp. A mere contest held no significance in his eyes. Tang Yin, feeling utterly bored, stifled a yawn, nearly succumbing to slumber as he watched the match. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged on the stage. It was Tang Fan. Tang Fan, clad in a sleek black ensemble, wielded a long sword with an air of defiance. He surveyed his surroundings with a haughty gaze, brimming with contempt. Who dares to challenge me? Tang Fan's voice was cold and haughty, laced with a hint of provocation. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Tang Fan has made his appearance so soon, exclaimed Tang Yin, taken aback. I had anticipated he would wait until the end to make a grand display. In a mere 3 moves, Tang Fan sent his opponent soaring from the arena. A piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of a body colliding with the ground. During these competitions, alchemists are always present, and now several have gathered around. Tang Yin vaguely heard the physician mention that his hand was fractured, and a portion of his meridians had been damaged. He needed to be hastily conveyed to the specialized treatment room. Tang Yin witnessed this scene and shivered involuntarily. In just 3 months, Tang Fan had become so formidable. Could it be that this is the privilege of a protagonist? Regardless of the arduous circumstances, one can transcend oneself and grow stronger. No, this is simply too extraordinary. If I were to face Tang Fan, I would surely be overwhelmed. The mere thought of Tang Fan mercilessly beating him sent chills down Tang Yin's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What kind of miraculous elixir has Tang Fan consumed? Just 3 months ago, he was being punished by being made to reflect in solitude, yet now he exhibits such ferocity? Who can say? Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Nevertheless, such brutality is rather excessive. After all, they are fellow disciples and brothers in arms. What do you know? Perhaps he possesses an inflated sense of self-worth. Have you forgotten the reason for his previous punishment? Yet, it is undeniable that he possesses genuine strength, albeit coupled with a rather abrasive temperament. Tang Yin listened to the whispers of the other disciples, reflecting. Who would have thought? I am the great male protagonist, the child of destiny. Yet, I must ponder how to avoid an encounter with Tang Fan, should fate intervene. I must ensure the preservation of my own life above all else. Tang Yin murmured to himself, rubbing his chin, his heart racing like a caged rabbit. He stole a glance at Su Qingru, who sat upright on the high platform, her expression inscrutable, as though she were untouched by the affairs of the world. Indeed, Su Qingru regarded such trivial disturbances with indifference, yet within her, tumultuous thoughts churned. Though she maintained a facade of calm, her understanding of Tang Fan's ruthlessness deepened. This Tang Fan was truly merciless, sparing even his fellow disciples. She resolved to observe him closely in the future. Su Qingru recalled inadvertently overhearing Tang Yan's thoughts, which suggested that Tang Fan, in pursuit of breaking through his limitations, might not hesitate to destroy the foundation of the Tianyin sect, the sacred Tianyin fruit tree, thereby jeopardizing the sect's protective formation and nearly bringing about its annihilation. A chill enveloped her heart, plunging her into despair. Initially, she had dismissed it as mere fanciful thinking on Tang Yan's part, considering Tang Fan was merely an outer sect disciple. However, it now appeared that this young man possessed the audacity for such actions, and with such a venomous disposition, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity. She needed to devise a strategy to thwart him, and with her brows slightly furrowed, she began to contemplate. On the arena, Tang Fan stood proudly, surveying the gathered crowd with a disdainful gaze. He reveled in the electrifying sensation of being the center of attention, as if he were the sovereign of this world. The next match would pit Tang Yan against Li Dazhuang. The referee's voice boomed like thunder in Tang Yan's ears. What? It's my turn again so soon? Tang Yan was jolted, nearly leaping from his seat. He took a deep breath, striving to appear more composed, and slowly made his way to the arena. His opponent, Li Dazhuang, was a towering figure, standing at 8 feet tall with a robust physique. He wielded a colossal iron hammer, exuding an impressive aura. Tang Yan stood before him, resembling a frail little chick, a stark contrast that elicited a wave of laughter from the audience below. This lad, with his slender arms and legs, seemed as though he would be sent flying by a mere blow. I surmised that this Tang Yan might not even be able to lift Li Dazhuang's hammer. As Tang Yan listened to the derisive laughter surrounding him, a quiet scoff curled within his heart. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the fact that his time had not been squandered. Although he feigned incompetence outwardly, the progress he had made over the past 2 months was far from inconsequential. Submit, kid, to spare me the trouble of taking action, Li Dazhuang intoned, his voice heavy and laced with disdain. Tang Yan contemplated the possibility of conceding defeat, thereby sparing himself the effort of combat. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, urging him to achieve the remarkable accomplishment of victory in the sect grand competition, a feat that would bestow upon him rewards capable of elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of Spirit General. Is this for real, system? Does this mean I merely need to lose to Tang Fan? He mused, the notion appearing theoretically plausible. The mechanical voice responded affirmatively. Tang Yan curled his lips at Li Dazhuang. Surrender? Do you take me for a fool? Come on, let me witness the true might of your hammer. Li Dazhuang erupted into laughter, swinging the hammer down toward Tang Yan. The hammer, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind, crashed onto the arena, sending a cloud of dust soaring. However, Tang Yan's figure had long since vanished. Where did he go? Li Dazhuang was momentarily stunned, scanning the surroundings. Right here. Tang Yan's voice emerged from behind him. Startled, Li Dazhuang turned abruptly, only to find Tang Yan standing behind him, holding a mere brick. What on earth are you doing with that brick? Li Dazhuang inquired in a bewildered tone, feeling utterly deceived as he had expected Tang Yan to wield some formidable artifact. Not an ordinary brick. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to smack you. Tang Yan broke into a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he raised the brick in his hand high and brought it crashing down onto Li Dazhuang's head. Thud. The sound echoed as the brick made solid contact with Li Dazhuang's skull. Darkness enveloped his vision, leaving him utterly dazed. He shook his head, feeling a whirlwind of dizziness, struggling to maintain his balance. What sort of brick is this? Li Dazhuang clutched his head, gazing at Tang Yan in disbelief. It is indeed a brick, without question. Tang Yan shrugged innocently and remarked, Chapter 40. Utter brilliance. Can a mere brick possess such formidable power? Li Dazhuang still found it hard to believe. Of course, this was no ordinary brick. Tang Yan smiled mysteriously, weighing the brick in his hand. This treasure, passed down from my ancestors, is known as Invincible Brick. Invincible Brick? Li Dazhuang looked utterly bewildered. The name was rather unrefined, wasn't it? Tang Yan paid no heed to Li Dazhuang's confusion and raised the brick in his hand once more. Come again. Bang. Another dull thud resounded as Li Dazhuang, still in a daze, was struck on the head again, causing him to collapse onto the ground, unconscious. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one anticipated that Tang Yan could subdue Li Dazhuang with merely a brick. This fellow truly hides his talents well. Indeed, who would have thought he possessed such a remarkable item? This brick must be some formidable artifact. I see it as nothing more than a clever trick. Did he not resort to ambush in his previous matches? Yet, considering the encounter with Tangen, at least it would be an ambush, aside from the embarrassment. It is certainly preferable to facing Tang Fan and losing limbs. I have nothing but disdain for such individuals. They are nothing but ambush-ridden scoundrels. Tangen listened to the surrounding discussions, secretly feeling a sense of pride. This brick was certainly not a treasured heirloom, nor was it a formidable magical artifact. It was merely an ordinary brick, albeit forged through a unique method revealed by the system, rendering it remarkably resilient and imbued with a hint of electrical power. While this electrical force was feeble, it was perfectly suited for dealing with a meat shield-type opponent like Li Dazhuang. Victory belonged to Tangen. Although Tangen's victories are far from glorious, they consistently surprise, precisely aligning with Su Qingru's expectations of him. She always senses that Tangen harbors some secret, akin to an unfathomable treasure. Each time Su Qingru watches Tangen's matches, she is astounded by his ingenious creativity. She marvels at his seemingly endless array of tricks and his astonishing strategies that never fail to captivate her. Su Qingru finds herself utterly perplexed. How can Tang Fan's mind accommodate such a plethora of bizarre ideas? Moreover, how does he so skillfully implement these concepts in practical scenarios? It is nothing short of a riddle, a conundrum that leaves her utterly bewildered. Tangen leaped down from the arena, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction within. This invincible brick was indeed quite effective. He resolved to keep several on hand in the future. At that moment, a petite figure bounded toward him with exuberance. It was none other than Tang Xiao'er. "Brother Tangen, have you finished? How do you feel?" Tang Xiao'er's delicate face was uplifted, her pair of sparkling, inquisitive eyes brimming with curiosity. Tang Anxin thought to herself, "Tang Fan, that young lad, sent you over right after his match. Indeed, you are here to probe into my capabilities. Fortunately, I have kept a card up my sleeve. Do they truly believe that a mere brick can unveil my true strength? What a fantasy! Nonetheless, I adorned my face with a smile. Feigning ease as I remarked, "It's all right," but my opponent was too feeble, lacking any semblance of challenge. "Xiaojiao, you look absolutely stunning today. This outfit suits you beautifully. So delicate and lovely, reminiscent of a fairy." On the surface, Tang Xiao'er blushed at the compliment, feeling a touch of shyness as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Really? Thank you for the praise, Brother Tangen," she replied. However, deep within, she felt somewhat at a loss. Even if I am here to oversee you, it doesn't have to be solely because of Tang Fan. Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious about the true strength Tangen spoke of and wondered why he consistently avoided Tang Fan. If the two were to confront each other, it would undoubtedly be genuine. "Indeed," Tangen said earnestly. "By the way, I saw how you knocked Li Dazhuang down in an instant. How did you manage that?" Tangen pondered for a moment, then scratched the bridge of his nose with his fingers and remarked, "There's no help for it. I am simply a genius." He shook the brick in his hand, a hint of pride evident in his tone. "It's all due to the prowess of my invincible brick. I senti it? I strike when least expected." Tang Xiao'er cast a glance at him and remarked, "Impressive indeed, yet somewhat embarrassing." "Embarrassing? Winning is all that matters, regardless of any shame." Tangen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It's called strategy. Do you understand?" "Strategy?" Tang Xiao'er, with a playful expression of bemusement, responded, "Your strategy is rather peculiar." "Indeed. It is the unconventional that proves effective," Tangen replied with a sense of pride. "Look at Li Dazhuang. He is so robust that I could never hope to confront him head-on. Hence, I must rely on cunning to outsmart him." Tang Xiao'er nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue, and instead inquired, "Is that Tang family's brick truly a treasured heirloom? I had never heard of it before." Tangen smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. In due time, you shall know. Now, you've all worn me out. It's time for you to return and rest." Tangen and Tang Xiao'er walked side by side, the setting sun casting elongated shadows of their figures. Tang Xiao'er chattered incessantly about the events of the arena competition, her curiosity piqued by Tangen's unconventional tactics. Meanwhile, Tangen responded with indifferent remarks, his thoughts already adrift elsewhere. Once back in his room, he dismissed Tang Xiao'er and collapsed onto his bed, yet slumber eluded him. Tang Fan felt an overwhelming pressure from his opponent's formidable strength. The Spirit Master level was no trivial matter, and his meager cleverness was utterly insufficient. He tossed and turned restlessly, much like a pancake on a griddle. No, he needed to devise a plan. Tangen abruptly sat up and began to pace back and forth in the room, reminiscing about his previous successful escapades of skipping class. A notion gradually took shape in his mind. Injured. Yes, being injured. He slapped his thigh and leapt up in excitement. All he needed to do was sustain an injury before his duel with Tang Fan, right? But how could he possibly inflict harm upon himself? That would be utterly foolish. As he pondered deeply, his gaze fell upon a pile of clutter in the corner of the room. Amongst the jumble, he spotted a sharply edged stone, perfectly sized for his purpose. Tang En's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He stealthily approached the pile of clutter, picked up a stone, and examined it closely, nodding in satisfaction. You shall be the one. Tang En took a deep breath, lifted a stone, and aimed at his left leg. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the stone hit the ground, yet Tang En remained unscathed. He was momentarily taken aback and glanced down, only to realize he had inadvertently dropped the stone. This method of self-harm was far too perilous. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Most importantly, he truly found it difficult to inflict harm upon himself. He needed to devise a safer and more rational approach, preferably one that could be executed before his competition with Tang Fan. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 41, Feigning Illness System. Are you capable of enhancing my cultivation? If so, can you also adjust my physical condition? After a system assessment, it confirmed such a function was indeed available. This revelation filled him with reassurance. Truly, fortune was smiling upon him. The sect competition was scheduled to last approximately 3 to 5 days, and through his relentless efforts, Tang En successfully advanced to the finals. Tang En found himself unable to confide in others, resorting instead to silent lamentations within his heart. Who else could be as unfortunate as I? While others rely solely on their brute strength in competitions, I am burdened with the dual demands of both brawn and intellect. My CPU is destined to overheat. On the day of the anticipated duel with Tang Fan, Tang En intentionally shed the company of Tang Xiao'er, appearing with dark circles under his eyes. He walked with a noticeable limp, his face adorned with bandages, resembling a weary soul who had just escaped the battlefield. Oh, the pain is unbearable. Tang En deliberately feigned an expression of excruciating agony, groaning softly. His act immediately captivated the attention of those around him. Tang En, what is the matter with you? What has happened? The crowd inquired, their voices a cacophony of concern. Tang En feigned weakness, waving his hand dismissively as he weakly uttered, "Let us not speak of it. Last night, during my cultivation, I inadvertently succumbed to demonic deviation." Upon hearing the phrase demonic deviation, the crowd collectively gasped in alarm. This was no trivial matter. In severe cases, it could pose a grave threat to one's life. Although Tang En had resorted to underhanded tactics during the competition, he had always been careful to maintain a semblance of restraint, ensuring that even in defeat, his opponents were treated with a modicum of respect. How could this have happened? Are you all right? The concerned onlookers inquired. Tang En forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Fortunately, I am still alive, but my injuries are severe. It seems I will need to recuperate for quite some time." "What has happened to you, Tang En?" Su Qing's voice, cool and melodious, struck Tang En's heart like a heavy blow. Tang En's temples glistened with cold sweat. Why had this icy woman chosen this moment to appear? His eyes darted around, devising an escape plan. Tang En coughed painfully twice, his voice hoarse as he remarked, I have encountered a minor setback in my cultivation. It is of no consequence." Truly, the surrounding disciples bowed respectfully to Su Qingru, eagerly recounting the valiant tales of Tang En's struggle with his internal turmoil. Struggle with internal turmoil? Su Qingru furrowed her delicate brows, her icy gaze settling upon Tang En. Is it serious? Tang En inwardly cursed. This icy woman has a gaze that is far too sharp. She cannot possibly see through me, can she? Nevertheless, I have feigned seriousness so convincingly. I must hastily mention my withdrawal from the competition. With that, he quickly made his escape. He feigned a frail demeanor and said, "It's nothing serious. Merely a need for some rest. I fear I shall be unable to participate in the upcoming." He paused, his eyes darting. "The finals." "The finals?" The surrounding disciples gasped in dismay. "The finals? Ah, indeed, today marks the finals. How truly regrettable. Ah, now I comprehend why he has become so consumed. It is the pressure of this situation." "Indeed," Tang En sighed, adopting an expression of feigned regret. "What a pity. I had hoped to showcase my abilities in this grand competition." The crowd murmured in lamentation, "So it is, indeed. While Brother Tang En's hands may be somewhat tainted, who among us would wish to lose when having come this far?" Poor Brother Tang and Su Qingru observed Tang En, her eyes sparkling with a barely perceptible amusement. "I knew it. The moment he encounters Tang Fan, he will surely retreat like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, attempting to escape at such a pivotal moment. Without considering the stakes, this shall not be permitted. Su Qingru glanced in a certain direction, subtly signaling to others, their eyes silently communicating before they departed. Tang, are you truly unscathed? She inquired once more. Tang En's heart tightened. Why does this woman still inquire? Could it be that I've revealed my secret? He forced himself to respond. It is truly nothing. Your Highness need not worry. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted. Tang En, it seems your leg is no longer limping? Tang En abruptly turned around, only to find a disciple with a sharp, monkey-like face pointing at his leg, his expression one of malicious delight. Oh no! Tang En inwardly exclaimed, realizing that in his pretense of weakness, he had completely forgotten that he was still feigning a limp. The surrounding disciples also took note of Tang En's leg, their faces revealing a myriad of puzzled expressions. Tang En felt a fiery flush on his face, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide. He feigned composure and remarked, Oh, I was merely a bit numb earlier. I am perfectly fine now. Is that so? The sharp-featured disciple clearly expressed disbelief, but I distinctly observed you limping just a moment ago. Tang Anxin secretly cursed this meddlesome fellow, yet managed to force a smile as she replied, Perhaps it is your vision that is failing. My vision failing? Sneered the sharp-featured disciple. I believe you are merely pretending. Tang An's expression darkened, ready to erupt in anger, when Su Qingru interjected. Enough, everyone, let us cease this quarrel. For a cultivator, losing oneself in obsession is no trivial matter. What if you were to go mad and attack your fellow disciples? Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned their attention to the Saintess. Tang En, caught in a predicament, could only acquiesce. Su Qingru's decisive words left Tang En feeling desperate. He cast a furtive glare at the sharp-featured disciple, who responded with a taunting smile, as if to say, Look at you. I've got something on you now. Tang En secretly cursed. This meddlesome fool will eventually pay for their intrusion. However, he had to maintain an appearance of frailty, expressing his gratitude with feigned sincerity. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am eternally grateful. Su Qing nodded slightly, instructing someone to summon the alchemist. Tang Anxin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If the alchemist were to conduct an inspection, his petty tricks would be immediately exposed. With a swift shift of his gaze, he hastily replied, In truth, I have already managed to control the symptoms of my reckless indulgence. It merely requires some time for proper recuperation, so there is no need to trouble the alchemist. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, a knowing expression adorning her features as she regarded him. Oh, you have recovered so swiftly? It seems your cultivation has indeed advanced considerably. Tang Anxin cursed inwardly. This woman clearly does not trust me. Absolutely and unequivocally. Tang En forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. The disciple experienced only a slight discomfort, which has now passed. Tang En inwardly cursed the scrawny fellow and his entire ancestry. Had it not been for this meddlesome brat, he would not find himself in such a predicament. For practitioners, succumbing to demonic influence is no trifling matter, should one lose control and harm fellow disciples. I too would bear responsibility. It would be prudent for Tang En to refrain from harboring any ill will towards the physician. The gaze of the Saintess, Su Qingru, was like two sharp ice blades piercing into Tang En, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. At that moment, an elderly Taoist priest with a white beard sauntered over, exuding an air of ethereal grace, though his eyes were somewhat shifty, akin to a wily old fox. This was Li Xuanji, the chief alchemist of the Tianshan sect. He stroked his beard and first bowed to Su Qingru, saying, Your Highness, I have come to examine this disciple. Su Qingru nodded slightly, gesturing towards Tang En. Alchemist Li, please. Her eyes clearly conveyed the message. Be thorough in your examination. Do not let this slippery eel escape. Chapter 42. The failed feigned illness. Li Xuanji, having lived for many years, possessed an exceptional ability to read others, and instantly grasped the Saintess's intent. He turned to Tang En, his smile lacking genuine warmth, and remarked, My young friend, I must apologize. Tang En felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could this old fellow have discerned something? He forced himself to maintain composure and extended his hand, saying, I appreciate your assistance. Apothecary Li Xuanji, with an air of theatricality, took his pulse for what seemed an eternity, nearly numbing Tang En's wrist with his relentless grip. This old man occasionally pinched with his nails, provoking an itch in Tang En's teeth, who was tempted to slap that aged face. The surrounding disciples held their breath in anticipation of Li Xuanji's diagnosis, fearful of missing any detail. Among them, The scrawny one with a sharp chin craned his neck, wearing an expression of malicious glee, wishing fervently for Tang to be exposed as a deceiver, so that the Saintess might deliver a severe punishment. Tang silently cursed. How long does this old man intend to maintain this pretense? Does he truly wish to rid himself of me? If the matters concerning the system were to be exposed, his fate would be sealed. This is no trifling matter. It could very well cost me my life. Just as Tang was on the verge of losing her composure, Li Xuanji finally opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and spoke in an air of feigned profundity. Remarkable. Peculiar. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly perked up, their ears attentively attuned. Masterly, is there an issue? Su Qing inquired, her tone laced with a subtle hint of anticipation. Li Xuanji stroked his beard and shook his head. Your Highness, this young friend's pulse is quite extraordinary. He paused momentarily before continuing. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered such an unusual pulse. Tang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could this old fox have truly discerned something? The system ought to remain discreet. He nervously swallowed, his palms slick with sweat. Oh, what peculiar phenomenon is this? Su Qingru inquired, a glint of intrigue flashing in her clear, beautiful eyes. Li Xuanji cleared his throat and proclaimed, the pulse of this young friend appears chaotic. Yet it conceals a hidden vitality, akin to withered wood encountering the spring, where adversity transforms into prosperity. He nodded sagely, continuing to expound. This indicates that within the young friend lies a formidable force, yet it has yet to awaken fully. The so-called deviation is merely a result of this power impacting the meridians. The crowd listened in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning. Only Tang understood that this old man was merely fabricating nonsense. There was no hidden power. It was clearly an issue with the system. Does this imply that Tang has not truly deviated? Su Qingru asked, feigning a hint of doubt in her tone. Precisely so, Li Xuanji affirmed with a nod. The young friend is merely experiencing slight discomfort. A single calming heart pill will suffice to restore balance. Tang silently cursed the old fox for his cunning. However, the outcome was indeed to his advantage. In that case, let us trouble Masterly Dan, Su Qing remarked. Li Xuanji retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve, poured out a jade-green pill, and handed it to Tang. Young friend, consume this pill, and you shall be healed. Tang took the elixir, hesitating for a moment before finally swallowing it. As the pill dissolved upon contact, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through his entire being, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. Could it be that this elixir truly possessed some efficacy? Tang pondered to himself. It appears that this old fox is not entirely given to mere fabrication. Thank you, Pharmacist Li Dan. Tang expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. There is no need for such formality, young friend, Li Xuanji replied, stroking his beard with a cheerful smile. It was but a trifling effort. Seeing that Tang was unharmed, Su Qing also felt a sense of relief. She gave a slight nod and remarked, since Tang is well, we shall disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet one particularly disgruntled disciple, with a sharp face and a monkey-like demeanor, shot a fierce glare at Tang before reluctantly departing. Tang finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that she had managed to deceive them. Upon returning to her residence, she immediately summoned the system. System, what on earth were you doing just now? I nearly exposed myself. The system's voice remained as cold and mechanical as ever. Host, this system merely made a slight adjustment to your physical state, nothing more. A slight adjustment? She retorted. Is that what you call it? You nearly allowed that old fox to see through my guise. Tang spoke with a hint of irritation. Host, your acting skills are woefully inadequate. This system is left with no choice. You. Tang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you blame me? If it weren't for your sudden antics, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Host, please do not question this system's professionalism. Professionalism? If you were truly professional, you wouldn't create such a myriad of troubles. The system fell silent. What should I do now? It seems the only way to preserve my life is to feign weakness during the competition with Tang Fan. Yet, the mere thought of those who faced Tang Fan ending up with broken limbs sent a wave of dread through Tang's heart. It wasn't so much fear of defeat as it was an aversion to pain. Tang paced restlessly in the room, resembling an ant on a hot skillet. Su Qingru's sudden display of concern had completely disrupted his plans. He had intended to feign madness as a ruse to buy time, hoping to devise a way to muddle through, but now he found himself in a dilemma, unable to retreat. This wretched system had failed him at a crucial moment. And then there was Su Qingru, that frosty woman, who seemed to habitually thwart his endeavors at the most inopportune times. Tang Yen could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, kicking over a wooden stool in the room with a resounding crash that echoed painfully in the silence. A sharp pain rapidly coursed through his toes, causing him to leap up, grimacing in agony. Damn it, I can't even kick a stool properly. I must be the unluckiest person alive. He limped over to the bedside, sitting down and rubbing his swollen toes, feeling increasingly exasperated. Competing against Tang Fan? That fellow was the epitome of a world protagonist, the favored child of fortune. How could he possibly stand as his rival? Even more daunting was the fact that Tang Fan fought with ruthless intensity, leaving his opponents either dead or severely injured. Tang Yen was determined not to become the next unfortunate soul. No, he needed to devise a plan. Biting his nails, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sudden spark of brilliance ignited in his mind. Eureka! He slapped his thigh in excitement, wincing at the pain. Hastily, he rummaged through his backpack. Before leaving the Tang household, Tang Tian had bestowed upon him numerous valuable items, fearing his son might be bullied. Now, they were about to prove their worth. The revitalizing pill? No, too mundane. The mighty Vidra pill? Also unsuitable, far too conspicuous. An invisibility talisman? Now that seemed intriguing. Meanwhile, Tang Fan was in his room, eagerly preparing for action. Chapter 43, The Finals. Grandfather, rest assured, dealing with that useless Tang Yen will be a mere child's play for me. Tang Fan spoke with an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Tang Yen. The elderly figure within the ring sighed and earnestly remarked, My dear Fan, do not underestimate your opponent. I know, the old man continued, you have repeated it 1,000 times. Although Tang Yen is intelligent, he is merely a trivial fool with a hint of cleverness. Tang Fan impatiently interrupted the old man's words, declaring, I will be careful. Just wait and see the spectacle. The old man shook his head in resignation, lamenting, This child truly does not heed the wisdom of the elders, misfortune is imminent. He patiently continued. Even if it is a matter of taking shortcuts, reaching the finals indicates that Tang Yen possesses a certain degree of skill. Do not underestimate Tang Yen. Tang Fan, appearing visibly irritated and seemingly inattentive, responded with a terse remark, I truly understand. Please cease your incessant nagging. Tang Fan's mind was filled with visions of the triumphant aftermath of the competition. The revered secrets of the Tianyin sect, elixirs, and resources all would fall under his dominion, laying a formidable foundation for his grand ambitions. He could almost envision the day when he would reign supreme over all, a triumphant smile unconsciously gracing his lips. On the day of the finals, the Tianyin sect was a bustling sea of humanity, with not a single seat unoccupied. Tang Fan, clad in dark attire, stood majestically at the center of the arena, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. However, Tang Yen had yet to make an appearance. Where could he be? Could it be that he is afraid? I dare say that is quite likely. After all, he is merely a waste who stumbled into the finals by sheer luck. I suspect he is simply terrified. Ah, Shower, my junior sister, do you have any inkling of Tang Yen's whereabouts? Will he be joining us? Tang Xiao smiled sweetly and said, Brother Tang Yen promised to come. He merely mentioned that he might arrive a bit later. Let us all exercise a little more patience. However, deep within her thoughts, she pondered the impending battle, knowing that, given Tang Yen's character, he would undoubtedly seek a way to evade it. Yet, in the current circumstances, he would be compelled to fight regardless. At last, I shall witness the true extent of Tang Yen's prowess. The audience buzzed with excitement, their murmurs echoing incessantly. Tang Fan stood on the stage, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Humph, Tang Yen, if you dare not show up, I shall declare myself the victor. As time ticked away, Tang Yen remained absent. Just when the crowd began to believe that Tang Yen had truly fled from the challenge, he finally made his entrance. Tang Yen, with a nonchalant demeanor and a beaming smile, exuded an air of mischief. After exchanging formalities, the two commenced their duel. Tang Fan initiated the assault, delivering a swift and fierce whip kick aimed directly at Tang Yen's face. Tang Yen swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Immediately thereafter, he retaliated with a punch, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Tang Fan. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet clashing, resulting in a stalemate. Initially, both fighters adopted a tentative approach, their movements cautious and conservative. After several rounds, Tang Fan noted that Tang Yen continued to remain on the defensive, primarily focusing on evasion and revealing no intentions of offense, mirroring his performance from previous matches. Tang Fan felt a surge of secret delight and spoke to the old man within the ring. Indeed, Tang Yen is merely a fortunate fool. His strength has shown no substantial improvement these past few days. Nevertheless, I shall remain cautious, for I cannot shake the feeling that this lad is not quite right. Tang Fan dismissed the old man's words with contempt, considering the insignificant waste of time unworthy of his attention. Thus, Tang Fan ceased his probing, his gaze hardened, and his strikes turned ruthless, each move aimed directly at Tang En's vital points, with the intent to incapacitate him completely and render him unable to fight. However, to Tang Fan's astonishment, even when he exerted his full strength, his fierce assaults repeatedly missed their mark, as Tang En consistently evaded his attacks by mere fractions. Tang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, causing his movements to grow increasingly rapid. At this moment, Tang En's heart was still filled with trepidation. Goodness. This is a matter of life and death, isn't it? If it weren't for Su Qingru, this icy woman, plotting against me, I would never have faced Tang Fan. Su Qingru, sensing Tang En's inner monologue, slightly shifted her thoughts and mused to herself. This lad is secretly criticizing me again. He truly possesses a lethargic disposition. She raised her head slightly, and a hint of amusement appeared on her otherwise cold visage. Soon after, Su Qingru recalled Tang En's earlier ruse of feigning illness, and a wave of amusement washed over her. Never mind, I shall let him off the hook for today. After all, he went to great lengths to feign illness and excuse himself from this competition. If I hadn't seen through his little trick and applied some pressure, he might have slipped away long ago. This time, I shall observe how he copes with Tang Fan's onslaught and how he conceals his own secrets. Tang En, like a lethargic donkey rolling on the ground, narrowly evaded Tang Fan's assault. Dust billowed forth, choking him and provoking a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. I ask you, Tang Fan, must you be so ruthless? Is it your intention to render me incapable of continuing my lineage? Tang Fan's gaze was cold and menacing, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious, yet a mocking smile graced his face. You? Do you even deserve to have descendants? I wonder if you can even leave the arena in one piece today. My goodness, he's serious. Tang Anshin internally lamented, thinking, today, Tang Fan seems as if he has consumed gunpowder, each strike more lethal than the last. How can my frail body possibly withstand such onslaught? While feigning a desperate evasion, he fervently ridiculed, Su Qingru, you wretched woman, it is because of you that I am risking everything today. If I were to perish here, I would hold you accountable. Meanwhile, Su Qingru, perched comfortably on her high platform, appeared to be in good spirits. Even the surrounding chill seemed to soften in her presence. Tang Fan observed that Tang En was as slippery as an eel, evading his grasp with ease, which only fueled his ire further. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the ultimate technique taught to him by his grandfather, the hurricane palm. The wind from his palm howled ferociously, surging forth with the overwhelming force of a tidal wave towards Tang En. Tang En's expression shifted dramatically. Should he be struck, he would not only face death but also a fate of debilitating injury. In this critical moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind as he recalled the invisibility talisman nestled within his backpack. He decided to take a gamble. Tang En shouted loudly, abruptly producing the invisibility talisman and slapping it onto himself. As Tang Fan's celestial palm was poised to strike Tang En, the latter's figure abruptly vanished, leaving the palm's force to collide with the arena, resulting in a resounding echo. Where has he gone? Tang Fan was taken aback, glancing around but failing to spot any sign of Tang En. The crowd below erupted in a cacophony of whispers and speculation. What was happening? Where was Tang En? Could it be an instance of Earth escape technique? Surely he had fled in terror. Had he? Ha, that good for nothing. Always resorting to ambush. Tang Fan's face turned ashen, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. After dedicating so much time to his cultivation, he was outmaneuvered by a mere waste. Tang En, come out. What kind of man are you? Hiding like a turtle. Tang Fan roared. Chapter 44. The strategy concealed in the shadows. Tang En curled his lip, feeling a sense of triumph. Fool, this is one of the only 3 invisibility talismans of the Tang family. If you can see me, it would be a miracle. He stealthily moved behind Tang Fan, seizing the opportunity. With a sudden kick, he struck Tang Fan squarely in the backside. Ouch! Tang Fan, caught off guard, fell unceremoniously, landing face first in the dust. The crowd erupted into laughter, pointing and chattering about Tang Fan's misfortune. Ha, Tang Fan has truly made a fool of himself. This useless Tang En actually managed to ambush him. I'm dying of laughter. Tang Fan has lost all dignity. Tang Fan, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, rose from the ground and bellowed, Tang En, come out this instant. Tang En drifted about the arena like a specter, occasionally delivering a playful kick to Tang Fan or tugging at his hair. At times, he would intentionally allow Tang Fan's gust of energy to brush against him, feigning a demeanor that suggested, despite my apparent frailty, I possess remarkable agility. Tang Fan was infuriated, yet utterly helpless. He resembled a blind man, tormented by an invisible foe, powerless to retaliate. Curse that wretched invisibility spell. Tang Fan cursed inwardly, never having anticipated that Tang would possess such an item. He began to calm himself and contemplate a strategy. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down by Tang. Tang Fan must devise a method to locate Tang or compel him to reveal himself. At this moment, the elderly figure within the ring presented a pivotal insight. Young lad, have you noticed that there exists a considerable period of vulnerability whenever Tang attempts to launch a surprise attack on you? The old man's words struck Tang Fan like a revelation, illuminating his mind as he began to analyze Tang's weaknesses. It became clear that he needed to strike before this window of vulnerability closed. Now was the time. Tang Fan, act swiftly. Following the elder's guidance, Tang Fan unleashed his palm with remarkable speed. This was precisely the moment Tang had been anticipating. If Tang Fan could send him flying, his narrative quest would reach its conclusion. As dust swirled upon the arena, it was only when the haze began to settle that the spectators beheld the two contenders. Tang and Tang Fan, both momentarily stunned. The sensation of pain had evaporated. The anticipated agony had not materialized. Tang opened his eyes in confusion, realizing that he remained firmly standing in place. What is happening? My full force strike failed to budge him in the slightest? Tang Fan was also taken aback. He distinctly felt his forceful strike land solidly on Tang, yet Tang appeared completely unfazed. How could this be possible? Had this worthless individual somehow cultivated his body? What on earth was happening? Tang rubbed his chest, feeling somewhat dazed. He had clearly prepared himself for being sent flying, even envisioning how he would scream in agony. Yet nothing had happened at all. The spectators below were equally astonished, rendered speechless. They had all assumed that Tang was doomed after Tang Fan's ferocious blow, but unexpectedly, the outcome was entirely different. This was simply inconceivable. Tang Fan gazed incredulously at Tang, a tempest of emotion surging within him. The power of his practiced hurricane palm was formidable. No warrior of the same realm could possibly withstand such a blow, let alone emerge unscathed. Could it be that Tang had concealed his true strength? Suddenly, he recalled the bizarre speed and power Tang exhibited when slaying the beast. A daring hypothesis took root in his mind. Could it be that this young man had been hiding his true level all along? What realm are you truly in? Tang Fan's voice trembled slightly. Tang blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. What realm are you speaking of? I am merely a first-tier spirit manipulator, a mere waste. Surely, you cannot be so blind as to miss this. Utter nonsense. Tang Fan bellowed in anger. How could a first-tier spirit manipulator withstand my hurricane palm? Do you take me for a fool? By the heavens, I truly am a first-tier spirit manipulator. Tang protested, a look of grievance etched upon his face. If you doubt me, strike me again and see for yourself. Tang Fan was infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. This rascal was clearly toying with him. He once more concentrated his palm energy and struck fiercely towards Tang. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Tang remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, not swaying in the slightest. Tang Fan was utterly bewildered. He felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. What on earth was happening? The hurricane palm, which he had always taken pride in, proved ineffective against a mere first-stage body refining waste. The audience below erupted in a flurry of discussions. What kind of monster was Tang? Could it be that he was concealing his true strength? It seemed impossible. He had always relied on ambush tactics. How could he suddenly possess such formidable power? I suspect he must have employed some arcane technique. Yes, that must be it. As he listened to the murmurs from the crowd, Tang Fan's heart swelled with indignation. After several relentless attempts to attack, he discovered that he could not budge Tang in the slightest, causing a sense of unease to creep into his heart. Tang Fan began to question whether he truly lacked strength and if his abilities had waned. At that moment, the effect of the invisibility talisman was about to fade, and Tang realized that prolonging the situation was futile. It turns out that Tang Fan was unable to strike me. I had assumed he could eliminate me in an instant. Tang scratched his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. If that is the case, why should I continue pretending? With matters reaching this point, the glow of the invisibility talisman gradually dimmed, and Tang's figure slowly became visible. He crossed his arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he gazed at Tang Fan, a broad smile illuminating his face. Upon witnessing Tang An's emergence, Tang Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, "What on earth are you up to? Why are my attacks ineffective against you?" Tang An shrugged innocently and remarked, "I truly do not know. Perhaps you are simply not in your best form today? Would you care to return and indulge in some spirit rice to replenish your strength? Do not feign ignorance with me." Tang Fan bellowed in fury. "You must have employed some underhanded tactics. You are cheating." "Cheating?" Tang An replied with a sincere expression, addressing Tang Fan. "My dear brother Tang Fan, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. I never anticipated that. I truly did not expect my defenses to be so formidable." Tang Fan trembled with rage at Tang An's words. "Tang An, do not take such pride. I refuse to believe that I cannot breach your defenses." Once more, he concentrated his energy and struck forcefully towards Tang and let out a helpless sigh, pondering how obstinate Tang Fan could be. Why not retreat when faced with insurmountable odds? Why insist on this relentless struggle? Is he not inviting suffering upon himself? "Brother Tang Fan, I strongly urge you to concede. You are no match for me." Tang An kindly reminded, "Silence. Today, I must defeat you." A series of muffled thuds echoed as the wind from his strikes tore through his garments, revealing his well-defined muscles. Nevertheless, his body remained unscathed. Not a single mark left behind. Tang Fan's assault felt to him as though it were merely a tickle. How could this be possible? Tang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. Chapter 45. Had I known this sooner. Tang Fan's attacks grew increasingly feeble, his breaths became more labored, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He sensed that his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, yet he could not breach his opponent's defenses. This overwhelming feeling of impotence pushed him to the brink of despair. The spectators below had long since been rendered speechless, and the murmurs gradually faded into an eerie silence. They were astonished by the scene before them, a mere trickster enduring the full force assault of a first-tier spiritual master, completely unscathed. It was utterly absurd. How could this be possible? At last, someone shattered the silence. Could it be that he truly possessed extraordinary talent? Impossible. He had always relied on luck. How could he suddenly become so powerful? Surely, he must be employing some sort of magical artifact. Certainly, various speculations spread among the crowd, but no one could provide a plausible explanation. Tang Fan's attacks grew increasingly feeble, ultimately causing his arm to droop in despair, resembling a deflated balloon. He stared incredulously at Tang An, his lips trembling, yet he was rendered speechless. He could not fathom the reality that Tang An, whom he had always regarded as a mere pawn, possessed such formidable power. Tang An gazed at Tang Fan's state, inwardly lamenting, "Had I known it would come to this. Why exert myself from the outset? You compel me to act, and now look, what a disgrace." With matters reaching this point, Tang An felt there was no further need to prolong the confrontation. Su Qing, like that woman, likely could not find any fault. After all, I have exerted myself so diligently. He took a deep breath, resolved to conclude swiftly. In a mere flash, he appeared before Tang Fan, delivering a light yet forceful palm strike. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Tang Fan was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily beyond the arena, blood spilling from his mouth, unconscious. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, all astonished by this sudden turn of events. One strike, merely one strike, and he had defeated Tang Fan, a first-level spirit user? How could this be possible? After the silence, the crowd erupted in fervent chatter. "No way. Did I just witness that? Tang An sent Tang Fan flying with a single palm? This is utterly outrageous. Is he truly merely at the first level of physical cultivation? This young man has concealed his prowess remarkably well. The performance was so convincing." The spectators buzzed with speculation. At that moment, Elder Zhang regained his composure and announced loudly, "Tang An is the victor." Tang An descended from the arena with an air of tranquility, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves of anxiety surged. What a disaster! Has he truly been defeated by Tang Fan? How am I to achieve my ambitions? What will become of my system rewards? Just as Tang An was engulfed in frustration, a melodious and clear voice chimed in his ear. "Brother Tang An, you are so impressive. When did you become this strong?" Tang An turned his head and noticed that Tang Shower had unexpectedly arrived by his side. Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with admiration. She clung tightly to Tang An's arm, the gentle touch causing a ripple of emotions within him. Tang An awkwardly scratched his head and, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's due to my recent indulgence in food that has increased my strength." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao laughed softly. Like a blossoming peach flower, radiant and enchanting. Brother Tangan, you truly have a knack for humor. However, you are indeed remarkable. Tang Xiao felt a mixture of surprise and confusion. The strength of Tangan was truly beyond her expectations. However, why had he chosen to conceal his true abilities? He had always appeared to be uneducated and inept. What could possibly account for his sudden surge in power, despite being by his side all day? She had never observed him engaging in any serious cultivation. Tangan returned to the lounge, collapsing into a chair with a heavy sigh, his mind buzzing with chaos. Victory had been achieved, yet it felt too effortless, too unexpected, leaving him with a gnawing sense of unease. Damn it, could this system be deceiving me? He muttered under his breath. The accomplishment of deliberately losing to Tang Fan in the grand competition had now been utterly dashed, without the system's rewards. What was the point of it all? Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. He had yet to savor the thrill of this new life. The golden opportunity seemed on the verge of slipping away. The image of Tang Fan's face, contorted in shock, haunted him, amplifying his anxiety. That kid was the protagonist of this world. With one strike, he feared he might have prematurely unveiled hundreds of chapters of his grandstanding drama. If he bore a grudge and sought revenge, would it not spell disaster for me? Tang Anyue became increasingly apprehensive, cold sweat trickling down his temples. This won't do. He must promptly devise a remedy. An apology? A gift? Or perhaps, he could deliberately lose to him once more at the next opportunity? Sigh, once tomorrow's final match concludes. He would immediately seek out that lad and humble himself. Tang Anqin firmly resolved in her heart. First, she would stabilize him. Otherwise, the days ahead would be difficult to endure. Tangan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his thoughts racing. Tomorrow marks the final round of the sect competition, and only he and Tang Xiao remain. The rules of the competition dictate that each participant must engage in at least 3 matches, with higher rankings awarded to those with more victories. Having already secured 2 wins, a single additional victory would ensure a flawless record of 3 wins, thus guaranteeing him the top position. However, the system's achievement requirement stipulates that he must defeat 99 opponents during the competition. What to do? Suddenly, an illuminating idea struck Tang and a bold notion blossomed in his mind. The system merely demands that he lose to at least 1 opponent, without specifying to whom he must concede. In essence, losing to either Tang Fan or Tang Xiao yields the same result. Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius. Tangan felt an overwhelming joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Defeating Tang Fan was now out of the question. That young man would undoubtedly wish to devour him alive. However, losing to Tang Xiao was an exquisite notion. Firstly, Tang Xiao was part of Tang Fan's harem, so conceding to her was entirely reasonable, perhaps even allowing him to gain a reputation for cherishing beauty. Secondly, it would enable him to fulfill the system's achievement and claim the rewards. What a delightful prospect. With this thought, Tangan's spirits soared, and the previous gloom dissipated entirely. He even began to fantasize about the moment he would receive the system's rewards. Brethren, what are you thinking? You look so happy. Tang Xiao's sweet voice interrupted Tangan's daydreaming. Tangan regained his composure and gazed at the enchanting Tang Xiao, his heart fluttering. This young lady possessed a remarkable beauty, with her large, sparkling eyes captivating all who beheld them. Ahem, it is nothing. Merely the thought of the impending conclusion of this tedious grand competition tomorrow brings me some joy. Tangan cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Indeed. I feel the same way. Tang Xiaojiao smiled sweetly, tightening her grip on Tangan's arm. Chapter 46, The Final Contest. Brother Tangan, be sure to give it your all tomorrow. Tangan gazed into Tang Xiao's expectant eyes, silently lamenting his predicament. To strive for excellence? How I wish to do so, yet the first place is an unattainable goal for me. The following day, the final round of the family competition commenced as scheduled. Tangan and Tang Xiao stood on the arena, facing each other. Tang Xiao held a long sword, exuding a sweet charm intertwined with an undeniable air of heroism. Below the stage, Tang Fan wore a sullen expression, his fists clenched tightly. Yesterday, Tangan's blow not only stripped him of his dignity but also instilled within him a profound sense of peril. Tangan, today I shall ensure you pay the price. Tang Fan silently vowed within himself. However, the scene that unfolded on the arena left him utterly astonished. As the match commenced, Tangan not only failed to display the formidable prowess he had shown the previous day but also deliberately held back, even exposing vulnerabilities for Tang Xiao to exploit. Brother Tangan, you must be cautious. I shall show no mercy. The match began. Tang Xiao's voice rang out sharply as her figure darted forward. Akin to a nimble swallow, swiftly approaching Tang'an. The glimmer of her sword flickered, exuding an intense chill, aimed directly at Tang'an's vital points. Tang'an felt a sudden chill in his heart. This little girl was indeed quite frank. It appeared that he needed to put on a serious performance. He quickly evaded, feigning a look of panic. "Brother Tang'an, what is the matter? Why do you seem a bit distracted today?" As Tang Xiao launched her assault, she inquired with a sense of perplexity. Tang'an, while dodging, chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. Is that so?" Tang Xiao clearly did not believe him, intensifying her onslaught. "Brother Tang'an, be serious. Show me the prowess you displayed yesterday." Tang Anqin silently lamented. This young girl was indeed earnest. While feigning a state of distress and evasion, he racked his brain, contemplating how to gracefully concede this match. In a moment of inspiration, Tang'an recalled the strike he had received from Tang Fan earlier. Although it had caused him excruciating pain at the time, it now served as an exceptional source of inspiration for his feigned fall. He resolved to replicate that earlier scenario, pretending to be struck by Tang Xiao, and then to fall dramatically to the ground. Therefore, as Tang Xiao launched another fierce attack, Tang'an deliberately slowed his evasive maneuvers, allowing the tip of her sword to narrowly graze his shoulder. "Oh dear," he exclaimed theatrically, staggering back a few steps while clutching his shoulder and feigning an expression of profound agony. Stealing a glance at Tang Xiao, he was taken aback to find that the young lady did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead, a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes, and her assault intensified. "Brother Tang'an, are you truly unhurt? Why has your agility diminished so?" Tang Xiao pressed forward relentlessly, her swordsmanship becoming increasingly intricate. Each strike aimed directly at Tang'an's vital points. Tang Anqin silently lamented his misfortune. How could this young lady deviate from the expected course? He had initially presumed that Tang Xiao would show him mercy, considering his injuries. To his surprise, she escalated her actions, leaving him somewhat unprepared. "I might truly be feeling a bit unwell." Tang'an, while deftly evading Tang Xiao's onslaught, stammered an explanation. "Uncomfortable? It seems to me you are intentionally holding back." Tang Xiao abruptly ceased her assault, feigning a look of suspicion as she gazed at Tang'an. "Brother Tang'an, you wouldn't be intentionally allowing me to win, would you?" Tang Anqin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. This young girl was exceptionally astute. Could it be that she had perceived his intentions? He quickly forced an awkward smile and said, "Xiao, what on earth are you talking about? How could I possibly allow you to win on purpose?" A look of astonishment flickered across Tang Xiao's delicate face as she pondered. Has he discerned something? Could it be that he realizes Tang and is intentionally allowing me to triumph? How could that be? I refuse to believe that he remains indifferent to the rewards of being the champion of the sect competition. Just wait and see how I will compel him to reveal his true intentions. With a slight huff, she once again directed her sword towards Tang'an. "I see you are merely feigning confidence. Brother Tang'an, if you truly feel unwell, then you should concede directly. There is no need for such theatrics here." Tang'an found himself in an inextricable predicament. He could hardly admit to having intentionally lost, for such a confession would only deepen Tang Xiao's suspicions. "Xiao," he began, opening his mouth, yet words eluded him. "Enough," Tang Xiao interjected. "Brother Tang'an, I am aware that you are holding back, but I refuse to claim victory in such a manner. I yearn to vanquish you in a fair and honorable contest." With that declaration, Tang Xiao launched another assault. This time, her swordsmanship was even more ferocious and incisive, as if she aimed to shatter all of Tang'an's facades. Tang'an's heart was filled with despair. This young girl was resolutely determined to engage him in a fierce battle. As he clumsily evaded Tang Xiao's relentless assaults, he racked his brain for a counter-strategy. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of wind behind him, and before he could react, Tang Xiao delivered a swift kick to his backside. Tang Anqin thought to herself, what a splendid opportunity. Alas! With a cry of despair, Tang'an tumbled forward, plunging directly off the stage. Below, the disciples erupted into laughter at the sight. "Tang'an, look at you now. You deserve this." Tang Xiao had not anticipated that the match would conclude so swiftly, even more so than her previous contest with Tang Fan. She had intended to cautiously gauge Tang'an's capabilities. As the reward for securing first place in the sect competition was no trifling matter, a sword known as Jiu Shui, reputed to slice through steel with ease, along with the rare Ningxiu Dan, which could enhance one's cultivation. To be frank, Tang Xiao did not believe that Tang'an could resist such alluring temptations. Yet, He lost so decisively, almost as if he had intentionally thrown the match. How could this be? Tang Yin had no reason to act in such a manner. Unless he harbored feelings for me? Impossible. Just previously, this fellow had pushed me away, uttering not a single word of truth. Tang Xiaoder glanced at the still prostrate Tang Yin from the edge of the arena, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Brother Tang Yin, are you all right? Tang Yin rubbed his backside, grimacing as he rose to his feet, his disheveled appearance somewhat comical. It's nothing, really, just a bit of discomfort, he remarked. Discomfort? I suspect you are merely feigning it. A sharp, caustic voice emerged from the crowd. It was Zhang Yiying, wearing an expression of malicious delight. Tang Yin, could it be that you harbor feelings for Tang Xiao'er? Did you intentionally lose to her? Tang Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and languidly remarked, What do you know? This is called a strategic retreat. Do you understand? Strategy. Zhang Yi scoffed. Strategy? I see you've simply turned coward, unable to outmatch a mere woman, and yet you dare to speak of strategy. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Tang Yin rolled his eyes. If you're so skilled, why don't you take a turn and demonstrate your strategy? Zhang Yi was left speechless, his face flushing crimson. Though he was relentless with his words, he was acutely aware that if he were to face Tang Xiao'er, he would likely not withstand even a single move. Tang Xiao'er watched the two engage in a spirited exchange, unable to suppress a smile in her heart. Chapter 47, Doubt. Tang Xiao'er approached Tang Yin, bent down, and whispered softly into his ear, Brother Tang Yin, are you truly all right? You seem somewhat off. Tang Yin was somewhat flustered by her sudden proximity. Instinctively, he took a step back and stammered, and no, it's nothing. I am just a bit tired. Tang Xiao'er straightened her posture, looking at him with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. Are you tired? Or perhaps feeling a bit guilty? Tell me, did you intentionally let me win? Tang Yin quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. How could I possibly let you win on purpose? I am truly serious about this competition. Really? Tang Xiao'er narrowed her eyes, a glint of cunning sparkling within them. Of course it's true, guaranteed. This little girl is quite crafty, though it's only to be expected. After all, she is destined to be with Tang Fan. Her instincts are indeed remarkably sharp, Tang Yin earnestly assured her. Yet it did nothing to alleviate the doubts swirling within Tang Xiao'er. She tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Tang Yin from head to toe, as if both examining and teasing him. Brother Tang Yin, are you truly not deceiving me? She elongated her words, seemingly jesting. Tang Yin felt as if he were a mouse under the watchful gaze of a cat, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping him. He cleared his throat, attempting to divert the conversation. The grand competition has concluded. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he contemplated making a swift exit. Halt! Tang Xiao'er exclaimed, blocking his path. Why are you running, Brother Tang Yin? I assure you, I have no intention of devouring you. Tang Anxin murmured to herself, You may not consume me, but Tang Fan behind you might. I certainly do not wish to endure once more the sensation of being targeted by Tang Fan. I am merely fatigued. Tang Yin's gaze wandered, unable to meet Tang Xiao'er's eyes directly. Tang Xiao'er observed the look of guilt on his face, her heart yearning to confirm her suspicions. A subtle smile, tinged with cunning, graced her lips as she remarked, Brother Tang Yin, could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Tang Yin nearly choked on his own saliva and hurriedly waved his hand in denial, exclaiming, No, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly have feelings for you? If it weren't for that scoundrel Tang Fan, would I ever be moved by someone like Tang Xiao'er? Tang Yin silently berated within himself. Tang Xiao'er looked at his flustered demeanor and found it increasingly amusing. She deliberately leaned closer to Tang Yin, her breath fragrant as she whispered, Is that so? Yet, I can't help but sense that you appear rather anxious. Tang Yin felt his heart racing increasingly, as if it were about to leap from his chest. Instinctively, he took a step back, widening the space between himself and Tang Xiao'er. All of this was observed by Su Qingru, who sat atop the grand platform. Her delicate brows knitted together, her mind brimming with confusion. To evade a duel with Tang Fan, Tang Yin had employed every possible stratagem, feigning ignorance and even acting as if he were possessed. Were it not for my intervention, Tang Yin would have been forced into combat with Tang Fan. He had even emerged victorious against Tang Fan. The title of champion was nearly within his grasp, yet he willingly relinquished it to Tang Xiao'er. This was illogical, unless... Su Qingru's gaze flitted back and forth between Tang Yin and Tang Xiao'er. A bold conjecture began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that Tang Yin harbors feelings for Tang Xiao'er? The moment this thought emerged, it spread through her heart like wild grass. She recalled the tenderness that occasionally flickered in Tang An's eyes when he looked at Tang's shower, as well as his willingness to offend Tang Fan for her sake. The more Su Qingru pondered, the more plausible it seemed. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. A strange sensation surged within her, leaving her feeling unsettled. Tang, could it be that he has feelings for Tang's shower? Su Qingru questioned herself internally, sensing an unfamiliar emotion stirring within her. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Tang An's mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has successfully passed Chapter 3 and achieved a milestone. Hidden task triggered. Please navigate the trial of the Void Phantom Realm. Task rewards. A mysterious gift pack. Task failure. No penalties. Tang An was momentarily taken aback. But soon a wave of elation surged within him. Goodness. The system had finally issued a task. Moreover, it was a benevolent one. If he were to accomplish this, would it not be utterly delightful? He discreetly cast a glance at Tang Xiaoyao. She appeared to be lost in thought, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. Tang An was secretly contemplating how to accomplish this task. All of this was observed by Su Qing, who stood atop the high platform, taking in every detail. Upon witnessing the fleeting expression of joy on Tang An's face, her conviction and her assumptions deepened further. Tang An took a deep breath discreetly, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. Tang Xiao remained lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his subtle gestures. Seizing the opportunity, he silently summoned the system. System, it is time to receive my rewards. What of the main quest rewards? In the achievement rewards, do expedite the settlement. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, successfully navigating through Chapter 3 and achieving the corresponding accolades. Reward, cultivation level elevated to the 9th rank of Spirit General. A surge of formidable energy instantaneously flooded into Tang An's body, coursing through his meridians like a wild stallion unleashed. Tang An let out a muffled groan. His face flushed as he felt as though his body was on the verge of bursting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the additional accomplishment, the birth of a thespian. Reward, body refinement elevated to the 5th rank of bone forging. Another surge of energy coursed through him, yet this sensation was entirely distinct. It felt akin to a warm stream gently flowing, nourishing every inch of his bones, rendering his physique even more resilient and formidable. Tang An felt a surge of delight within. This sensation was truly exquisite. As two streams of energy converged and merged, he sensed as though he were being reborn, his entire being brimming with vitality. He clenched his fists, the bones cracking with a crisp sound, as if they harbored explosive power. Brother Tang An, what are you up to? Tang Xiao finally regained her composure and gazed curiously at Tang An. Tang An quickly reined in his aura, feigning nonchalance. It's nothing, just stretching my limbs. Yet, within his heart, he was contemplating when the illusory realm would commence. He resolved to inquire about it with the system upon his return. Following the conclusion of the sect competition, the subsequent day would be devoted to the award ceremony. Tang An had initially intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber, relishing the rare moments of tranquility. However, he suddenly recalled an important matter. He had yet to seek forgiveness from Tang Fan. While other concerns could be postponed, this particular one could not. Should Tang Fan harbor resentment and launch a formidable retaliation, his fate would be sealed. With this thought, Tang An sprang from his bed with a start, hastily completed his morning routine, and set out in search of Tang Fan. Upon learning that Tang Fan was in the training hall, Tang An promptly made his way there. Chapter 48. Apology. Part of the Dao inside the training hall, Tang Fan was diligently practicing his swordplay, sweat cascading down as he executed each move with precision, the air around him crackling with the intensity of his technique. Tang An stood at the doorway, took a deep breath to compose his expression, and then stepped inside. Tang Fan, it has been a long time. Tang An greeted with a beaming smile. Tang Fan halted his actions upon noticing Tang An, his expression instantly darkening. Tang An, what brings you here? Hee. Tang Fan, do not be angry. Regarding the matter from the previous competition, I must admit my fault. I had not anticipated that you would. Tang An, upon realizing his misstep, displayed a look of embarrassment on his face. Ahem. What I meant to say is that I truly did not anticipate winning so effortlessly. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you. Tang Fan's expression instantly darkened further. Tang An observed the pallor of Tang Fan's complexion and assumed it was due to his mention of the finals, which had displeased him. Hastily, he rummaged through his storage pouch and produced an assortment of items. Right. Here I have some talismans, elixirs, and several stones exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Tang Fan, these modest gifts are but a token of my esteem. I hope you will graciously accept them. Tang Fan cast a sidelong glance at the items, a cold snort escaping his nose. Do you truly believe that these trivial offerings can atone for the humiliation I have endured? Tang An quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, Of course not. Tang Fan, you are destined to become a significant figure in the future. Do not let such trivial matters weigh on your mind. Just think. If you eventually rise to prominence, who would still remember this minor setback you faced today? Just as Tang Fan was on the verge of fury, preparing to swat this bothersome fly, a slight tremor of the ring on his finger caught his attention. A venerable voice echoed in his mind. Fanner, restrain yourself. Do not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Although Tang An is despicable and shameless, now is not the time to sever ties with him. It seems he has support behind him. We must observe for a while longer. Tang Fan took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anger that surged within him. He had always regarded the words of the old man as a guiding principle. Since the old man had spoken thus, he naturally refrained from acting impulsively. However, the indignation he felt was simply unbearable. Tang Fan, suppressing his fury, forced a smile that did not reach his eyes and remarked, Tang An, you certainly have a way with words. This time, I shall let it slide. However, should I catch you in a misstep, you will face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Tang An's face brightened with joy, as if he had received a tremendous boon. Thank you, brother Tang Fan. I am immensely grateful, he exclaimed, while discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it, I finally managed to bluff my way through. This Tang Fan truly is a formidable character. Once Tang An departed, tranquility once again enveloped the training room. The sword in Tang Fan's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound, echoing the shattering of his heart. He gritted his teeth, striving to steady his trembling body. Humiliation, fury, and fear surged within him like a tumultuous tide. Am I truly inferior to him? Tang Fan let out a low, anguished roar, his voice resonating with boundless despair. With a single fist, he struck the wall, creating a profound dent in the solid stone. Memories of Tang An's disdainful smile and his lofty demeanor flooded his mind, as if he were merely a puppet, a mere ant at the mercy of others. How dare he? How could he be so arrogant? Tang Fan's eyes burned a deep crimson, as if they might burst from their sockets. He desperately sought to grasp something, yet found himself clutching nothing but an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The ring trembled faintly, and a frail voice resonated once more. Fanner, calm yourself. You're downheart. However, the old man's words were abruptly cut short, for he distinctly sensed that Tang Fan's downheart had shattered once again. This time, it was more complete and despairing than ever before. Tang Fan sat despondently on the ground, his gaze vacant as if his soul had departed. He felt akin to a joke, a pitiful creature toyed with by the whims of fate. Grandfather, am I truly worthless? Tang Fan's voice was hoarse, akin to a flickering flame in the snow, precariously close to extinguishment. The ring fell silent for a moment, its aged voice imbued with a sense of helplessness. Fanner, your talent is not inferior to his. It is merely what? Tang Fan lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It is simply that your inner demons weigh heavily upon you, and your resolve is too fragile. The old man's tone was grave. You care too deeply about the opinions of others and fear failure too much. You perpetually dwell in the shadows of others, hesitant to pursue your own path. What should I do? Tang Fan's voice trembled. You must discover your own path. Unearth the strength that belongs solely to you. The old man's voice was resolute. Only then can you conquer your inner demons and break free from their shadow. My path. My strength. Tang Fan murmured to himself, his gaze gradually regaining a semblance of clarity. He slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fists. Grandfather, what do you say my path is? Tang Fan's voice remained hoarse, yet it no longer conveyed the same sense of helplessness as before. Instead, it was imbued with a hint of confusion and longing. The ring fell silent for a moment, and then an aged voice, tinged with a sigh, spoke. Fanner, each person's path is distinct. It is for you to seek and comprehend. Your journey does not lie in emulating others, but in unearthing your own potential and discovering what is uniquely yours. What uniqueness do I possess? Tang Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. From the beginning until now, he had been consistently overshadowed by Tang An. Whenever he believed he could vanquish Tang An, he would discover that Tang An stood taller and had grown stronger than himself. You possess a resilience far superior to his, alongside an unwavering determination. The old man's voice resonated with a hint of encouragement. You have endured countless failures and setbacks, yet have not surrendered. This is your greatest strength. Tang Fan was taken aback. He had never contemplated that the relentless struggles he had long regarded with disdain could indeed be his greatest asset. He had always believed that his perseverance stemmed solely from a sense of unwillingness to concede, a desire to validate his worth. Your resilience, your tenacity, is the very foundation of your resolve, the elderly gentleman continued. What you must do is transform this resilience into strength, rather than allowing it to become a burden. Tang Fan gazed down at the broken sword in his hand, a flicker of enlightenment gradually dawning within him. He had long been overly concerned with the opinions of others. Paralyzed by a fear of failure, this incessant worry had caused him to lose his sense of self amidst repeated setbacks, leading him astray from his path. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the shattered blade tightly, feeling the chilling touch of the metal. He lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked ahead. A surge of unprecedented strength swelling in his heart. Grandfather, I have come to understand. Tang Fan's voice no longer trembled. It resonated with unwavering determination. Chapter 49, The Grand Ceremony of Rewards. I have come to understand, Tang Fan reiterated, this time infused with a fierce intensity. I can no longer live in the shadow of Tangan. I must forge my own path. The elderly figure within the ring seemed to emit a soft chuckle, his tone imbued with satisfaction. It is good that you comprehend this, Fanner. Remember, the way is not achieved in an instant. It requires your continual exploration, practice, and insight. Exploration, practice, insight. Tang Fan murmured to himself, and a glimmer of light gradually ignited in his eyes. Indeed, the encouraging voice of the old man resonated in Tang Fan's ears. You must believe that every failure you endure, every pain you bear, is to forge a stronger version of yourself. Tang Fan took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of the broken sword with renewed resolve. Grandfather, you are right. I should no longer dwell on the past. I must look ahead. I shall become stronger, for I am the foremost disciple among the inner sect. This was merely a misstep. He lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering as he stared into the distance. I will discover my own path, and I will prove that I, Tang Fan, am not inferior to anyone. Excellent. This is the Tang Fan I know. The old man's voice resonated with warmth and anticipation. I believe in you, my child. You can certainly achieve it. Tang Fan ceased to utter another word. He closed his eyes, attentively immersing himself in the surging power coursing through his veins. This time, he was neither lost nor fearful. He sensed an unprecedented force pulsating within him, emanating from the depths of his soul, fueled by his conviction that he could master everything that lay ahead. To him, his family, sect, and even the entire world were but mere toys to be manipulated at his whim. Tang Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of nearly frenzied ambition flickering within his pitch-black gaze. He aspired to be the ruler, to become the dominant force on this chessboard of existence. Tang Fan rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, poised to depart from this stifling place. Grandfather, let us be on our way. To where? Came the grandfather's puzzled voice from the ring. Surely, to grow stronger, Tang Fan replied, a confident smile curving his lips. Now that I have discovered my path, I must act without delay, mustn't I? Indeed. Well spoken. The grandfather's voice resonated with admiration. My dear boy, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert every effort to assist you. Though his face bore a confident smile, it was oddly frigid, devoid of warmth. His gaze was rife with ambition, akin to a beast poised to devour any obstacle in its path. The gentle morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a mottled pattern across Tangan's face. Tangan turned over, attempting to shake off the disturbing light that interrupted his peaceful slumber. In his drowsy state, he sensed someone nudging him, accompanied by a flurry of chattering sounds. Brother Tangan, wake up quickly. If you sleep any longer, the sun will shine upon your backside. Tangan reluctantly opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the vibrant smile of Tang Shower. Today, she donned a delicate pink dress, her hair styled into 2 playful buns. Adorning her head were 2 exquisite floral hairpins, enhancing her charming and adorable appearance. Shower, why did you wake me so early? Tangan rubbed his bleary eyes, his voice thick with nasal tones. Brother, you haven't forgotten, have you? Today is the grand ceremony for the sect's great competition. Tang Xiao wore an expression of exasperation, as if to say, don't tell me you've forgotten about this. It was only after her reminder that Tang had suddenly recalled the events of yesterday. He had gone to apologize to Tang Fan, feeling quite elated. And upon returning to his residence, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, completely forgetting about the grand ceremony of rewards. Alas, how poor my memory is. Tangan scratched his head apologetically. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Humph, I knew you would react this way. Tang Xiao pouted in a feigned display of anger. Brother Tangan, if you continue like this, I might genuinely start to suspect that you are doing it on purpose. All right, I am just not fully awake yet. Tangan quickly rose to his feet, donning his attire as he spoke. Tang Xiao nodded, then, resembling a little adult, gently patted Tang in shoulder. Brother Tangan, please tidy up quickly. I shall wait for you outside. Tangan watched as Tang Xiaoyer skipped away, shaking his head in resignation. This girl is truly becoming increasingly whimsical. After a brief freshening up, Tangan followed Tang Xiaoyer to the square where the grand ceremony was to be held. The square was teeming with people, bustling with liveliness. Disciples from various battle teams donned their matching attire, standing in accordance with their respective regions. Tangan's gaze immediately fell upon the striking figure of Tang Fan amidst the crowd, clad in a sleek black attire, with a glimmering long sword sheathed at his waist. He exuded an aura of both handsomeness and poise, yet emanated an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Adorning his waist was an intricately carved jade pendant, signifying his status as an inner sect disciple. A confident smile graced his face as he basked in the admiration of those around him. Tangan's gaze turned towards Tang Fan, whose eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Brother Tangan, what are you observing? Tang Xiao followed Tangan's gaze, resembling a curious little kitten as she tiptoed. She weaved through the throngs of people, ultimately fixing her eyes upon Tang Fan amidst the crowd. Tang Xiao blinked her sparkling eyes and turned to Tangan, her voice laced with curiosity as she inquired, Brother Tangan, are you perhaps watching Tang Fan? Tangan suddenly came to his senses, realizing that he had lost his composure. Clearing his throat to mask the tumult within, he feigned calmness and said, Indeed. It is just right now. Tang Xiao tilted her head, increasingly perplexed. She inhaled deeply, striving to discern the scents in the air. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, What do you mean by the right scent? Are you referring to the incense from the grand ceremony? I haven't detected any particularly distinctive fragrance. Tangan gazed at Tang Xiao, who appeared utterly bewildered. Realizing he had inadvertently spoken his innermost thoughts aloud, he quickly sought to amend his words. I meant to say that you exude a delightful fragrance. At that moment, Tangan felt a searing gaze fixed upon him. He turned his head to find himself locking eyes with Su Qingru, whose inquisitive gaze was penetrating. Su Qingru was adorned in a delicate light blue gown, her lustrous black hair elegantly secured with a glass hairpin. Her face was graced with subtle, yet exquisite makeup, accentuating her ethereal beauty. As Tangan's gaze met hers, it seemed that a hint of challenge flickered in her eyes. Tangan could only manage a polite smile. Yet a sense of perplexity lingered within him. Despite his diligent efforts in the sect's grand competition, why did this icy woman regard him with such intensity? Could it be that this wretched woman was harboring some ulterior motive? Tangan subtly averted his gaze, yet an inner vigilance stirred within him. Chapter 50, Undercurrents Surging. A woman like Su Qingru would undoubtedly not relinquish her ambitions easily. At that moment, upon hearing Tangan's thoughts, Su Qingru mused to herself, Indeed, this Tang and is a libertine, which respectable gentleman fixates on the scent surrounding Miss One. He dares to call me an old hag. Yet what schemes could I possibly harbor? Perhaps I should turn my attention to him. The grand ceremony of rewards soon commenced, with the elder delivering a passionate speech before announcing the list of winners from the sect's grand competition. As anticipated, Tang Xiao, due to her outstanding performance in the competition, secured the title of first among the inner disciples. When this result was proclaimed, the entire plaza erupted in fervor. The crowd burst forth with thunderous applause, cheers, and expressions of admiration, nearly shaking the very dome of the plaza. Remarkable. Truly deserving of her title, junior sister Xiao has achieved such excellence at such a tender age. Indeed, at such a young age, she is the current champion among the inner disciples, and her future holds limitless potential. Not only is junior sister Xiao exceptionally talented, but her diligence serves as an inspiration for us all. I have heard that she possesses her own unique methods of cultivation. I long to seek her wisdom in this regard. Tang Xiao stood at the center of the crowd, basking in the accolades that surrounded her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She inclined her head slightly, expressing her gratitude to the multitude. Sunlight cascaded upon her delicate visage, as if bestowing upon her a golden halo, rendering her even more resplendent and captivating. Tang Xiaoyer ascended the high platform with grace, receiving the golden token, a symbol of her distinction as the foremost disciple of the inner sect, from the elder's hands. Tang Xiaoyer, may you not disappoint the expectations of our sect. Devote yourself to your cultivation and strive to bring glory to the heavenly transformation sect, the elder said with earnestness, patting her shoulder. I shall remember the teachings of the sect master. Tang Xiaoyer replied respectfully. The elder nodded in satisfaction before shifting his gaze toward Tang and amidst the crowd. Tangen. The elder's voice resonated through the square like the tolling of a great bell. Tangen was taken aback, lifting her head to gaze at the elder with a hint of confusion. Come here. The elder beckoned to Tangen. Though Tangen was unaware of the elder's intentions, he steeled himself and ascended the high platform. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, his eyes drawn to Su Qingru, who stood upon the dais. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be? How could this possibly involve me? Tangen felt a sense of bewilderment. Could there be some hidden segment? Wasn't it still not my turn in the award ceremony proceedings? Why was I being called to the stage again? A troubling thought suddenly flashed through Tangen's mind as he pondered. Could it be? How is this still related to me? Hasn't it all come to an end? Could it be that the IC matron intends to target me again? His gaze flickered back and forth between the elder and Tang Xiaoyer, desperately searching for answers. Yet he found none. Tangen could not help but suspect that Su Qingru had concocted yet another scheme to target him. As he recalled the various entanglements with Su Qingru, a sense of vigilance surged within him. However, Tangen still dared not defy the elder's command. Gritting his teeth, he made his way toward the high platform, each step feeling exceedingly burdensome. Tangen sensed that ahead lay a meticulously crafted trap. Qiu Qing's gaze remained fixed upon Tangen's figure, her eyes brimming with scrutiny. She was eager to discern how he would respond to the elder's unexpected arrangement. For her, it was an exceptional opportunity for observation. Should Tangen choose to accept the reward, it would indicate that he harbored ambition and ulterior motives, suggesting he would not easily relinquish any opportunity. One of the elders produced an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve and addressed Tangen. Although your performance in this sect's grand competition was somewhat lacking in finesse, the merits you have previously established for our sect are well acknowledged by all. Inside this box lies a spirit-gathering pill, which can aid you in swiftly enhancing your cultivation. The elders hope that you will strive even harder in the future and not disappoint the expectations our sect has for you. Tangen took the wooden box, his heart a tumult of emotions. I knew that Su Qingru would never let me off the hook. It seems she employs this tactic to divert attention towards me, and then seeks to undermine me. Does she? Is this a means to vent her frustrations on Tang Fan? Very well. It is you who wishes for me to take the spotlight, yet it is also you who desires to keep me in the shadows. Upon hearing Tangen's innermost thoughts once more, Su Qingru felt a sense of disdain in her heart. Tangen received the wooden box with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, feeling its substantial weight. It was uncertain whether the heaviness stemmed from the box itself or from the precious spirit-gathering pill contained within. He slightly bowed, his tone respectful yet tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I shall endeavor to the utmost, living up to the sect's high expectations. Damn it. Could this old fool be a lackey of Su Qingru? A spirit-gathering pill? What a farce. With my system in hand, what significance does a mere pill hold? Su Qingru, seated upon the high platform, listened to Tangen's inner thoughts, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She knew he was conjuring up tales about her in his mind. However, she was curious to see what tricks he would devise. The elder appeared oblivious to Tangen's undercurrents, contentedly stroking his beard. After offering a few words of encouragement to Tang Xiaoyer, he deemed the matter concluded. As the elder descended the steps, Tangen, clutching the wooden box, was suddenly struck by a question. Tangen hurriedly called out to the system. Where exactly is that elusive place he mentioned? Ding. Host, you merely need to wait in place. What do you mean by in place? Is it right here? Oh, come on. You can't mean the secret realm that Tang Fan and Tang Xiaoyer entered? Indeed. Host, please prepare yourself. Why didn't you alert me sooner? Upon receiving the trial, Tangen was so overwhelmed with joy that he completely overlooked the corresponding scene from the original narrative. I am still unprepared, after all. Tang Fan is the child of destiny, whereas I am not. At this moment, Tang Xiaoyer noticed that Tangen was lost in thought on the stage. As she approached him, intending to utter a few words, in the next instant, both were drawn away by an unknown force, vanishing from the platform. Just as Tangen remained oblivious to what had transpired, he suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the trial of the Taishu illusory realm. System, I curse you. You wretched entity. I knew you would pull this on me. Tangen's furious roar echoed through the void, yet it received no response, only the mocking hum of an echo in return. Before him lay a blinding expanse of white, obscuring all visibility. Tang Yin tentatively took a few steps forward, feeling the ground beneath him soft and yielding, as if he were treading upon a cloud. Tang Yin, where are you? A melodious voice called out from a short distance away. It was Tang Xiao'er. A surge of joy filled Tang Yin's heart as she hurriedly followed the direction of the sound. I am here. Xiao'er, have you been inexplicably drawn into this as well? As the mist gradually dissipated, Tang Xiao'er's figure emerged before Tang Yin. Dressed in a delicate pink gown, she appeared somewhat disheveled, with the hem of her dress marred by specks of dirt. I am unsure of what transpired. I was just on stage moments ago, and then Tang Yin was about to interrupt Tang Xiao'er when he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. What was happening? Sensing something unusual, Tang Yin alertly scanned his surroundings. In the distance, the ground began to cave in, forming a colossal vortex. A powerful suction force threatened to engulf everything in its vicinity. This is bad. Tang Yin grasped Tang Xiao'er's hand tightly and urged, run. Chapter 51. Sudden danger. The two of them sprinted desperately away from the vortex. However, the suction grew increasingly potent, as if an invisible hand had seized them firmly, dragging them toward the abyss. Tang Xiao'er cried out in alarm, tripping over a protruding rock and tumbling forward. Tang Yin, with swift reflexes, seized her firmly. Yet, due to the force of inertia, the two of them were inevitably drawn towards the vortex. This is the end. We are doomed. Inside Tang Yin, a cry of despair echoed, yet she held Tang Xiao'er tightly, determined to shield her from harm. Just as the two were about to be engulfed by the swirling vortex, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping them in its radiance. The pull vanished in an instant, and they both fell heavily to the ground. Coughing a few times, Tang Yin struggled to rise, only to find herself in an unfamiliar setting. Gone was the endless expanse of white. Instead, she found herself surrounded by a lush, verdant forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows all around. Where was this? Tang Xiao'er also rose to her feet, brushing off the dust from her attire, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the illusory realm. The voice of the system finally resonated in Tang Yin's mind. Please strive to complete the trials and reap abundant rewards. Before Tang Yin had the chance to utter a curse, a rustling sound emerged from the distance. Suddenly, a colossal spider sprang forth from the woods. Its 8 crimson eyes fixated intensely on the two individuals, emitting a spine-chilling hiss. Goodness! What on earth is this abomination? Tang Yin was startled and jumped up, instinctively shielding Tang Xiao'er behind him. Tang Xiao'er was equally startled, gripping Tang Yin's sleeve tightly. The colossal spider did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, it slowly approached the two, seemingly toying with its prey. At that moment, Tang Yin suddenly sensed a soft touch behind him. Looking down, he discovered that Tang Xiao'er had wrapped her arms around him, her body trembling slightly. Tang Yin felt a surge of fear. Tang Xiao'er's voice carried a hint of sobbing, her pitiable demeanor stirring a sense of compassion within Tang Yin. Fear not, for I am here, he gently reassured her with a pat on her back. However, his mind was preoccupied with the thought, so even a sacred body like Tang Xiao'er can be afraid of spiders. Indeed, it seems all girls harbor a fear of such creatures, not to mention this particular one, which I find utterly repulsive. What on earth does this cursed system intend to achieve? Just as the colossal spider was about to pounce, a voice resonated in Tang Yin's mind. Ding. Danger detected for the host. Activating protection mechanism. Bestowing a limited-time gift package upon the host. Shall it be opened immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yin chose yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine swordsmanship. You have obtained indestructible Vidra technique. You have received invincible golden bell shield. A series of system notifications left Tang Yin momentarily bewildered. This is rather excessive, isn't it? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, filling him with an invigorating strength. Roar! The colossal spider let out a furious screech and lunged fiercely towards him. Tang Anshin felt a sudden surge of energy, and in his hand, a radiant long sword materialized out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade, unleashing a golden sword aura that cleaved the massive spider in two. Viscous green liquid erupted forth, and instinctively, Tang Yin embraced Tang Xiao'er, shielding her from the repulsive substance with his own body. Tang Xiao'er pressed closely against Tang Yin's chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sense of inexplicable reassurance enveloping her. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest, causing the earth to tremble violently. A colossal spider was cleaved in two by a single stroke of a sword, its viscous green fluid splattering across the surroundings. Instantly, the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Tang held Tang's shower tightly, only relaxing slightly after confirming that no liquid had splattered onto her. Tang Xiaoyao peered out from Tang's embrace, her gaze fixed upon the massive, twitching remains of the spider sprawled on the ground. Her delicate face turned ashen as she fought against the urge to retch, and in a hushed voice, she inquired, "What on earth is this place?" Tang replied, "I am not entirely certain. However, given the circumstances, it is likely due to the original plot." He lifted his gaze towards the sky, only to be met with the dense foliage that obscured everything. The heavens were entirely hidden from view, making it impossible to discern the path back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully vanquishing the first-level beast, bloodthirsty demon spider. As the system notification concluded, Tang felt a warm surge coursing through his body. The slight fatigue from the battle dissipated entirely, replaced by an invigorating sensation, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Before he could fully appreciate this newfound power, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest once more. This time, the sound was clearer and much closer. Roar! The earth trembled violently, as if some colossal creature were charging towards them. The surrounding trees swayed violently under an invisible force, and leaves cascaded down like raindrops. Tang's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Tang's shower and hurriedly sought refuge behind a colossal tree that could barely be encircled by several individuals. The coarse texture of the tree bark pressed painfully into his palms, yet he paid it no heed, whispering urgently, "Remain silent. It seems that some formidable creature is approaching." Tang's shower, bewildered, pressed closely against Tang, consciously moderating her breath. She exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, intermingling with the damp, earthy scent of the forest, causing an inexplicable stir within Tang's heart. Damn it, how could he still have the presence of mind to think such things at a time like this? He silently chastised himself, directing his focus to the sounds surrounding them. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking branches, as if some colossal beast were recklessly approaching. The ground trembled beneath them, sending a tingling sensation through Tang's feet. What manner of creature could this be? Tang Xiao's voice trembled, emerging almost as if forced through clenched teeth. Tang remained silent, holding his breath as he peered through the gaps in the tree trunks. A colossal figure gradually came into view. It was a gigantic bear, entirely shrouded in black scales, its size dwarfing that of the previously encountered giant spider by several magnitudes. Its crimson eyes glinted with malevolence, and sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, dripping with a chilling saliva. Goodness, is this truly a bear? This is clearly Godzilla donned in bear skin. Tang inwardly cursed, realizing that this illusion was undoubtedly lethal. If the first-level beast was a spider, this creature must surely be ranked 10 or higher. The massive bear seemed to sense their presence, abruptly halting its advance. Its enormous nostrils flared as it inhaled the air, and then it unleashed a deafening roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing Tang's eardrums to thrum painfully. Tang Xiao felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Holding onto him tightly, her body tense. System, damn it. How do I deal with this? Tang silently roared in his mind. Chapter 52. System Reward Ding. It has been detected that the host is in peril. An emergency mission has been activated. Eliminate the second-tier ferocious beast, Frenzied Demon Bear. Mission rewards: 1 advanced body refining pill and 1 mysterious equipment. Mysterious equipment? That sounds rather promising. Tang's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he soon wore a troubled expression as he lamented, "The issue is, how am I supposed to fight now? Should I use my head, the recently acquired divine swordsmanship, the indestructible skill, and the invincible golden shield, while impressive in theory, were still new to him, and he had yet to fully assimilate their power. His current abilities were limited, and contending with the colossal spider had already pushed him to his limits. Faced with the raging demon bear, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as despair began to envelop him, he sensed a gentle caress from Tang Xiao, as if she were subtly indicating something. He glanced down and noticed the affirmation shining in her round, expressive eyes. In that instant, a realization dawned upon Tang. How could I have forgotten that this girl possesses considerable combat prowess? In the face of danger, I suddenly overlooked this fact. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed Tang Xiao behind him, firmly grasped the golden sword, and stepped out from the shelter of the towering tree. Tang Xiao poised herself in anticipation behind. Beast, your opponent is me. Tang bellowed at the raging demon bear, launching an offensive. With a roar, the furious demon bear retaliated, its colossal paw striking fiercely towards Tang's mind stirred. And both the indestructible diamond skill and the invincible golden bell shield activated simultaneously. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance enveloped his form, creating an impregnable defense. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as the bear's paw struck fiercely against Tang. However, the massive creature's assault failed to inflict any harm. Instead, it was repelled by the recoil of the golden bell shield, staggering back several paces. Oh, this golden bell shield proves to be quite effective. A surge of joy welled up within Tang, and his confidence soared. No longer content to remain on the defensive, he took the initiative to strike. His golden sword transforming into streaks of radiant light that surged forth like a tempest towards the ferocious demon bear. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sword clashed repeatedly with the bear's massive paws, producing a series of sharp metallic echoes and sending sparks flying. Although Tang's assaults inflicted little significant harm upon the frenzied demon bear, they succeeded in inciting its wrath. The beast let out a thunderous roar, its eyes blazing an even deeper crimson, while the dark scales adorning its body emitted an eerie luminescence. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw, a sphere of black energy coalescing within, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. What on earth is this? Tang secretly cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Tang Xiaojiao suddenly dashed out from behind him. Tang Xiao moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a flash of lightning. And in an instant, she stood before the furious magic bear. In her hand, a gleaming dagger, radiating a crimson light, had appeared unbeknownst to her. The dagger shimmered with a faint pink glow, clearly a remarkable artifact. With a delicate cry, she executed a graceful arc in the air, aiming the dagger directly at the bear's throat. This is madness. Tang felt a surge of alarm within. The young girl was far too reckless. The furious magic bear possessed formidable defenses, which even his golden sword struggled to penetrate. What could a mere dagger wielded by Tang Xiao accomplish? Yet, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. Tang Xiao's dagger pierced through the thick black scales of the raging demon bear with an ease akin to slicing through tofu, burying itself hilt deep. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the bear, as the dark energy sphere it had been conjuring dissipated into nothingness. Its massive form trembled violently. Seemingly unable to fathom that it could be harmed by a mere human, Tang Xiao did not cease her actions. With a swift twist of her wrist, the dagger plunged violently into the throat of the frenzied demon bear. Blood gushed forth from the creature's neck, staining the surrounding flora a deep crimson. The ferocious demon bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, struggling momentarily before falling still. Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Tang gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Tang Xiao could be so formidable, even exhibiting greater agility than himself. Tang Xiao pulled out her dagger, shaking off the blood that adorned its surface. She then turned to face Tang, playfully winking. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Tang stepped forward, scrutinizing the dagger held by Tang Xiao. The dagger glowed a vivid crimson, its blade remarkably sharp. He could not help but inquire, what is the origin of this dagger? How could it penetrate the defenses of the ferocious demon bear? This was left to me by Tang Fan. I am uncertain of its precise origins, but I am aware of its formidable power. System, please scan this dagger, Tang silently commanded. Ding! The scan was complete. The dagger was identified as Heartburn Dagger, forged from the essence of 10,000-year-old crimson flame stone. It possesses the ability to unleash heart-burning flames that incinerate the target's soul, inflicting lingering damage, and carries a certain probability of instilling a state of fear in the target. 10,000-year-old crimson flamestone? That is truly remarkable. Tang was utterly astonished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent mission, slaying the level 2 ferocious beast, raging demon bear. Mission rewards: 1 advanced body refinement pill and 1 mysterious weapon. The advanced body refinement pill has been issued to the system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. The mysterious weapon is currently being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mysterious weapon. Cosmic bag, capable of storing items. With an infinitely large space. Infinitely large? Tang was momentarily stunned. This was simply extraordinary. He eagerly opened the system backpack to examine the attributes of the cosmic bag. He observed that the cosmic bag resembled an ordinary cloth pouch, yet it emanated a faint golden light, exuding an aura of mystery. Tangan attempted to place the golden sword into the bag of holding, and in an instant, the sword vanished completely. He then retrieved the golden sword from the bag, and it appeared in his hand, unscathed. This contraption is remarkably convenient. Tang Anshin was filled with joy with the Qiankuan bag. He could carry a multitude of items with ease. Most importantly, he no longer had to worry about the burden of weight. Shower, are you injured? Tangan inquired with concern. I am fine. Tang Xiao shook her head, a trace of weariness appearing on her face. That moment had been exceedingly perilous. She resolved not to act so impulsively in the future. Tangan spoke reproachfully, I understand. Tang Xiao replied softly, her head bowed. Let us find a place to rest for a while, Tangan suggested. The two then sought refuge in a secluded cave. Tangan sat cross-legged, consuming a high-grade body-refining elixir, and commenced his cultivation of the indestructible Vajra technique and the invincible golden bell shield. Tang Xiao leaned against the stone wall, her eyes closed in a state of tranquility. The cave was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of their breaths resonating in the stillness. Chapter 53. Rest within the cave. Tangan cherished the Qiankuan bag as if it were a priceless treasure. This was indeed a remarkable artifact. Previously, he had been troubled about how to transport the treasures from the secret realm, but now, with this Qiankuan bag, he had no cause for concern. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. In time, not only could he carry treasures, but he could even empty the entire secret realm without issue. Tangan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, and she could not help but think of Tang Fan. She mused to herself, initially. It seemed that Tang Fan had easily overcome numerous obstacles, leading her to believe that this secret realm was exceedingly simple. However, it is now evident that this is far from the truth. I exerted every ounce of my strength and nearly succumbed to the ferocious magic bear. I must thoroughly reflect on what this secret realm entails. Were it not for the assistance of the system, I might have lost my life. Is this the remarkable prowess of the fated child? Tangan could not help but exclaim, damn. This task ought to be entrusted to Tang Fan. As Tangan pondered deeply, Tang Xiao, awakened by his inner thoughts, found herself filled with curiosity. Tang Fan. Does this imply that it was originally Tang Fan who was meant to enter this secret realm? Just how much does Tang and truly know about this mysterious domain? Tang Xiao initially intended to listen a little longer to the heartfelt words of Tangan. However, after waiting for some time and hearing nothing, she had no choice but to feign awakening. Tang Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently, her gaze settling upon Tangan. He was enthusiastically fiddling with the bag in his hands, his face radiating a childlike joy. Tang Xiao's fingers gently massaged her temples as she feigned awakening from slumber. Stretching languidly and emitting a soft sigh, Tangan, upon hearing the commotion, immediately lifted his gaze towards Tang Xiao and inquired with concern, Xiao, you are awake? How do you feel? Tang Xiaoshu rubbed her eyes and sleepily remarked, It seems I heard you mumbling something, Tang Fan? A secret realm? What are you talking about? She furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze filled with confusion. Tang Yan's heart sank with a sudden jolt, realizing the predicament he was in. How perceptive is this Tang Xiao? He quickly masked his unease, exclaiming, No, I haven't said anything at all. Perhaps you were merely dreaming? As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head. Could this girl have possibly heard my innermost thoughts? That would be quite uncanny. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Tang Xiao's eyes, yet her expression remained inscrutable. She propped herself up and approached Tangan with an air of curiosity, inquiring, What is this bag you possess? It appears rather extraordinary. She reached out, eager to touch the Qiankuan bag. Tangan quickly stowed away the Qiankuan bag and remarked, It's nothing, merely an ordinary storage pouch. His gaze flickered, unable to meet Tang Xiao's eyes directly. If this little girl were to discover that this item was boundless in capacity, wouldn't he have to devise a way to take it and present it to Tang Fan? Perhaps it would be prudent to remain silent for the time being. As Tang Xiao observed his palpable anxiety, her conviction in her assumptions deepened. Oh, is that so? She elongated her intonation, her tone laden with significance. I had presumed you were about to reveal some clandestine secret. She lifted the water jug, taking a delicate sip, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Tang's countenance. The atmosphere within the cavern became subtly charged. Water droplets cascaded from the stone walls, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound that accentuated the profound stillness of the cave. Outside, the wind howled, and the shadows of trees danced, occasionally punctuated by the melodious calls of birds. Tangan felt as if he were sitting on a bed of needles. Striving to maintain his composure, he said, Let us take a rest swiftly. We must continue our exploration of the secret realm tomorrow. He retrieved a blanket from his cosmic pouch and handed it to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao'er took the blanket and gently draped it over herself, murmuring softly. She turned to the side, appearing to close her eyes. However, she was secretly observing every movement of Tang Yin. Tang Yin noticed that she did not seem inclined to press for further questions, and he felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began his meditation. Fortunately, it appeared that this girl had refrained from persistent inquiries. Otherwise, his cover would have been compromised. He silently admonished himself, and could not help but reflect. Truly, as one skilled in undercover work, her perceptive abilities are remarkable. Tang Xiao'er waited for a while, ensuring that Tang Yin had entered a deep meditative state before slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze was profound, filled with countless thoughts. What secrets did Tang Yin conceal within the Tang Fan's secret realm? She gently bit her lip, her heart brimming with curiosity. Outside the cave, the wind began to rise, and the branches swayed, producing a rustling sound as if responding to her inquiries. After a considerable time, Tang Yin concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes. "Xiao'er, are you still awake?" Tang Yin feigned surprise as he inquired, while secretly pondering. This young lady possesses quite the remarkable skill in pretending to be asleep. Tang Xiao'er sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes. With a piercing gaze fixed on Tang Yin, she said in a sweet, delicate voice, "Brother Tang Yin, if you are not asleep, how can Xiao'er possibly find rest?" Tang Xiao'er's tone rose slightly at the end, imbued with a hint of playful charm. Tang Yin cleared his throat and remarked, "This secret realm is fraught with danger. I must remain vigilant to ensure your safety. Brother Tang Yin is truly kind." Tang Xiao'er flashed a sweet smile, then swiftly changed the subject. "When do you think we will be able to escape this secret realm?" Tang Yin feigned contemplation for a moment before stating, "I am uncertain about this matter. Perhaps we should wait for the people from Tianyan's sect to seek us out. That would be much safer." Yet, inwardly he mused, "Only a fool would venture outside. I am not Tang Fan. Moreover, proceeding further means encountering that bunch from Tianjin's sect. Wouldn't that be akin to courting death?" This troublesome situation was instigated by them in the first place. Tang Xiao'er's eyes flickered as if she could see through Tang Yin's thoughts. She let out a soft sigh and said in a gentle voice, however, "I have heard that deep within the secret realm lie rare treasures of heaven and earth. If we could obtain them, it would greatly benefit our cultivation." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was instantly intrigued. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Such things are indeed precious. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he pondered, "Is this young lady attempting to test me?" "Xiao'er, from whom did you hear this?" Tang Yin inquired nonchalantly. "Oh? Who did Xiao'er hear that from? Please share, so I may broaden my horizons. I, too, have heard it from others." Tang Xiao'er's eyes flickered, her speech faltered, and her cheeks blushed faintly, resembling a ripe peach. Such a little rascal, still trying to play coy with me. Tang Anxin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl was obviously trying to deceive him. With a clever glint in his eye, he feigned regret and said, "What a pity. We are currently lost and have no idea where the depths of the secret realm lie. Even if there were treasures of heaven and earth, we would not be able to find them. However, fear not, for I have a plan." Tang Xiao'er exclaimed as she took out a shimmering compass from her bosom, proudly waving it about. "This is a treasure-seeking compass, capable of guiding us to the most precious treasures hidden within the secret realm." Tang Yin felt a sudden shock within. A treasure-hunting compass? Is this contraption genuine? This young girl truly possesses a considerable array of treasures. However, she feigned indifference, curling her lips as she remarked, Chapter 54. Outing for treasure, a treasure-hunting compass? Is this device reliable? Let us not end up in some perilous location. Rest assured, Brother Tang Yin, this is a precious artifact left to me by Tang Fan. It is undoubtedly trustworthy. Tang Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she earnestly assured, "Brother Tang Yin, shall we embark on a treasure hunt together?" Tang Yin feigned hesitation, stroking his chin. To go, or not to go? What intentions does this young lady harbor? What if it is a trap? Yet, what if there truly is a treasure to be found? Alas, what a dilemma. Observing Tang Yin's indecisiveness, Tang Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with mischief. She sidled up to him, gently tugging at his sleeve, and sweetly implored, "Brother Tang Yin, will you accompany me? Please?" Her voice was soft and pleading, stirring Tang Yin's heart. This little enchantress is employing her charms again. I am not so easily deceived, he chastised himself internally. Yet, his body betrayed him as he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall accompany you. However, it is agreed that should we encounter any danger, we shall retreat immediately." "Yea, Brother Tang Yin is the best." Tang Xiao'er cheered with delight, wrapping her arms around Tang Yin's. The softness of her chest pressed closely against his arm. causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. This girl is truly a mischievous little enchantress. Tang Anqin secretly sighed, yet wore a facade of seriousness on her countenance. Enough of the nonsense. Lead the way swiftly. Tang Xiao held the treasure-seeking compass, leading the way ahead. Tang vigilantly trailed behind, ever watchful of his surroundings. The treasure compass glimmered with a faint light, guiding their path forward. They traversed dense jungles, scaled steep peaks, and waded through rushing rivers. Along the way, they encountered numerous rare and extraordinary creatures, all of which Tang deftly dealt with. This treasure compass indeed possessed remarkable qualities. The spiritual herbs and medicinal plants encountered on this journey surpassed those of the Tang family by a considerable margin. Tang was inwardly astonished, and he had begun to believe in the authenticity of the treasure-seeking compass. After walking for approximately half a day, the brilliance of the compass intensified. Thus, the two continued their journey deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Tang discreetly studied the usage of the Qian Kuan bag. He endeavored to place various items within it and discovered that the space of the Qian Kuan bag truly seemed limitless, no matter how many things he placed inside. The Qian Kuan bag exhibited no change whatsoever. This Qian Kuan bag is astonishingly remarkable. Tang was utterly astonished. With this cosmic bag, he could entirely empty the secret realm. Just as he reveled in his joy, Tang Xiaoqiao suddenly halted her steps, her beautiful eyes vigilantly fixed on the distance. What is it? Tang inquired hastily upon noticing her demeanor. There are people ahead, Tang Xiaoqiao replied in a hushed tone. People? Who are they? Tang's heart raced with alarm, prompting her to tread lightly. She stealthily followed Tang Xiao, and the two concealed themselves behind a grand tree, peering through the dense foliage. Before them, not far away, a group of individuals was fiercely assaulting a gigantic beast. This creature towered impressively, reaching several zhang in height, its body encased in thick, protective scales. Adorning its head was a sharp, solitary horn, emanating a formidable aura. The assailants, clad in uniform attire, were evidently members of the same faction, those from the Celestial Sword sect. Tang Xiao instantly recognized the origins of those individuals. The Heavenly Sword sect? Tang furrowed his brow. He had heard of the Tianjin sect before. It is one of the paramount forces on the Tianyuan continent, boasting formidable strength and a multitude of disciples, all of whom are exceptionally proud and ambitious. However, the crux of the matter lies in the narrative where Tang Fan engaged in a confrontation with the Tianjin sect, ultimately finding himself defeated and cast into the abyss of the underworld. Just because Tang Fan managed to escape does not guarantee my own liberation. Tang screamed silently, filled with anxiety. What shall we do? He inquired softly, wishing to avoid confrontation with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect for the time being. Let us observe the unfolding situation, Tang Xiao replied calmly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the battlefield ahead. Although the beast possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately outnumbered. Against the relentless onslaught of numerous disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining several ghastly wounds. With a furious roar, the beast's eyes were filled with a resolute determination. Suddenly, it opened its massive maw, gathering a black energy sphere that emanated a chilling and terrifying aura. This is bad. It intends to self-destruct. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and hastily scattered in all directions. We must leave quickly. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Xiao grasped Tang's hand and swiftly turned to flee. However, they were a moment too late. With a resounding boom that shook the heavens, the black energy orb erupted violently. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged outward in all directions, instantly leveling the surrounding trees to the ground. A vast chasm appeared on the Earth's surface. Tang and Tang Xiao, despite their utmost efforts to flee, were still caught in the shockwave. The two were flung through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily onto the ground several yards away. Thud! Tang felt a heaviness in his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Xiao also sustained considerable injuries. Nevertheless, she struggled to rise and crawled towards Tang's direction. How are you? Are you all right? Tang Xiao anxiously called out Tang's name. Yet, Tang remained unresponsive. Still in a deep slumber, Tang Xiao was engulfed in a profound anxiety, uncertain of the extent of Tang's injuries and at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence, as a group of individuals made their way towards her. Tang Xiao raised her head, and her expression instantly changed. The newcomers were indeed disciples of the Tianjin sect. At the forefront was a young man clad in white, possessing an attractive visage. He cast a cold glance at Tang Xiao'er, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Oh, what a delightful surprise to find a beauty from the Tianyin sect here. The young man in white curled his lips into a wicked smile and began to approach Tang Xiao'er slowly. A sense of foreboding swiftly engulfed Tang Xiao'er's heart as she valiantly suppressed her injuries. Struggling to rise, she fixed a cold glare upon the man in white. What do you intend to do? She inquired. The man in white chuckled heartily. What do you think I wish to do? A beauty like you. Falling into my grasp, what do you suppose I might do? As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Tang Xiao'er's face. Slap. Tang Xiao'er raised her hand and forcefully swatted away the white-clad man's hand, her voice laced with anger. Dare to touch me and see what happens. Oh, quite bold. Aren't we? Instead of being angered, the man in white became even more exhilarated. I like that, he exclaimed as he lunged toward Tang Xiao'er once more. Taking advantage of the moment when he rushed towards her, Tang Xiao'er cleverly delivered a sharp slap to the other side of the man's face. Get lost. Chapter 55, The Heavenly Sword Sect. Tang Xiaoyao let out a furious shout, delivering a forceful kick to the chest of the man in white, sending him sprawling backward. You seek death. The man staggered several steps, clutching his chest, his complexion alternating between shades of green and pale. His eyes glinted with malevolence as he glared at Tang Xiaoyao, as if he wished to devour her whole. You wretched harlot, how dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? I am Li Wei, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You shall meet your demise today. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect quickly encircled them, each one glaring at Tang Xiaoyao with fierce hostility, although they were wary of her strength. Li Wei's status as an inner disciple far surpassed their own, compelling them to support him. Little girl, you possess quite the audacity to strike even senior brotherly, taunted a scrawny disciple with a sharp visage. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune that senior brotherly has taken an interest in you. And yet you dare to resist, echoed another burly disciple, his eyes darting around, clearly a sycophant by nature. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune that senior brotherly has taken an interest in you, and yet you dare to resist, the stout disciple reiterated. His muscles bulging like those of a powerful bull, clearly a figure of brute strength devoid of intellect. Tang Xiao'er glanced at them with a frosty demeanor, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. Fortune? With his character, does he truly deserve it? As she spoke, she elegantly flicked her wrist, allowing a delicate jade bracelet to slip from her sleeve. With a gentle clasp around her slender wrist, this bracelet served as a tool to suppress her cultivation. Now that it had been removed, her true prowess was finally unveiled. A formidable surge of spiritual energy radiated outward from her, instantly engulfing the surroundings. The trees nearby trembled under the weight of this immense power, producing a rustling sound. The disciples of the Tianjin sect changed their expressions dramatically, sensing the overwhelming spiritual pressure. A wave of fear surged within them. How could this be possible? She had concealed her strength. The disciple with a sharp face stammered, his visage etched with terror. The burly disciple swallowed hard, feeling akin to a rabbit confronted by a ferocious tiger, trembling uncontrollably. Li Wei's face turned ashen. He had initially perceived Tang Xiao'er as merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, believing her capabilities to be limited to that of a spirit practitioner. Little did he know, she was a concealed master of formidable skill. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known of her true power, he would never have dared to provoke her. Tang Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh, choosing not to waste any more words. In a flash, she appeared before the disciple with a sharp face, delivering a resounding slap. With a crisp sound, the disciple was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Next, Tang Xiaoyer's gaze turned icy as it swept over the burly disciple. Terrified, the burly disciple felt his soul leave his body and attempted to flee. However, Tang Xiaoyer's speed was unmatched. She instantly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his rear, propelling him through the air to collide with the sharp-faced disciple, both left in a state of uncertainty regarding their fate. The remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were paralyzed with fear, their hearts trembling in terror. They all fell to their knees, bowing their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. Please spare us, esteemed lady. We shall never dare to offend you again. We were blind to our ignorance and have wronged you. We beseech you, kind sir, to overlook our transgressions and grant us our lives. Tang Xiao's gaze was icy as she regarded them, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Were you not just brimming with arrogance moments ago? Why have you all transformed into timid creatures now? The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect fell silent, rendered speechless. Begone! Tang Xiao'er commanded sharply. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate, scrambled away in haste, terrified of any change in her mind. Observing this, Li Wei realized his predicament. Today, he was doomed. He gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through him, struggling to rise, intent on making a discreet escape. Think you can leave? Not so easily. Tang Xiao'er moved with a swift grace, blocking his path. Li Wei's complexion turned ashen. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Tang Xiao'er. Yet he still yearned to make one final stand. What do you intend to do? I am a disciple of the inner circle of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the sect will not let you go unpunished. Tang Xiao'er let out a cold laugh. The Heavenly Sword sect? I am eager to see what they can do to me. As she spoke, she placed her foot upon Li Wei's chest, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Li Wei's face flushed crimson, struggling for breath, as he felt as though his ribs were on the verge of breaking. Tang Xiao'er gazed down at him, her eyes as cold as frost. I offer you a chance, she stated. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly pleaded for mercy. My lady, I was wrong. Please, show me your magnanimity and spare my life. Tang Xiao'er tilted her head as if deep in thought and said, Then you might as well bark like a dog. You, Li Wei, have been talking for ages and yet have failed to articulate any coherent reasoning. Tang Xiao'er felt a surge of impatience. What is the matter? Are you at a loss for words? Then perhaps you should remain silent. As she spoke, she was about to exert force with her foot when Li Wei suddenly interjected, Wait, don't you wish to know why you have arrived here? Tang Xiao'er retracted her foot and feigned curiosity as she inquired, You claim to possess knowledge, so do enlighten me as to the reason. Li Wei, realizing he had narrowly escaped death, hastily responded, The reason you are here is that there is a traitor within your Tianyin sect. A traitor? Pray tell. Who might this traitor be? Tang Xiao'er gradually moved her foot onto Li Wei, increasing the pressure. This is sensitive intelligence. I am merely a lowly pawn. I truly know nothing. Li Wei stammered. You must be aware of the methods the Heavenly Sword sect employs against the disciples of the Heavenly Transformation sect, right? After all, I cannot believe they would send only you few insignificant pawns to confront the inner disciples of the Heavenly Transformation sect. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat trickled down Li Wei's face, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Tang Xiao'er. Trembling, he insisted, I genuinely do not know at this moment. Tang's fingers twitched slightly, and Tang Xiao'er immediately sensed something amiss. She lowered her gaze and addressed Li Wei. I shall spare you this time. Do not let me see you again, or else. Li Wei hurriedly scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, I'll leave. I'm leaving now. Once Li Wei and his companions had fled, Tang Xiao'er approached the nearly conscious Tang, assisting him to his feet. She meticulously tidied up the remnants of the struggle, awaiting Tang's full awakening. Tang's eyelids fluttered as his consciousness gradually emerged from the depths of confusion. Before him appeared a visage etched with concern, adorned with exquisite features, none other than Tang Xiao'er. Xiao'er? Tang's voice emerged, hoarse and feeble, as though his throat were filled with sand. Brother Tang, you have awakened. The worry in Tang Xiao'er's eyes dissipated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of relief and joy. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Tang struggled to sit up, his head spinning. He shook it vigorously, striving to regain his clarity. Chapter 56, Escape. I am fine. Just a slight headache. What has become of those fellows from the Heavenly Sword sect? Tang Xiao'er's eyes flickered momentarily as she feigned nonchalance, saying, I have no idea. Perhaps it was flung away by the shockwave of the beast's self-detonation. It might even be dead. She shrugged her shoulders, adopting an air of indifference. Tang furrowed his brow, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Something is amiss. This diverges from the narrative we had anticipated. It ought to have been Tang Fan showcasing his prowess, repelling the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and extracting the revelation of an insider within the Celestial Transformation sect from their lips. Yet, here we are, with the members of the Heavenly Sword sect vanished without a trace, let alone any whispers of treachery. Moreover, were there not 3 or 4 formidable warriors from the Heavenly Sword sect lingering at the periphery of the secret realm? Why have they remained silent? He suppressed the tumult of his thoughts, concealing his doubts. Instead, he feigned weakness and inquired, What shall we do now? Tang Xiao's eyes flickered as she suggested, Let us first seek a safe haven to rest for a while. Once we have regained our strength, we can deliberate on our next course of action. Tang nodded. Yet his mind was calculating. It seemed that they could only proceed step by step. The two found a secluded spot beneath a cliff, where Tang Xiao'er set up a rudimentary defensive formation around them. She then retrieved some healing elixirs and food from her storage pouch and handed them to Tang. Brother Tang, please eat something to regain your strength. Tang accepted the elixir and food, quietly consuming them. As he ate, he discreetly observed Tang's shower, noticing that she appeared somewhat preoccupied. Occasionally, she gazed into the distance, her eyes seemingly fixed on something unseen. "Shower, what troubles you?" Tang couldn't help but inquire. Tang Shower was momentarily taken aback, but soon forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I was merely curious when the Tianyin sect would discover our whereabouts." Although Tang was aware that Tang Shower was an undercover agent from the original text, he could not help but offer her comfort, saying, "Do not worry. The Tianyin sect will surely send someone to find us. Perhaps they will arrive very soon." Tang Xiao's face gradually relaxed. And although she was aware that Tang's words might merely be a form of consolation, a warm current surged within her upon hearing such comforting words. Indeed, Brother Tang was right. Perhaps the moment she awaited would arrive sooner than expected. Tang Xiao contemplated within her heart. Although Tang harbored inscrutable secrets and employed rather unsavory means of aggression, he would not abandon those beside him in times of peril. He possessed an inherent kindness. Su Qing delicately tapped her slender fingers upon the table and in the mirror of the sky. The silhouettes of Tang and Tang Shower were distinctly visible. The two figures at the cliff's edge appeared to be engaged in conversation. Tang Xiao smiled, while Tang wore an expression of unwavering determination. This scene, upon closer inspection, resembled that of a young couple affirming their relationship. Tang. Su Qingru let out a cold laugh, her suspicions regarding Tang's previous statements intensifying. Was relinquishing the position of the top inner disciple merely a ploy to elicit a smile from a beautiful maiden? With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the image within the Tianshui mirror and instructed a nearby disciple, "Go, send a few individuals to bring Tang and Tang Xiao back." "Yes, elder." The disciple acknowledged before departing. Su Qingru rubbed her temples, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. The recent unforeseen events were shrouded in mystery. The disciples of the Tianyin sect had inexplicably vanished from their own sect. She sensed that this matter was not a mere accident. Yet she could not grasp the threads of the situation. At the base of the cliff, Tang finished his meal, feeling his strength replenish significantly. Tang gazed at Tang Shower, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He was acutely aware that Tang Shower was an undercover agent and understood her ulterior motives for approaching him. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself harboring a flicker of affection for her. This sentiment was fraught with contradiction and peril. Tang's gaze lingered on Tang Shower's face, ultimately resting upon her rosy lips. This young lady was indeed strikingly beautiful, particularly with her commendable figure, which was all the more alluring in such a perilous environment. Her delicate appearance evoked a natural instinct to protect her. Yet, within the depths of Tang's heart, he understood that beneath this beauty lay a lurking, lethal danger. "Brother Tang, what are you looking at?" Tang Xiao felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, her cheeks faintly flushed. And no, it's nothing." Tang quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. "I was merely contemplating how perilous this secret realm truly is. We must exercise caution." Tang Xiao nodded. Yet her gaze was somewhat elusive. In her heart, she was contemplating how to leverage Tang and to unearth more secrets. After a brief silence, Tang Xiao suddenly inquired, "Brother Tang, do you trust me?" Tang Anshin let out a cold laugh within his heart. This little girl was acting once more. He feigned a sincere expression and said, "Of course I believe you. We are family, after all." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression revealing the brink of tears. "Brother Tang, thank you. I know you care for me the most." Tang Anshin silently cursed, lamenting that such acting prowess deserved an Oscar. He gently placed his hand on Tang Xiaoyar's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not fear. Everything will turn out well." Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed from a distance. Tang and Tang Shower immediately became alert, raising their heads to see several figures swiftly approaching them. It was the disciples of the Tianyin sect. Tang Shower exclaimed with delight. Tang let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Su Qing still cared for them. He felt a sense of gratitude. For had he not been aware of the plot, he would have perished long ago. Several disciples from the Tianyin sect descended before them, and one stepped forward to say, "Tang and Tang Xiao, the elder has sent us to escort you back." Tang and Tang Shower exchanged glances, both perceiving a sense of bewilderment in each other's eyes. How could Su Qing have located them so swiftly? Furthermore, why had she dispatched such a multitude? How did the Saintess ascertain our presence here? Tang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. The disciple replied with utmost respect, "The Saintess utilized the heavenly water mirror to discern your whereabouts." Tang Anshin was taken aback. The heavenly water mirror? That was the treasured artifact of the Tianyin sect, capable of monitoring the circumstances both within and outside the sect. Had Su Qinglu actually resorted to the heavenly water mirror to locate them? That seemed rather excessive, did it not? Tang Yin and Tang Xiao returned to the Tianyin sect accompanied by several disciples. Throughout the journey, Tang Yin vigilantly observed his surroundings, his heart filled with apprehension. Upon their arrival at the Tianyin sect, they were promptly escorted to the grand hall of Su Qingru. The dispatched disciples informed Su Qingru of the circumstances. Su Qingru nodded, her gaze sweeping over the two, and her cold voice resonated. What did you encounter in the secret realm? Did you observe anything unusual? At that moment, Tang Yin's mind raced as he pondered and replied, Unusual? Not at all. We merely encountered a few demon beasts and did not discover anything out of the ordinary. If there is anything to mention, it is that we came across disciples of the Tianjin sect slaying demon beasts in the secret realm. Chapter 57. Inquiry. As soon as Tang Yin's words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall became subtly charged. Su Qing's cool, piercing gaze narrowed slightly, as if she could see straight into one's soul. She fixed her eyes on Tang Yin, questioning him with deliberate precision. Are you certain that he is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? No one else? Tang Yin's heart tightened. This woman was indeed not easily deceived. He feigned calmness as he replied, Holy Maiden, could I possibly deceive you? There are merely a few disciples from the Celestial Sword sect, nothing more. Yet inwardly, he cursed the wretched plot. How utterly melodramatic. Originally, this situation should have been handled by Tang Fan. As he spiraled into his thoughts, Tang Xiaoyao interjected from the side, Elder Sister Holy Maiden. We truly have only seen members of the Celestial Sword sect, no one else. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Yin, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. Su Qing fell silent for a moment, as if weighing her options. She waved her hand, signaling several disciples to withdraw, and then slowly began to speak. Regarding this matter of the secret realm, Tang Yin, it is of utmost importance. I hope you will not conceal anything. Tang Anxin chuckled coldly within, truly underestimating him. He feigned a look of grievance and said, Saintess, I am wronged. What have I concealed? Su Qing, unfazed by his complaints, continued, as far as I am aware, this incident is unequivocally not an accident. It may well be the work of an internal traitor within the Tianyin sect. You too must think carefully, should you choose to conceal certain matters. As the Saintess of the Tianyin sect, I shall not show mercy. Tang Yin rolled his eyes internally, acknowledging the woman's exceptional talent for theatrics. While she outwardly feigned righteousness, one could only speculate the malevolent thoughts she harbored within. With a swift shift of expression, he immediately adopted a sorrowful demeanor, tears and snot streaming down his face as he lamented, O Holy Maiden, bear witness. I have faced mortal peril within the secret realm, nearly becoming a feast for the demonic beasts. How could I possibly find the heart to observe anything else? Every word I utter is the truth. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. His wailing was so tragically poignant that one might mistakenly believe he had endured immense suffering. Tang Xiao stood by, utterly astonished. The speed at which his expression changed was swifter than the turning of a page. It would truly be a pity if he did not pursue a career in acting. She stifled her laughter and joined in with a few sobs, softly echoing, Indeed. Sister Saint, we almost didn't make it back. Su Qinglu gazed at Tang Yin's exaggerated performance, thinking to herself, this fellow is quite the cunning one. Given Tang Yin's circumstances, he must be privy to some information. Otherwise, it is utterly inconceivable for him to oscillate between tears and theatrics. Nevertheless, I am curious to see how long he can maintain this charade. She continued, maintaining her composure. Tang Yin, I know you must have surmised something. However, it would be wise not to test my patience. The matters concerning this secret realm are fraught with suspicion, and I shall not overlook any dubious individual. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yin felt a jolt in his heart. This woman was resolutely determined to cling to him. His eyes darted about as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation. Tang Yin suddenly had a brilliant idea and pointed at Tang Xiao, saying, Saintess, in truth, I have concealed something. Tang Xiao gazed at Tang Yin with a bewildered expression, an unbidden thought rising within her mind. What trick is he scheming this time? Tang Yin spoke with a heavy heart. In truth, Xiao has acquired a treasure within the secret realm. However, she has refrained from disclosing this for fear that the sect would confiscate it. Upon hearing this, the previously pitiful Tang Xiao was taken aback, turning to gaze incredulously at the earnest-faced Tang Yin. What nonsense was this man uttering? As the person involved, how could she be unaware of when she had obtained a treasure? Meanwhile, Su Qingru, upon hearing the revelation, slightly raised her elegant eyebrows, her interest piqued. Oh, what kind of treasure is it? Now, Her curiosity was indeed stirred. After all, if even the scoundrel Tang An deemed it valuable, it must be extraordinary. Observing Su Qingru's burgeoning curiosity, Tang An secretly exhaled in relief and feigned an air of mystery once more. It is a compass that can locate treasures within the secret realm. A compass? Su Qingru's expression faltered at this revelation, surprise flickering in her eyes. The efficacy of such a compass was undeniably potent. Not to mention, even the Tianyin sect would hesitate to display it casually. For it possessed the capability to locate rare and precious resources. Certain treasures must remain concealed, lest they invite calamity. Tang Xiao was utterly bewildered. Her mouth opening as if to retort, yet she was met with the imploring gaze of Tang An. A profound sense of grievance welled within her. Tang An was indeed going too far, thrusting her forward as a shield. Moreover, he regarded her with such a pitiable expression. How could she possibly refuse him? Su Qingru's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, seemingly assessing the veracity of their words. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke again. Such a remarkable item is indeed a novelty to me. May I inquire, Xiao, do you still possess your compass? Might I have the privilege of observing it? At this, Tang Xiao felt as though she were on the verge of tears. That compass was exceedingly precious. When Tang Fan gifted it to her, she had been elated for quite some time. After all, despite Tang Fan's rather unrefined demeanor, the artifact itself was blameless. She cast a pleading glance at Tang An, hoping he would have a change of heart and retract his earlier statement. Yet, Tang An merely signaled her to comply, his pitiable expression rendering her speechless. Contrarily, beneath his outward demeanor, he was secretly triumphant. This diversionary tactic should momentarily alleviate Su Qingru's suspicions. Reluctantly, Tang Xiao mustered her courage and said, Sister Saint, I accidentally damaged the compass. However, scarcely had her words left her lips than a powerful and frigid pressure suddenly permeated the grand hall. Just moments ago, you claimed it was intact, and now you tell me it's broken? Miss Xiao, if you do not wish to give it, you need only say so. There is no need for such fabrications. Though our sect may not be of great renown, we are a respectable lineage and would not resort to coercing our disciples. This abrupt shift sent a jolt through Tang An's heart. In his eagerness to extricate himself, he had overlooked a critical detail. As the leading figure, Su Qingru bore a particular aversion to being deceived. Tang Xiao's words had undeniably struck a nerve. Yet, realizing that this predicament had indeed been instigated by himself, he felt it would be rather impolite to dismiss it outright. Thus, he hastily interjected, Saint, please temper your wrath. Xiao is still young and naive. I beseech you to forgive her this once. Su Qingru's piercing gaze fixed on Tang An as she enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Forgive her once? What transgression has she committed that warrants my clemency? Chapter 58. Slander. Tang An was about to elaborate further when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the grand hall. Report. The disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect have arrived. Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. What could the Heavenly Sword sect possibly want at this moment? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she waved her hand dismissively. Let them in. Regardless of their intentions, they had already reached the threshold. As the Holy Maiden, it would be rather inappropriate not to extend a welcome. With her consent, within less than half a minute, a disciple clad in the attire of the Heavenly Sword sect was ushered into the hall, followed closely by several others. Tang An adjusted his gaze and exclaimed, Lo and behold, are those not the disciples slaying demon beasts within the secret realm? Regardless, they serve as a convenient shield, and why not make use of them? The group respectfully bowed and greeted, We pay our respects to the Saintess. In response to their salutation, Su Qingru exhibited no notable reaction, merely offering a calm inquiry. What brings you here? The disciple, unfazed, responded with a sense of normalcy, for it was well known among peers that Su Qingru bore the reputation of an icy fairy. Our sect's elder has heard of the Saintess's investigation into the secret realm and has specifically dispatched us to assist. Tang An's heart surged with anticipation. The day had finally arrived when the disciples of the Sword sect made their appearance. With a quick glint in his eye, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He suddenly pointed at one of the disciples and proclaimed loudly, Saintess, it is he. He is the one who damaged the compass. It was they who engaged in a collective assault within the secret realm, not merely battling the beasts. They forced the beasts to self-destruct, resulting in the destruction of the compass. Tang Xiao immediately understood the situation, standing behind Tang An and feigning an expression of utter terror. She pointed at the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, trembling as she spoke. Yes, that's him. I saw it with my own eyes. They cornered that enormous fire-breathing beast, forcing it to self-destruct. Consequently, the compass was shattered by the overwhelming force. While nervously embellishing the tale, Tang Xiao'er discreetly observed Tangen, inwardly marveling at his talent for fabrication. At times, one could not help but admire his ability to conjure elaborate stories on the spot. This lad certainly possessed a quick wit. The disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, initially caught up in the excitement of encountering the Saintess, was abruptly taken aback when Tangen accused him of damaging the compass. He stuttered in his defense, "Saintess, this is an injustice. We have never even seen a compass. We were merely hunting beasts in the secret realm." The two disciples behind him quickly nodded in agreement. One, whose face was as round as a pig's head, added with a pitiful tone, "Saintess, please be discerning. We don't even know what that compass looks like. Furthermore, even if the beast self-destructed, it could not possibly have destroyed the compass. What kind of material would that compass have to be made of?" Tangen let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Humph. You members of the Heavenly Sword sect, relying on your formidable strength, run rampant in the secret realm, committing all manner of misdeeds. I believe that compass was something you sought to hoard for yourselves, but, having failed in your endeavor, you deliberately damaged it. Did you not? You were slandering me." "Slandering you? I perceive that your words are laced with venom." Tangen disdainfully curled his lips, expressing his contempt for those who dared to act but lacked the courage to face the consequences, utterly disgracing the Tianjin sect. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that others outside the hall could hear him clearly. The disciple's face turned crimson, akin to a ripe persimmon, yet he found himself unable to refute the accusation. Indeed, he had never seen the compass, nor had he damaged it. However, there was no way to cleanse himself of this stain. He glanced toward the Saintess, Su Qingru, hoping that this aloof figure might deliver justice. Su Qingru furrowed her delicate brows. She too did not believe that these disciples could have harmed the compass. Yet, the Tianjin sect was known for its domineering ways, being the rival of the Tianyin sect. For centuries, both families had been secretly vying against each other. Moreover, this compass was undeniably enticing. It was uncertain what could happen. Nevertheless, Tangen spoke with such conviction, and Xiao Er was equally adamant, making it difficult for her to discern the truth. "Saintess, this fellow is spouting nonsense, clearly attempting to frame me." The disciple with the swollen face, now agitated, pointed at Tangen and incoherently shouted, "We absolutely did not silence." Tangen interjected sharply, "Who do you think you are to speak to the Saintess in such a manner? You are nothing but a thief, guilty and furious." The enraged disciple trembled with fury, yet he dared not utter another word, resorting instead to glaring at Tangen with malevolent eyes. Tangen displayed no fear. Instead, she provocatively returned the glare, her eyes seemingly challenging. "Come on, bite me." Witnessing this scene, Su Qing felt an increasing sense of perplexity. What exactly did Tangen possess? Genuine evidence, or merely a fade of bravado? After a moment of contemplation, she slowly inquired, "Tangen, you claim they damaged the compass. Do you have any proof?" Tangen felt a surge of joy within. The fish had finally taken the bait. He feigned a sigh and remarked, "O holy maiden, the evidence is indeed present. You were slandering us." The disciple with the swollen face was so incensed that he nearly spat blood. "Slander? Humph," Tangen sneered. "Whether it is slander or not will be revealed once we search your storage bags. Do you have anything further to say?" She cast a cold glance at the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. At her words, the expressions of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples shifted dramatically. They indeed possessed some treasures acquired from the secret realm within their storage bags. Their initial intent had merely been to vex the Tianyin sect. However, given the current predicament, no explanation could suffice. The disciples exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They had never encountered the compass, yet now, their silence made them seem as if they were grasping at straws. "Holy maiden, we are truly wronged." The disciple with the swollen face was nearly in tears. "We were merely ordered to assist in the investigation. How have we become the criminals responsible for damaging the compass?" Tang Anxin secretly chuckled, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as she remarked, "Assist in the investigation? It seems to me that you are here merely to sow discord. I perceive your ulterior motives. You seek to seize the treasures of our holy maiden palace." "Enough," Su Qing interjected impatiently. "Search their storage bags." Two disciples of the holy maiden palace promptly stepped forward, unceremoniously confiscating the storage bags from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Tangen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he mused to himself, "Now, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you cannot cleanse yourselves of this. Indeed, there are treasures from the secret mirror within the storage bags." When considering Tangen and Tang Xiaoqiao's inexplicable presence in the secret realm, It becomes evident that the Heavenly Sword sect is entangled in this affair. The two disciples from the Holy Maiden Palace acted with brutality, nearly yanking the storage bags off the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. The swollen-faced disciple grimaced in pain but dared not resist, helplessly watching as his storage bag was confiscated. The other disciples fared no better. Each one was filled with indignation, yet rendered silent, their expressions more grotesque than if they had consumed something vile. Chapter 59. Exposure. Tang and observed from the side. Secretly pleased. These foolish individuals truly believe they can pull tricks right under my nose. No matter what, I will ensure this matter falls squarely upon your heads. You dragged me into the secret realm, leaving me in constant dread, nearly causing my demise. The storage bag was presented before Su Qingru. With a delicate lift of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into it, causing the bag to open with a resounding click. A cacophony of assorted items spilled forth, scattered chaotically across the ground, resembling a heap of refuse. Among the disarray were a few faded inner garments and several bottles of elixirs. The most conspicuous were a few stones emitting a faint glow, along with several wilted spiritual herbs, as if they had just been unearthed from some forgotten nook. What is this? Su Qingru inquired, pinching one of the stones, her delicate brows furrowing. Her gaze resembled that of one scrutinizing an object exuding a peculiar odor. Saintess, these are items we stumbled upon in other secret realms, stammered the disciple with a swollen face, beads of sweat trickling down his puffy cheeks. They gathered at his chin, forming glistening droplets that seemed poised to fall at any moment. Tang stood by, observing the ludicrous scene, secretly amused. This fool cannot even fabricate a decent lie. Which secret realm could possibly yield such worthless, or does she truly believe the Saintess is a fool? Su Qingru remained unperturbed. Yet she could distinctly hear Tang's inner thoughts echoing in her mind. Her conviction deepened. This matter is undoubtedly the machination of the Heavenly Sword sect. Do these imbeciles genuinely think they can pull tricks under her very nose? You claim it was an accidental acquisition in another secret realm? Su Qingru's tone turned icy, her gaze slicing through the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect like a blade. You assert it was obtained elsewhere. Yet you never mentioned that slaying the beast occurred in another realm. The disciples exchanged glances, their faces paling as if they had swallowed a fly. They had merely intended to vex the Celestial Transformation sect, while reaping some benefits, never anticipating such a predicament. Now, they found themselves inescapably mired in trouble. Saintess, the disciples stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. What do you take the Celestial Transformation sect for? Su Qingru's tone grew sharper. To come and go as you please, fabricating lies at will? Do you truly believe the Celestial Transformation sect is your Heavenly Sword sect's playground? Saintess, please be assured. We harbor no such intentions. Another disciple hastily knelt, bowing his head repeatedly like a pestle striking garlic. We were merely following orders. We would never dare show disrespect to the Celestial Transformation sect. Following orders? Su Qingru scoffed coldly. Whose orders? Your sect masteress? Let him come and explain this to me himself. The disciples were terrified, their spirits shattered. As mere outer disciples, how could they dare disturb their sect master? Tang, adding fuel to the fire, exclaimed, Holy Maiden, I perceive that they are merely filled with guilt. They dare not reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Their trepidation is unmistakable. Damn it, you forced me into that infernal place, where I nearly met my demise in an explosion. If I do not strip you of your skin this time, I shall not bear the surname Tang. Tang pondered to himself, while Su Qingru, seemingly attuned to his inner thoughts, let out a cold smile. This lad certainly knows how to seize opportunities. However, his words are not without merit. Bring them all to me and confine them. With a commanding voice, Su Qingru ordered. And several disciples of the Saintess Palace promptly moved forward to apprehend the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Saintess, spare us. We are truly wronged. Saintess, we know nothing. Regardless of the desperate cries and pleas for mercy from the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, Su Qingru remained indifferent. Watching them being taken away, Tang felt a surge of satisfaction. This is what you get for being arrogant. Now you understand the consequences, don't you? At that moment, Su Qingru's gaze shifted toward Tang, her eyes filled with inquiry. Tang, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, we would have remained in ignorance for an indeterminate time. Tang quickly responded with humility, Your Grace, you flatter me. This is merely the duty of a disciple. He chuckled inwardly, pleased that the cold-hearted woman had finally come to trust him. Tang felt a secret sense of pride within. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who was nearby, naturally perceived Tang's inner thoughts. However, she was no longer the fragile little girl who would easily succumb to emotional turmoil. After enduring Tang En's whimsical antics for some time, her state of mind had significantly elevated. Yet, to claim that she was unaffected would be disingenuous. After all, Tang En's actions were far from mere fanciful musings. The corners of her mouth subtly lifted, betraying a hint of cold amusement. This audacious rascal truly had the audacity to leverage my grievances for his own amusement. I am eager to see how I shall deal with him. Having pondered this, Su Qing slowly spoke. Tang En, regardless of how this unfolds, you have indeed accomplished a significant feat. Pray tell, what reward do you desire? Tang En's eyes darted as he contemplated. A reward? How delightful it would be to grant myself one. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Instantly, the entire sacred maiden palace trembled violently, as though an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Su Qing's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. The mountain protecting formation is under attack. A disciple of the sacred maiden palace exclaimed. Tang En was rendered speechless within, taken aback by the unexpected arrival at such a moment, especially as she had yet to voice her desired reward. Nevertheless, this time, she could finally bide her time. She recalled that this incident was a deliberate provocation by the Tianjin sect, who had covertly undermined the ley lines of the Tianyin sect. It was the revered Qing Feng, who had secluded himself for many years, that had expended all his spiritual prowess to safeguard the ley lines of the Tianyin sect. Upon hearing Tang En's unspoken thoughts, Su Qingru's countenance changed dramatically, as if struck by lightning. The revered Qing Feng was the most significant figure in her life, both mentor and friend, akin to family. She could scarcely fathom the consequences should anything befall him. Aware that now was not the time for such contemplations, Su Qingru resolved to confront the situation head-on, ensuring that personnel were dispatched to the ley lines as well. The Tianjin sect must not prevail, and Tang En had to accompany her, for she needed to gather more intelligence. With a thunderous roar, the tiles of the Holy Maiden Palace's roof came crashing down, stirring clouds of dust into the air. Tang En was jolted, nearly losing his balance. Goodness! The commotion was overwhelmingly loud. Could it truly be on the verge of collapsing? He internally cursed, all the while discreetly observing Su Qingru's reaction. Su Qingru's complexion was pale, yet her gaze was resolutely steadfast. Sensing Tang En's unspoken concern for the Qing Feng elder, she seized his arm with such force that it felt as if she might shatter his bones. Tang En, come with me. Tang En grimaced in pain. This icy woman is truly ruthless. Does she not realize she is dealing with an injured person? Yet, he dared not voice his complaints and could only meekly follow her. Su Qing led Tang into the conference hall of the Holy Maiden Palace, where chaos reigned. The elders wore grave expressions, and disciples rushed back and forth, reporting the latest developments. Chapter 60. The True Slaughter. Saint Maiden. The protective mountain formation has developed numerous cracks. A disciple exclaimed as he hurriedly entered. We have also received word from the Earth Thanes that someone is attempting to sabotage them. Another disciple called out in haste. As I anticipated, the Heavenly Sword sect truly is cunning. Tang En inwardly cursed, yet feigned a visage of concern. Su Qingru took a deep breath, compelling herself to regain her composure. Elders, the situation is dire. We must act swiftly and divide our forces. A contingent shall accompany me to reinforce the protective mountain array, while another shall safeguard the ley lines. Saintess, the circumstances surrounding the ley lines remain uncertain. Perhaps we should first dispatch a team to ascertain the situation before proceeding, proposed an elder. There is no time to waste, Su Qingru asserted with unwavering resolve. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford to disturb the revered Qi Feng Xuanzhang during his seclusion. Mentioning Qi Feng Xuanzhang, a fleeting tenderness flickered in Su Qingru's gaze, soon replaced by a steely determination. Tang En observed everything keenly. It appears that the esteemed Qi Feng holds great significance for this icy lady. Su Qingru suddenly turned to him and said, Join me in supporting the mountain protection formation. Tang En was momentarily taken aback. What? You want me to go? What am I supposed to do? Am I to march to my demise? Internally lamenting his fate, he nonetheless wore a broad smile on his face. As you command, master. Su Qing, seemingly unperturbed by Tang En's insincere grin, turned to the other elders and instructed. Immediately gather all disciples and prepare for battle. Understood. The elders replied in unison. The disciples of the Saintess Palace swiftly assembled, the atmosphere charged with tension and foreboding. Tang En found himself ensnared amidst the throng, feeling akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. What a wretched fate this insufferable plot had bestowed upon him. Su Qing led the crowd as they charged forth from the Holy Maiden Palace, making their way directly towards the mountain-protecting formation. Throughout the journey, Tang silently offered his prayers. Heavenly deity, grant me the grace to return alive. I yearn to revel in wealth and splendor. Outside the mountain-protecting formation, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were unleashing a frenzied assault. The air crackled with sword energy, and the cries of battle echoed thunderously, enveloping the entire valley in an atmosphere of grim hostility. Goodness, this spectacle was indeed formidable. Tang gazed at the throng of disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect before him, inwardly expressing his astonishment. The Holy Maiden, the Heavenly Sword sect, has come fully prepared. It appears we shall struggle to withstand them. An elder voiced with palpable concern. Su Qingru let out a cold snort. The Heavenly Sword sect has overstepped their bounds. Even if we must exert every ounce of our strength, we shall ensure they pay a price. With that, she summoned her life-bound treasure, a long sword of icy blue, emanating a chilling aura of sword intent. Kill! Su Qingru exclaimed with a commanding voice, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. The disciples of the Holy Maiden Palace followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Tang was swept along by the throng, utterly devoid of any choice, compelled to forge ahead with determination. Goodness, this is exceedingly perilous. I should seek a safe refuge to take cover. Tang Anxin contemplated this and stealthily slipped to the rear of the line. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he felt an immense force emanating from behind him. Where do you think you're running off to, kid? A gruff voice echoed from his back. Tang turned around and beheld a robust disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect grinning maliciously at him. Damn it! He had been discovered. Tang silently cursed under his breath and turned to flee. However, the disciple was remarkably swift, seizing Tang by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. You little rascal, quite slippery, aren't you? Let me see if I can reduce you to a pulp. The disciple exclaimed, raising his fist to strike Tang and was momentarily taken aback, watching as the fist was about to descend upon him. In that critical moment, a glimmer of icy blue light flashed by. The disciple's fist halted in midair. Who dares to lay a hand on him? A chilling voice echoed. Tang opened his eyes to behold Su Qing standing before him, wielding an ice-blue longsword. The blade had pierced the throat of a disciple, causing the unfortunate soul to be severed in an instant, rendered motionless. The sacred blood of the Saintess splattered across Tang's face, the metallic sweetness of it churning his stomach in turmoil. He stared in a daze at the severed head that rolled to his feet, the lifeless eyes still seemingly glaring at him. Goodness, this is exceedingly intense. Tang gazed at Su Qingru's silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. This frigid woman, unexpectedly, had come to my rescue. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Qingru abruptly turned around and pulled him behind her. Do not wander, she commanded, her tone as icy as her demeanor. Yet, in her eyes, Tang discerned a subtle hint of concern. What are you spitting for? How disgraceful. Su Qingru shot him a frosty glance, her brow furrowing in disdain. Despite her cold tone, her grip on him unconsciously tightened, as if she intended to shield him resolutely. Tang was nearly thrown off balance by her sudden tug, almost losing his footing. He quickly steadied himself, but inwardly he could not help but grumble. This woman certainly possesses considerable strength. Were it not for my robust physique, I could have been utterly dismantled by her grip. I am forever grateful to the Saintess for her timely rescue. Tang stammered, yet inwardly he was fervently lamenting. This woman, why must she drag me into this? I am not a child. Su Qingru paid no heed to his expressions of gratitude. Instead, she cast a cold glance at the surrounding disciples of the Tianjin sect, her ice-blue longsword shimmering ominously. Who would dare approach and meet their demise? Her imposing presence indeed intimidated many, though the disciples of the Tianjin sect were fierce. They harbored a degree of trepidation in the face of the renowned Ice Queen of the Saintess Palace. For a moment, no one dared to advance. Amidst the tense standoff, a burly disciple of the Tianjin sect, his face obscured by a thick beard, stepped forward. He spat disdainfully, glaring fiercely at Su Qingru. What of the Saintess? Today, the two sects are at war, and you are our enemy. Su Qingru let out a cold laugh, twirling her ice-blue longsword with elegance. Is it you who dares to represent the Tianjin sect? She caught a glimpse of Tang still in a daze and instinctively tightened her grip, as if fearing he might flee. Tang was pulled painfully by her, inwardly cursing. This woman is so heavy-handed, as if I would run away. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, only murmuring softly, Ouch, that hurts. Upon hearing his complaints, Su Qingru's brows furrowed even tighter. However, she slightly eased her grip. Her icy gaze swept over the restless disciples of the Tianjin sect, her voice cold as ice. If you wish to move against him, you must first pass through me. The bearded disciple was momentarily intimidated by her imposing presence. Yet, he quickly regained his bravado and shouted defiantly, Su Qingru, even as a saintess, you are being overly tyrannical. Brothers, let us join forces and eliminate this little brat. Chapter 61. Ambush and intelligence, and then there's this woman, her tongue seemingly laced with venom. Tangan leaned against a tree, reduced to a mere half-trunk, retching violently as darkness swirled before his eyes. Gasping for breath, he yearned to retort. Yet every word seemed to betray a sense of weakness. Reluctantly, he clenched his jaw, internally cursing. Fine, you are formidable, you ice-cold beauty, you aloof saint. If I cannot provoke you, can I not simply evade you? He drew a deep breath, struggling to steady his trembling legs as he staggered to follow Su Qingru. The surrounding scene sent shivers down his spine, mutilated limbs and rivers of blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. In his heart, he cursed that wretched system vehemently. What a pathetic system this is, promised safety yet delivering this. Is this survival? This is nothing but a death sentence. The two of them descended the rugged mountain path, one after the other. Su Qingru moved with grace, as if traversing level ground, while Tangan felt as though he were treading on cotton, each step an arduous effort. The saintly figure ahead of him, Tangan could not help but speak, his voice feeble like the hum of a mosquito. Where are we headed? Su Qing, without turning her head, coldly replied with two words, downhill. Downhill? Tangan's heart sank momentarily. Could there still be members of the Heavenly Sword sect lurking below, given their current state? Encountering them again was a thought he dared not entertain, as a chill crept down his spine. Su Qing seemed to sense his unease. Halting her steps and turning to face him, her icy gaze pierced through Tangan like a blade. Are you afraid? Who's afraid? Tangan, though stubbornly defiant, betrayed himself with a quivering voice. Su Qingru let out a cold laugh and said, if you're afraid, just admit it. No one will mock you. However, if you wish to survive, it would be wise to stick close to me. With that, she continued onward, and Tangan hurriedly followed, fearful of being left behind. After some time, he could no longer contain himself and, clutching his stomach, inquired, Your Holiness, might we find a place to rest for a moment? I am feeling rather unwell. Su Qingru cast him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and directly seated herself beneath a large tree. Tanganru, having been granted a reprieve, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. System, she called out within her mind. Is there anything that can swiftly restore my stamina and heal my injuries? Ding. The system detected the host's need and recommended the use of the revitalizing elixir, which can rapidly replenish energy and mend wounds. Revitalizing elixir? Where can I find it? The host may acquire it through the storyline. Storyline. How does one obtain it? You can't possibly expect me to rob the Heavenly Sword sect. Please explore on your own. Explore? How utterly frustrating. Tangan silently cursed under his breath, lamenting the inadequacies of the system, which lacked any semblance of humanity. With a sense of resignation, he closed the shopping interface and leaned against the tree trunk, feeling utterly drained. Su Qing, in a state of serene contemplation, paid no heed to Tangan's grievances. After a brief pause, she abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. Someone was approaching. Tangan was suddenly startled, quickly rising to his feet and anxiously scanning his surroundings. Where are we? Do not make a sound. Su Qing whispered sharply, unsheathing her long sword and vigilantly focusing her gaze ahead. Tangan followed her gaze and saw several dark figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Could they be from the Heavenly Sword sect? He swallowed hard, his heart racing. It did not seem likely. Su Qingru furrowed her brow slightly. Their attire was unfamiliar. As the figures drew closer, Tangan finally discerned their appearance. Clad in black attire, their faces obscured by masks, they wielded an array of weapons, emanating an ominous chill. Who are they? Su Qingru demanded sharply. The cloaked figures offered no reply, only quickening their pace towards them. This is bad. They are coming for us. Tangan's complexion paled. Holy Maiden, what should we do? Su Qingru's expression hardened as she gripped her sword tightly. What else is there to do? We fight. Wait. Holy Maiden, shouldn't we see what the Heavenly Sword sect is up to? Perhaps we might uncover some unexpected information, Tangan proposed. Upon hearing his suggestion, Su Qingru's delicate brows knitted together, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. Although this lad appeared unreliable, his past inexplicable prophecies had proven accurate. Perhaps this time he might strike upon the truth inadvertently. Very well, she replied coldly. I will acquiesce to your suggestion. Tang Anru felt an immense sense of relief, nearly collapsing back onto the ground. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in front of the esteemed Saintess, jeopardizing his standing in the future. He anxiously scanned the surroundings and selected a densely foliaged thicket. Saintess, let us take refuge here. The visibility is excellent, yet it offers concealment. Su Qing, however, disregarded him, gracefully proceeding onward with the fluidity of a nimble cat, making not a sound. Tang, with a tinge of envy, pursed his lips, pondering when he would attain such a level of skill. Clumsily trailing behind, he inadvertently snapped a brittle twig beneath his foot. The sharp crack startled him, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth. Su Qingru shot him a cold glare, and Tang offered an awkward smile, fervently wishing not to attract any unwanted attention. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed the subtle sound. The two held their breath, their focus unwavering as each fleeting second stretched on, and Tang felt his legs growing numb. Suddenly, Su Qingru hissed a low warning. They are coming. Tang felt invigorated and quickly turned to the direction she indicated. In the distance, several shadowy figures were moving towards them. Could it truly be the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? These individuals are indeed persistent. Tang muttered a curse under his breath. Hush! Su Qing gestured for silence. As the shadow drew nearer, Tang gradually discerned the figure's features. The leader, clad in the robes of an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, was tall and handsome. It was none other than Hao Shuai, the esteemed senior disciple of the Tianjin sect. A surge of alarm coursed through Tang. Hao Shuai was a prodigy among the younger generation, his strength unfathomable. And it was rumored he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refining, mere moments away from breaking into the foundation establishment stage. As Hao Shuai approached, he engaged in quiet conversation with the disciples at his side. This time, we must teach those scoundrels of the Tianjin sect a lesson, making them aware of the might of our Tianjin sect. Brother Hao speaks truly. How dare they slander us? It is utterly intolerable. Another disciple exclaimed indignantly. Humph! This time we shall not only seize the spiritual vein but ensure they pay a bloody price. A fierce glint flashed in Hao Shuai's eyes. Tang felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that the conflict between the Tianjin sect and the Tianyin sect had escalated to a point of imminent confrontation. He covertly glanced at Su Qingru beside him and noticed that she too bore a solemn expression. My lady saint, what shall we do? Tang lowered his voice and inquired. Su Qing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Hao Shuai and the others. Let's assess the situation first, she said softly, her tone imbued with gravity. Chapter 62, The Heavenly Sword Sect Scheme. Tang's heart brimmed with curiosity. What scheme was the revered Saintess concocting? However, he dared not pry further and could only observe the movements of Hao Shuai and his companions. As they proceeded onward, Hao Shuai suddenly halted, his gaze piercing as it swept the surroundings. Curious, he murmured to himself, why do I feel as though we are being watched? Hao Shixiao, could it be merely your imagination? Inquired a disciple beside him. Hao Shuai furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps. He scanned the vicinity once more, finding no signs of anything amiss, and thus continued onward with his disciples. Tang and Su Qingru concealed themselves amidst the thicket, scarcely daring to breathe. The fleeting moment of vigilance displayed by Hao Shuai had sent Tang's heart racing to his throat. Fortunately, Hao Shuai ultimately failed to detect their presence. Your Grace, shall we continue to follow them? Tang inquired in a hushed tone. Su Qingru remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Hao Shuai and his companions had departed, her eyes glimmering with a perilous light. No, she suddenly declared. We shall return to Tianyin sect. Tang was taken aback. The Heavenly Yin sect? What does the Holy Maiden mean by this? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Su Qingru suddenly seized his wrist. A surge of formidable energy enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported several dozen yards away alongside Su Qingru. Goodness! Instantaneous teleportation? Tang exclaimed in astonishment. This speed is exceedingly rapid. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Su Qing grasped his hand once more, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight again. This was not a journey to the Tianyin sect. It was evidently akin to racing towards the high-speed train. Tang felt utterly desolate, akin to a fledgling chick ensnared by an eagle, rendered powerless to escape its fate. Su Qing let out a soft chuckle, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Qing Feng, you remain ever so rigid. We are family. Why must you be so formal? As she spoke, Her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Tang and felt a sudden chill run down his back. There was something amiss in the Saintess's gaze. Had his inquiry been too intrusive? He quickly lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence, yet could not help but mentally critique. This woman changes her demeanor faster than one turns a page. Just moments ago she was teleporting with me, and now she acts as if I am a stranger. The esteemed Qingfeng elder offered a slight smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening. Yet her expression radiated warmth. The Saintess speaks truth. It is I who am muddled. However, may I inquire about this young man? Her gaze shifted towards Tang, scrutinizing him with a hint of curiosity. His name is Tang, the latest inner disciple of the Tianyan sect. Su Qingru paused momentarily. He dared to glance at Su Qingru, only to find her looking at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Is that so? Indeed. The Saintess possesses discerning judgment, undoubtedly a person of exceptional merit. Having a friend who can share intimate thoughts is certainly advantageous. You are entrusted with overseeing both trivial and significant matters of the sect. It is beneficial to have companionship, remarked Qingfeng elder with a knowing smile, laced with a hint of jest. He cleared his throat, about to offer an explanation, only to be preempted by Su Qingru. Qifeng, you tease me. Tang is merely an ordinary disciple. He hardly qualifies as a person of exceptional merit. As Su Qingru spoke, she subtly distanced herself from Tang, seemingly intent on clarifying something. At that moment, Tang felt a surge of discontent within his heart. What does it mean to be merely an ordinary disciple? After all, he had fought valiantly through numerous trials to secure his position as the second-ranked disciple among the inner circle. How could it be that in the mouth of this wretched woman, he was deemed worthless? It was evident that she looked down upon his strength, dismissing him as insufficient. Tang cast a furtive glance at Su Qingru, silently cursing her in his heart. Just moments ago, she had been joyfully teleporting with him, and now she was severing ties with the swiftness of turning a page. Truly, women are ever so fickle. Su Qingru, overhearing his thoughts, could not help but mentally berate Tang. This scoundrel, merely uttering a few words, already speaks ill of me in his mind. Does this insufferable brat not realize I am merely being cautious? Saintess, your expression is one of surprise, yet it quickly returns to calm. Qifeng, I have returned with urgent matters to discuss with you. Su Qingru refrained from elaborating further, instead shifting the topic directly and adopting a grave tone. What is it? Qifeng Zun's also wiped the smile from his face, inquiring earnestly. Members of the Heavenly Sword sect have infiltrated our Tianyan sect. Su Qingru spoke with a somber gravity. What? Qifeng Zun's expression shifted dramatically. They dare to be so audacious. Do they not fear provoking a war between the two sects? They have not only infiltrated but have their sights set directly on our spiritual veins. Su Qingru added, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. This is outrageous. I shall confront the Heavenly Sword sect forthwith and ensure these ruffians are captured. Qifeng Zun's, seething with rage, turned to depart. Wait, Su Qingru called after her. Qifeng, do not act impulsively. We are still unaware of their precise plans. Rash actions will only alert them. Then what do you propose? Shall we merely stand by and watch as they seize our spiritual veins? Qifeng Zun's tone was fraught with urgency. Certainly not. Su Qingru's face radiated confidence. I have devised a plan that will ensure their return is thwarted. She leaned in close to Qifeng Zun's ear and began to whisper her strategy. Tang stood aside, unable to discern the exact words exchanged between them, yet the subtle shifts in their expressions allowed for a semblance of understanding. It appeared that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were destined for misfortune this time. Su Qingru's plan was audacious and reckless, verging on perilous. However, upon hearing it, revered Qingfeng displayed no hesitation. Instead, her eyes shimmered with admiration. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. This time, we must ensure that the Heavenly Sword sect pays a steep price. Revered Qingfeng's tone was resolute, her gaze glinting with ominous intent. Suddenly, Su Qingru turned to Tang. Are you willing to assist me? Tang was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded without hesitation, expressing his willingness. Although he was unaware of Su Qingru's precise plans, he was determined to take the risk, rather than face the battlefield or become embroiled in this turmoil. It was far wiser to seek a safe haven until the situation calmed. Yet, being under Su Qingru's watchful gaze, it would be remiss not to offer assistance. Moreover, a fire of indignation burned within Tang's heart. How dare those petty minions of the Tianjin sect lay their hands on the spiritual veins of the Tianyan sect? It was nothing short of courting death. Excellent. Su Qingru nodded in satisfaction, declaring that it was time for action. After their discussion, The three of them set forth on their respective missions. Tang Yin followed Su Qing to a secluded cave. "Holy lady, what is our purpose for coming here?" Tang Yin inquired with curiosity. Chapter 63, The Secret of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Su Qing gently lifted her chin and pointed towards a massive stone deep within the cave, saying, "Do you see that stone?" Tang Yin followed her and gazed upon the seemingly ordinary boulder, devoid of any extraordinary features. Behind that stone lay the clandestine stronghold of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Su Qingru's tone was somber as she spoke. "What?" Tang Yin feigned astonishment. "The stronghold of the Heavenly Sword Sect is right beneath our noses?" "Indeed," Su Qingru affirmed with a nod. "While the Heavenly Sword Sect possesses means to acquire intelligence about my sect, I too have my own strategies." She leaned closer to Tang Yin's ear, revealing in detail the plan for their counterattack. Su Qingru's eyes glinted with icy resolve as she confidently proclaimed, "Tonight, we shall deliver them a surprise." Tang Yin, yearning for a moment of respite, found herself once again ensnared by Su Qing, compelled to toil without recompense. Unable to restrain her lamentations about her current predicament, she mused, "It is truly a struggle to depart, yet I remain bound. Had I known, I would have accompanied Tang's shower. Amidst the chaos, it was impossible to discern our actions." At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tang Yin, prompting her to retreat to a secluded corner and summon the system. System. I recall that the Heavenly Sword Sect harbors a member who succumbed to madness due to the disruption of the Earth's veins. Ding. Affirmative, host. Then, might you provide me with some equipment? What if I meet my demise? Ding. Host needs detected, matching optimal equipment. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated within Tang Yin's mind. Indeed, you truly possess it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bag of explosive beads and a limited-time demon war armor set. Tang Yin was filled with anticipation. Envisioning herself adorned in resplendent golden armor, soaring upon clouds of vibrant hues, vanquishing foes with unparalleled prowess. Yet, what lay before her was merely a tattered ensemble, seemingly cobbled together from scraps of fabric. Is this truly it? Tang Yin pointed incredulously at the pile of tattered cloth and inquired, "System, are you certain this did not originate from some refuse heap?" Ding. The celestial demon battle armor, forged from the hide of ancient celestial demons, possesses formidable defensive capabilities in the ability to absorb damage. It can self-repair, making it the optimal choice for the host's survival and may be utilized only once. Tang Yin curled his lip in disdain as he donned the celestial demon battle armor. As night fell, the cave enveloped itself in profound silence. Tang Yin and Su Qingru concealed themselves behind a massive rock, patiently awaiting what was to come. Suddenly, the tranquility of the cave was shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps. "They have arrived," Su Qingru whispered, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Tang Yin held his breath, gripping the longsword tightly, poised to strike at any moment. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by hushed voices that resonated in the air. Tang Yin squinted his eyes, straining to discern the identity of the approaching figures, yet he could only perceive a few indistinct shadows swaying in the darkness. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 5 individuals, Su Qing whispered softly in his ear. They are merely the dregs of spirit manipulators, hardly worthy of concern. Tang Anqin secretly scoffed, questioning how a spirit envoy could be deemed as mere refuse. Just how profound was this woman's strength? Nevertheless, she still echoed, "Your Excellency, the Holy Maiden, possesses unparalleled wisdom." "Enough with the flattery," Su Qing replied coldly. "Wait for my cue to act. Do not jeopardize my plans." Tang Yin nodded in agreement, yet in his heart, he was devising a plan to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to slip away unnoticed. He had no interest in the Tianjin sect or the spiritual veins. All he desired was a safe haven to wait until the turmoil subsided. At last, 5 figures drew near, and under the faint moonlight, Tang Yin could barely discern their appearances. Each bore a furtive expression, their eyes shifty, and they wielded an assortment of weapons that clearly indicated their unsavory nature. "Damn it. This cursed place is truly hard to find," grumbled one stout figure. "Why do those old geezers in the sect insist on establishing a base in such a desolate location?" "Enough of your nonsense," a tall, lean man retorted sharply. "Be cautious, the walls have ears. What are you afraid of?" The stout man scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully. "In this wilderness, who could possibly be around? Even if there were, they'd likely be insignificant scoundrels. I could easily swat them away with a single hand." Tang Yin listened to their conversation, nearly bursting into laughter. This short and stout man was truly unaware of his own peril. Daring to underestimate him despite Tang Yin's undeniable mediocrity, Silence. The leading man admonished in a hushed tone. Quickly set up the formation. We cannot afford to delay tomorrow's crucial matters. The 5 individuals ceased their chatter and busied themselves, retrieving various materials from their pockets and arranging them on the ground. Reciting incantations as they worked, Tang observed the items they were manipulating, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over him. Why did these materials appear so familiar? As he strained to recall, his expression shifted dramatically. These materials were unmistakably intended for the construction of a blood sacrifice formation. Saintess, Tang whispered urgently. They seemed to be setting up the blood sacrifice formation. Su Qingru's complexion also changed. She had initially believed that the Heavenly Sword sect merely sought to pilfer the spiritual veins. Little did she expect their depravity to extend to employing a blood sacrifice formation to enhance their power. Damn it, Su Qingru muttered under her breath. It seems we must take action sooner than anticipated. Just as she was about to rush out, Tang seized her arm. Saintess, wait, he implored, gesturing towards the 5 individuals still engaged in their ritualistic setup. They have yet to complete the formation. If we charge out now, not only will we alert them, but we will also be at a disadvantage. Su Qingru furrowed her brow, recognizing the validity of Tang's words. What do you propose we do? Tang's eyes glimmered with a spark of ingenuity as a plan took shape in his mind. My lady, what do you think of this idea? He leaned in close to Su Qingru, whispering his scheme. Upon hearing it, Su Qingru's face displayed a look of astonishment. Will this truly work? Trust me. Tang replied with unwavering confidence, assuring her that they would not return. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingru ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Tang chuckled, a glimmer of cunning sparkling in his eyes. As the moments unfolded, Tang and Su Qing commenced their covert operation as planned. The 5 members of the Tianjin sect remained engrossed in their task of arranging the formation, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger encroaching upon them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the cave. Ah! The short and stout man clutched his groin, writhing in agony on the ground. What on earth is happening? The leader exclaimed in alarm, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Before he could fully grasp the situation, another agonizing cry echoed through the cavern. My eyes! The tall and slender man covered his eyes, blood seeping through his fingers. The remaining 3 were instantly thrown into disarray, glancing around frantically, yet perceiving nothing amiss. Who is it? Show yourself. The leader bellowed in fury. Heh, a mocking voice emerged from the shadows. Are you looking for me? Tang gradually emerged from behind the towering boulder, wielding a slingshot and adorned with a playful smile. Chapter 64. Unexpected turn of events. Who are you? The leading man inquired, his voice laced with terror. Me? Tang shrugged nonchalantly. I am merely a passerby. Just here to fetch some soy sauce. Fetch soy sauce? The leader paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting in fury. How dare you mock us? And what of it? Tang retorted disdainfully, curling his lip. With your ragtag bunch, you aspire to lay claim to the spiritual vein of the Tianjin sect? Such delusions are laughable. The leader's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he refrained from making a hasty move. He discerned that, despite Tang's seemingly harmless demeanor, his strength was unfathomable. Enough of this banter. Su Qingyu emerged from behind the boulder, her tone icy. Surrender willingly, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. It's the Saintess of the Tianjin sect. Run. Run? Where to? Tang feigned bravado, producing a small black orb the size of a peanut, twirling it between his fingers. With your meager skills, do you truly believe you can escape from the hands of the Saintess of the Tianjin sect? Dream on. The leader's expression darkened further. He suppressed his rising fear, his voice trembling yet defiant. You mustn't be so arrogant. We are disciples of the Tianjin sect. And should you dare to harm us, the Tianjin sect will not let you go unpunished. Tianjin sect? Tang erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Tang's utterly arrogant demeanor infuriated the leading man to no end. He bellowed, You seek death, boy. As he spoke, he reached for his sword. However, before his blade could be drawn, the black orb in Tang's hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking his wrist with precision. Ah! The leader let out a harrowing scream as the sword clattered to the ground, clutching his blood-soaked wrist. He writhed in agony upon the earth. Tang leisurely approached him, looking down from a position of superiority. TSK, with such meager abilities. How dare he boast before the Saintess? Truly deluded. The remaining 2, witnessing this, were struck with terror and turned to flee. But to escape? Su Qingru let out a cold snort, her figure flashing as she blocked their path. The 2, faces ashen, realized they were trapped with no hope of escape. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of resolve passing between them. Desperate, one of them let out a fierce shout, brandishing his long blade and recklessly charging at Su Qingru. In her cool, resolute gaze, Su Qingru raised her delicate hand with ease, effortlessly deflecting his attack. In an instant, she retaliated with a swift palm strike, landing squarely on the man's chest. With a sickening sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The last remaining man, witnessing this horror, was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to his knees and pleading, "Spare my life. Saintess, please have mercy. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I beg you to show compassion and spare me." Su Qingru regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of pity. "Since you dared to participate in this blood sacrifice formation, you should have anticipated this fate. Do you think the spiritual veins of the Tian'en sect are within your reach? Saintess, please spare me." The man continued to plead, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled, his forehead streaming with blood. Tangan, growing increasingly impatient, stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the man's face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. "Enough of this pathetic act. Speak up and reveal all that you know. Perhaps it will spare you some suffering." The kick roused the man, who lifted his gaze towards Tangan, terror written across his features. Trembling, he stammered, "I will tell you everything." Subsequently, he divulged the plans of the Celestial Sword sect. It turned out that the Celestial Sword sect had long coveted the spiritual veins of the Heavenly Transformation sect. Their current mission was to pilfer these veins, employing a blood ritual to enhance their power and prepare for a confrontation with the Heavenly Transformation sect. Upon hearing his confession, Su Qingru's expression darkened even further. She was taken aback by the audacity of the Celestial Sword sect, resorting to such despicable means to augment their strength. "Celestial Sword sect, you truly possess an audacious spirit," Su Qingru declared through gritted teeth, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. Tangan gently patted Su Qingru's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "My lady saint, do not be angered. It is not worth your ire to be upset by such scoundrels. Since they have dared to come, let them find no return." Su Qingru took a deep breath, nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. Tangan gazed at the remaining 2 individuals, a sudden impulse to provoke them stirring within him. "Since you are so fond of blood sacrifices, why not allow you to experience the taste of being a sacrifice yourselves?" With that, a dagger as dark as ink materialized in his hand, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. He approached the 2 unconscious disciples of the Tianjin sect, crouching before them as he slowly raised the dagger. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The dagger in Tangan's hand hovered in midair, his brow slightly furrowed. The blood light at the center of the formation suddenly erupted, violently drawing in the unconscious disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. The individual barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before their body began to wither rapidly, as if the vital essence within was being frantically siphoned away by some unseen force. "What is happening?" Su Qing exclaimed in shock, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword she held. Tangan squinted, fixating on the increasingly intense crimson glow at the center of the formation, startled by the sight. "What in the world is happening? Have things gone awry?" The bloodlight surged like boiling magma, emanating a nauseatingly sweet metallic odor. The disciples drawn into the formation had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only tattered remnants of clothing drifting in the bloodlight, as if silently lamenting this bizarre occurrence. "What is transpiring?" The remaining disciple from the Tianjin sect awoke, and upon witnessing this peculiar scene, was seized by terror, his voice trembling as he stammered, Brother, has he turned to ashes?" A sudden warmth enveloped him, and an unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. Su Qing's cold voice, tinged with confusion, inquired, "How could the formation activate so abruptly? Could it be?" Her enchanting eyes shifted to Tangan, scrutinizing him intently. "What have you done?" In an instant, a sense of trepidation gripped Tangan's heart. "Holy Maiden, please do not wrong the innocent. I was indeed preparing to deliver a swift resolution to these 2 fellows. Yet who could have anticipated that this wretched formation would activate on its own? Now, I feel rather embarrassed, as though I have usurped its duties." Su Qingru, seemingly unperturbed by Tangan's jest, furrowed her brows in concentration, meticulously observing the fluctuations of the formation. The crimson light intensified, and the sickly sweet aroma grew ever more potent, even inducing waves of nausea. "Something is amiss," Su Qingru declared in a solemn tone. "The power of this formation far exceeds our expectations." She paused, her voice laden with gravity. "It appears to be absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy." Chapter 65. The bloodlight formation no sooner had Su Qingru finished speaking than the trees around them began to sway violently, their leaves rustling ominously. It seemed as though an invisible force was ravenously consuming everything in its vicinity. Tang felt a constriction in his breath, as if the surrounding air had solidified, rendering it suffocating. He licked his lips and, with a parched voice, remarked, "Your Holiness, this phenomenon appears rather sinister." Su Qingru, seemingly unperturbed by Tang's words, fixated her gaze upon the swirling crimson light at the center of the formation, her expression laden with gravity. She could distinctly sense the depletion of spiritual energy around them. The rate at which it was vanishing was nothing short of alarming. If left unchecked, it was likely that the entire spiritual vein of the Tianyin sect would be drained. It must be halted, Su Qingru declared solemnly, her sword emitting a clear, resonant chime, its blade shimmering with a brilliant cold light. "Your Holiness, what do you intend to do to stop it?" Tang inquired, though he spoke with an air of nonchalance. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This entity was clearly not to be trifled with. One misstep could very well seal his fate here today. Su Qing, seemingly unresponsive, took a deep breath, and in a swift motion, transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the center of the formation. "Goodness! Holy Maiden, wait for me." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Tang hurriedly pursued. Although his strength paled in comparison to Su Qingru's, he could not stand idly by as she ventured into danger. Su Qingru's longsword, imbued with a fierce sword aura, cleaved toward the bloodlight at the center of the formation. Yet, the sword aura vanished as if swallowed by the depths of the sea, leaving no trace and failing to impact the formation in the slightest. "Futile," a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "Once this formation is activated, it cannot be halted. Unless a figure clad in a black robe, with a grotesque mask obscuring its face, gradually emerged from the bloodlight." "Who are you?" Su Qingru inquired warily. "My identity is of little consequence," the cloaked figure scoffed. "What matters is that you shall all perish here." Such audacity, Tang scoffed dismissively. "Do you truly think you can threaten the Saintess? Take a moment to reflect upon your own worth." The black-clad figure disregarded Tang's provocation, forming hand seals as incantations slipped from his lips. The bloodlight at the heart of the formation blazed even more brilliantly, emanating a formidable pulling force that drew Su Qingru and Tang toward its center. "This is bad." Su Qingru's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily summoned her spiritual energy in an attempt to break free from this overwhelming force. Yet, the pull was alarmingly potent, rendering her efforts utterly futile. Tang, adorned with the heavenly demon battle armor, felt little discomfort. However, observing Su Qing struggling slightly, he feigned weakness. Tang pretended to struggle and asked, "Holy Maiden, what shall we do?" Su Qingru, gritting her teeth, gazed resolutely. "We can only fight with all our might." She wielded her longsword once more, unleashing a series of fierce sword energies towards the cloaked figure. The figure scoffed disdainfully, his form flickering as he effortlessly evaded Su Qingru's assault. "Futile efforts. Your struggles are in vain," he sneered. "Prepare to meet your demise." At that moment, a thought struck Tang, and he murmured to himself, "I recall that in the storyline, Su Qingru possesses the sect's ultimate technique of Tianyin sect. It seems it might counter this cloaked one's martial arts. What was it called again?" Tianyin Divine Ice, the formidable ultimate technique of the Tianyin sect, wielded immense power. Upon hearing Tang's thoughts, a spark ignited in Su Qingru's eyes. She immediately activated Tianyin Divine Ice, and a dazzling blue ice crystal materialized in her hand. "You cannot evade this." Su Qingru hurled the ice crystal fiercely towards the cloaked figure. The figure's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that Su Qingru would employ Tianyin Divine Ice. He hastily attempted to dodge, yet was still grazed by the ice crystal, letting out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The cloaked man clutched his chest in agony, as billowing black smoke emanated from his body, as if he were on the verge of being reduced to ashes. "Now's our chance," Su Qingru shouted. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang channeled his entire being's spiritual energy and struck fiercely at the bloodlight at the center of the formation. With a resounding boom, the bloodlight shattered, and the formation was dismantled. The surrounding trees ceased their trembling, and the air returned to its normal state. The cloaked figure emitted a reluctant roar of fury, his form dissolving into a cloud of black mist and vanishing from sight. Su Qingru glanced upward toward the heavens, her eyes flickering with concern. Although the formation had been breached, the sinister plot of the Heavenly Sword sect remained far from obliterated. Moreover, who was that cloaked individual? What brought him to this place? All of it remained an enigma. Just then, Tang, in slightly hoarse voice, shattered the silence. "My lady, your attire. He gestured towards Su Qingru's chest. Following his gaze, she looked down and felt her cheeks ignite with a burning flush. The once immaculate white dress now bore a long gash at the chest, exposing her fair skin beneath. Su Qingru's eyes widened in shock as she hastily covered her chest with her hands. Though her expression remained composed, her heart brimmed with indignation. What is so fascinating? Do you not have the decency to look away, as if you've never seen a woman before? Su Qingru feigned calmness as she spoke. Tangan awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the expanse of pristine white. My lady, I did not intend for this to occur. The battle was so intense that I did not realize. It dawned on him that during the fierce confrontation, her garment had been rent asunder, revealing the delicate alabaster skin beneath. As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, almost resembling the faint buzzing of a mosquito. Su Qing seethed internally, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing fervently to swat this scoundrel into oblivion. This scoundrel shall face my wrath once this matter is resolved. Tangan, after finally relaxing, lay limp on the ground like a puddle of mud, every pore screaming exhaustion as he murmured, "At last, it is over." Su Qingru also leaned wearily against a charred tree trunk, her chest heaving violently. The recent battle had nearly depleted all her spiritual energy. She raised her gaze to the sky, her eyes filled with a worry that overshadowed the relief of surviving the ordeal. The conspiracy of the Tianjin sect was like a malignant tumor, this attack merely the tip of the iceberg, with even greater perils looming ahead. The figure in black lingered in her mind like an inescapable shadow, instilling a profound sense of unease within her. Who was he, and what were his intentions? Yet, upon reflection, had it not been for Tang An's timely reminder to employ the Tianyin divine ice, both of them might have already met their demise. With this thought, her simmering anger subsided somewhat. Turning away, Su Qingru gritted her teeth and spoke. Tang An swiftly turned around, resembling a child who had erred, not daring to utter a sound. Su Qing hastily retrieved a new dress from her storage pouch and quickly donned it. Once she had arranged her attire, she took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. My lady saint, what shall we do now? Tang An cautiously inquired, hesitating to glance at Su Qingru. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingru replied, let us first return to the sect and inform the elders of this matter. Then we shall devise our next course of action. The two rose and began their journey towards the Tianyin sect. Chapter 66. The temple. Throughout the journey, both remained silent, the atmosphere tinged with an awkwardness. Tang An occasionally stole glances at Su Qingru, his mind drifting back to the enchanting scene he had just witnessed. A wave of emotion surged within him. He endeavored to rein in his gaze, fearful of inciting the ire of this esteemed lady. What are you thinking? Su Qingru suddenly spoke, her tone frosty. Tang An was taken aback and quickly shook his head, stammering that it was nothing, his gaze wandering restlessly, while his heart stirred with unspoken feelings. Su Qingru, like a frosty matron, possessed a figure that was quite captivating. However, once this matter concluded, it would be time to unmask the traitor, wouldn't it? This should lead to the unfolding of the narrative between Tang Fan and Su Qingru. Su Qingru let out a cold snicker, hoping it would indeed be so. Internally, she scoffed at the thought. How did this lad come to know the esoteric techniques of the Tianyin sect? And what about the traitor? Could it be that Tang An was privy to some secrets? This scoundrel still lingered on such matters. Su Qingru inwardly cursed him, yet maintained a facade of composure, quickening her pace with a desire to return to the sect, eager to distance herself from this vexatious individual. After walking a short distance, Tang An suddenly halted, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Saintess, look! Su Qingru, exasperated, followed his gaze and beheld a dilapidated temple emerging in the distance. The once vibrant vermilion paint had long since chipped away, revealing the decayed wood beneath. The trees surrounding the temple stood withered and twisted, resembling monstrous creatures with outstretched claws. A chilling and eerie aura permeated the air, sending shivers down one's spine. What place is this? Su Qingru inquired, her brow furrowing as an unsettling sensation crept into her heart. Tang An scratched his head, his mind racing with thoughts. Had such a place been mentioned in the original storyline? How was it that he remained oblivious? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I am uncertain, but I sense a chilling aura here. Something feels amiss. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance in his direction. I can feel it too, she remarked. This icy woman could change her demeanor more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book. Tang Anxin pondered silently, refraining from voicing her thoughts, and merely smiled apologetically, saying, My lady saint, what shall we do? Su Qing reflected for a moment. The sky had darkened, so she suggested. Let us retreat indoors to escape the tempest. We shall resume our journey on the morrow. Tang Yan's heart was inevitably filled with apprehension. This woman truly attracted formidable characters. I must seek the system for some life-saving items shortly. The two of them cautiously entered the temple. Inside, the desolation was even more pronounced. Cobwebs clung to every corner, and dust lay thick upon the ground. At the center, an altar bore a statue of a deity, its features obscured, rendering it impossible to discern which divine being it represented. Before the statue, an incense burner lay toppled, its ashes scattered across the floor, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Holy Maiden, look. Tang Yan pointed at the wall behind the statue, which was inscribed with peculiar symbols resembling an ancient script. As Su Qingru approached to observe closely, she discerned that these symbols bore a resemblance to the techniques of the Tianyin sect, yet there were notable differences. What could this be? Su Qingru murmured, her mind awash with confusion. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept in through the temple entrance, causing the dim oil lamps within to flicker erratically, emitting crackling sounds. Who is it? Su Qingru exclaimed sharply, drawing her sword and vigilantly surveying her surroundings. A sinister laughter echoed from outside the temple, and soon after, a shadowy figure slowly entered. Clad in black attire and wearing a mask that obscured his features, he held a dagger that radiated a dark glow. It's you. Su Qingru instantly recognized the figure as the mysterious assailant who had attacked them earlier. Ah, my dear Saintess, it is good to see you unharmed. The cloaked man said in a mocking tone. Who are you, and why did you assault us? Su Qingru demanded. You shall soon discover the answer to that question. The black-clad figure replied with a cold chuckle. In an instant, he lunged towards Su Qingru, his dagger slicing through the air, aimed directly at her throat. When he realized he could not reach Su Qingru, he swiftly turned to target Tang Yan instead. Tang Yan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the dagger that grazed his cheek, leaving behind a crimson streak. Damn it, how ruthless! He cursed under his breath, astonished by the black-clad assailant's prowess, which far exceeded his expectations. Su Qing also joined the fray, and together they battled against the shadowy figure. However, the black-clad individual's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and the two gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Your Holiness, we cannot continue like this. We must devise a means of escape. Tang Yan, while fending off the onslaught of the cloaked assailants, anxiously exclaimed, Escape? Do you truly believe you can flee? The black-clad figures let out a chilling laugh, intensifying their assault. In that very moment, the roof of the temple unexpectedly collapsed, burying the three beneath the debris. Dust swirled, obscuring the sky and blotting out the sun. Tang Yan struggled to emerge from the rubble, his face smeared with dirt and utterly disheveled. He surveyed his surroundings. Yet the figures of Su Qingru and the cloaked man were nowhere to be found. Lady Saint, where art thou? Tang Yan shouted loudly, yet received no response. Damn it! Could it be that we are to be crushed? If Su Qing were to perish alongside me, would Tang Fan not seek my life? Tang Anshin was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency as he frantically began to excavate the ruins. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a soft object. It was the Holy Maiden. A surge of joy filled Tang Anshin's heart, and he hastily cleared away the debris. However, when he beheld the scene before him, he was instantly struck dumb. What lay before his eyes was not Su Qingru, but a chilling skeleton. In the bony grasp of the skeleton was a jade pendant, held tightly within its skeletal fingers. Tang Yan picked up the jade pendant and examined it with great care. The pendant was round in shape, intricately carved with a vividly lifelike dragon, which held a gleaming orb in its mouth. This was the sacred dragon pearl jade pendant of the Tianyin sect. Tang Yan was taken aback. How could this jade pendant possibly be here? Just then, he was startled by the faint sound of footsteps behind him. He swiftly turned around and beheld a figure emerging slowly from the ruins. Dressed in black, the person wore a mask that concealed their features, unmistakably the enigmatic figure who had vanished earlier. The masked individual gradually removed their mask, revealing a familiar visage. Tang Yan, it has been a long time. Tang Yan widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at the person before him. You are? I am Tang Fan. Tang Yan suddenly realized, finally recalling this segment of the narrative. Goodness, should this not be the beginning of the romance between Tang Fan and Su Qingru? It was Tang Fan who intervened to save Su Qingru, but what role do I play in this scenario? Tang Yan paused momentarily, at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clutched his chest and began to moan in agony. Ah, I am in such pain. Subsequently, he weakly collapsed onto the ground. Yet he summoned his dwindling strength to extend his hand towards Tang Fan, uttering in a faltering voice, "Please, save the Saintess." Tang Fan furrowed his brows, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Did he truly believe he was a fool? Chapter 67. The escape. As Tang Fan was about to crush the troublesome fellow beneath his foot, the elderly voice from the ring suddenly interjected. "Feigner, do not. This holy maiden is of utmost importance to you. You must earn her favor in order to achieve your grand ambitions." Tang Fan impatiently communicated with the old man within the ring through his spiritual sense. "Old man, this woman will eventually be mine. There is no need for pretense." The old man replied earnestly, "My dear Fong, you are unaware of the intricacies involved. This holy maiden is the cherished jewel of the Tianyin sect, holding a status of great distinction. Should you resort to forceful means, it may provoke the wrath of the Tianyin sect, leading to consequences that far outweigh any potential gains. Moreover, throughout our journey thus far, I have expended considerable strength in spiritual tracking. We must not squander this opportunity." Tang Fan inwardly cursed the old man for his obstinacy. Yet he could not deny the validity of his words. Just as he hesitated, a faint cough echoed through the ruins. "This is not good. It is Su Qingru." Tang Fan hastily requested the elderly gentleman to assist him in donning a pristine set of black silk attire, simultaneously ensuring that the dust marring his visage was meticulously cleansed. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing Tang Fan transformed into a graceful young gentleman. Su Qing, struggling to emerge from the rubble, felt a wave of dizziness and pervasive fatigue wash over her. In her dazed state, she caught sight of a man clad in black standing not far away, and her heart skipped a beat. Who could that be? Tang Fan immediately donned a concerned expression and hurried to Su Qingru's side. Gently, he helped her to her feet, saying, "Saint, are you all right?" Su Qingru, her face ashen, weakly shook her head. However, upon seeing Tang and unconscious on the ground, her heart tightened with worry. "Tangen, what has happened to him?" Tang Fan silently cursed the woman for her lack of discernment, yet outwardly maintained a facade of concern as he said, "Tangen appears to be gravely injured. We must hasten our departure from this place." Su Qing cast a fleeting glance at Tang Fan and replied, "Tang Fan, please check on Tang." And Tang Fan chuckled coldly in his heart, yet feigned a look of distress on his face. "Saintess, I too bear grave injuries, it seems." Su Qing pursed her lips, "Then let us go together." Tang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction within. The young lady displayed quite the understanding. He feigned reluctance and nodded, saying, "Very well, my dear, I shall do my utmost." He bent slightly, pretending to examine Tangen's injuries, while covertly observing Su Qingru's reaction. Su Qingru, however, remained fixated on Tangen. Although her expression betrayed nothing, she reached out subtly to check Tangen's breath. Tang Fan was consumed by a seething jealousy. How dare that despicable Tang attempt to seduce his beloved? He yearned to eliminate Tang immediately, yet reason dictated that the time was not yet ripe. The Saintess. Tang had merely succumbed to unconsciousness and was not in grave danger. Tang Fan rose to his feet and suggested to Su Qingru, "Perhaps we should leave this place before continuing our conversation." After pondering for a moment, Su Qingru nodded, allowing Tang Fan to assist her as she stood up. However, just as they were about to depart, she inadvertently overheard Tangen's inner thoughts. "Finally, we are leaving. Is Su Qingru about to develop a romantic connection with Tang Fan? I am finally liberated. I wonder how Su Qingru will react when she discovers that the man in black is Tang Fan. But never mind that. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. No, I shall assume I have amnesia." Su Qingru was immediately taken aback, realizing that Tang Fan was indeed the man in black. Did Tang Fan have ties to the Heavenly Sword sect? Was he somehow involved with the matter of the spiritual vein? What were Tang Fan's true intentions? That rascal Tangen, after all they had been through together, still harbored suspicions. How truly vexing it was. Su Qingru's form wavered slightly, nearly losing her balance. Tang Fan, with swift reflexes, wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, expressing concern. "Be careful, Saintess." The warmth emanating from his palm made Su Qing feel somewhat uneasy. She subtly evaded Tang Fan's touch, forcing a calm demeanor as she replied, "Thank you." Tang Fan felt a surge of joy within. The young lady's coy demeanor, both inviting and elusive, was truly captivating. While feigning to assist Su Qingru, he discreetly observed the figure of Tang on the ground. Tang remained in a deep slumber, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smirk. "Ah, my acting skills have truly reached an unparalleled level. This charade of feigning death is simply flawless. Once they depart, I shall seek a safe haven. Who would want to linger in this wretched place?" Su Qingru, overhearing Tangen's unabashed disdain in his thoughts, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. This fellow truly does not shed tears until he witnesses the coffin. Tang Fan. Su Qingru suddenly halted, her tone frosty. Why are you assisting me? I am perfectly capable of walking on my own. Tang Fan was taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. Why did this girl suddenly turn hostile? Although displeased, he still forced a smile and said, Saintess, your injuries are not yet healed. Allow me to assist you. No need, Su Qing replied, shaking off Tang Fan's hand. She then approached Tang Yin, crouched down, and reached out to check his breathing. Tang Yin's heart sank as she silently lamented her predicament. Would this woman detect any inconsistencies? This is a disaster. Could she possibly expose me? No. I must feign more convincingly. She held her breath, remaining utterly still, lying on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Su Qing withdrew her hand, stood up, and fixed a cold gaze upon Tang Fan. Tang Fan, are you certain that Tang Yin is merely unconscious? Tang Fan felt a chill run down his spine under Su Qingru's piercing gaze. How had this woman suddenly become so astute? Steeling himself, he replied, Saintess, I assure you. Su Qingru let out a cold laugh. Oh, really? Then why is it that he has ceased to breathe? Tang Fan's heart sank. It was evident that this woman had indeed discovered the truth. He hurriedly replied, Holy Maiden, it is likely that Tang Yin's injuries are grave, causing his breath to wane. Enough, Su Qing interjected. Do you believe my judgment to be flawed? Tang Fan silently cursed, perceiving this woman as utterly ungrateful. He suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. Saintess, what do you mean by that? Su Qing, seemingly disregarding Tang Fan, turned her gaze towards Tang Yin, her tone indifferent. Tang Yin, stop pretending. I know you are awake. Tang Anshin inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. How does this woman know? He abruptly opened his eyes, leaping to his feet, his countenance reflecting sheer surprise as he gazed at Su Qingru. Saintess, how did you know I was about to awaken? Su Qingru regarded him from a lofty vantage point, her expression unwavering. Do you truly believe that your trivial thoughts could elude my perception? I am fully aware of what transpires in your mind. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. How could this woman discern his intentions? This was utterly bizarre. He feigned a state of just awakening, bewildered, and said, Saintess, what are you talking about? Su Qing, without offering an explanation, coldly fixed her gaze upon Tang Fan and inquired, Tang Fan, do you have anything to say now? Tang Fan's expression darkened with fury. He never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would be thwarted by the inept Tang Yin. He glared at Tang Yin with seething resentment and gritted his teeth as he exclaimed, Tang Yin, how dare you sabotage my endeavors? Tang Yin raised his hands innocently, exclaiming, What have I done? I haven't done anything at all. I'm feeling quite dizzy. Tang Fan was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. He yearned to eliminate Tang Yin immediately, yet reason dictated that the moment was not yet ripe. Chapter 68, Explosion. Tang Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose his thoughts, and spoke to Su Qingru, Saintess, all of this is a misunderstanding. Su Qingru let out a cold laugh. Do you think I would believe your nonsensical words? Do you truly believe I am unaware of anything? Tang Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that this woman was aware of his persistent following? He feigned composure and replied, Saintess, I am not certain of what you are referring to. Su Qing advanced towards Tang Fan, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Tang Fan, it would be wise for you to confess honestly, or else. Tang Fan was momentarily daunted by Su Qingru's imposing aura, instinctively taking a step back, his gaze flickering. Saintess, he began, but just then, a violent explosion resonated from afar, followed by a brilliant beam of light shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire night. What is happening? Both Tang Fan and Tang Yin inquired in unison. Su Qingru's expression grew grave as she lifted her gaze towards the source of the explosion, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. It is from the direction of Master Qifeng, Su Qingru murmured, her voice laced with unmistakable concern. Tang Fan felt a surge of delight within. The explosion had occurred at the most opportune moment. Saintess, he declared, I assure you on my name as a disciple that I have committed no wrongdoing against the sect. Yet, should they not now seek the source of that explosion? Su Qingru cast a fleeting glance at Tang Fan before shifting her gaze. Tang Yin, Tang Fan, follow me. The three of them hastened towards the direction of the blast. Along the way, Tang Fan incessantly cursed Tang Yin in his mind, while Tang Yin wore a face of despondency, pondering how he might escape. The scene of the explosion was utterly chaotic. The once majestic structure had been reduced to ruins, with a thick haze of smoke permeating the air. The secluded chamber of Master Qifeng had been utterly devastated, leaving only a vast crater in its wake. Master Qifeng, Su Qingru called out anxiously, her heart heavy with concern. With a light step, she darted forward like a swallow, leading the way towards the source of the explosion. Tang Fan followed closely behind, yet his mind was occupied with devising a way to escape from the aftermath of the explosion, ideally ensuring that Tang En would bear the brunt of the blame. Meanwhile, Tang En resembled a reluctant kitten being grasped by the scruff of its neck. Wearing an expression of utter discontent, Tang Anqin pondered how she could discreetly slip away unnoticed. This woman ran with remarkable speed, akin to that of a rabbit. Tang En silently cursed within, yet did not dare to slacken his pace, fearing that Su Qin would catch on to his treacherous thoughts of lagging behind. As he ran, he discreetly surveyed the surrounding terrain, searching for a suitable escape route. Along the way, Tang Fan relentlessly shot daggers at Tang En with his eyes, murmuring under his breath, "Useless, a jinx, all of this is because of you." Tang Anqin feigned ignorance, rolling his eyes inwardly. What trouble have I stirred? What does this explosion have to do with me? The scene of devastation was more harrowing than he had imagined. The once grand edifice lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of rubble, while the acrid scent of gunpowder hung heavily in the air, provoking relentless coughs. The secluded chamber of the esteemed Qing Feng master had been obliterated, leaving behind a gaping pit that resembled the maw of a colossal beast. Qing Feng master. Su Qingru's voice trembled with urgency as she frantically searched through the debris, desperately hoping to uncover a sign of survival. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Fan felt a surge of bewilderment. Was this old fellow truly so significant to Su Qingru? He feigned assistance in the search, all the while keenly observing Su Qingru's reactions, contemplating his subsequent course of action. Tang En stood by, idly kicking the pebbles beneath his feet. He understood all too well that Elder Qi Feng was likely facing dire circumstances. An explosion of such magnitude would be difficult for even deities to escape unscathed. Holy Maiden, this place is far too perilous. We should take our leave. Tang Fan feigned concern as he advised her. Su Qin, however, seemed oblivious to his words. Continuing her search amidst the ruins, her fingers were lacerated by sharp debris, blood trickling through the crevices of her fingertips, yet she remained entirely unaware of her wounds. Tang En observed her unwavering demeanor, and an inexplicable discomfort arose within him. Though he had long sought to extricate himself from this woman in that moment, he found it difficult to witness her profound sorrow. Saintess, please do not search any further. It seems that Tang En hesitated to speak. Silence, Su Qin exclaimed, abruptly lifting her gaze with fierce intensity. The esteemed Qing Feng will undoubtedly be safeguarded by destiny. Nothing ill shall befall her. Tang En was taken aback by her sudden outburst and hastily closed his mouth. He inwardly cursed. This woman is truly mad. Even in such dire circumstances, she remains undeterred. Just then, a faint cough echoed through the ruins. Listen, Tang En exclaimed, pointing towards the debris, his face a mask of astonishment. Su Qingru and Tang Fan turned their gazes towards him simultaneously, their eyes glimmering with hope. The trio swiftly made their way towards the source of the sound, clearing away a pile of rubble. There, amidst the wreckage, lay the esteemed Qi Feng master, covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Qi Feng master. Su Qingru rushed forward to support him. The Qing Feng master struggled to open his eyes, and, upon seeing Su Qingru, managed a weak smile. Saintess, I am unharmed. Qing Feng master. What about you? Su Qingru asked anxiously. I fell into an ambush, the Qi Feng master stammered intermittently. Someone intends to harm me. Who? Su Qingru pressed for answers. The Qi Feng master exerted himself to reveal the name of the assailant, but his breaths grew increasingly shallow. In the end, he could only utter a single syllable. Lulu? Su Qingru questioned, her face a portrait of confusion. The Qi Feng master's hand fell limply, his eyes slowly closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Tang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The old wretch had finally met his demise. He feigned an expression of profound grief, kneeling on the ground and lamenting, "Oh, esteemed Qi Feng, your death is truly tragic." Su Qingru cast a cold glance at Tang Fan and remarked, "Cease your weeping. I shall assess the condition of Qi Feng." After Su Qingru's examination, she finally breathed a sigh of relief internally. Fortunately, although gravely injured, there was no serious harm done. Tang En stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had no desire to ascertain the fate of the esteemed Qi Feng. He merely wished to survive, for he understood that the forthcoming events would likely grow even more intricate. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. What is happening? Tang Fan inquired. His vigilance peaked. It seems someone is approaching, Tang En replied. The The three of them looked up to see a group of individuals from the Tianjin sect hastening towards them. This is not good. It is the Tianjin sect. Su Qingru's expression shifted slightly. The Tianjin sect? Both Tang Fan and Tang An exclaimed in unison. The members of the Tianjin sect quickly encircled the trio, with their leader, a tall figure clad in a black mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. Who are you? Su Qingru demanded in a sharp tone. Those here to take your life, the leader of the Tianjin sect replied coldly. With that, he waved his hand. And the group surged forward, launching an assault on the three. Chapter 69. Crisis. In that moment of desperation, Tang An urgently called out to the system. System, save me. Equip me. Tang An shouted desperately in his heart, disregarding any semblance of composure in this life and death moment. Ding. The system detected that the host was in extreme danger and activated the emergency protocol. The cold, mechanical voice of the system finally echoed at the critical juncture, offering Tang An a glimmer of hope. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a life-saving gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Tang Anqin was overwhelmed with joy and promptly exclaimed, Open. Hurry, open it. Ding. The rescue gift package has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a limited-time defensive gear, the Invincible Golden Bell Shield, for 1 hour. Tang An silently chanted, Invincible Golden Bell Shield, activate. In an instant, a magnificent golden bell emerged from thin air, enveloping Tang An within its protective embrace. The assaults from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect struck against the golden bell, merely creating a ripple, failing to budge it in the slightest. Tang Fan and Su Qing gazed in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Tang Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth is this? Where did this young man acquire such a treasure? Jealousy consumed him, for despite his meticulous plotting over such a long period, he had gained nothing of value. Conversely, this individual, whom he had always regarded as a worthless fool, possessed an astonishingly formidable defensive artifact. Su Qing, equally astonished, quickly regained her composure and called out to Tang An. Tang An, ensure the safety of Elder Qingfeng. Tang An concealed himself within the golden shield, curling his lip in disdain as he silently cursed. This woman only knows how to exploit me, all to buy time for you and Tang Fan to show off. Is it? Alas, what can I do but accept my role as a mere pawn? Tang An had no choice but to acquiesce, vowing to Su Qingru, rest assured, Saintess, I shall fight to the death to protect the esteemed Qifeng. Upon hearing Tang An's fervent declaration, Su Qingru felt a twinge of exasperation in such dire circumstances. He was still mired in frivolous thoughts. It was utterly absurd to think that her actions were entwined with that of Tang Fan. How could the Saintess of the Heavenly Fortune sect possibly have any ties to that Tang Fan? The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, noticing the stalemate, furrowed his brow and remarked coldly, What kind of sinister artifact is this? It is astonishingly resilient. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his followers to cease their assault. Young man, who are you? How do you possess such a treasure? The masked leader's tone was chilling, laced with menace. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The unconscious Qingfeng suddenly let out a pained groan, her body trembling violently. Su Qingru rushed forward to assess the situation, exclaiming, This is dire. The injuries of Qifeng have worsened. Upon hearing this, Tang Fan felt a surge of delight within. The old man was finally nearing his end. Saintess, the situation for the revered Qingfeng is dire. Perhaps we should make haste to depart. Tang An, seizing the opportunity, remarked that he yearned to swiftly escape from this place of turmoil. Su Qingru hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Let us retreat. The masked leader, witnessing the unfolding scene, also commanded a withdrawal. Their objective had been to capture Su Qingru, and since success was no longer within reach, there was no reason to persist further. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect swiftly departed. Tang An, quickly put away the golden bell shield. We must leave as well. Su Qingru urged. Tang Anqin inwardly lamented. What are you urging? This contraption is not something I can simply activate or deactivate at will. However, she responded with utmost respect. Please hold on, holy maiden. This treasure is rather difficult to manipulate. He pretentiously gestured a few times, and with a resonant hum, the invincible golden bell vanished without a trace. In truth, the duration of the formidable golden bell had just come to an end. Tang Fan gazed at Tang An, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. This lad has stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, possessing such a formidable artifact. He longed to seize this treasure for himself without delay. The trio dashed forward, but the condition of revered Qifeng deteriorated rapidly. His breath grew faint, and his complexion turned ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Saintess, it seems revered Qing Feng is nearing his end. We must find a place. Before Tang Fan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Qingru. Silence. The Qing Feng Venerable has rendered great service to our sect. We must ensure his safe return. Su Qingru gritted her teeth and quickened her pace. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the Qing Feng Venerable. Should he perish, she would not only lose a crucial ally, but would also face inquiries from the sect elders. Let us go, Su Qingru urged once more. The trio pressed on, and, just before nightfall, arrived at the Tianyin sect. Su Qingru presented the Qing Feng Venerable to the alchemist, who meticulously examined his injuries. The prognosis was dire. His meridians were completely severed, and his internal organs had sustained grave damage, causing the alchemist's voice to tremble slightly. Upon hearing this, Tang Fan was filled with overwhelming joy. The old wretch was finally on the brink of death. He feigned a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, what a pity." Tang An observed coldly from the side, inwardly mocking, "Continue your pretense. You covet the death of the esteemed Qing Feng and seek to lay claim to the heavenly transformation sect's treasured fruit, aiming to seize the entire sect for yourself." Upon sensing Tang An's unspoken thoughts, Su Qingru suddenly recalled Tang Fan's ulterior motives, prompting a surge of vigilance within her. Setting aside the reasons behind Tang Fan's unexpected appearance at the temple, his current demeanor towards the esteemed Qi Feng is decidedly suspicious. I shall never allow him to lay a hand on the heavenly transformation sect. Her gaze, as sharp as ice, swept over Tang Fan's seemingly sorrowful countenance, a cold smile curling on her lips. Such a clumsy performance. If she failed to see through it, her years of life would have been in vain. The heartfelt sentiments of Tang An undoubtedly exacerbate the situation, further validating her prior suspicions. Tang Fan and Su Qing spoke with icy tones. The revered Qing Feng is now in a precarious state, requiring tranquility for recovery. As disciples of the Tianyin sect, it is our duty to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to safeguarding our sect. We cannot afford to languish in lamentation and disturb the peace of our hearts. Tang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, his expression a portrait of confusion. Soon after, however, he adorned his face with a faade of feigned amusement, stating, "The Saintess is right. It is I who have succumbed to excessive sorrow and lost my composure." Tang An cast a furtive glance at Su Qingru, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. How has this young lady suddenly become so astute? Has she uncovered something? Tang and Su Qingru turned to him, her tone considerably gentler. "You have performed admirably in escorting me. Please take your leave and rest. Tomorrow, I shall return to visit the esteemed one." Tang Anru, having received a royal pardon, hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and took his leave. "Yes, holy maiden," he replied, eager to escape this arena of chaos. This woman was utterly terrifying, as if she could see through the very souls of others. Just as he was about to depart, the system unexpectedly issued a new task. Ding. Please complete the necessary mission to safeguard the Tianyin fruit. Accomplishing this will grant a hidden achievement, while failure will result in the forfeiture of a portion of rewards. Tang An was momentarily petrified, incredulity coursing through his mind as he repeated the question. "System, what did you just say? What do you want me to do?" Ding. Please complete the necessary task of guarding the heavenly yin fruit. "No, system, I want to survive. Are you asking me to engage in the schemes of powerful individuals?" Ding. Detected host reluctance, granting a limited time invisibility ability for 15 days. Chapter 70, Heavenly Yin Fruit. The host can undertake this task without being discovered. Su Qing noticed Tang An standing there in a daze, completely motionless, and inquired, "Tang An, do you have anything else to say?" At this moment, Tang An finally grasped the situation and hurriedly said, No, I shall take my leave now." After Tang An departed, the gentle expression on Su Qingru's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling intensity in her eyes. She approached the alchemist and softly inquired, "Is there still hope for the revered one?" The alchemist's countenance grew grave as he shook his head, replying, "The meridians are completely severed, and the internal organs are gravely injured. Unless there is a heavenly transformation fruit, there is no hope." "The heavenly transformation fruit," Su Qingru murmured, a resolute glimmer flashing in her gaze. "The heavenly transformation fruit, a supreme treasure of the heavenly transformation sect, possesses the miraculous ability to restore life. Yet it comes with tremendous peril. It shall not be employed unless absolutely necessary." Tang Fan concealed himself in the shadows, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two with utmost clarity, his heart swelling with elation. The heavenly yin fruit. the treasure he had long coveted. Once the esteemed Qingfeng perished, the heavenly yin fruit would undoubtedly be brought forth for the purpose of healing, and at that moment, he would seize his opportunity. Tang Fan concealed himself in the shadows, akin to a sinister serpent, greedily fixating on the alchemist and Su Qing. The words Tianyin fruit swirled in his mind, igniting waves of insatiable desire. Once the esteemed Qingfeng elder meets his demise, this legendary divine fruit would be within his grasp. He could almost envision himself devouring the Tianyin fruit, experiencing a surge in power and trampling the entire Tianyin sect beneath his feet, a nefarious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Aha, old fool. After so long, it is high time for you to make way. Tang Fan contemplated inwardly, his gaze brimming with malevolence. At that moment, the ring upon his finger began to warm subtly, and an ancient voice resonated within his mind. Young one, do not rejoice prematurely. The matter is far from simple. The foundation of the Tianyin sect exceeds your imagination. Be wary of hasty gains, lest you jeopardize the grand design. This voice emanated from the elderly figure within the ring, his greatest source of support. Though Tang Fan was arrogant and conceited, he obediently listened to the elder. He suppressed the triumphant expression on his face and thought to himself, the old man is right. I must be cautious to avoid a misstep. Lowering his breath, he continued to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two, anxious not to miss any detail. At that moment, Tang Yin, cloaked in invisibility, stood beside Tang Fan, unable to suppress his internal musings. Why does Tang Fan's face alternate between gloom and excitement? What has he consumed? Su Qingru, perplexed, wondered, did I not send Tang Yin away? How can I still hear his thoughts? This troublesome boy better not jeopardize my plan. Furrowing her brows, she found herself torn between the lives of the Tianyin fruit and the respected Qingfeng elder. The Tianyin fruit was a treasure of the Tianyin sect, which should never be utilized unless absolutely necessary. However, the Qingfeng elder was the backbone of the sect. His demise would result in immeasurable loss. Was there truly no other way? Su Qingru's voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil, though her exterior remained composed. The alchemist pondered for a moment before gazing at Su Qingru and slowly responding, there is not entirely no way. It is said that in the perilous frozen valley of the far north, there grows a rare herb known as snow soul grass, which can repair damaged meridians. But what? Su Qingru inquired. However, the frozen valley is fraught with danger, perpetually covered in ice and snow, fiercely guarded by formidable beasts. It is a place where survival is uncertain. The alchemist sighed, his tone laden with concern. Su Qingru, her mind in disarray, was just about to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared to the alchemist, I have made up my mind to venture into the frozen valley in search of the snow soul grass. The alchemist was taken aback. Holy maiden, you must not. The frozen valley is far too perilous. I have made my decision. Su Qingru's tone was unwavering and left no room for dissent. The Qingfeng elder is vital to our sect. I will do whatever it takes to save him. Goodness, is this where the snow soul grass comes into play? I recall that it was Tang Fan who obtained the snow soul grass while Su Qingru still held him in high regard. Held in high regard? How could the holy maiden of the Tianyin sect possibly favor Tang Fan? At that moment, upon hearing the three-word snow soul grass, Tang Fan's heart stirred. He had once encountered references to the snow soul grass in ancient texts. It not only repairs meridians but also enhances physical constitution and elevates cultivation, making it an invaluable treasure. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Tang Fan felt a surge of secret delight as he resolved to take the initiative to venture into the frosty valley, seizing the snow soul herb for himself, only to feign defeat afterward. This strategy would not only hinder the recovery of the esteemed Qingfeng but also enhance his own prowess, truly a twofold triumph. As the situation reached an impasse, Tang Fan boldly stepped forward, addressing the Saintess, given the gravity of this matter, allow me to undertake this task. Moreover, with the ongoing conflicts between the Tianyin sect and the Tianjin sect, it is imperative that someone remains to oversee affairs at Tianyin. What a splendid moment to have assistance. Indeed, he was like a timely benefactor in the midst of adversity. No wonder Su Qing had chosen to leave Tang Fan behind alone. It was evidently an act of young love. At that moment, Su Qing felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Tang Fan's thoughts, regretting that she had not been more resolute in her earlier actions. Perhaps administering healing elixirs was a misstep. A dose of muting medicine would have sufficed. Upon hearing Tang Fan's words, Su Qing feigned a return to calm, her mind calculating the implications. The pressing matter was to resolve the Saintess disputes. Furthermore, dispatching Tang Fan could indeed prove advantageous. As long as the Tianyin fruit tree thrived, the Tianyin sect could endure. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Qing ultimately acquiesced to Tang Fan's decision. With that, Tang Fan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the horizon. Goodness, why do I sense that Tang Fan's strength has grown once more? Truly, he is the favored child of destiny. Tang Fan soared towards the farthest northern lands, his heart brimming with anticipation. He envisioned the moment he would obtain the Snow Soul Herb, dramatically enhancing his powers and standing majestically above all. Unable to contain his exuberance, he burst into hearty laughter. Old man, this time I shall surely acquire the Snow Soul Herb and become the foremost figure of the Tianyin sect. Yet, the elderly figure within the ring doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Youngster, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The Ice Valley is no ordinary place. Tread carefully, for it may lead to your demise. Tang Fan remained unconvinced, exclaiming, what is there to fear, with your esteemed presence? This mere cold Ice Valley is hardly a concern. He continued on his journey, completely oblivious to the looming danger encroaching upon him. The cold Ice Valley, situated in the far northern region, is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with howling winds that evoke the sensation of an icy hell. Within the valley, the terrain is intricate and fraught with peril, further compounded by the presence of formidable beasts that instill terror in the hearts of all who hear their name. As Tang Fan stepped into the frosty valley, he was immediately enveloped by a piercing chill that caused him to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 71, The Scheme. How frigid. He rubbed his hands together, contemplating inwardly. This place is far colder than I had anticipated. He advanced cautiously, keenly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from a distance. What is that sound? Tang Fan was taken aback, hastily retreating behind a massive boulder, holding his breath as he listened intently. The roar grew ever closer, accompanied by the sound of heavy footfalls, as if some colossal creature was drawing near. Tang Fan's heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. He gripped the longsword tightly, bracing himself for battle. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed into his sight. It was a giant bear, its body cloaked in white fur. Standing an imposing 2 zhang tall, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, fangs bared, exuding an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. The snowstorm bear. Tang Fan recognized the beast at once, and his heart sank. The snowstorm bear was one of the most formidable creatures in the frozen valley, its strength comparable to that of a human golden core cultivator. Known for its brutality that instilled fear in all who encountered it. He never anticipated that upon entering the frozen valley, he would confront such a formidable foe. The snowstorm bear spotted Tang Fan and let out a deafening roar before lunging at him with great force. Its massive paw sliced through the air with a fierce wind, leaving Tang Fan with barely enough time to raise his sword in defense. He was struck by an overwhelming force, sent hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Cursed be this fate. Tang Fan struggled to rise, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, cursing inwardly. The bear's power exceeded his wildest imagination. A single blow had left him gravely injured. He dared not be careless any longer, quickly channeling his internal energy and wielding his longsword with unwavering precision to fend off the snowstorm bear's relentless assault. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast amidst the icy expanse. Meanwhile, within the Tianyin sect, Su Qingru was occupied with the aftermath of the conflict. The battlefield lay in ruins, the sect suffering grievous losses, its disciples decimated, casting a pall of desolation. Su Qingru bore the weight of her sorrow as she directed her disciples to clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and restore morale. Once everything was set in order, she finally returned to her chamber, her weary body dragging behind her. With a long sigh, Su Qingru rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. The recent battle had inflicted severe casualties upon the Tianyin sect, leaving its vitality severely diminished, uncertain of when it might recover. What troubled her further was the presence of a traitor within the sect, and she could still occasionally hear the thoughts of Tangyin. Just then, a faint voice called from behind her, Saintess. Su Qingru turned around abruptly to find the seemingly near-death Qi Feng elder had opened her eyes, gazing weakly at her. Elder, you are awake, Su Qingru exclaimed, both surprised and elated, rushing to support her. The elder coughed a few times, her complexion pale and breath shallow. Sectmaster, I am well. Has Tang Fan departed? Su Qingru nodded. He has gone to the far north. They exchanged a glance, both wearing a barely perceptible smile. Good, very good. Tangyin sat in idle boredom, observing the dialogue between the two individuals, sensing an underlying dissonance he could not articulate. Su Qingru, with an intuitive understanding, comprehended the reason behind the Qingfeng elder's keen interest in Tang Fan's whereabouts. The two refrained from probing further, sharing a silent agreement to await the resolution of the impending conflict. Days later, the countenance of the Qingfeng elder had regained some color. Though his aura still bore signs of frailty, his spirits, however, appeared considerably uplifted. Leaning against the headboard, he softly called out, "Qingru, come here." Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingru promptly approached the bedside, inquiring with genuine concern, "Elder, how do you feel now?" A faint smile graced the Qingfeng elder's lips as he gestured for her to sit, then slowly began, "There are matters I must disclose to you." Once Su Qingru was settled, the Qingfeng elder unveiled the secrets he had long harbored within. "In truth, from the moment we first met, I sensed a traitor lurking within our sect." At that moment, Tangan, having activated his concealed abilities, finally felt invigorated, his mind racing with anticipation for the critical plot developments. However, he could only observe the two conversing without hearing their words. "System, what is happening? Why can I not hear anything?" Ding. Detection indicates the use of a silencing artifact by the other party. Please assess the situation independently. Curse you, system. The Qingfeng elder spoke gravely. At that time, I lacked concrete evidence, so I continued my covert investigations. He paused before continuing. This conflict with the Sword Sect was no mere coincidence. It was deliberately instigated by the traitor. Su Qingru's heart jolted with shock. Yet it was a conclusion she had anticipated, considering the mysterious disappearance of Tang Yin and Tang Shower had sown seeds of doubt in her mind. She pondered aloud. Who could it be? The Qingfeng elder gently shook his head, urging her to remain calm. I played a ruse, feigning grave injuries to draw the serpent from its lair. He elucidated. Simultaneously, I discreetly observed Tang Yin, probing for information. Tang Yin? Su Qingru queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Qingfeng elder nodded affirmatively, indeed. While Tang Yin may appear careless, his mind is astute. Though he cannot be deemed entirely loyal to the sect, he harbors no ill intent. He continued. From fragments of information inadvertently disclosed by the Sword Sect, I gradually pieced together the identity of the traitor and their insidious plot. A glint of cold determination flashed in the Qingfeng elder's eyes. They intend to exploit this war to clandestinely sabotage the spiritual veins of the Tianyin sect, thereby weakening its power. Su Qingru contemplated for a moment, her tone growing heavier, and Tang Fan is an exception within their scheme. A sudden weight settled in Su Qingru's heart as she swiftly grasped the implication of the Qingfeng elder's words. So you exploited Tang Fan's eagerness for power, luring him to the far northern lands in search of the snow soul herb. The Qingfeng elder sighed. And the far northern lands are precisely within the territory of the Sword Sect. He gazed at Su Qingru, his eyes filled with unwavering certainty. Tang Fan's journey ahead is fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Su Qingru inquired, Respected one, who is the traitor? The esteemed Qingfeng took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. It remains unconfirmed. However, Tang Fan undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives towards the Tianyin sect. In a few days, we may be able to draw that individual out. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su Qingru, and she exclaimed, I understand. In the following days, Su Qingru remained steadfastly by the side of Qingfeng, attending to him with utmost care. Meanwhile, the traitor lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He incessantly probed and sowed chaos, seeking a chance to approach the Tianyin fruit. Yet, he soon realized that Su Qingru's vigilance was exceedingly high, leaving him with almost no opportunities to exploit. Chapter 72. The trap Tang and had been tailing Su Qingru for several days, his legs nearly giving way, yet he discovered nothing unusual. The main issue was that whenever Su Qingru was alone with the esteemed Qingfeng, he could hear no sound at all. Anxiety gnawed at him, while Su Qingru appeared utterly unfazed, as if oblivious to the presence of someone shadowing her. He couldn't help but mutter, Why has this icy woman noticed that someone is following her? Tomorrow, she will retrieve the Tianyin fruit. Is she simply waiting for someone else to take it? I recall that in the original narrative, the Tianyin fruit was lost at this juncture. In truth, Su Qingru had intermittently sensed Tang Yin's presence over the past few days, and she was well aware of his antics. This meddlesome fool, she mused, must have employed some trickery to follow me so persistently. She had to maintain her faade within the sect, deal with internal treachery, and ensure that Qingfeng did not worry. Once this matter was resolved, she would certainly make him pay. When the time arrived to procure the Tianyan fruit, Su Qingru ventured alone to the forbidden grounds of the Tianyan sect. The entrance to the forbidden area was flanked by towering ancient trees, shrouded in an eerie stillness. A solemn aura enveloping her as she took a deep breath and straightened her attire before rapping on the heavy stone door. "Who goes there?" A frail voice echoed from behind the door. "I am Su Qingru, a disciple seeking an audience with the guardian elder," she replied respectfully. The heavy stone door creaked open, revealing an elder with hair as white as snow, clad in a gray robe. His piercing gaze scrutinized Su Qingru. "What brings the Saintess to the forbidden grounds at this late hour?" he inquired, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Su Qingru lowered her head slightly, articulating the situation concerning Qifeng in detail, and requested permission to retrieve the Tianyan fruit. Upon hearing her words, the elder's murky eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed deeply. "Alas, fate is a cruel mistress," he mused, pondering for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, since it concerns the life of the esteemed elder, I shall open the forbidden grounds." Meanwhile, the black-clad figure had already stationed spies within Su Qingru's residence to monitor her movements. "The Saintess has entered the forbidden grounds," one of the spies reported hurriedly, prompting him to spring to his feet with a fierce glint in his eyes. What an opportunity! Just as he was about to set off, he paused to contemplate. The night enveloped the Tianyan sect, the mountain winds howling and the shadows of trees dancing. The black-clad figure, garbed in night attire, slipped through the dense forest like a specter, racing toward the forbidden grounds. Gripping a dagger tightly, his fingertips turned pale, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Tianyan fruit. I am coming for you." At the periphery of the forbidden grounds, the formidable array pulsated, creating ripples in the air. The black-clad figure held his breath. Concealing himself behind a sturdy ancient tree, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. As a few leaves drifted down, he did not even blink, fearful of missing any detail. Yet, he could not suppress his inner grievances. The Tianyan sect is hypocritically righteous, and those lofty elders wear the guise of petty villains. It is only fitting that the Tianyan sect should vanish. The heavy stone door slowly creaked open, as Su Qingru followed the elder guardian into the forbidden area. The cloaked figure inhaled deeply, and as the two silhouettes vanished beyond the threshold, he seized the moment, slipping inside silently. The stone door gradually closed behind him with a dull thud. Within the confines of the forbidden space, the light was dim, and an ancient, mysterious aura permeated the air. The cloaked figure pressed against the wall, cautiously surveying his surroundings, his mind seething with resentment. Why should they bask in wealth and privilege while I am left to grovel like a dog? Why is it always I who am bullied? I shall make those who once looked down upon me pay dearly. The forbidden area was fraught with traps. A moment's carelessness could trigger deadly mechanisms. Up ahead, the elder held a lantern, its flickering yellow light swaying in the narrow corridor, illuminating the path ahead. The intruder held his breath, moving with light steps, closely trailing behind the two. He would occasionally bend low or shift sideways, akin to a nimble serpent weaving through the intricate passages. At that moment, Tang also followed closely behind, anxious about revealing himself and fearful that the Tianyan fruit might be snatched away. It had already been an hour since the cloaked figure entered the secret chamber, and his patience was wearing thin. How much longer must I wait? This Saintess is so pretentious. What a facade, appearing lofty and divine, merely a pretense. Just then, the elder led Su Qingru to a grand bronze door. The door was adorned with intricate carvings, emanating an ancient essence. The elder retrieved a jade tablet from his robe and embedded it into the central recess of the door. With a soft click, the bronze door slowly opened, releasing a rush of rich spiritual energy that was invigorating. This was a secret chamber, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls, illuminating the space as brightly as day. In the center of the chamber, a spirit herb radiating a gentle golden light grew in a white jade pot. The herb was translucent and exuded a potent spiritual essence. It was the Tianyan fruit. "Saintess, this item is the Tianyan fruit," the elder declared, pointing to the spirit herb, his tone filled with reverence. At this moment, Tang thought to himself, "Heavens, it has finally arrived. I must keep a vigilant eye on it, lest someone snatch it away." Su Qing's expression was solemn as she cautiously accepted the Tianyan fruit, placing it with great reverence into a specially crafted jade box. She gently caressed the jade box, her eyes sparkling with hope. Just then, a shadow suddenly leapt from the darkness, clutching a sphere radiating a green glow, which was then crushed in a swift motion. With a resounding bang, a dense emerald mist instantly enveloped the entire secret chamber. "Goodness, brother, you are playing dirty." The Elder and Su Qing were caught off guard. And Tengen was no exception. Inhaling the mist, he immediately felt dizzy, the world around him fading to black as he lost consciousness. The jade box and the oil lamp they held fell to the ground with a loud clatter, echoing painfully in the silence of the chamber. The cloaked figure, seeing this, dashed forward, snatching the fallen jade box and clutching it tightly to his chest. He glanced at the two sprawled on the floor, a cold smile creeping across his lips. "The Tianyan fruit is mine," he whispered, turning to vanish into the depths of the chamber. The cloaked figure pressed the jade box firmly against his chest, using the glow of the luminous pearl to navigate through the secret pathways. He moved stealthily, his steps light, swiftly retracing his route. The passage twisted and turned like a labyrinth, yet he navigated it with ease. Occasionally, he glanced back to ensure no one was following. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as his heartbeat quickened. Was it truly this easy to obtain? Could it be a trap set for me? Chapter 73. The trap is set. The cloaked figure sprinted furiously, finally reaching the entrance of the forbidden zone. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the jade box into his clothing and pushed through the dense underbrush, emerging into the night. The darkness enveloped the valley, the surrounding silence save for the occasional chirping of insects. The figure remained vigilant, scanning for any signs of pursuit, and once assured he was undetected, he quickly made his way along a narrow path away from the forbidden zone. He ran until he was far from the area, then slowed his pace. Finding a concealed hollow in a tree, he slipped inside and carefully retrieved the jade box, gently opening it. At last, I am safe. The end of the Tianyan sect is nigh. Inside, the Tianyan fruit lay quietly, radiating a soft golden glow. The cloaked figure gazed at the fruit with greedy eyes, excitement shining within. He reached out to gently touch the Tianyan fruit, savoring the rich spiritual energy it emitted. A satisfied smile graced his face as he murmured to himself, "So this is the Tianyan fruit? Truly a treasure. No wonder the Tianyan sect stands among the foremost sections." He cautiously secured the jade box and replaced it within his bosom, then leaned against the wall of the tree hollow, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breath in an effort to restore his strength. Meanwhile, within the confines of the forbidden chamber, the three individuals gradually regained consciousness. The elder, propped against the wall, staggered to his feet, the lingering toxic mist in the chamber still thick, rendering his breathing labored, as if a colossal stone pressed upon his chest. Darkness danced before his eyes, and his stomach churned violently, urging him to retch. This poison was far more potent than he had anticipated. Glancing at Su Qing's hands, which were as empty as the void, his countenance instantly darkened with despair. The Tianyan fruit was indeed missing. The elder's voice emerged hoarse and subdued, laced with an anger that was difficult to contain. "It is undoubtedly a traitor." He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare they infiltrate the forbidden ground to pilfer the Tianyan fruit? He suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, expelling a mouthful of black blood that stained the floor crimson. Tengen lay on the ground, lamenting to the system, "Could you not lend me a hand? If it weren't for my quick thinking just now, I would have met my demise." He continued, "Can you not provide me with a permanent life-preserving weapon?" Ding. "The host must seek it within the world." "Very well, I shall rely on my own fortune," he sighed. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the matter of the Tianyan fruit. He couldn't quite articulate what fell off. It seemed to him that Su Qingru was laying a trap for an insider. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingru endeavored to calm herself. From her bosom, she produced a jade slip, her fingertip lightly tapping it, unleashing a beam of azure light that vanished into the sky. This was her special means of communication with the revered Qifeng, a privilege reserved for the upper echelons of the Tianyan sect. "I have already notified the revered one," Su Qingru declared, her expression grave. "I believe we shall uncover who has stolen the Tianyan fruit by tomorrow." "See, I told you. That icy woman Su Qingru is at it again, setting traps," Tengen exclaimed. "I said it was no simple task to pilfer the Tianyan fruit. I've been worried for nothing, shadowing her these past few days out of fear of calamity." Su Qingru had not anticipated that Tengen was so concerned about the safety of the Tianyan sect. This impudent boy's temperament resembled that of the revered Qifeng, after all. The elder snorted dismissively, settling down cross-legged to begin cultivating and healing. The Tianyan fruit was the sect's treasure, pivotal to its future. And now it had been stolen, how could he remain calm? Meanwhile, a figure clad in black lurked in a cave not far from the forbidden area. He retrieved a jade box and opened it once more, greedily admiring the Tianyan fruit within. "Hee, the treasure of the Tianyan sect is now mine," he chuckled, envisioning his future as an unparalleled powerhouse. He was eager to consume the Tianyan fruit, yet he restrained himself. No, it's not safe here. It would be troublesome if the people from the Tianyin sect discovered me. With utmost caution, he secured the jade box and departed the cave, hastening towards a more secure location. As dawn broke through the clouds, illuminating the majestic gates of the Tianyin sect, it glimmered like a scene from a celestial realm. However, this day's paradise was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. In the square, the inner disciples congregated in a dense throng, whispering amongst themselves like a swarm of buzzing bees. On the high platform, the Saintess Su Qingru, clad in snow-white robes, bore a frosty countenance, exuding an imposing chill. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Her voice as cold as a mountain spring. The Tianyin fruit has been stolen. At her proclamation, the square erupted in chaos. What? The Tianyin fruit has been stolen? How could this be? That is the treasure of the Tianyin sect. Who would dare to steal it? Anger surged. It must be that gang from the Tianjin sect. Who is it? Dare to steal the celestial fruit? I shall flay him alive. The air was thick with a cacophony of curses and doubts, creating a scene of utter chaos. The elders' faces turned ashen as they unleashed their formidable presence, striving to quell the turmoil. Tangen stood amidst the crowd, wearing a visage of malicious glee. I knew it, he thought. Su Qingru, that icy matron, must have a backup plan. Now, a splendid spectacle awaited. The burden in his heart finally lifted, as if he could already envision the traitor being unmasked, allowing him to return to his repose. However, upon witnessing Tangen's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, Su Qingru felt a flicker of discontent. After all, Tangen had been a source of annoyance for several days prior, and she silently resolved to keep him occupied. On the elevated platform, Su Qingru continued, moreover, based on the evidence at the scene, the individual who pilfered the Tianyin fruit is none other than a disciple of our Tianyin sect. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as glances of alarm and suspicion were exchanged. Who could it be? Who committed such a treacherous act? Truly devoid of conscience. How deeply concealed, to think it was one of our own. An investigation must ensue. We must uncover the truth and administer severe punishment. Tangen feigned a look of shock, yet inwardly, he was elated. This unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating. Su Qingru raised her hand to signal for silence among the crowd, and then proclaimed, I have already informed the esteemed Qing Feng Zuns, who is currently investigating this matter. I believe the true culprit will soon be uncovered. The Qing Feng Zuns, being the highest-ranking and most powerful figure of the Tianyin sect, was also Su Qingru's mentor. With his intervention, the traitor would undoubtedly be exposed. The Qing Feng Zuns? Splendid. That scoundrel is as good as doomed now. The Qing Feng Zuns possesses extraordinary abilities. He will surely unearth the villain. The crowd buzzed with confidence in the Qing Feng Zuns. The Qing Feng Zuns? That old rascal nearly deceived me while playing along with Su Qingru. Chapter 74. Capturing the traitor. Su Qingru surveyed the assembly, her gaze sharp as a blade. During this period, no one is permitted to leave the sect even a single step. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, silencing any dissent. Tangen's heart seethed with resentment. Realizing that the intention was to confine everyone here and subject them to a gradual interrogation. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere within the Tianyin sect grew increasingly tense. All disciples were under stringent surveillance, their every move meticulously restricted. On the surface, Tangen feigned compliance with the investigation, yet secretly observed everything around him. Searching for yesterday's traitor. Where had this traitor gone? There was not a single clue to be found. Tangen was filled with questions. If I cannot locate the traitor, will I be trapped here indefinitely? Just as he found himself at a loss, an unexpected discovery illuminated a glimmer of hope. One day, he inadvertently overheard two inner disciples whispering to one another. Have you heard? Senior brother Lu seems to be acting rather strangely lately. Indeed, I have sensed it too. He used to radiate confidence, yet now he appears perpetually troubled, as if burdened by some secret. Furthermore, I caught sight of him sneaking away to the back mountain yesterday. I wonder what he was up to. The back mountain? Isn't that a forbidden area? What could he possibly be doing there? Who knows? Perhaps. Their conversation abruptly ceased, as if they had become aware of something and hastily sealed their lips. A flicker of realization crossed Tangen's mind. Lu Shixiang? The back mountain? Could it be that he had grasped a crucial clue? A wave of exhilaration surged within him, as if attuned to Tangen's thoughts. Su Qingru contemplated silently, a surname of Lu? So it is thus. Since Tangen has uncovered a lead, he should be the one to pursue it. After troubling me for so many days, it is time for him to be occupied. Su Qingru proclaimed loudly, Tangen, this matter shall be entrusted to you. If the Tianyin fruit is not found, You alone shall be held accountable. I am not well versed in this matter. If not, Saintess, shall we seek others? Tangen smiled, attempting to feign innocence. Where on earth would I find such things? If this woman has orchestrated an elaborate trap for me, I would to even know how I met my demise. I certainly do not wish to be branded with the label of theft. Su Qing, with her brows furrowed and eyes wide, emanated an imposing aura of authority. Tangen, this matter falls upon you. There is no room for dissent. And it is for the sake of the Tianyan sect. You wish to accept this, do you not? Goodness, with her speaking in such a manner. How could I possibly refuse? Tang Anshin was taken aback internally, yet she maintained an appearance of composure. I cannot refuse your words, Saintess. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. It's good that you understand. Now, present the clues you have gathered in recent days. Tangen's eyes gleamed as he swiftly ascended the pole, exclaiming, the Saintess is indeed astute. I have indeed uncovered some clues, yet I deliberately paused to heighten everyone's anticipation. What is it? Su Qing inquired, pressing for details. However, this matter is of great significance, and I do not dare to draw any conclusions hastily. It requires the Saintess's meticulous discernment. Tangen wore a perplexed expression, internally amused by the folly of his opponent. Little did they know. They were still too inexperienced to compete with him. Su Qing, fully aware of Tangen's cunning ways, found herself inexplicably drawn to his antics. She was eager to uncover the secrets he concealed. Very well, since you have discovered a clue, it is your responsibility to investigate. Report back to me with your findings. Goodness, this woman is so domineering. Tangen could not help but scoff inwardly, yet he maintained a facade of respect as he replied, Yes, I shall obey your command. Master. In that moment, a clever scheme formed in his mind regarding the two disciples before him. These individuals appeared rather timid, and he surmised that a slight intimidation might extract the information he sought. With an air of nonchalance, he approached the pair. Suddenly slapping one of them on the shoulder with a menacing tone, he inquired, What were you discussing a moment ago? Lu, my fellow disciple, the back mountain? The two disciples turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, and stammered in fear. And nothing, Brother Tang. We weren't discussing anything at all. Tangen let out a cold laugh, asserting, Did you truly say nothing? I heard every word with utmost clarity. You mentioned that Brother Lu has ventured to the back mountain, a place strictly off limits. What could he possibly seek there? One of the disciples, trembling with fear, stammered, We truly do not know. We merely spoke in jest. Spoke in jest? Tangen pressed forward relentlessly. It is evident that you possess knowledge but are reluctant to divulge it. Given the gravity of the situation within our sect, are you not afraid of being deemed accomplices for your silence? Another disciple hastily interjected, Brother Tang, please spare us. We genuinely have no idea what Brother Lu intends to do at the back mountain. We only saw him sneaking about, which prompted our words. Tangen narrowed his eyes, realizing that these two individuals were indeed privy to certain knowledge, yet lacked the courage to divulge it. It appeared that more drastic measures were necessary. He feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking. Very well, take me to the back mountain for a glimpse. If your claims hold true, I shall grant you leniency. However, should you dare deceive me? His voice trailed off, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. The two disciples, unable to conceal any longer, promptly agreed to escort Tang into the back mountain. This area was a forbidden zone of the Tianyan sect, perpetually shrouded in thick mist, emanating an aura of dread that deterred ordinary disciples from approaching. Tangen, accompanied by his two disciples, cautiously navigated through the thick fog, his mind racing with thoughts. What could Senior Brother Lu be doing on the back mountain? Could it be that the heavenly yin fruit is truly hidden there? If that were the case, it would indeed be a remarkable stroke of fortune. Wouldn't that mean the completion of their mission? The very thought sent a surge of excitement through him. After approximately an hour's journey, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. This is the place. We saw Senior Brother Lu enter this cave yesterday. One of the disciples pointed out. Tangen gazed apprehensively at the inky black mouth of the cave, his mind rife with uncertainty. Could there be hidden dangers lurking within? Yet, the thought of the elusive Tianyan fruit spurred him onward. Taking a deep breath, he unsheathed his sword and cautiously stepped into the abyss. Inside, darkness enveloped him like a shroud. He could not see even a hand's breadth before him, forcing him to navigate by touch alone. Suddenly, he felt something squishy beneath his feet, exuding a foul odor. He quickly lifted his foot and, illuminated by a faint glimmer, was struck with terror at what he beheld. Under Tangen's feet lay a lifeless corpse. The body had decayed to an advanced state, its features unrecognizable, emanating a foul stench. Tangen, suppressing his nausea, carefully discerned the details and realized that the corpse was adorned in the garb of an inner sect disciple of the Tianyin sect. Could this be the Lu Shixiang they had mentioned? A jolt of alarm surged through his heart. Just then, he heard a peculiar noise behind him. He turned abruptly, only to see two inner sect disciples brandishing stones, hurling them in his direction. "What are you doing?" Tang bellowed in fury. "Apologies, Tang Shixiao. But we are merely following orders," one of the disciples sneered. "Following orders? Whose orders?" A sense of foreboding rose within Tang. "You needn't concern yourself with that. The esteemed individual is not someone of your standing to know," the other disciple replied. "That esteemed individual?" Tang echoed in his mind, an alarm ringing in his thoughts. These two ordinarily subservient disciples dared to assault him, claiming they were acting on orders. This undoubtedly concealed a far greater conspiracy. Was there more at stake within the sect than just the theft of the Tianyin fruit? A stone whistled through the air, propelled by the wind. And Tang had no time for contemplation. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. The cave was constricted, hindering the use of his sword techniques. So he resolved to forego his weapon and confront them with bare hands. "Tang Shixiao, it would be wise for you to surrender without resistance, lest you suffer." One disciple grinned maliciously, raising the stone once more. "Suffer? I believe it is you who shall endure the consequences." Tang took a swift step forward and delivered a powerful punch directly to the disciple's face. A sharp crack echoed within the cave. The sound of a nasal bone fracturing. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his nose as he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. Witnessing this, another disciple turned pale with fright and instinctively attempted to flee. Tang would never allow him to have his way. With a swift kick, he struck the man's back. "Ah!" The disciple let out a dreadful scream as he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall and losing consciousness. Having dealt with these two troublesome individuals, Tang did not let down his guard. He was acutely aware that the true mastermind had yet to reveal himself. Tang picked up his sword, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. "System, please scan the area for any presence of individuals." Ding. This system currently lacks that functionality. Host must enhance cultivation to make judgments independently. Does this system possess any other capabilities? The cave lay in eerie silence, with only the sound of water droplets falling to the ground, further intensifying the atmosphere of dread. Tang took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the cave. He felt an urgent need to uncover the secrets concealed within. After a short while, he arrived at a more spacious chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a wooden box. Could it be that the heavenly yin fruit lies within? Tang felt a surge of joy in his heart as he swiftly approached the stone platform and opened the wooden box. However, to his astonishment, the box was completely empty, devoid of any contents. What could have happened? Tang was taken aback. Could it be that the Tianyin fruit had already been claimed by someone else? At that moment, he heard a chilling voice behind him. "Are you searching for this?" Tang abruptly turned around, only to find a figure clad in black standing at the entrance of the cave, holding a golden fruit, the celestial fruit. The mysterious individual was tall, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, the formidable aura emanating from them suggested they were a master of their craft. "Who are you?" Tang demanded, gripping his sword tightly. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall soon meet your demise," the figure replied coldly, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. "You wish to kill me? Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so." Tang showed no fear. He understood that the fierce battle today was inevitable. The man in black scoffed coldly, his figure flickering before he suddenly appeared in front of Tang. Striking out with a palm, Tang swiftly raised his sword to block, and with a resounding clang, a formidable force struck him, causing his hands to tremble and nearly wresting the sword from his grasp. What immense strength! A wave of astonishment washed over Tang, and as he realized that the prowess of this cloaked figure far exceeded his own, he dared not be complacent and promptly employed his agility to evade the onslaught of the black-clad assailant. The enigmatic figure appeared in no rush to end Tang's life. Rather, it seemed to toy with him like a cat with a mouse, persistently toying with his every move. Although Tang found himself at a disadvantage, he did not relinquish his resistance. He evaded the attacks of the cloaked adversary while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. "Kid, your prowess is commendable, but alas, you have crossed paths with me," the cloaked figure taunted amidst his onslaught. "Enough of your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us engage." With a furious roar, Tang once again swung his sword at the cloaked figure. However, his assault was utterly insignificant to the dark-clad adversary. The figure effortlessly deflected his attack and then struck Tang in his chest with a single palm. A cough escaped Tangen's lips as he spewed forth blood and was sent hurtling to the ground. Gasping, he struggled to rise, yet felt completely drained of strength. The cloaked man slowly approached, towering over him, and coldly announced, "The game is over." With that, he raised the Tianyan fruit in his hand, preparing to swallow it whole. At that moment, an extraordinary change occurred. A beam of icy light shot forth from Tangen, soaring into the heavens. What is happening? The cloaked figure was taken aback. Instinctively retreating, clearly startled by this unforeseen turn of events, he stepped back in alarm. Yet, the beam of light was too swift, piercing into his body in an instant. The cloaked man let out a muffled groan, anguish etched across his face. What on earth is this? He snarled through gritted teeth, seemingly attempting to expel the invading energy but finding it utterly futile. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by a crisp voice declaring, "Lu Hao, you cannot escape." Su Qingru, accompanied by a group of Tianyan sect disciples, appeared at the cave's entrance. Her gaze immediately fell upon the fallen Tang and the distressed cloaked figure. "Tangen, consume this," Su Qingru said as she knelt beside him to assess his injuries. She retrieved a fragrant elixir from her storage pouch and administered it to him. Upon swallowing the potion, a warm current surged within Tangen, alleviating some of his injuries. He struggled to sit up and looked at Su Qingru, inquiring, "Saintess, how did you arrive?" Su Qingru cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "If I hadn't taken precautions, you would likely be doomed to remain here." It turned out that Su Qingru had left a secret method upon assigning Tang and his task. Should he encounter life-threatening danger, this method would automatically activate, sending her a warning. Tang awkwardly cleared his throat twice, acutely aware of his own recklessness this time. However, a trace of defiance lingered within him. Humph, at worst, I can still become invisible. It was merely a moment of unawareness. Nonetheless, this icy woman had not placed such a secret technique upon him. She was, after all, somewhat amiable. Su Qingru chose to disregard Tang and shifted her gaze toward the cloaked figure. Her cold, penetrating eyes fixed upon him as she remarked, "Lu Hao, did you ever anticipate that you would ultimately fall into my grasp?" Chapter 76. Exposure. The cloaked figure, Lu Hao, wore a sullen expression. Startled by Su Qingru's swift arrival, he attempted to summon his inner spiritual power once more, only to discover that the icy light coiled around his spiritual veins like a relentless parasite, rendering him immobile. "Su Qingru, do not revel in your triumph. Even if you capture me, what does it matter? I merely took what was rightfully mine." Lu Hao feigned composure as he spoke. Su Qingru advanced step by step until she stood before Lu Hao, reaching forth to tear away the mask from his face. Beneath it lay a somewhat effeminate visage, the inner disciple of the Tianyan sect. "Lu Hao, we have you red-handed. What more is there to discuss?" Su Qingru's tone was frigid, her eyes brimming with certainty. "The Tianyan sect is nothing but a congregation of hypocrites. I have fought valiantly for our sect all these years, yet in the end, I receive nothing. Why is it that those incompetent fools receive the sect's favor while I am cast aside?" Lu Hao's emotion surged suddenly, his voice hoarse as he pointed accusingly at Su Qingru. "You esteemed elders look down upon me. I aim to prove to you that I, Lu Hao, am superior to any of you." Su Qingru scoffed with disdain. "Do you truly believe that by stealthily seizing the Tianyan fruit, you can ascend to greatness? Such delusions are laughable." Provoked by her words, Lu Hao struggled frantically against his restraints, only to find it futile. The resentment in his gaze intensified, and suddenly, he lifted his head sharply to glare at Tang, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Boy, just you wait. Even if I perish, I will drag you down with me." As his words hung in the air, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Lu Hao. The tumultuous waves of power surged forth like a volcano on the brink of eruption, intense and chaotic. His previously delicate features twisted into a grotesque mask, his eyes bulging with blood vessels, as if they might burst at any moment. At this juncture, Tang appeared paralyzed by fear. Yet his mind frantically called out for the system. "System, please, save me." Ding. Detecting the host's need. "Congratulations. The host has received a one-time life-saving artifact, the Phoenix Heart Pendant." Su Qingru furrowed her brows, clearly sensing the unusual surge of spiritual energy. With a cold snort, she declared, "Desperate struggles. Do you think this will allow you to escape?" She formed a seal with her hands, and a beam of icy light instantly enveloped Lu Hao, attempting to suppress the tumultuous spiritual energy within him. However, this energy surged with extraordinary ferocity. The icy light merely flickered before shattering like a fragile bubble. Lu Hao erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha, Su Qingru, You are utterly naive. What I cannot possess, you shall never attain. A wave of ominous black mist surged forth from Lu Hao's body, swiftly spreading outwards, imbued with a potent stench of decay and death. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Yin's countenance shifted drastically. He struggled to rise, but the movement aggravated his injuries, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, compelling a muffled groan to escape his lips. Tang Yin, do not move, Su Qingru exclaimed sharply, clearly sensing the ominous nature of the black mist and daring not to approach it carelessly. The black mist swiftly coalesced, forming a colossal skeletal visage behind Lu Hao. Within the hollow eye sockets burned two eerie green flames, emanating a chilling aura. This is a forbidden technique. Su Qingru's expression changed abruptly. She had not anticipated Lu Hao resorting to such a self-destructive sorcery. Indeed, this is the forbidden technique, the netherworld ghostly curse. Lu Hao's voice turned hoarse and sinister, as if echoing from the depths of hell. You all shall die. You shall accompany me in death. The skeletal apparition let out a deafening roar, opening its ghastly maw wide, lunging toward Tang and Su Qingru. Saintess, be cautious. The disciples of the Tianyan sect hastily summoned their magical artifacts, attempting to thwart the skeletal assault. However, their attacks struck the skeletal figure as if they were but raindrops in the ocean, inflicting no discernible harm. The skeletal specter surged forward, effortlessly breaching the disciples' defenses, bearing down upon Tang Yin and Su Qingru. Su Qingru gritted her teeth, rapidly forming seals with her hands, conjuring a blue light barrier that materialized before her and Tang Yin. With a thunderous crash, the blue barrier trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Uft. Su Qingru coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as parchment. In that critical moment, a white light suddenly erupted from Tang Yin, transforming into a mirror adorned with shimmering, enigmatic runes, standing resolutely before the skeletal visage. What is this? Lu Hao gasped in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. The skeletal apparition collided with the mirror, emitting a piercing shriek before dissipating rapidly as if seared by a raging inferno. Cough, cough. Tang Yin's pallid face contorted as he weakly coughed twice. This is a gift from my father. At that moment, a twinge of regret flickered in Tang Yin's heart. To rationalize the manifestation of the artifact, he had no choice but to attribute it to his father. Lu Hao watched in despair as his forbidden technique was undone, his eyes filled with bitterness. Devoid of spiritual energy, he resembled a hollow shell, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Lu Hao, do you have anything left to say? Su Qingru, enduring her injuries, stepped closer to Lu Hao, gazing down upon him. Lu Hao forced a bitter smile. In the game of kings, the victor and the vanquished have no words to exchange. However, even in death, I shall not allow you to find peace. He suddenly lifted his head, expending his last ounce of strength to spit a mouthful of blood towards Su Qingru. Su Qingru, already prepared, sidestepped to evade it. She grimaced in disgust, delivering a kick to Lu Hao's chest that sent him flying. Lu Hao crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and it seemed as though he would not survive. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Lu Hao's body began to tremble violently, an even more sinister aura emanating from within him. His skin dried up, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, his eyes bulging as if something sought to burst forth from inside him. This is bad, a terrified disciple of the Tianyan sect exclaimed. Ah! Lu Hao let out a chilling scream, his body suddenly exploding into a mist of blood. However, the blood mist did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly coalesced in the air, taking the form of a grotesque creature. It bore a torso reminiscent of a human, yet its skin resembled decaying bark, crawling with writhing maggots. What on earth is this? A disciple of the Tianyan sect collapsed in fear, incoherently crying out. Su Qingru's expression turned grave as she suppressed her injuries, stating in a low voice, "This is likely some form of dark sorcery. Everyone, be cautious." The creature emitted a deafening roar, its sound waves slicing through the air like sharp blades, stinging the faces of those present. Chapter 77, Corpse Demon Quick, Take Cover, Su Qingru shouted, swiftly forming seals with her hands as a blue light barrier materialized before the disciples. Boom! The bony claws struck the blue light barrier with tremendous force, causing it to tremble violently, ultimately unable to withstand the creature's assault, shattering with a resounding crash. Several disciples of the Tianyan sect, caught off guard, were struck by the claws, screaming as they were sent flying, their fates unknown. Damn it! Su Qingru's complexion paled further. She had not anticipated the creature's strength to be so formidable. What the hell is this? A disciple of the Tianyan sect lay crumpled on the ground, a foul odor emanating from his pants, clearly having lost control in his terror. Su Qingru fought against the surging blood within her, her face ashen. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Dark sorcery. This is the backlash of some forbidden technique. Be careful. This entity may prove difficult to contend with." The creature roared deafeningly once more, its voice akin to invisible blades, causing pain to the faces of the onlookers. It swung its massive bony claws towards the nearest disciples of the Tianyin sect with ferocity. Blood and flesh remnants clung to the claws, adding to its grotesque appearance. "Everyone, get back, retreat," Su Qingru shouted, quickly forming seals again as a blue light barrier reappeared before the disciples. Boom! The bony claw struck heavily against the azure barrier, causing it to tremble violently, fracturing like a fragile spider's web before ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Several disciples of the Tianyin sect, caught unawares, were struck by the claw, their anguished cries echoing in the air as their fates hung in uncertainty. Damn it! Su Qing's complexion grew even more pallid. The creature's strength surpassed her wildest imaginings. Tangin stood to the side, gazing upon the repugnant scene before him, his stomach churning tumultuously. He suppressed the urge to vomit, inwardly lamenting, "This Liu Hao, even in death, has managed to conjure such a revolting spectacle." Suddenly, a notification chimed. Danger detected for the host. Initiating emergency mission. Eliminate the corpse demon. Reward: one opportunity for a high-level lottery draw, along with a one-time life-saving pill. A corpse demon? Such a name seems quite fitting for this grotesque creature. Tangin silently complained while inquiring, "System, what are the weaknesses of the corpse demon?" Ding. Weakness of the corpse demon. Fear of flames. Flames. This is quite manageable. Tangin felt a surge of joy within him. He had been troubled by the lack of an appropriate means of attack. He took a deep breath, channeling the faint energy within his body, and swiftly formed seals with his hands. A crimson magical array materialized before him, and a roaring inferno erupted from it, transforming into a fire dragon that surged towards the corpse demon with a fierce roar. Fire dragon technique. Su Qing looked at Tang and in astonishment, unable to believe he could wield such a spell. At that moment, Tangin couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. It was fortunate that he had learned a few techniques from Tang Xiar during their time in the secret realm. One must admit, this young girl's techniques were remarkably effective. The fire dragon howled as it collided with the corpse demon, emitting a hissing sound. The corpse demon let out a chilling scream, as the writhing maggots upon its body were reduced to ashes by the flames, and its decaying, bark-like skin began to ignite. Effective. Tangin rejoiced internally, continuing to amplify his energy output, thereby enhancing the fire dragon's power. The corpse demon writhed in agony amidst the flames, frantically clawing at its body in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. The flames clung to it like a relentless parasite, continuously searing its flesh. With a final, unwilling roar, the massive form of the corpse demon collapsed, transforming into a heap of smoldering, putrid flesh. Tangin let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this repulsive creature. "Tangin, are you all right?" Su Qing inquired with concern. Tangin shook his head, his complexion somewhat pale. The recent use of the fire dragon technique had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued," he reassured. Su Qingru, observing Tangin, was momentarily taken aback by the depth of his abilities. Just how many hidden cards does he possess? It seems that this Tang Xiar is no ordinary individual. There are many matters I remain unaware of. I must keep a watchful eye on him. At that moment, Tangin was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, his vision dimming as he lost consciousness. "Tangin!" Su Qingru exclaimed, swiftly supporting him as he teetered on the brink of collapse. "What has happened to him?" inquired a disciple of the Tianyin sect. "It is likely that his spiritual energy has been completely expended," Su Qingru explained. "Let us take him back to rest." Two disciples hurried forward, lifting the unconscious Tang, and with urgency. Su Qingru gazed at him with a complex expression, her mind racing with thoughts. "What shall we do now, Saintess?" one disciple asked cautiously, his eyes still reflecting the terror of the corpse demon. Su Qingru withdrew her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of charred flesh, remnants of the corpse demon scattered across the ground. Several disciples of the Tianyin sect lay on the earth, their fates uncertain. "First, let us carry the injured back. The rest must remain vigilant, for there may be further dangers lurking nearby," Su Qingru commanded in a grave tone. The group, sensing the urgency, sprang into action. Upon returning to the Tianyin sect, Tangin was placed in a clean chamber to recuperate. Su Qingru promptly convened the elders of the sect, delivering a detailed account of the recent events. The revelation that Lu Hao's corpse had transformed into a corpse demon was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that someone orchestrated this? Mused an elder with silver hair. His brow furrowed in thought. It is indeed a possibility, another elder speculated. This cannot be dismissed lightly, Su Qingru stated after a moment of contemplation. Though Lu Hao was treacherous, he was not known to practice such dark arts. I suspect he may have been manipulated. If this is true, who was the mastermind behind it all? What could their intentions be? The elders engaged in fervent discussion, voices rising in a cacophony of theories, yet no reasonable explanation emerged. Meanwhile, Tang'an lay in bed, his consciousness gradually returning. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming ache and fatigue throughout his body, his head throbbing painfully. Where am I? He struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings. You are awake, a cool voice responded. Tang'an turned his gaze and beheld Su Qingru standing by the bedside, with a maidservant holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup beside her. What is this? Tang'an inquired with a hint of confusion. This is a restorative soup for replenishing energy and nourishing the blood. You have exhausted your spiritual energy and need to recuperate properly, Su Qingru replied, as she took the bowl from the maidservant and presented it before Tang'an. Tang'an accepted the medicinal concoction and drank it in one gulp. A warm current instantly coursed through his entire body, bringing him considerable comfort. Chapter 78. The Conspiracy Behind Thank You, Senior Sister, Tang'an expressed gratefully. No need for thanks, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. You have truly rendered a great service this time. Had it not been for you, we might have met our demise there. Tang'an scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. By the way, holy maiden, what exactly is that corpse demon? How can it possess such formidable power? He inquired with curiosity. Su Qing's expression shifted slightly, and she replied in a hushed tone. It is an exceedingly malevolent creature, forged from corpses, endowed with immense strength and immortality. As for its presence here, we are still investigating. Forged from corpses? A chill ran down Tang'an's spine as he recalled Lu Hao's eerie smile just before his demise. Could it be? Holy maiden. I suspect that Lu Hao's death may harbor deeper secrets. Tang'an confided his suspicions to Su Qingru. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingru's expression grew serious. Are you suggesting that someone intentionally transformed Lu Hao's corpse into a corpse demon? It is quite possible, Tang'an nodded in agreement. Although Lu Hao is morally dubious, he would not stoop to practicing such malevolent sorcery. I suspect he may have been manipulated by others. Su Qingru pondered for a moment before replying. I will inform the elders of your suspicions and ensure a thorough investigation. Very well, Tang'an acknowledged, though a sense of unease lingered within him. He felt an ominous conspiracy lurking in the shadows, one in which he seemed to be ensnared. In the days that followed, Tang'an remained in his chamber, recuperating. During this time, Su Qingru visited him on multiple occasions, bringing tidings regarding the corpse demon. What has prompted this sudden kindness from the Ice Mountain matron? Could it be yet another trap laid for me? Tang Anshin felt an unsettling sense of foreboding within. According to the investigations conducted by the Tianyan sect, the emergence of the corpse demon was no mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by someone with intent. Moreover, this mastermind appeared to be connected to a clandestine organization known as the Shadows, whose operations were shrouded in secrecy and whose power was formidable. Having long operated within the domain of the Tianyan sect, they had become a persistent source of anxiety for the sect. Upon receiving this information, Tang Anshin's unease deepened. Just then, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Host detected to be on the brink of new peril. Initiating emergency mission. Infiltrate the Shadows organization to investigate the truth behind the corpse demon. Mission reward. One mysterious treasure chest with a chance to obtain a rare item. Tang's heart trembled. It appeared that he must take the initiative. Infiltrating the Shadow organization? This was no trivial matter. Tang Anshin inwardly lamented his predicament. Yet he understood that there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, his eyes brimmed with determination. System, accept the mission. As soon as Tang's words faded, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Task accepted. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Task name. Infiltrate the Shadows. Task objective. Investigate the truth behind the corpse demon and uncover the mastermind. Task deadline. 1 month task reward. A mysterious treasure chest containing a randomly acquired rare item. Task punishment. Annihilation. Upon reading the term annihilation, a shiver ran down Tang's spine. The system was indeed ruthless this time. It threatened annihilation. System, what exactly is the Shadow organization? It feels even more terrifying than the corpse demon. Tang'an couldn't help but inquire. The Shadow organization is an exceedingly enigmatic entity, operating with secrecy and possessing formidable strength. It has long been a constant source of concern for the Tianyin sect within its territory. As for more detailed intelligence, the host must explore independently. The system's chilling voice resonated once more. Explore independently? How is that any different from saying nothing at all? Tang Anshin silently cursed. The wretched system was becoming increasingly unreliable. Nevertheless, complaints aside, the task still needed to be accomplished. Tang rose from his bed, stretching his limbs as he felt that his body had nearly fully recovered. It seemed he should first seek information regarding the shadow organization, he murmured to himself. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Within the Tianyin sect, disciples moved to and fro, creating a bustling scene. Tang wandered aimlessly, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Su Qingru, the Saintess. Without hesitation, he hurried after her. Su Qingru paused, turned around, and upon seeing Tang, a hint of confusion crossed her face. "How is your health recovering?" she inquired. "I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern, Saintess," Tang replied promptly. "That's good to hear," Su Qingru nodded. "You sought me out for a reason, did you not?" Though phrased as a question, her tone was decidedly affirming. "Indeed, I wish to inquire about the shadow organization," Tang stated directly. Su Qingru's expression shifted slightly, and she spoke in a low, serious tone. "It would be wise for you to refrain from getting involved with the shadow organization." "Why?" Tang asked, perplexed. "The shadow organization is exceedingly perilous, and your current strength is insufficient to confront them," Su Qingru explained. However, before Tang could voice his thoughts, Su Qingru interrupted him. "You may be worried about the matter of the corpse demon, but the elders are already investigating this issue. For now, focus on your recovery," she asserted firmly. Tang felt a sense of reluctance in his heart, yet he understood that Su Qingru did not wish for him to intervene. "Very well, I comprehend, Saintess," he replied with a resigned nod. "You should return and rest well." With that, Su Qingru turned and departed. As he gazed at her receding figure, Tang resolve to infiltrate the shadow organization grew even stronger. He could not place his hopes in others. He must uncover the truth by his own means. That frigid woman, Su Qingru, must surely be wary of me. Could it be that she fears I might unveil the secrets of the Tianyin sect? Who can say? It appears that I shall remain restless in the coming days, Tang mused. In the days that followed, Tang feigned recovery while secretly gathering intelligence about the shadow organization. From various whispers, he learned that the organization's stronghold was located in the nearby Black Wind Ridge, a mountain shrouded in mystery. This ridge, notorious for its towering heights, dense forests, and treacherous terrain, was perpetually enveloped in an eerie black mist, an abode that the disciples of the Tianyin sect dared not approach. It seemed that to infiltrate the shadow organization, one must first traverse Black Wind Ridge, Tang contemplated. One night, Tang stealthily departed from the Tianyin sect, heading towards the foreboding Black Wind Ridge. True to its reputation, as he drew near, he was met with a chilling atmosphere that enveloped him. The surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, resembling the clawed hands of demons reaching forth from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down his spine. Tang took a deep breath, suppressing the fear that surged within him, and continued to advance. Chapter 79, The Hero Rescued by Beauty. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, as if something were drawing near. A thread of spider silk, as thick as a bowl, shot out from the depths of the forest, exuding a nauseating, putrid odor, and ensnared Tang's ankle. Tang had yet to comprehend the situation when a tremendous force yanked him into the air, leaving him suspended from a towering tree. "What the hell?" he cursed, hastily channeling his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to free himself from the web's clutches. However, the strands were remarkably resilient, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not sever them. The leaves rustled ominously as a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the forest. It was a gigantic spider, its size comparable to that of a small car, cloaked in pitch black. Its sharp mandibles clicked menacingly, producing a chilling sound. Suddenly, the monstrous arachnid opened its cavernous maw and lunged toward Tang, a putrid stench wafting from its mouth, nearly suffocating him. "Help me, system." Just as he contemplated calling for assistance, a flash of pink darted through the air like lightning, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance. In an instant, the giant spider was cleaved in two, viscous green fluid splattering everywhere, prompting Tang to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the creature lay in two quivering heaps. A petite figure stood before him, wielding a long sword that radiated a soft pink glow. The noxious green liquid emitted a revolting odor, causing Tang and stomach to churn violently. Ugh! Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, holding his breath to prevent himself from retching. The web finally snapped, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. "Thank you," Tang said, looking up at his savior, only to be taken aback. The newcomer was diminutive, clad in a pink dress, her hair styled into two adorable buns, exuding a playful charm. Had it not been for the glowing sword in her hand, he might have mistaken her for a lost girl who had wandered into this place. "Who are you?" he inquired, bewildered. The young girl smiled gently, revealing two faint dimples. "It's me, Tang. I'm Xiaoer," she exclaimed. "Tang, what are you doing here?" Tang was taken aback. "Tang Xiaoer? How could she possibly be here? Brethren, why haven't I seen you these past few days?" Tang Xiaoer was the first to speak, her face adorned with a sweet smile, as though she had not just severed the colossal spider moments ago. Tang leaped down from the tree, brushing off the dust from his garments, quietly marveling within himself. Ever since the last battle at the Tianjin sect, it appeared that Tang Xiaoer's prowess had significantly enhanced. She no longer regarded even formidable creatures like this giant spider with any trepidation. This young lady is indeed worthy of the Yi family. Her talent is truly remarkable. Recently, he had certain matters to attend to. Tang replied vaguely, his gaze subtly drifting to the longsword held by Tang Xiaoer. This sword seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. Tang Xiaoer blinked her eyes, her face adorned with curiosity as she inquired, "What is it? Can you share it with me?" Her intention was to engage Tang to discover his plans, while subtly probing into his recent activities. Tang Xiaoer's intuition led her to believe that Tang was somehow implicated in the previous incident involving the traitor. Moreover, in recent days, due to the elder's heightened attention, he had been perpetually dispatched on various assignments, leaving him little opportunity to extricate himself from the situation. It was nothing of great consequence. Tang merely sought to concoct a convenient excuse to sidestep the matter. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the depths of the forest. Cautioning himself, Tang swiftly pulled Tang Xiaoer behind him for her protection. From the shadows of the woods emerged a figure clad in a black cloak. The garment obscured his features, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes, resembling those of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Tang. "Who are you?" Tang inquired in a low, cautious tone, his heart racing with trepidation. The cloaked figure remained silent, slowly raising his right hand, and an overwhelming pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire forest. Tang felt a sudden constriction in his breath, as if an immense mountain were bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Tang Xiaoer's complexion was ashen. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Although she possessed extraordinary talent, her youth and limited cultivation rendered her somewhat powerless in the face of such overwhelming pressure. A heavy foreboding settled in the heart of Shadow Tang, an ominous premonition surging forth. Could this figure in the black robe truly be affiliated with the Shadow organization? The cloaked man remained silent, slowly extending a finger to point at Tang and eliminate him. A chilling voice emanated from the black-robed figure, akin to a death warrant from the depths of hell. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than dozens of shadowy figures surged forth from the depths of the forest, encircling Tang and Tang Xiaoer. These shadows moved with athletic grace, their actions swift, each wielding sharp weapons that exuded an aura of frigid menace. Tang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resolve. It seems that today an inevitable fierce battle awaits. Tang inhaled sharply, drawing forth the long sword from his waist, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance. If a confrontation is what they seek, let it be so. Do they underestimate me so profoundly? Tang Xiaoer grasped her pink longsword firmly, her petite frame concealing an astonishing strength. Despite her youth, she possessed an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, exhibiting no signs of fear whatsoever. "Brother Tang, back to back," Tang Xiaoer exclaimed with a bright and clear voice. Tang nodded, and the two stood back to back, forming a rudimentary defensive formation, vigilantly observing the surrounding shadows. The shadows approached without a hint of hesitation, resembling ravenous wolves in their relentless advance. "Let us strike and eliminate them." The glint of blades intertwined in a dance of light, exuding a chilling aura. Tang wielded his longsword, the sword energy slicing through the air, forcing the encroaching shadows to retreat one by one. His movements were not particularly agile, yet each strike he delivered was executed with precision and ferocity. Tang Xiaoer, unwilling to be outdone, wielded her pink long sword with grace, resembling a lively dragon in flight. As the sword shimmered, several shadows fell to the ground, lifeless. Despite the seamless coordination between the two, the sheer number of shadows was overwhelming, each possessing remarkable skill. Gradually, both Tangin and Tang Shower began to feel the strain. What on earth are these wretches? Tangin, while fending off the assaults of the shadowy figure, silently cursed under his breath. Brother Tangin, be careful, Tang Shower suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Tangin abruptly turned around, only to find a shadow that had stealthily circled behind him. The figure wielded a dagger that glimmered ominously, poised to strike at his vulnerable back. In a moment of peril, Tangin swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal blow. However, the dagger still grazed his garment, leaving a faint scarlet mark upon his back. He inhaled sharply, feeling a searing pain radiate from the wound. Chapter 80. Linhua. Brother Tangin, are you all right? Tang Shower asked anxiously. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Tangin replied, gritting his teeth against the pain as he brandished his sword to repel the shadowy assailant. Just then, the cloaked figure sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared before Tangin, delivering a forceful strike aimed at his chest. Tangin was caught off guard, struck by a powerful blow that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Brother Tangin, Tang Shower exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush forward but was obstructed by several shadowy figures. The cloaked figure slowly approached Tangin, looking down at him with an air of condescension, eyes brimming with derision. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Tangin struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feigning bravado as he declared, even in death, I shall not let you succeed. Yet within, he was gripped by panic, imploring the system, help me. Anything will do to save me. I cannot endure this any longer. Ding. The system detected the host's intent and urged, please remain calm. Calm? How could he possibly remain calm? Someone should come and attempt to pull your power source. The figure in the black robe sneered, raising his palm once more, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tangin. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. A blinding white light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire forest as if it were midday. A figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, gracefully descended, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Stop! The voice of the white-clad individual thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. The black-robed figure's expression shifted, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Who are you? The white-clad figure remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze, his sword radiating a dazzling brilliance. Who are you? And why do you interfere in my affairs? The black-robed man inquired, his tone laced with menace. The white-clad figure continued to hold his silence, raising his sword slowly, pointing it at the black-robed man. It seems you are intent on making an enemy of me, the black-robed man retorted, his eyes glinting with malice. The white-clad figure remained mute, yet his presence grew increasingly formidable, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a taut string could snap at any moment. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced the air. The white-clad figure moved, his speed astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the black-robed man and thrusting his sword. The black-robed man's countenance paled in shock as he hurriedly raised his palm to defend. With a resounding clang, a sharp metallic clash echoed, sparks flying. The black-robed man was forced back several steps, his face ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The black-robed man stared in disbelief at the white-clad figure, who descended gracefully, purple arcs of electricity dancing along the blade, resembling tiny lightning dragons that emitted a low growl. With a casual flick of his sword, the sword aura surged forth like a tempest. The black-clad figures scarcely had time to scream before they dissipated into clouds of black mist. What the hell? Tangin couldn't help but utter in astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had encountered a ghost. What in the world is this divine intervention? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not ensnared in a dream. The figure clad in white, with his formidable swordsmanship, overwhelming presence, and striking entrance, embodied every aspect of a character from the original novel that Tangin had meticulously studied. He was none other than Lin Hua, the disciple of the sect leader of the Tianyin sect, renowned as the Azure Thunder Sword Immortal. Could this truly be the legendary senior brother Lin Hua? Tangin murmured to himself, his heart brimming with excitement. In the original text, Lin Hua was an incredibly formidable figure, having reached the 9th level of the Spirit General at a mere young age, wielding the Purple Thunder Sword technique with unparalleled mastery. The mere thought of witnessing his prowess today was exhilarating. Tangin couldn't help but express to himself how magnificent it was, wishing he could embody such greatness. However, He reminded himself that he could not be so overtly ostentatious. In contrast to Tang An's fervor, Tang Xiao appeared remarkably composed. Although she too was momentarily shaken by Lin Hua's entrance and strength, she swiftly regained her composure, a subtle glimmer of wariness flickering in her eyes. She observed Lin Hua with an air of detachment, internally strategizing. The timing of Lin Hua's appearance seemed too coincidental. Could he have come for Tang An? No. I must remain vigilant. I cannot allow him to uncover my true identity. After dispatching the cloaked assailants, Lin Hua slowly turned to face Tang An. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. Are you unharmed? His voice was cool, imbued with an undeniable authority. I am quite well. Thank you for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. Tang An hurriedly expressed his gratitude. But inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. Lin Hua truly lives up to being Su Qingru Sr. His demeanor is undeniably elevated. Lin Hua nodded slightly, his gaze shifting back to Tang Xiao, filled with curiosity. This young lady is the maid of my elder brother, Tang Xiao hurriedly replied, her eyes flickering. Hesitant to meet Lin Hua's gaze, Lin Hua chose not to press further, merely responding with a non-committal hum. He then shifted his attention away from Tang Xiao and redirected it towards Tang An. Your injuries are but minor, of no consequence. Tang An waved his hand, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Lin Hua furrowed his brow, seemingly skeptical. He extended his hand, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy surged into Tang An's body, swiftly mending his injuries. With a sharp intake of breath, Tang An felt a warm current coursing through him. The once searing wounds transformed into a soothing coolness, and the pain dissipated. Thank you, senior, he exclaimed. Lin Hua retracted his hand and replied indifferently, it was but a trivial effort. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Soon after, a group of disciples clad in the garb of the Tianyin sect appeared before them. Senior brother Lin Hua, one of the leading disciples, respectfully saluted. We received word of demonic cultivators in the vicinity and have come to assist. Lin Hua nodded slightly and gestured towards the unconscious figure in black robes. Take this person back and interrogate him rigorously. Understood. Several disciples promptly stepped forward to bind the unconscious man. Brother Tang An, let us depart as well. Tang Xiao gently tugged at Tang An's sleeve and spoke softly. Tang An nodded, poised to follow Tang Xiao, when he was halted by Lin Hua. Wait. Lin Hua approached Tang An, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. Are you Tang An? A sense of foreboding gripped Tang An's heart, sending a chill down his spine. Indeed, he replied with a forced bravado. Suddenly, Lin Hua reached out, seizing Tang An's wrist with an overwhelming force that surged into his body, probing his meridians. Chapter 81. The Undercover Test. What are you doing? Tang An exclaimed. Tang An inquired in terror, attempting to break free, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized. Lin Hua paid no heed to Tang An's struggles. His brow furrowed in concentration, a hint of perplexity on his face. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be possible? Lin Hua murmured, his voice laced with incredulity. Tang An felt as though his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile and filled with unease. What exactly does Lin Hua intend to do? What has he uncovered? Lin Hua released Tang An's wrist, his expression complex, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary yet difficult to believe. Your meridians. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words, distinctly different from the ordinary. Tang An's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Lin Hua had indeed detected something amiss. However, she feigned calmness and pretended to be perplexed as she inquired. Is there an issue with my meridians? Lin Hua did not respond directly. Instead, he scrutinized Tang An from head to toe, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Tang An's mind raced, with warning signals flashing frantically in his brain. He had to concoct a plausible explanation, otherwise, the consequences of exposure would be dire. I practice a family inheritance technique, Tang An said, his heart fluttering as he dared not meet Lin Hua's gaze. A family inheritance technique? Lin Hua clearly expressed skepticism, his tone laced with doubt. What kind of family inheritance technique could grant you such extraordinary meridians at such a young age? Tang An steeled himself and said, this is a secret of our family. I am afraid I cannot disclose it. Lin Hua cast a deep glance at Tang An, refraining from pressing further. Tang An felt a quiet sigh of relief within, his back drenched with perspiration. Beside him, Tang Xiao was equally anxious, her small hand gripping tightly onto Tang An's sleeve, fearful that he might reveal any telltale signs. Very well, Lin Hua said. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall not press you further. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, The meridians within you are indeed unlike those of ordinary individuals. Should your cultivation be mismanaged, it would be all too easy to fall into chaos. In the future, should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out at Tianyan's sect. Tang quickly nodded in gratitude, yet inwardly he scoffed. Seek you? I can scarcely escape you. Lin Hua ceased his words, turning to issue a few instructions to the disciples behind him before departing on his sword. As he observed Lin Hua's receding figure, Tang finally relaxed, releasing a long sigh. Brother Tang, are you all right? Tang Xiao asked with concern. It's nothing. It's nothing. Tang waved his hand and forced a smile. I was just startled. That senior brother Lin Hua is quite terrifying. Tang Xiao pretended to be still shaken and said, Did he discover something? Tang shook his head and said, There should be none. He merely thinks that my meridians are somewhat unique. So what shall we do now? Tang Xiao inquired. Tang pondered for a moment and said, Let us first seek an inn, for I require a proper rest. The two of them strolled leisurely along the bustling street, while Tang Xiao occasionally cast furtive glances at Tang, hesitating to speak. Tang was acutely aware of her gaze but feigned ignorance, engaging her in trivial conversation. They discussed matters of little consequence, such as the delectable nature of the candied hawthorn sold by street vendors and the charm of the children playing by the roadside. At last, Tang Xiao could no longer contain herself. She tugged at Tang's sleeve, playfully reproaching him. Brother Tang, you must confess honestly. Regarding the recent affairs of the Tianyan sect, have you secretly rendered significant assistance? Why have you chosen not to inform me? Do you no longer regard me as a friend? Tang Anqin inwardly lamented, realizing the cleverness of the little girl. He could only force a laugh, saying, Oh, dear Sister Xiao, what assistance could my meager skills possibly offer? It is solely the merit of the Saintess and the esteemed Qing Feng that any progress has been made. I am merely a humble errand runner. Yet, deep down, he couldn't shake the thought, is this young lady perhaps testing me? Instead of joining Tang Fan and facing adversity, has she come to spy on me? Is it truly just a trivial matter? Tang Xiao clearly did not believe him, her bright, glistening eyes darting about. You are the one who even received praise from the esteemed Qi Fengzins. I heard that if it weren't for you, that traitor would have remained undetected. Don't exaggerate. Tang chuckled awkwardly. I merely had a stroke of luck and happened upon certain events. Internally, he lamented how troublesome this girl was, resembling a little detective. Fine. Don't say anything then. Tang Xiao pouted, feigning anger. In any case, I have no desire to know. Tang secretly sighed in relief. Yet his heart grew even more vigilant. It appeared that the young girl had not entirely dispelled her suspicions about him, and he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao was quietly contemplating. It was likely that 8 out of 10 statements made by Tang were fabricated. However, he was certainly involved in the matter of the traitor within the Tianyan sect. As for his role in it, that was a matter to be set aside for the moment. Tang, noticing that Tang Xiao had ceased her inquiries, swiftly redirected the conversation. Xiao, are you hungry? It seems there is an inn ahead. Shall we indulge in a meal? Absolutely. Tang Xiao, enticed by the prospect of food, found it difficult to resist and eagerly took Tang's hand, leading him towards the establishment. Once inside the inn, they feasted heartily, yet Tang Xiao continued her relentless probing, while Tang maintained his facade of ignorance. It was not until they discovered a lodging that Tang, citing fatigue and the need for respite, finally extricated himself from Tang Xiao's persistent questioning. Owner, we would like 2 rooms, please. Tang addressed the innkeeper. Very well. 2 guest rooms, please. The innkeeper warmly beckoned. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Tang and Tang Xiao ascended the stairs alongside their employer, each entering their respective chambers. Tang locked the door behind him, leaning against the wooden panel as he rubbed his aching temples. Today had been utterly exhausting. First, he encountered Lin Hua, and then he had to deal with the eccentric Tang Xiao. What a mental strain it had been. He took a deep breath and summoned the system. System, please investigate the organization known as Shadow. Ding. Host permissions insufficient, unable to query information regarding Shadow. The system's cold electronic voice was devoid of any emotion. Insufficient permissions? What nonsense is this? Tang couldn't help but curse under his breath. This malfunctioning system had let him down at a critical moment. It is advised that the host collect relevant information to gradually enhance permissions. The system maintained its monotonous tone, unchanging as ever. Tang irritably ran his fingers through his hair, realizing that what had been said was essentially meaningless. He approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea. which he drank in one swift motion. At this moment, he found himself utterly ignorant of the shadow organization, unaware even of its true purpose, let alone how to gather information about it. It felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 82, The Inn. He sighed, contemplating that the only course of action available to him was to enhance his own strength as much as possible to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Tang settled cross-legged in the inn, commencing his cultivation. Meanwhile, Tang Shower did not obediently return to her room to rest, as she pretended. Instead, she perched by the window, observing the bustling crowd below, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. "What is it that you are concealing, Tangen?" she murmured softly, her delicate fingers gently tapping against the window frame. The affairs of the Tianyin sect were undoubtedly more than mere coincidence for Tangen. Moreover, his enigmatic movements were far beyond the realms of ordinary cultivation techniques. She bit her lip, her heart brimming with curiosity. Yet, it seemed that Tangen had been persistently concealing his true abilities, leaving her utterly perplexed. I must uncover the truth. In Tang Shower's eyes, there was a glimmer of determination. She resolved to test Tang, and while simultaneously uncovering the secrets he harbored. The following morning, Tangen rose early, stretching his limbs. After a night of restorative slumber, he felt considerably rejuvenated. As he opened the door, he was taken aback to find Tang Shower already waiting at the threshold, holding 2 steaming tea eggs in her hands. "Good morning, Brother Tangen," she exclaimed cheerfully, offering him one of the delicacies. "I specifically bought this for you, to give it a try." Tangen accepted the tea egg, yet a sense of caution brewed within him. This girl, so eager to curry favor without cause, could either be a schemer or a thief. He took a bite of the tea egg and, speaking with a hint of ambiguity, inquired, "Shower, what prompts you to rise so early today?" "Well, I simply wish to set off at dawn," Tang Shower replied, blinking innocently. "The sooner we reach the next town, the sooner we can uncover clues." "Clues? What clues?" Tangen asked, somewhat perplexed. "Why, the clues regarding the shadow, of course," Tang Shower stated matter-of-factly. "Did you not mention your intention to investigate the shadow? Naturally, I must assist you in this endeavor." Tangen was taken aback, his heart racing as he silently pondered. How does this girl know that he intends to investigate the shadows? Could it be that she overheard his conversation with the system yesterday? That seems implausible, as only he could hear the system's voice. "How do you know I plan to investigate the shadows?" Tangen inquired tentatively. Tang Xiaoter smiled slightly, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "I took a guess." She playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression one of whimsical mischief. "Brother Tangen, you won't blame me for eavesdropping on your conversation, will you?" Tang Anshin's heart sank. Indeed, this little girl was monitoring him. However, he did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he merely chuckled and said, "How could that be? Shower cares for me so much. I couldn't be happier." Upon hearing these words, Tang Shower finally felt a sense of relief. "Humph, you thought you could evade the truth. Do you really believe my intelligence work is in vain? Merely investigating your intentions and whereabouts is a trivial matter for me." Just then, a commotion from downstairs interrupted their thoughts. "Capture the assassin! Capture the assassin!" Tangen and Tang Shower exchanged a glance and immediately rushed to the window to look down. They beheld a figure clad in black being pursued by a throng of soldiers, weaving skillfully through the crowd with remarkable agility. Astonishingly, the target of the black-clad individual was the very inn where Tangen resided. What on earth is happening? Tangen couldn't help but utter a curse, inwardly lamenting. Could it be that this assassin is after me? How incredibly unfortunate. I am but a mere insignificant figure. Why would I warrant the attention of an assassin? The figure clad in black moved with astonishing speed, leaping several times to reach the inn's entrance, where he forcefully kicked open the door and stormed inside. Splinters of wood flew, and dust filled the air, causing the patrons of the inn to scream in terror and scatter in all directions. The dark-clad figure was dressed entirely in night attire, his face concealed by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Gripped tightly in his hand was a dagger that glinted ominously, indicating that he was not to be trifled with. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Tangen grasped Tang Shower's hand and swiftly made his way to the backyard. In his heart, he silently cursed. How could this clever little girl falter at such a critical moment? Tang Shower was being pulled along by him, her expression one of bewilderment, tightly clutching a tea egg in her hand. As they ran, she glanced back, feigning curiosity as she inquired, "Brother Tangen, why are we running? Who is that person?" "There is no time to explain," Tangen replied tersely. "For now, our priority is to escape." He had no intention of confronting the assassin head-on. Preserving their lives was paramount. The two of them dashed into the backyard, only to discover that it was a dense bamboo growth. Tang Yan's eyes twinkled with a clever idea as he grasped Tang Xiaoji's hand, leading her deep into the heart of the bamboo grove. The dim light filtered through the swaying bamboo, creating a perfect sanctuary for concealment. Brother Tang, are we truly safe hiding here? Tang Xiao asked breathlessly. Her petite face flushed from running, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. It should be safe, shouldn't it? Tang Yan felt a sense of uncertainty within himself as he spoke, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. An arrow narrowly grazed his ear, embedding itself in the bamboo behind him. Good heavens! Tang Yan was terrified to the core. How treacherous was this assassin to wield a bow and arrow? Brother Tang Yan, be cautious. Tang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, abruptly tackling Tang Yan to the ground. And the two tumbled together. They rolled down the steep hillside, amidst a profusion of thorns and scattered stones. Tang Yan felt as though the world was spinning around him. A roaring sound echoing in his ears, and his back ached from the rough ground. He clutched Tang Xiao tightly, fearing for her safety. After an indeterminate amount of time tumbling, they finally came to a halt, landing atop a heap of withered leaves. Tang Yan felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. His head buzzing incessantly, and before his eyes, golden stars danced erratically. Brother Tang Yan, are you all right? Came the voice of Tang Xiao, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Emerging from his embrace, Tang Yan took a deep breath, struggling to sit up. He gently patted Tang Xiao on the head and said, It's all right. How about you, Xiao? Tang Xiao rubbed her eyes and climbed up from Tang Yan's embrace, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance as she lamented, My tea egg has fallen. Tang Yan gazed at her pitiable little visage, nearly bursting into laughter. Even at such a time, she was still preoccupied with her beloved tea egg. It was evident that she was still just a child. Very well, once it is safe, I shall buy one for you. Tang Yan comforted himself. Yet his mind was occupied with devising a means to extricate himself from the predicament at hand. He raised his gaze to survey the surroundings and realized they had tumbled to the base of a valley, encircled by towering cliffs, with only a narrow path leading outward. It seems we must find a way to climb out, Tang Yan remarked. Chapter 83, The Language of Beasts. Tang Xiao gazed at the steep cliff, her delicate face instantly falling in dismay. It's so high. How are we ever going to climb it? As Tang Yan was about to speak, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from a short distance away. Instantly alert, he swiftly pulled Tang Xiao behind him and whispered, Remain silent. It seems someone is approaching. To his dismay, several figures clad in black emerged from the thicket, each wielding gleaming swords. This is bad. They are the assassins. Tang's heart sank at the thought. It appeared they had not evaded their pursuers but had instead fallen into a trap. Little girl, if you come with us willingly, we may spare your life. One of the black-clad men sneered, his gaze greedily roaming over Tang Xiao. Tang Yan hastily called upon the system for assistance. System, please save me. I am clearly outmatched. Tang Yan silently shouted in his heart, cold sweat trickling down his temples. The few men in black clearly exuded a menacing aura. How could he, unarmed and defenseless, possibly stand against them? The system remained unresponsive. System, you wretched entity, failing me at such a critical moment. Tang Yan, internally filled with exasperation, outwardly feigned composure. Blocking the path before Tang Xiao, he shouted with a fierce yet hollow bravado, Who are you? What do you intend to do? The leader of the black-clad figures chuckled sinisterly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd best step aside. We only desire this little girl. If you interfere, do not blame us for our merciless blades. Tang Xiao hid behind Tang Yan, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Her small face is pale as a sheet, trembling in fear. Xiao, do not be afraid. I am here, Tang Yan reassured her, attempting to feign calmness. Though his heart raced with anxiety, the system was unreliable. Despite his cultivation, he lacked the skills to combat the looming threat. Just as despair began to envelop him, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a violent shaking of the ground. An earthquake? Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat. No, it was not an earthquake. He noticed countless stones cascading down the steep cliffs on either side of the valley, dust swirling as if some colossal creature was about to emerge from the earth. The cloaked figures were equally startled by the unforeseen disturbance, halting their actions as they scanned their surroundings with uncertainty. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the valley, and a massive black python emerged from the cliff, its crimson tongue flickering ominously, cold slit-like eyes fixated on the individuals within the valley. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? Tang Yan gasped in astonishment, nearly losing control of himself in fear. The colossal python measured at least 10 meters in length and was as thick as a water barrel. its entire body adorned with black scales that exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The cloaked figures were equally terrified, their souls seemingly fleeing as they cast aside their weapons and scattered in all directions. Run! Tengen grasped Tang Xiao's hand and swiftly turned to flee. The giant python, seemingly disinterested in the cloaked figures, slowly shifted its gaze toward Tang and Tang Xiao, emitting a low, menacing hiss. Tang felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. The enormous python appeared to have set its sights on both him and Tang Xiao. System, if you do not manifest soon, I shall find myself transformed into a delectable serpent stew. Tang roared inwardly. At that moment, the system's voice finally made its delayed appearance. Emergency rescue protocol activated. As the host is in extreme danger. Damn it. You choose now to show up. Tang couldn't help but curse. The skill beast language proficiency is loading. Loading complete. Suddenly, a deluge of information flooded Tang's mind, and he found himself comprehending the hissing of the giant python. The essence of the python's hiss conveyed a reassuring message. Little ones, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to inquire if you have seen my egg. Tang was taken aback. The enormous python was not here to devour him? He took a deep breath. Gathering his courage to inquire, what does your egg look like? The colossal serpent gestured toward a cavern deep within the valley with its massive head, replying. My egg is quite small, perfectly round, adorned with brown patterns. Tang turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the giant python and, indeed, beheld several small, dim eggs nestled within the cave. The shells were adorned with intricate brown patterns, emitting a faint glow in the dimly lit cavern. Tang suddenly recalled what Tang Xiao had previously mentioned about the fallen tea egg. Could it be? He turned to Tang Xiao and inquired, Xiao, the tea egg you dropped, was it small and round, adorned with brown patterns? Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother Tang. Aren't tea eggs always like this? Tang, this girl actually mistook a python's egg for a tea egg. Tang now longs to raise his voice to the heavens, exclaiming, what kind of divine teammates are these? He let out a resigned sigh and said to the giant python, that egg of yours has been taken by my sister, who mistook it for a tea egg. Upon hearing this, the colossal serpent's massive head shook violently, emitting a thunderous roar. My egg, my child, you wretched humans, I shall tear you to shreds. As darkness enveloped Tang, he felt as though all hope was lost. The roar of the colossal python reverberated through his ears, causing a deafening buzz, and it seemed that in the next moment, he would be torn to shreds. Desperately, he shut his eyes, his mind racing with frustration. System, why couldn't you have appeared sooner? What uses proficiency in beast language now? This is not merely a matter of communication. It is a matter of life and death. Tang Xiao seemed to have realized the gravity of the situation, her delicate face instantly turning pale. She clutched tightly to Tang's clothing, trembling uncontrollably. With a quivering voice, she implored, Brother Tang, I did not mean to. That tea egg looked so delectable. Tang, what time is it? Still pondering whether the tea egg is delicious? The serpent's vertical pupils gleamed with fury as its colossal body began to move slowly, crushing the stones in the valley into powder. It flicked its crimson tongue, emitting a hissing sound, seemingly gathering strength for a lethal strike. At this critical juncture, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tang's mind. He recalled the system's proficiency in beast language, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath and shouted at the giant python, Wait, I know where your egg is. We can help you retrieve it. The serpent paused momentarily, its massive head turning towards Tang, as if contemplating the veracity of his words. Tang quickly seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Indeed, my sister merely took it away. She did not consume it. We shall retrieve it at once. The giant python emitted a deep hiss, seemingly questioning Tang's sincerity. Tang quickly nodded vigorously, pointing at Tang Xiao and exclaimed, It is she. She is the one who took your egg. Let us retrieve it at once. Chapter 84. The search for the egg. Tang Xiao blinked her large, innocent eyes, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding around her. Tang cast a fierce glare at her, inwardly cursing, You little troublemaker, all you do is bring me trouble. The giant python stared at Tang Xiao for a moment, seemingly sensing her lack of malice. Merely a gluttonous little girl. It gradually lowered its enormous head and gently brushed against Tang Xiao's hair with its flickering tongue. Tang Xiao's body trembled in fear. Yet the colossal python posed no threat to her. Instead, it emitted a gentle hiss, seemingly attempting to offer her solace. Upon witnessing this, Tang felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that the enormous python was not entirely devoid of reason. He hurriedly addressed the python, saying, We shall retrieve your egg at once. Please wait a moment. The python nodded, its massive form coiled in the center of the valley, patiently awaiting their return. Tang grasped Tang Shower's hand and sprinted toward the cave. Along the way, Tang Shower incessantly murmured, "I distinctly purchased a tea egg. How could it possibly be a snake egg?" That tea egg truly appeared to be delicious. Tang was exasperated, her head filled with dark clouds. This girl was truly beyond redemption. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Tang immediately spotted the serpent's egg nestled in the corner. This egg was larger than Tang Shower's head, its shell adorned with intricate brown patterns, emitting a faint glow in the dimly lit cavern. Tang carefully cradled the enormous python egg, which appeared rather weighty. He turned to Tang Shower and urged, "Shower, we must hurry. Return the egg to the python." Tang Shower gazed incredulously at the tea egg and muttered, "But this is a tea egg." "Tea egg, my foot," Tang retorted irritably, giving her a light tap on the head. "This is the egg of a giant python. If you dare to utter another word, beware that the giant python may devour you." Tang Shower promptly closed her mouth and obediently followed Tang out of the cave. Upon returning to the valley, Tang carefully placed the giant python egg before the enormous serpent. The python gently nudged the egg with its massive head, emitting a contented hiss. Tang and Tang Shower breathed a sigh of relief, for it seemed that the crisis had finally been averted. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The once tranquil giant python egg began to shake violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. With a crack, the shell shattered, and a damp little creature emerged from within. How to describe this peculiar being? It resembled a diminutive version of a giant python, yet it was adorned with vibrant feathers of various hues. And atop its head rested a pair of small antlers. Tang and Tang Shower were utterly astonished. What on earth was this peculiar creature? The giant python was equally bewildered, staring blankly at its offspring, seemingly unable to comprehend the sight before its eyes. Suddenly, the little creature opened its mouth and emitted a crisp chirp. Tweet. How could this sound resemble that of a little bird? The massive head of the python quivered violently as it unleashed a thunderous roar. Tang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed at the vibrant creature adorned with two little antlers atop its head. Stammering, could this possibly be the legendary hybrid species? Tang Xiar had an expression brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, how adorable. It even has horns on its head, like a little sprite. As she spoke, she reached out to touch it. Don't move. Tang swiftly pulled her back. Who knows if this creature is poisonous? The reaction of the colossal python was even more exaggerated. Its enormous serpentine eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. After a moment of stunned silence, it emitted a thunderous roar. What in the world is this creature? The trees in the valley trembled in response to the roar. And Tang Xiar huddled together in fear. The little creature seemed startled by the python's bellow. Fluttering its vibrant wings and seeking refuge behind the massive head of the serpent, revealing only its two glistening eyes, timidly gazing at Tang and Tang Xiar. Cheep cheep. It chirped again, its voice bright and melodious, reminiscent of an unknown small bird. The great python's formidable head turned rigidly, observing the child concealed behind it. Its expression filled with incredulity. It extended its scarlet tongue, licking the tiny creature, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether this was indeed its own progeny. The little one squinted in comfort, nuzzling its fluffy head against the python's tongue, emitting a contented cheep. The python was utterly bewildered. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it had encountered countless bizarre phenomena, yet this was a first. This ancient serpent, a paragon of its kind, was astonished to discover that its offspring bore feathers and antlers like a bird. Tang observed the scene before him, quietly pondering to himself, the progression of this narrative seems rather peculiar. Tang Shower was utterly charmed by the little creature. She tugged at Tang sleeve and whispered, "Brother Tang, it is so adorable. Can we keep it?" Before Tang had the chance to respond, the colossal python spoke up, its voice deep and hoarse. "Do you humans know what this is?" Tang shook his head and remarked, "To be honest, in all my years, I have never encountered such a creature." The enormous python let out a sigh, its massive form coiled upon the ground as if lost in contemplation. After a while, it slowly began to speak. "According to the ancient legends of my kind, this creature is known as the Wanfeng. It is the offspring of the phoenix and the dragon, possessing formidable power and extraordinary abilities." "Wanfeng?" Tang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," the python affirmed with a nod. "The Wanfeng is exceedingly rare, seldom seen even once in several millennia. I never imagined that my offspring would be." At this point, the colossal serpent abruptly fell silent, its immense eyes seemingly engaged in deep thought. Tang Xiaoyao asked excitedly, What abilities does it possess? The giant python glanced at her and slowly replied. The Thing wields the power to control the flames of the phoenix and can be reborn from the ashes. It is said that an adult Thing can even tear through the fabric of space, traversing different realms. Tang Yin and Tang Xiao were left utterly astonished. This was simply beyond imagination. The giant python continued, however, the growth period of the mythical phoenix is exceedingly protracted. Furthermore, it necessitates a unique environment. Its tone was laden with apprehension, clearly reflecting its uncertainty regarding the capability to nurture this extraordinary offspring. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Yin's eyes glimmered with a spark of cunning inspiration. He approached the majestic python with utmost respect and remarked, "Esteemed elder python, since you harbor concerns about your ability to nurture the phoenix, why not entrust it to our care?" The python's enormous serpentine gaze flickered with skepticism. "Entrust it to you? Do you humans possess the capability to tend to its needs?" Tang Yin confidently assured, "Certainly. We will wholeheartedly take care of it. Moreover, we can provide you with a variety of precious medicinal herbs and resources to aid in the swift growth of the phoenix." Chapter 85. The Sudden Secret Realm. Tang Xiao also stood by. Although she was unaware of what Tang Yin was doing, she could surmise from fragments of conversation. She couldn't help but reflect. Tang Yin's fortune is indeed enviable. Remarkably, he is able to communicate with demonic beasts, and at times, he can swiftly turn peril into safety in an instant. At this moment, Tang Xiao felt that she was nearing the truth. The giant python hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Very well, if that is the case, then I shall entrust this matter to you." Tang Yin was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the giant python. Yet, within his heart, he secretly reveled. This was the mythical phoenix, the legendary divine beast. If he could nurture it, wouldn't it be as effortless as a mere formality to survive until the end? However, fate has a peculiar way of dousing one's elation with cold water at the most triumphant moments. Just as Tang Yin and Tang Xiao were eagerly preparing to take the phoenix away, dreaming of a splendid future, an unforeseen calamity struck. The once clear sky above the valley suddenly darkened, ominous clouds swirling as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A colossal black vortex materialized out of thin air, resembling a monstrous beast hungry for prey, emanating a chilling aura of terror. A powerful suction emanated from the vortex, mercilessly drawing in Tang Yin, Tang Xiao, and the phoenix, along with the surrounding trees and rocks. What on earth is happening? Tang Yin shouted in terror, desperately trying to grasp something to steady himself, but to no avail. Tang Xiao was so frightened that her face lost all color, tightly clutching onto the phoenix. Little Phoenix seemed to sense the impending danger as well. Emitting a sharp cry, its body shimmering with faint golden light, yet still unable to resist the terrifying pull. The three individuals and one beast were thus engulfed by the black vortex, vanishing without a trace. Time passed unmeasured until Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his head were splitting and his entire body ached, as though trampled by a heavy carriage. "Where am I?" He struggled to sit up and surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself within a dense forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, and an unusual fragrance permeated the air. "Shower! Phoenix!" He called out urgently, but only the echo of his voice reverberated through the woods. "Damn it! Have we been separated?" Tang Yin cursed inwardly, enduring his physical discomfort as he unsteadily rose to his feet. Yet perhaps this was for the best. At least Tang Xiao wouldn't be watching me closely. I should focus on my own well-being. Survive first, for to live is to be a hero. At that moment, he noticed his clothes were tattered and smeared with dirt and leaves, making him look quite disheveled. What on earth is this place? Tang Yin's heart was filled with bewilderment as he attempted to harness the power within him, only to discover that his dantian was utterly barren. Where has my cultivation vanished to? Tang Yin's expression changed dramatically. This was the very foundation of his existence. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from not far away, as if something was approaching. A shiver coursed through Tang Yin's body as he clenched his fists, vigilantly directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. A colossal rabbit, entirely cloaked in white, emerged into his line of sight, towering at the height of a person. Its red eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, and its sharp teeth were bared, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. A rabbit? Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly realized this was no ordinary creature. The rabbit seemed to have detected his presence and unleashed a deafening roar before lunging toward him with tremendous force. Good heavens! This rabbit has become sentient. Tang Yin gasped, quickly attempting to evade its assault. However, he found his body unusually heavy, incapable of moving with the agility he once possessed. Thud. The rabbit's massive paw struck Tang squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air, spitting a mouthful of blood. He felt as though his ribs might shatter. The excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious. What in the world is this place? Lying on the ground, he urgently called out to the system within his mind. System, please save me. I'm about to meet my end. Ding. Host's needs detected. The skill Universal Escape Map is now being provided. Ding. Universal Escape Map activated. Scanning the surrounding environment. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, interrupted Tang's groans. Good grief. System. You wretched thing. Why do you only show up when I'm on the brink of death? Tang gasped in agony, unable to restrain his expletives. If it weren't for this flawed system, would he truly be subjected to a merciless thrashing by a mere rabbit? The system's emotionless mechanical voice chimed in once more, suggesting that the host calm down to avoid impairing his judgment. Such a suggestion felt like mockery to Tang's incompetence. Calm down. Nonsense. He was on the verge of being bested by this rabbit. Why don't you enlighten me on how to utilize this so-called universal malicious map? As Tang desperately evaded the rabbit's relentless assaults, he inwardly roared with frustration. The all-encompassing and scrupulous map, as its name implies, was designed to guide the host towards the most devious and insidious escape routes, aiding them in evading peril. The system elucidated. The map has been generated. Please follow the indicated direction to flee. Before Tang's eyes materialized a translucent map, delineated with crimson lines that traced a winding and convoluted path. It appeared particularly unsavory. What kind of malevolent route is this? As Tang gazed at the designated path on the map, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. This route compelled him to crawl beneath the belly of a rabbit, to hide behind a pile of foul-smelling animal excrement, and then to ascend a tree adorned with sharp thorns. System, are you certain this is not a jest at my expense? Tang furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of frustration. The system provided routes that were calculated as the optimal escape plan based on the current environment and the host's condition. The system continued to respond in an unperturbed tone, urging the host to trust its professionalism. Professionalism, my foot. Is this really something a human would do? Despite his inner turmoil and silent complaints, Tang found himself compelled to follow the map's directions. Consequently, the ensuing scenes became remarkably absurd. At one moment, Tang wriggled through the rabbit's legs like an agile loach, and at another, he ascended a tree bristling with thorns with the dexterity of a monkey. He would then hold his breath and conceal himself behind a heap of excrement emitting a pungent odor. The towering rabbit, clearly unaccustomed to such nimble humans, was left bewildered by Tang's antics, stamping its feet in frustration and letting out a series of furious roars. Ha ha ha, silly rabbit, come and catch me. As Tang fled in a state of disarray, he could not resist mocking the colossal rabbit. Chapter 86, System Activation. Ding. The system detected that the host's behavior was excessively ostentatious, potentially inciting the target's animosity, and advised the host to maintain a low profile. The system, at an opportune moment, doused him with a cold splash of reality. Maintain a low profile? Nonsense. After having narrowly escaped from peril, should I not indulge in a moment of triumph? Tang, disregarding the system's warnings, continued to mock the rabbit with unabashed audacity. However, in a twist of fate, as he reveled in his triumph, he unexpectedly slipped, his foot landing on a banana peel. Oh no, he exclaimed, losing his balance and tumbling forward. To make matters worse, he fell directly into a pile of foul-smelling animal droppings. With a thud, he plunged into the muck, splattering a vile liquid around him. The overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils, and his stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to retch. The rabbit, witnessing this calamity, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Ding. The system's voice echoed once more, announcing that the host had successfully entered disguise mode, and the target had lost track of its objective, with a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. Tang lay amidst a heap of filth, his body smeared with excrement, tears of despair welling in his eyes. He could never have imagined that he would escape peril in such a grotesque manner. System, you must be doing this on purpose. He seethed inwardly, gritting his teeth in indignation. The system coldly replied, this system merely provides the optimal solutions based on existing circumstances. All actions are determined solely by the host. The stench invaded his nostrils, penetrating to the very crown of his head, as Tang felt as though he had plunged into a marsh teeming with rotting entrails. He struggled to rise, only to find his limbs powerless, as if some mysterious force had ensnared him within this repugnant heap. Curse you, system. Even if I were to leap from here, shattering into a pulp and being dried by the wind into a mere husk. I would never so much as take a bite of this abhorrent substance. Tang enraged internally, nearly bursting forth with a torrent of invectives aimed at the system. The impassive voice of the system echoed once more, suggesting a calm approach in response to the host's intense emotional fluctuations, as if mocking Tang and's predicament. Calm. How could I possibly attain calmness? Perhaps a warm bath and a glass of 1982 Lafite might afford me some semblance of tranquility. Yet you present me with this utter absurdity. Tang felt a profound sense of disgust, unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life. Taking a deep breath, he fought against the tumultuous nausea swirling in his stomach and shakily crawled out from the heap of filth. Just as he emerged, he was unable to suppress a series of dry heaves, his stomach convulsing violently. Glancing down at his body, now smeared with excrement, he felt an overwhelming desire to succumb to despair. Meanwhile, the towering rabbit remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. With its head tilted, the creature's pink nose twitched incessantly, as if attempting to discern the more potent odor permeating the air. Tang gazed at the rabbit's dazed expression, and an audacious idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. He squinted, a wicked grin gradually unfurling upon his face. Hee, dear little rabbit. Since you are so fond of this scent, allow me to bestow upon you a grand gift. Tang murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He cautiously approached the pile of excrement, holding his breath in an effort to avoid the nauseating stench. Then, he bent down and scooped up a hefty clump of foul-smelling waste with both hands. Even with his breath held, the putrid odor invaded Tang's nostrils, nearly causing him to retch once more. Gritting his teeth against the queasiness, he hurled the excrement forcefully at the unsuspecting rabbit. Smack! The foul mass struck the rabbit squarely in the face, splattering a murky liquid around. Startled by the sudden onslaught, the rabbit recoiled several steps, vigorously shaking its head in an attempt to rid itself of the filth. Ha! Silly rabbit. How do you like this little gift? Tang beheld the rabbit in a state of utter disarray and could not suppress a hearty laugh. The rabbit, seemingly incensed by Tang's reaction, fixed its crimson gaze upon him, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Ding! The system's cold voice echoed once more. Target's hostility level has significantly increased. It is advisable for the host to evacuate promptly. Evacuate? Why should I withdraw? I have yet to fully engage in the fun. Tang completely disregarded the system's warnings and once more grasped a hefty mass of excrement, hurling it towards the rabbit. Thud! Another muffled sound echoed as the feces struck the rabbit's face once again. Infuriated beyond measure, the rabbit let out a deafening roar and lunged fiercely at Tang. Oh no, this has escalated dramatically. Upon witnessing this, Tang's expression drastically altered, and he took to his heels. As he fled, he did not forget to glance back and mock the rabbit, exclaiming, "Foolish creature, come and catch me. If you succeed, I shall grant you a whiff to your heart's content." Thus, a ludicrous chase ensued between man and rabbit across this land reeking of foul odors. Though Tang was covered in filth and hindered in his movements, his nimble agility and familiarity with the terrain allowed him to evade the rabbit's assaults time and again. He would hide behind trees, dart into the underbrush, and scramble up tree trunks, leaving the rabbit in a state of bewilderment. Despite its formidable size and strength, the rabbit was clumsy and utterly unable to capture Tang. The chase between man and beast was chaotic and frenetic. This wretched rabbit is exhausting me. When will it cease its pursuit? Just wait until my agility is perfected, then you'll see how it fares. At that moment, Tang suddenly noticed a cave ahead. A bold idea sparked in his mind, and he deliberately slowed his pace to lure the rabbit closer before dashing into the cave's entrance. The opening was low, requiring Tang to almost crawl inside. The enraged rabbit pursued relentlessly, its massive form becoming stuck at the entrance, caught in a predicament of its own making. Huh, foolish rabbit, now let us see how you intend to catch me. Tang chuckled triumphantly from the depths of the cave. After struggling at the entrance for what felt like an eternity, the rabbit finally squeezed its way in, though much of its fur had been scraped off, rendering it even more disheveled. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Tang, and its furious roars reverberated within the cave, sending vibrations through Tang's eardrums. The cave was enveloped in utter darkness, where not even a hand could be seen before one's eyes. Tang cautiously advanced, the sound of gravel crunching beneath his feet resonating in the silence. A wave of dread washed over him as he pondered the unknown dangers lurking within the cave. What if he were to encounter a venomous snake or a ferocious beast? He would be truly doomed. System, are there any dangers present in this cave? Tang silently inquired. Chapter 87. Discovering Equipment. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is in a hazardous environment. It is advised that the host evacuate promptly. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Evacuate? Where am I supposed to go? This rabbit is blocking the entrance. I cannot escape at all. Tang could not help but voice his complaints. Ding. It has been detected that there is a fork in the road ahead of the host, and it is recommended that the host choose the left path. Tang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to place his trust in the system. He groped his way to the left and, after traversing approximately 10 meters, indeed discovered a narrow passageway. The tunnel was quite low, compelling Tang to bend his body as he advanced. He cautiously maneuvered his steps, fearful of disturbing any unknown creatures. Suddenly, the rabbit behind him seemed to sense Tang's intentions, emitting a furious roar as it chased after him. Tang cursed under his breath and quickened his pace. The passage grew increasingly narrow, ultimately allowing only one person to pass through. He felt akin to a mouse pursued by a predator, scurrying through the constricted cavern. Ding! A voice from the system resonated, warning the host of a trap ahead, advising caution. A trap? Tang's heart raced, and he promptly halted in his tracks. He scrutinized the situation ahead, observing what appeared to be loose stones scattered across the ground. Damn it! This wretched rabbit truly is relentless. Tang muttered a curse under his breath. He cautiously maneuvered around the trap and pressed onward. The rabbit behind him relentlessly pursued, its furious growls echoing through the narrow passage, sending chills down his spine. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Never before had he felt such tension. As he ran, he silently prayed for an escape at the end of this corridor. After an indeterminate length of time, Tang finally glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead. Elation surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the illumination. Suddenly, he collided with a wall, leaving him dizzy and on the brink of collapsing. What was happening? How could there be a wall? Tang rubbed his forehead. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. He meticulously scrutinized the wall before him, only to realize it was no ordinary wall, but rather a stone door. Intricate and peculiar patterns adorned the surface, exuding an aura of antiquity. Suddenly, a notification shined, detection of host discovering the entrance to an ancient relic. Would you like to proceed? The system's voice resonated once more. An ancient relic? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Tang. Could this be his golden opportunity? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to proceed. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door began to creak open, and an ancient, enigmatic aura surged forth to envelop him. Tang took a deep breath and stepped through the stone door. Beyond the threshold lay an expansive chamber, adorned with an array of exquisite treasures that radiated a dazzling luminescence. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Wow, I've struck gold." Unable to contain his excitement, he hurried towards the nearest artifact for a closer examination. It was a fist-sized orb, emanating a subtle azure glow, exuding an air of mystery. Ding! Host has discovered the water spirit pearl. Would you like to absorb it? The system's voice resonated once more. Water spirit pearl? The name sparked intrigue in Tang's mind. It sounded remarkably formidable. Without hesitation, he chose to absorb it. Buzz! The water spirit pearl levitated before him, casting forth a brilliant light. Immediately, a surge of potent energy coursed through Tang's body, leaving him exhilarated, as though he had been reborn. Ding! Congratulations, host has absorbed the water spirit pearl, acquiring water affinity talent. Water affinity talent? A wave of elation washed over Tang. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from behind him. Whirling around, he beheld the rabbit, inexplicably positioned at his rear, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected in danger. In light of the host's repeated successful task completions, a reward is granted. Congratulations, host has obtained a one-time invincible body. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him. As a warm current surged through his being, akin to donning an impenetrable armor. Just as the rabbit's jaws clamped down on his neck, a resounding clang echoed like the collision of metal. Tang was taken aback, and the rabbit was equally astonished. What on earth was happening? Had this rabbit lost its senses from consuming substances? Why was it gnawing at my neck? Tang gently touched his neck, finding it completely unscathed, devoid of any sensation of pain. Turning his gaze to the rabbit, he noticed that several of its fine teeth appeared to have broken. As it clutched its mouth and cried out in distress, tears nearly spilling from its eyes. Aha! The invincible golden body is indeed formidable. Tang's confidence surged as he delivered a powerful kick to the rabbit's abdomen. The rabbit let out a pained cry. soaring through the air like a torn sack before crashing violently against the stone wall, subsequently collapsing to the ground, motionless. Tangan approached and gently kicked the rabbit with his foot. "Hey, are you dead? Don't pretend to be lifeless." The rabbit remained unresponsive. Is it truly dead? Has it really succumbed so easily? Tangan felt a twinge of disappointment as he yearned to fully experience the formidable power of the invincible golden body. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the mutated magic rabbit and receiving 1 magic rabbit hide. A mutated magic rabbit? It turns out this creature is no ordinary rabbit. Tangan suddenly came to a realization. However, a mere piece of magic rabbit skin was rather insufficient. This system was indeed rather stingy. Though he grumbled, Tangan still bent down to pick up the magic rabbit skin. The fur felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Perhaps it could be fashioned into a scarf or something similar. After dealing with the magic rabbit, Tangan began to survey the ancient ruins. The space was far more expansive than he had anticipated, with walls adorned with luminous pearls that illuminated the entire area as brightly as day. An array of exquisite treasures lay before him, radiating an enticing glow. Wealth, wealth. Tangan rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was his opportunity to prosper. He eagerly approached a nearby pile of treasures and picked up a uniquely shaped dagger. Ding. The system detected that the host had acquired the ice dagger. Would you like to bind it? Bind. It must be bound. Without hesitation, Tangan chose to proceed with the binding. Buzz. The dagger emitted a soft chime as it melded into Tangan's hand, vanishing from sight. Where did the dagger go? Tangan looked perplexedly at his empty hands. There is no need for concern. The ice dagger has been bound to your soul. It can be summoned with but a thought, the system explained. Tangan silently chanted the name of the ice dagger, and indeed, a dagger radiating an icy aura materialized in his hand. Wow, this is incredibly cool. Tangan couldn't help but play with the dagger affectionately. With this dagger in his possession, wouldn't he be able to thrive effortlessly from now on? Lost in his daydreams, he was suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of rustling coming from a distance. Chapter 88, No More Running. Tangan gripped the freezing dagger with vigilance, casting his gaze toward the source of the sound. Before him, a swarm of dark figures rapidly approached. What on earth is this? Tangan squinted, straining to discern the true nature of the shadows. As the figures drew nearer, he finally beheld their true form, a pack of enormous wolves, emitting a spine-chilling growl. What struck Tangan with the most terror, however, were the eyes of these beasts. They glowed with an eerie green light, as if they were phantoms hailing from the depths of hell. Goodness, so many wolves. Tangan felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of cold surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He roughly estimated that there were at least 20 or 30 of them. Moreover, each one was significantly larger than the mutated magic rabbit he had encountered before, with menacing fangs and fierce eyes. Tangan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The invincible golden body can only be used once, and I have already exhausted it. What should I do now? Run? With so many wolves around, can I really escape? Tangan swallowed hard, gripping the icy dagger tightly, forcing himself to regain his composure. Upon closer inspection, these wolves, though larger and possessing striking green eyes, appeared rather unremarkable. After all, they were merely a pack of ordinary wolves. Damn it, what is there to fear? This is the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. Tangan steeled his resolve. Rather than passively awaiting his fate, it was far better to take the initiative. He could not remain a coward who only knew how to flee. Drawing a deep breath, he charged towards the pack of wolves, his icy dagger slicing through the air with a glimmer of frost. A deafening howl erupted from the wolves as they surged forward in unison. Tangan deftly evaded the assaults of the wolf pack, her icy dagger resembling the scythe of death. With each swing, a life was extinguished, and the verdant blood of the wolf splattered, staining the ground, while a potent scent of blood filled the air. Tangan resembled a deity of death, ruthlessly slashing through the pack of wolves. He discerned that although these wolves were numerous, their methods of attack were rather uniform, and their speed was not particularly swift. With the keen edge of the ice-cold dagger and his own agility, Tangan gradually gained the upper hand. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. The number of wolves dwindled, while the wounds on Tangan's body multiplied. Although the attacks from these wolves did not inflict fatal harm, the pain intensified with each passing moment. Damn it! These beasts are truly formidable. Gritting his teeth, Tangan continued to wield his dagger. At last, the final wolf collapsed at his feet. Tangan stood breathlessly in place, drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of crimson. By the time he dealt with the pack of wolves, the sun was on the verge of setting. It seemed that he would have to spend the night here. Tangan glanced around and found a relatively clean spot to sit down, beginning to tend to his wounds. Ouch, that really hurts. He grumbled as he bandaged himself. This system is utterly disappointing. It grants only a one-time invincible shield, and thereafter, one must rely solely on their own resilience. What will I do if I encounter even more formidable monsters in the future? Once he had finished treating his injuries, Tangan began to contemplate his next course of action. According to the original storyline, it seemed that he needed to reach the grand waterfall at the heart of the forest in order to escape. Tangan reminisced about the plot of the novel. Oh, tomorrow, I shall venture towards the great waterfall. On the following morning, after carefully inspecting the cave entrance and ensuring there was no danger, Tangan departed from the cavern. With the aid of the system, his pace was remarkably swift. As he neared the heart of the forest, he abruptly halted. Before him stood two familiar figures, Tang Xiaoer and Xiao Wanfeng. What could have brought them here? Tangan was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to greet her, Tang Xiaoer spotted him first. "Brother Tangan," she exclaimed with joy, dashing to his side, closely followed by Xiao Wanfeng. "Xiaoer, what brings you here?" Tangan inquired. "Of course, I am here to go out." Tang Xiaoer replied with an air of certainty. "Brother Tangan, did you really think you were the only one who knew the way out?" Tangan felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice. Tang Xiaoer, allow me to explain." "No need for explanations. I already understand." Tang Xiaoer wore an expression that suggested she had seen through him long ago. "Brother Tangan, you must be secretly searching for some treasure, right? Rest assured, I shall not divulge it to anyone." Tangan, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Tang Xiaoyao blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity, and asked, "Brother Tangan, why are you covered in so much blood? Have you encountered some danger?" Tangong was about to explain when Tang Xiaoer interjected, "I don't feel it's sufficient. Brother Tangan is so formidable, he surely will be fine. The blood on him must belong to the monsters he has vanquished. Don't you think I'm right, Brother Tangan?" Tangan felt that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his reputation. "Xiaoer, the situation is not as you perceive it," Tangan wished to clarify. "Brother Tangan, do not be so modest." Tang Xiaoer interjected, "I am aware of your remarkable abilities, yet you must remain cautious. This forest is teeming with perilous creatures. You must ensure your own safety." Tangan, he suddenly yearned for tranquility. Tangan suddenly turned around, and the waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way inverted, roaring and thundering. A deafening sound. Yet, amidst this curtain of water, an ancient stone door materialized seemingly out of thin air. The door was adorned with peculiar runes, shimmering faintly, harmonizing beautifully with the splashing droplets. Astonishing. There truly exists an exit. Tangan could not help but utter a profanity. The exhaustion and pain accumulated over the past 2 days seemed to evaporate in that very moment. "I must get out," he fervently shouted within, wishing he could sprout wings and soar to the door before him. "Brother Tangan, do you see that? Is it not the exit? Let us hasten and leave." Tang Xiaoer excitedly tugged at Tangan's sleeve, while the little phoenix flitted around him, fluttering its wings in joyous circles. It emitted a melodious chirp, seemingly echoing Tang Xiaoer's words. Tang Anxin felt a stir within. This young girl truly had a knack for manifesting her words into reality. He instinctively touched his nose to mask the embarrassment swelling in his heart. "Let us go. We shall step outside." With a grand gesture, Tangan exuded an aura of magnificence, as if the previous moments of distress and embarrassment had never transpired. The three approached the waterfall with utmost caution, the mist generated by the cascading water enveloping them, bringing a refreshing chill to Tangan. Upon reaching the stone door, he extended his hand to push it. Yet the door remained utterly still. "Huh? It won't budge?" Furrowing his brow, Tangan exerted more strength, but the stone door continued to yield no response. "Allow me to give it a try." Tang Xiaoer was eager to try, her small hands pressed against the stone door, exerting a forceful push. Yet the stone door remained utterly unmoved. How could this be? Tang Xiaoer felt somewhat dispirited, while the little phoenix perched upon her shoulder, tilting its tiny head in apparent perplexity. Tang encircled the stone door, meticulously examining the intricate runes adorning its surface. Chapter 89, Departure. The runes were ancient and complex, resembling a long-lost script, none of which Tang could decipher. He attempted to touch them, and a chill coursed through his fingertips, accompanied by a faint, enigmatic energy pulsation. Could this be some kind of primordial formation? Tang murmured to himself. "Formation? What is that?" Tang Xiaoer inquired with curiosity, while the little phoenix tilted its head. seemingly intrigued by this novel term. Tangan scratched his head and replied ambiguously, "Well, it's something that allows us to go outside." He certainly couldn't admit that he himself was somewhat bewildered, for that would be quite embarrassing. Tang Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding yet somewhat perplexed. The little phoenix fluttered its wings, circling the stone door in search of some flaw. With a sudden chirp, it pecked at a rune etched upon the stone door. Little phoenix, have you discovered something?" Tang Xiaoyao inquired with delight. The little phoenix remained silent, continuing to peck at the rune, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds. Tangan leaned in for a closer look and discovered that the rune was slightly different from the others. Its colors were more vibrant, and it faintly emitted a soft glow. Could this be the key? Tangan felt a sudden stir within his heart as he extended his finger, gently pressing against the rune. The moment his fingertip made contact, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, pulling him completely into its depths. "Brother Tangan!" Tang Xiao exclaimed in alarm, attempting to grasp him, but it was already too late. Tangan felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as though he had plummeted into an abyss without end. The howling wind roared in his ears. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, he found himself crashing heavily onto the ground, every bone in his body aching as if they might shatter. It hurt so much, he groaned, rubbing his rear as he struggled to rise. Oh dear, he had fallen in such a disarray that he felt as if his backside might split into pieces. After gathering his wits, he was astonished to realize he had somehow returned. "I actually made it back," he exclaimed, incredulously rubbing his eyes to assure himself he was not dreaming. This teleportation array was utterly unreliable, lacking even a buffer zone, tossing him out directly from the waterfall. Before he could savor his return, an ominous premonition surged within him. He abruptly looked up to see two dark figures plummeting from the sky at an alarming speed, heading straight for his head. What the hell? Xiao Wanfeng. Tangan, gripped by an overwhelming fear, instinctively activated the teleportation skill bestowed upon him by the system, narrowly evading this calamity from the heavens. Fortuitously, my quick thinking saved me. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Tang Anqin patted his chest with lingering fear, grateful for his significant increase in cultivation. Just as he steadied himself, a tremendous bang echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream from Tang Xiao. Oh dear. Tangan swiftly turned his gaze, only to behold Tang Xiao sprawled on the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around her. Meanwhile, the little phoenix desperately clutched at the hem of her garment, its tiny paws flailing in a futile attempt to lift her up, but the disparity in strength rendered its efforts utterly ineffectual. Tang Xiao rubbed her sore bottom and complained with a look of grievance. "Brother Tangan, how could you evade? You made me fall flat on my face." Tangan awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled sheepishly. It was an urgent situation, after all. Besides, who could have anticipated that you would fall as well? Xiao Wanfeng chirped a few times, seemingly reproaching Tang and for his failure to offer assistance in a moment of peril. Tang hurriedly stepped forward to assist Tang Xiao from the ground, expressing his concern as he inquired, "Where did you fall? Are you all right?" Tang Xiao's lips pouted as she rubbed her bottom, playfully complaining, "It hurts so much." "It's all your fault." Tang sighed helplessly. This little girl truly knew how to turn the tables. He gently patted Tang Xiao on her backside a couple of times and said softly, all right. Do not be upset. I promise to catch you next time, okay?" Tang Xiao finally broke into a smile, playfully sticking out her tongue. Chirp. The little Wanfeng fluttered to Tang and shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, seemingly forgiving him for his earlier misstep. Tangan smiled as he gently stroked the feathers of the little phoenix, a wave of warmth enveloping his heart. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the entrance to the secret realm gradually closing, resembling a colossal eye slowly shutting. Ultimately, it left behind a smooth stone wall, as if bidding them a gentle farewell, yet also anticipating the arrival of the next fortunate souls. As expected, there was nothing of value to be found. Tang curled his lips in disdain and plopped down onto the ground, rubbing his sore posterior. This wretched secret realm provided nothing but worthless equipment and nearly caused his demise. If that brat Tang Fan were here, he would likely clear out this entire realm before he was satisfied. Upon hearing Tang's innermost thoughts, Tang Xiao could not help but voice her discontent. "Brother Tangan, your words are rather excessive. After all, I was the one who discovered the crucial runes to unlock the secret realm. If it weren't for my keen intellect, we would still be trapped within." Tangan cast her a sidelong glance and murmured, "Oh please, if it weren't for Xiao Wan pecking at that rune. Would you have noticed? With your eyesight, akin to severe myopia, what could you possibly discern?" Tang Xiao was so furious that she stomped her feet, while Xiao Wanfeng perched proudly upon Tang and shoulder, chirping twice as if in agreement with his words. Xiao Wanfeng, how could you assist him in tormenting me? Tang Xiao extended her small hand, pretending to grasp the little phoenix. The little phoenix flapped its wings, nimbly evading her playful assault. Observing the delightful antics of the girl and the bird, Tang shook his head in exasperation. These two lively treasures are indeed brimming with energy. Enough, enough. Let us cease this frolic. Tang stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. We should leave promptly. This eerie place is unsettling. And lingering here is quite unnerving. Where shall we go? Inquired Tang Xiao. Naturally, we must return, replied Tang. Do you wish to spend the night here? In this desolate wilderness, who knows what malevolent spirits may lurk? Tang Xiao pretended to shrink her neck, as if startled by Tang's words. Then let us hasten our departure. The trio, accompanied by a bird, retraced their steps along the path they had come. Along the way, Tang Xiao chattered animatedly about her experiences within the secret realm. Meanwhile, the little phoenix occasionally interjected with a chirp or two, seemingly eager to provide additional commentary. Tang silently trailed behind them, a smile subtly gracing his face as he listened to their conversation. As they walked, Tang Xiao suddenly halted, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Brother Tang, look! What is that? Tang followed the direction of her finger and gazed into the distance, where a dense grove of trees stood. Chapter 90. The Conspiracy of Shadows. A faint light emanated from within the forest, as if something luminous resided there. Let us proceed and investigate, Tang suggested. The three individuals and the bird approached the woods with utmost caution, parting the thick branches, and the source of the glow gradually came into view. It was a cluster of eerie azure flames, appearing particularly sinister in the night. Encircling the flames were several figures clad in black, each adorned with a mask, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Tang inhaled sharply, signaling to Tang Xiao and Xiao Wanfeng to remain silent. A wave of astonishment washed over him. What on earth are these shadows planning? It is unwise to attempt an escape now. Waiting for them to depart is the safest course of action. In the heart of the forest, a group of cloaked figures formed a circle, each masked, revealing only their eyes glimmering with a chilling light. At the forefront stood a towering figure, bearing a massive sword, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The words Wanfazong, blood sacrifice, 3 days hence, emerged from the deep voice of the imposing man, sending a shiver down Tang's spine. Wanfazong is the realm of justice and enforcement in the world of cultivation. What business do these shadows have there? And they even mentioned the sinister term blood sacrifice. Tang Xiao feigned a tight grip on Tang's sleeve, while Xiao Wanfeng trembled as she nestled into his embrace. Yet, her mind was racing, desperately attempting to piece together the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days. The myriad sects, the Celestial Transformation Sect, and the blood sacrifices, according to the information obtained. The organization known as Shadow has thrived on disrupting the spiritual veins of other sects, though the precise motivations remain shrouded in mystery. However, what connection does this hold for Tang? What role does Tang's email play in this intricate web? Tang gently patted Xiao Wanfeng, signaling her to remain unafraid. He himself was wholly absorbed in listening to the conversation of the men in black, striving to piece together more information. Remember, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. The burly man spoke with a frenzied tone, but when he mentioned the title of master, he abruptly coughed, as if gravely injured. Yes. The other men in black responded in unison, their voices laced with a chilling intent to kill. Tang's heart was shrouded in increasing perplexity. Who exactly were these figures clad in black? Who was their leader? What motivated them to conduct a blood sacrifice at the Wanfa sect? All of this loomed like a dense fog over his mind. After concluding their discussion, the black-clad individuals swiftly dispersed, vanishing into the night. After waiting for a while in the thicket, Tang and his companions cautiously emerged once they ascertained that the surroundings were safe. Brother Tang, what do they intend to do at the Wanfazong? Tang Xiao's voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was shaken by the scene that had just unfolded. Tang shook his head, his brow furrowed in concern. I do not know, but it certainly cannot be anything good. The term blood sacrifice inherently suggests something sinister. Chirp, chirp. The little phoenix fluttered its wings, restlessly hopping upon Tang's shoulder, seemingly perturbed by the ominous phrase blood sacrifice. Tang gently patted its small head, offering soothing words. There, do not be afraid. I am here. He turned to Tang Xiao, noticing that the little girl looked somewhat pale, and he reached out to tousle her hair. Do not worry either. When soldiers come, We shall meet them with arms, and when water rises, we shall build dikes. Let us first return to the inn and discuss further." Tang Xiao'er nodded obediently, yet her eyes still bore the weight of fear. She clutched tightly to Tang Yin's sleeve, as if that simple act could bestow upon her a semblance of safety. Upon returning to the inn, the three of them gathered around the table, the atmosphere thick with gloom. Outside, the night was deep and somber, and the occasional hoot of an owl only heightened the eerie ambience. "Brother Tang Xiao'er broke the silence. "Do you think those men in black are coming for the Tianyan sect?" Tang Yin pondered for a moment before slowly uttering, "It is difficult to say. Although they have mentioned the 10,000 Dharma sect, the shadows have consistently targeted the spiritual veins of other sections. As one of the prominent sects, the Tianyan sect naturally falls within their scope." Xiao Wanfeng tilted her small head, seemingly attentive to their conversation. With a soft chirp, she appeared to be inquiring. Tang Yin smiled and explained, "Xiao Wanfeng, you are indeed correct. It is quite possible that they are targeting the 10,000 Methods sect. Although the sect wields authority over punishment, it is not immune to enemies. Perhaps there is a secret that the shadows have set their sights upon. What shall we do then?" Tang Xiaoyao inquired, a hint of panic in her voice. "Should we inform the sect about this matter?" Tang Yin shook his head and said, "At present, we remain unaware of the specific circumstances. Rashly informing the sect would only arouse unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, we lack definitive evidence. If we were to misinterpret the situation, it would lead to an embarrassing blunder." Though Tang Yin spoke those words, he had already devised a plan in his heart. This young lady remains oblivious to the fact that the Tianyan sect has already been schemed against, doesn't she? I had previously felt as though I had forgotten something, but now I finally recall. Nevertheless, the Tianyan sect is truly fortunate. The shadow initially took advantage of the Tianjin sect to sabotage the spiritual veins of the Tianyan sect. Had it not been for that icy matron's intervention, I would have nearly been terrified to death. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps we shall venture near the Wanfazong tomorrow. We might uncover some clues." Tang Xiao'er and Xiao Wanfeng both nodded in agreement. The three returned to their respective chambers to rest, yet Tang Xiao'er's heart was tumultuous. The Heavenly Sword sect had nearly disrupted the spiritual vein of the Heavenly Transformation sect through the machinations of the shadow. How could I have been unaware of such a matter? Now that the shadow has been exposed, why does it re-emerge? Tang Yin, oh Tang Yin, you truly have astonished me. Early the next morning, the trio departed from the inn, heading towards the direction of the 10,000 Methods sect. Throughout the journey, Tang Yin remained vigilant, meticulously observing the surroundings. "Brother Tang Yin, look!" Tang Xiao'er exclaimed in astonishment. Pointing ahead, Tang Yin followed the direction of her finger and beheld a small hill not far away, its summit adorned with dense foliage, where a few buildings could be faintly discerned amidst the greenery. "Is that the Wanfa sect?" Tang Xiao'er asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "It should be," Tang Yin replied, furrowing his brow. The Wanfa sect had always been shrouded in mystery, with few aware of their precise location. It was unexpected to find them here. The trio proceeded forward, arriving at the foot of the hill, where they discovered a narrow path leading upward. The sides of the path were overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had not been traversed in quite some time. "Be cautious," Tang Yin warned. "There may be dangers ahead." With utmost care, the three ascended the path, the surrounding trees growing denser and the light diminishing. The air was particularly humid, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, Tang Yin halted, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. "There is someone." Chapter 91. Xian Tang Xiao'er and Xiao Wanfeng immediately felt a surge of tension, pressing closely against Tang Yin. "Come out," Tang Yin commanded with a cold tone. "I know you are there." As his words echoed, several figures emerged from the woods, clad in black attire and wearing masks. They were indeed the same shadowy figures encountered the previous night in the forest. "Who are you?" Tang Yin inquired, his voice grave. The leader among the masked figures let out a chilling laugh. "What concern is it of yours, kid? What business do you have at the Wanfa sect?" Tang Yin pressed further. What we do is of no consequence to you," the black-clad figure replied with an air of arrogance. "If you know what's good for you, scurry away and mind your own affairs." Tang Yin smirked repeatedly. "I can see your furtive behavior. You certainly harbor ill intentions. Today, I must intervene." Seeking death, the cloaked figure bellowed, drawing forth a weapon and charging at Tang Yin. The other dark-clad individuals also sprang into action, encircling Tang Yun and his companions. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tang Yun's eyes as he fearlessly advanced. His movements were agile and his techniques fierce, swiftly bringing several cloaked figures to the ground. Meanwhile, the little phoenix, with unwavering resolve, flapped its wings and unleashed torrents of flames, forcing back the remaining assailants. Though Tang Xiao'er did not possess combat experience, she did not waver. Clutching her dagger tightly, she remained poised to defend both herself and Tang'an. As the battle escalated, Tang'an gradually found himself struggling. The prowess of the cloaked figures far surpassed his expectations, and their seamless coordination rendered him nearly defenseless. At that moment, one of the black-clad assailants launched a surprise attack from behind, thrusting a sword toward Tang'an's back. "Brother Tang'an, be careful," Tang Xiao'er cried out in alarm. In a critical instant, a flash of violet light surged forth, intercepting the assailant's blade. A woman clad in purple materialized behind Tang'an, wielding a long knife. Her gaze icy as she regarded the attackers. "Who are you?" Tang'an inquired, astonished. The purple-clad woman offered no response, instead coldly commanding, "If you wish to live, vacate this place at once." The black-clad figures, momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, swiftly transitioned from shock to fury, one of them spitting contemptuously. "Who is this wretched woman meddling in our affairs?" The purple-clad woman remained silent, her blade trembling slightly as a wave of lethal energy surged forth, aimed directly at the assailant's face. The black-clad figure barely evaded the deadly strike, yet a crimson line appeared upon his visage. "If you wish to live, leave." The woman's voice resonated like an ethereal boundary, devoid of emotion. The remaining assailants exchanged glances, seemingly weighing their options. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang'an pulled back a few steps with Tang Xiao'er and Xiao Wanfeng, standing side by side with the woman in purple. He silently rejoiced, relieved that it was not he who faced this taciturn lady. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two. Xiao Wanfeng chirped discontentedly, as if lamenting that these figures in black had interrupted its playful frolic. Upon hearing Tang'an's innermost thoughts, Tang Xiao'er couldn't help but silently scoff. "This Tang'an remains unrepentant. Just last night, I thought he might have turned over a new leaf. Yet, here he is, still displaying such cowardice, showing no signs of growth." The leader of the dark-clad men wore a grim expression, his gaze darting between the woman in purple and Tang'an. He realized that success was unlikely today, but the prospect of retreating in defeat left him unsatisfied. "Let us depart." Ultimately, the dark-clad man chose to withdraw, leaving behind a menacing remark. "Boy, we shall meet again." With that, he and his subordinates swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Tang'an gazed intently in the direction where the cloaked figures had vanished, his brow furrowed in contemplation. These shadowy individuals were of unknown origin, and their intentions remained a mystery. "I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, my lady," Tang'an said, turning to the woman in purple and offering a respectful bow. The purple-clad lady maintained an air of nonchalance as she replied, "There is no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience." "Are you bound for the Wanfa sect?" Tang'an ventured to inquire. The woman offered no response, merely casting a fleeting glance his way before turning to depart. "Pray, do not leave just yet," Tang'an called out hastily, seeking to halt her progress. "I am Tang'an. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman in white paused momentarily, yet did not turn her head. Instead, she replied coldly, "It is of no concern to you." With that, she strode purposefully into the woods, her figure swiftly fading from view. Tang'an gazed in the direction where the woman in purple had vanished, letting out a resigned sigh. Truly, she was rather aloof. However, her swordsmanship was remarkably proficient, and she appeared to possess some knowledge of the myriad sections. "Brother Tang'an, what shall we do now?" inquired Tang Xiao'er. Tang'an pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Since we have arrived, let us ascend and take a look. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." The three continued to ascend the narrow path, the surrounding trees growing ever denser and the light dimmer. After a considerable time, they finally reached the summit. At the pinnacle, they found an expanse of open ground, where an ancient structure stood majestically at its center, resembling the main hall of the Wanfa sect. The grand entrance of the hall was firmly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the area, as if devoid of any human presence. "It is so quiet here," Tang Xiao'er said softly, her voice tinged with unease. Tang'an nodded, feeling a peculiar sensation within. As a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality, the Wanfa sect ought not to exhibit such desolation. Suddenly, the little phoenix chirped, seemingly sensing something amiss, restlessly fluttering on Tang'an's shoulder. At that moment, the grand doors of the main hall swung open, and an elderly man clad in a gray robe emerged. His hair and beard were completely white, his face adorned with deep wrinkles, yet his gaze remained remarkably sharp. "Who are you?" the old man inquired in a deep voice. I am Tangan, a junior. Paying my respects to you, esteemed elder, Tangan replied hastily, bowing respectfully. My sister and I, along with our spirit companion, have inadvertently wandered into this place and did not intend to intrude. The old man scrutinized Tangan carefully, his gaze lingering momentarily on Tang Xiao'er and the little phoenix. Before slowly responding, the Wanfa sect has long since sealed its mountain. How did you manage to find your way here? Tang Anqin felt a shiver run down her spine. It seemed that this elder was indeed a member of the 10,000 Dharma sect. She needed to devise a strategy to gain this old man's trust and secure their entry. Tangan's eyes flickered as a plan formed in his mind. He feigned panic, stammering as he spoke. Esteemed elder, I must confess, my sister and I have fled here in desperation. Our hometown was ravaged by bandits, leaving us orphaned. We have been on the run, and by mere chance, we stumbled upon this mountain. As he spoke, he squeezed out a few tears, appearing genuinely pitiable. Tang Xiao'er also joined in the weeping, while Xiao Wanfeng trembled in her embrace, adding an air of authenticity to the scene. The old man's piercing gaze swept over the three of them, seemingly assessing the veracity of their words. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Fleeing? If that is the case, why not seek refuge in the town below the mountain, instead of venturing into these desolate hills? Tangan's heart silently remarked, this old fellow is quite astute. He hastily explained, Senior, you may not be aware, but the town at the foot of the mountain has also been seized by bandits. We are truly at our wits' end, which is why we have sought refuge in this deep and ancient forest, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. The elder remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Tangan, perceiving the moment, continued, We have heard that the 10,000 Dharma sect is a sanctuary for cultivators, and we thought perhaps we might seek refuge here. It is only by mistake that we have trespassed into this forbidden area, and we beseech you, esteemed elder, to forgive our transgression. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the elder's expression. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Esteemed elder, we truly find ourselves at the end of our wits. Tangan reiterated, his voice imbued with a near-pleading tremor. We implore you to take us in, even if it means serving as menial laborers. It would be far better than living in constant fear outside. Tang Xiao'er also cried out, I implore you, esteemed elder, please save us. At that moment, Xiao Wanfeng emitted a few mournful cries, as if lamenting their fate. The old man finally let out a sigh and said, Very well, seeing your pitiable state, I shall allow you to stay for the time being. However, the rules of the 10,000 law sect are stringent. You must exercise caution in your words and actions, and refrain from wandering about at will, lest you bear the consequences. Tang Anqin felt a surge of joy in her heart and hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder. The old man turned and made his way toward the main hall, remarking, Follow me. The Tang siblings hastily followed suit, secretly rejoicing in the success of their plan. Upon entering the main hall, Tangan discovered the interior to be vast and eerie. Several colossal stone pillars supported the ceiling, adorned with peculiar engravings that appeared both ancient and enigmatic. The elder guided them to a side chamber, stating, You shall reside here. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to undertake some menial tasks, which will serve as a form of protection for you. Tangan quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. The old man nodded slightly before turning to depart from the side hall. Tangan closed the hall door and let out a long sigh. Brother Tangan, must we truly serve as menial laborers here? Tang Xiaoyao inquired, her tone laced with concern. Of course not, Tangan replied with a smile. This is merely a temporary measure. We shall first settle ourselves before seeking opportunities to gather information. What information? Tang Xiao asked, her curiosity piqued. Tangan chuckled softly and remarked, It is, of course, the secret of the 10,000 Laws sect and the intentions of those in black. Oh, Tang Xiao nodded slightly, her understanding seemingly vague. Xiao Wanfeng then leaped onto Tang's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, as if sharing in his joy. At that moment, Tangan pondered, I must not allow this little girl to learn about the shadows. Should she inadvertently inform Tang Fan, it would spell my doom. As night fell, the 10,000 Laws sect grew even more silent, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Tangan sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his inner energy to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe. Yet, he sensed an unusual presence, as if someone were observing him from the shadows. Upon opening his eyes, he found nothing amiss. Could it be merely an illusion? Tangan pondered with unease. He closed his eyes once more, striving to attune himself to the subtle sounds around him. After a while, the sensation of being watched returned, more intense than before. Tang was convinced that he was not mistaken. Someone was indeed observing him from the shadows. He quietly rose and made his way to the window, peering through the crack to gaze outside. There, he beheld a dark figure darting through the woods, moving with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Tang's heart jolted with alarm. The figures in black. He immediately realized that they had not departed, but were instead lurking in the vicinity of the Wanfazong. What could be their intentions? Why were they surveilling him? Could it be that the shadows had become aware of his purpose for entering the Wanfazong? A flurry of questions surged through Tang's mind. He resolved to investigate the matter at dawn, determined to uncover the true identities of these enigmatic figures in black. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching the side hall. Tang's heart quivered with trepidation as she swiftly concealed herself behind the door. Holding her breath, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct, finally halting at the entrance of the side hall. Who could it be? Tang pondered anxiously. She clenched her fists, prepared to act at a moment's notice. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. By the faint light of the moon, Tang discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was a woman clad in purple, the very same who had intervened to save her earlier that day. What could she possibly be doing here? Could it be that she too was sent by the cloaked assailants? Tang was enveloped in a haze of perplexity. The woman clad in purple gently pushed open the door, her steps soundless, akin to a wisp of ethereal spirit, bathed in the dim glow of the moonlight. Tang discerned her features, violet eyes, skin as white as snow, and an air of slight bewilderment about her brow. Indeed, she was the very one who had offered her assistance earlier in the day. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settling upon the shadow behind the door. "Come forth." She spoke softly, her voice imbued with certainty. "I am aware of your concealment." Tang inwardly cursed his misfortune, realizing that he could not evade the situation any longer. Steeling himself, he stepped out from behind the door, forcing a sheepish smile onto his face. "What brings you here at such a late hour, my lady?" The woman in purple did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized him with a penetrating gaze. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, "Are you Tang?" "Indeed." "That is I," Tang replied, feeling an increased sense of wariness. How did this woman know his name? Could it be that she was sent by the Shadow Sect? Tentatively, he asked, "May I have the honor of knowing your name, fair lady?" "Zian," she answered succinctly. "I have come to visit." Tang Anqin felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that her worries had been unfounded. If it were truly those from the shadows, why would they be so explicit? Wouldn't it be more efficient to simply eliminate me? During the day, I must express my profound gratitude to the young lady for her assistance. Assistance? Zian's face revealed no emotion, yet her eyes were tinged with a hint of inquiry. "Had it not been for my intervention, you would undoubtedly have met your demise." Tang Angan chuckled lightly, unsure of how to respond. This woman was indeed quite forthright. "Why did you infiltrate the 10,000 Dharma sect?" Zian suddenly inquired, her tone sharp and commanding. Tang's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed formidable, effortlessly discerning his intentions. He shifted his gaze, opting for a response that was a blend of truth and deception. "To be candid, I am in search of a lost treasure." "Treasure?" Zian clearly expressed her skepticism, inquiring about the nature of this treasure. Tang feigned an air of mystery, apologizing for his inability to divulge further details. Zian's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized Tang for an extended moment, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Just as he felt he could no longer withstand her gaze, she suddenly averted her eyes and remarked coolly, "It is of no consequence if you choose not to speak. However, I advise you to depart from the Wanfazong at the earliest opportunity. This is not a place for someone of your standing." What did the young lady mean by that? Tang pondered in confusion. The Wanfazong is far more complex than it appears. Ziyan's tone grew somber. Within these walls lie numerous secrets, and even peril. Tang's heart stirred, aligning perfectly with his previous conjectures. He hastily inquired, "Could you elaborate further, my lady?" Ziyan shook her head. "I am not privy to much information. But I would advise you this. Do not entangle yourself in the disputes of the 10,000 Lost sect, for the consequences could be dire." Chapter 93. Ziyan and Bai Wei. Tang wished to inquire further, yet Ziyan had already turned away, leaving behind only a fleeting remark, "Take care of yourself." As he watched her vanish into the night, Tang was engulfed in contemplation. Who, indeed, is this enigmatic woman clad in purple? What compels her to offer me such a warning? Her presence has undoubtedly rendered an already perplexing situation even more intricate. Tang returned to the bedside, his mind a tumultuous sea of thoughts. The surveillance of the cloaked figure, Xian's forewarnings, the secrets of the Wanfazong. All these elements intertwined like a tangled skein, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled that Tang's shower was still in the side chamber. The young girl was soundly asleep, completely undisturbed by the commotion that had just transpired. Tang gazed at Tang's shower's serene sleeping face, and a warm feeling surged within him. Although this young girl had always harbored other thoughts, the presence of companionship throughout their journey brought a sense of solace to his heart. As Tang's shower was on the brink of awakening, she was roused by the heartfelt musings of Tangan. What could be the reason for Tangan's early rising? Humph! I had presumed that he was devoid of such melancholic thoughts. Has this little rascal begun to gain insight? At that moment, Xiao Wanfeng emerged from Tang's shower's embrace, gently chirping twice at Tangan, seemingly offering him solace. Tangan reached out to gently touch the soft feathers of the little phoenix, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. Tomorrow, he resolved to investigate thoroughly, no matter the cost. He must uncover the intentions of the cloaked figures and the secrets of the 10,000 Laws sect. Tang Xiao appeared somewhat drowsy, her hair in disarray. Brother Tangan, are you awake? Xiao Wanfeng mentioned that you were hungry. Tang Xiao's voice was tinged with a charming innocence as she spoke, her hands gently grasping the small phoenix that flapped its wings in a flurry of excitement. Tangan rubbed his eyes, feeling a twinge of hunger in his belly. Observing the innocent and carefree demeanor of Tang Xiao, he temporarily cast aside the doubts and anxieties that had plagued him the previous night. After partaking in breakfast, Tangan commenced his plan of investigation. He first sought out the steward responsible for arranging the menial tasks, a rotund man with a shiny face and prominent features. I am Tangan, and I wish to request permission to gather some herbs in the back mountain, he stated with a respectful tone, bowing slightly. The steward glanced at him askance, emitting a derisive grunt. The back mountain is a forbidden area. Idlers are not permitted. What business do you, a mere errand boy, have in stirring up trouble? Tangan discreetly retrieved a few pieces of silver from his sleeve and subtly placed them into the steward's hand. The steward weighed the coins, and the flesh on his face quivered, instantly transforming into a broad smile. Ah, it is young Master Tang. You wish to venture to the back mountain to gather herbs, do you? No problem. No problem at all. I shall issue you a permit right away. Tangan accepted the passage token, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Indeed, the 10,000 Laws sect was nothing extraordinary. With sufficient wealth, all rules became mere formalities. After obtaining the token, Tangan hastened towards the rear mountain. The terrain of the rear mountain was steep, with ancient trees towering above, casting shadows as dense as a primordial forest. He wound his way along the rugged mountain path. After approximately an hour's journey, Tangan suddenly spotted a verdant bamboo grove not far ahead. Deep within the grove, the eaves of a small courtyard faintly emerged. Could it be that someone resided here on the rear mountain? A sense of curiosity stirred within Tang, and might it be a reclusive sage? He softened his footsteps and quietly approached the bamboo forest. Just as he reached the edge of the grove, a melodious sound of a zither wafted from within. The notes flowing gracefully like a mountain stream, reminiscent of the serene beauty of orchids in a secluded valley, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. Tangan held her breath and followed the direction of the enchanting melody. As she traversed the dense bamboo grove, she was met with a sudden expanse. Before her lay a quaint little courtyard nestled deep within the bamboo forest, where an ancient phoenix tree stood majestically. Beneath its sprawling branches rested a stone table accompanied by several stone benches. At the table sat a woman clad in white, gracefully playing the guqin. Her slender silhouette exuded elegance, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Who was this ethereal woman? What brings her to this secluded and forbidden mountain? Tangan was captivated by the scene when, suddenly, the woman ceased playing the zither and slowly turned to face him. Their gazes locked, and Tangan was momentarily taken aback. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the enchanting Zi Yin he had encountered the previous night. However, the lady before him was clad in white, exuding an ethereal and serene demeanor. In stark contrast to the formidable and austere presence of the woman in black from last night, as if they were two distinct individuals. Is it you? Tangan exclaimed, his voice brimming with astonishment. The woman in white furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of bewilderment. Do we know each other? Tangan felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that he had mistaken someone? Just as he was about to articulate an explanation, a sudden, intense headache overwhelmed him, plunging him into darkness and rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself reclining upon a soft bed, enveloped in a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. Struggling to sit up, He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in an unfamiliar room. The decor was antique and elegant, adorned with a landscape painting that emanated a subtle aura. Where am I? How did I end up here? At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman dressed in white entered. It was none other than the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zun. She approached the bedside, cradling a steaming bowl of medicine, and gently inquired, "You are awake?" Tang gazed at her, his heart brimming with caution. "Who are you? How did I come to be here?" The woman in white offered a faint smile, extending the bowl of medicine towards him. "First, drink the medicine. We shall discuss everything else once you have recovered." Tang accepted the bowl of medicine, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately consumed it in one gulp. The potion was slightly bitter upon entry, yet it bore a refreshing fragrance that instilled a sense of comfort. He set the bowl down and gazed at the woman in white, inquiring, "Miss, who exactly are you?" The woman regarded him, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, and slowly replied, "I am Bai Wei." "Bai Wei?" Tang murmured, his mind swirling with confusion. What connection did this Bai Wei have with Zun? Why did they bear such striking resemblances yet appear to be entirely different individuals? Moreover, Bai Wei seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. As he repeated her name, he felt a slight tingling on his tongue, as if he had brushed against a forbidden secret. "What is your relationship with the woman in purple from last night?" Bai Wei's gaze momentarily flickered, like ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. "Purple attire? I do not recognize any woman in purple," she replied with an indifferent tone, as though stating a trivial fact. Tang felt a bitter laugh within. This woman was clearly feigning ignorance. He rubbed his temples, still aching faintly. Chapter 94. Bai Wei's thoughts. "My dear, why have you brought me here? What is your true intention?" He felt an undeniable connection between Bai Wei and Zun. They might be twins, or perhaps one and the same, yet their appearances were certainly not mere coincidences. "There is no need for you to be so anxious." Bai Wei seemed to perceive his unease, offering a faint smile. "I harbor no ill intentions." "No ill intentions?" Tang scoffed. "That girl knocked me unconscious and brought me to this desolate wilderness. What could that possibly mean?" Bai Wei sighed, moving to the window to gaze at the lush bamboo forest outside, her tone tinged with resignation. "There are matters I cannot disclose at this moment. However, I assure you, I will not bring you any harm." "Is that so?" Tang placed his teacup upon the table. "Might you enlighten me about your connection to the Wanfa sect?" Bai Wei turned, her gaze piercing and filled with surprise. "How did you come to know of my ties to the Wanfa sect?" Tang felt a chill in his heart. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This Bai Wei was indeed connected to the Wanfa sect. He forced a calm smile, stating, "I possess a modicum of knowledge in the art of divination, allowing me to deduce certain matters." Bai Wei fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Then, she approached Tang scrutinizing him intently, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you truly a member of the Tang family?" Tang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. This woman was unexpectedly aware of his true identity. He forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor and nodded subtly. "Indeed, as you say." Suddenly, Bai Wei burst into laughter, her voice ringing like a clear silver bell, yet it sent a shiver down Tang's spine. "It seems you are even more intriguing than I had imagined." "You flatter me," Tang replied with a smile that barely masked his unease, his mind growing increasingly vigilant. "Since you are so eager to uncover the truth." Bai Wei's expression shifted, her tone becoming earnest. "Allow me to share some revelations with you." She approached the table, retrieved a jade pendant from a drawer, and extended it towards Tang. "Take a look at this." Tang took the jade pendant and examined it meticulously. The pendant, pure white throughout, was intricately carved with a phoenix poised to take flight, exuding a lifelike presence and a subtle aura of ethereality. Tang felt a sense of familiarity with the pendant, yet could not recall where he had encountered it before. Tang racked his brains, but could not recall what this was from the original work. "It seems your understanding of the 10,000 Dharma sect is rather shallow, isn't it?" Bai Wei's voice carried a hint of laughter, as if she were privy to his embarrassment. Tang let out a hum of dissatisfaction. This object appeared familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. "Do enlighten me. What is the origin of this jade pendant?" Bai Wei did not respond directly. Instead, she approached the window and gazed out at the verdant bamboo grove, her tone becoming contemplative. "This jade pendant, known as Feng Ming, is the emblem of the sect master of the 10,000 Methods sect." Tang felt a sudden shock. The token of the sect master of the 10,000 Laws sect? How could it possibly be here? He abruptly raised his gaze towards Bai Wei, his eyes filled with questions. Bai Wei turned to meet his gaze, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. "It seems you have already deduced some truths. Are you affiliated with the 10,000 Laws sect?" Tangan inquired tentatively. Bai Wei did not refute his question. Instead, she approached the table, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a delicate sip before she began to speak. To be precise, I was once a member of the 10,000 Lost sect. Once, Tangan seized upon the key word in her statement, his heart filled with further intrigue. Indeed, Bai Wei set down her teacup, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I was once the Saintess of the 10,000 Lost sect. Tangan inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation of her identity as a Saintess, an esteemed title of extraordinary significance. In the realm of cultivation, the status of a Saintess is second only to that of the sect master, endowed with immense power and prestige. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, yearning to understand why Bai Wei had departed from the Wanfa sect and why she now stood before him. Sensing his unvoiced inquiries, Bai Wei let out a soft sigh. Some matters, she explained, are rather intricate. To put it succinctly, I parted ways with the Wanfa sect due to a fundamental discord in our philosophies. A discord in philosophies? Tangan struggled to grasp this notion. After all, the Wanfa sect is one of the preeminent sects in the cultivation world, a coveted haven for countless aspirants. How could Bai Wei forsake it for such a reason? Indeed, Bai Wei affirmed with unwavering resolve, although the Wanfa sect is formidable, it places excessive emphasis on power and status. What I seek, however, is the true essence of righteousness and freedom. Tangan fell silent for a moment, compelled to acknowledge that Bai Wei's words had stirred something within him. Her eloquence evoked a sense of admiration in him. Then why did you bring me here? Tangan inquired once more, a persistent feeling lingering within him that Bai Wei's appearance was not a mere coincidence. Bai Wei approached him, her gaze imbued with a plea. Tangan, I am aware of your profound connections with the Tianyin sect, and I hope you can assist me with a request. What kind of request? Tangan asked cautiously, uncertain of Bai Wei's true intentions. Bai Wei produced a map from her bosom and handed it to him. I wish for you to help me locate this place. Tangan took the map and unfolded it, revealing a depiction of a dense forest, at the heart of which stood a towering peak. Where's this place? Tangan inquired. This is the forbidden area of the Wanfazong, known as the Lingxi realm. Bai Wei replied, her tone grave. Lingxi realm? Tangan felt a stir within. He had encountered references to the Lingxi realm in ancient texts, which purportedly detailed it as a secret stronghold of the Wanfazong, concealing numerous unknown mysteries. What do you want me to do in the Lingxi realm? Tangan asked, sensing the gravity of the matter. Bai Wei took a deep breath, her voice imbued with resolve. I need to retrieve an item. What item? Tangan pressed further. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. The heart of the Phoenix's call. The heart of the Phoenix's call? Tangan was taken aback. He had never encountered this name before. The heart of Phoenix's cry is the ultimate treasure of the 10,000 Laws sect, possessing immense power, Bai Wei elucidated. I require it to combat the 10,000 Laws sect. In Tangan's heart, a tempest of emotion surged. To defy the 10,000 Laws sect was nothing short of rebellion. He gazed at the seemingly fragile woman before him, overwhelmed by astonishment. Why do you oppose the 10,000 Laws sect? He inquired, eager to uncover the profound grievances that fueled Bai Wei's resolve. A flicker of anguish crossed her eyes as she replied, for the sake of life and justice. Chapter 95. Trouble arises. Tangan felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that Bai Wei's tale was likely fraught with sorrow, heartache, and helplessness. As he examined the map in his hands, he found himself ensnared in inner turmoil. He was uncertain whether he should assist Bai Wei, for opposing the 10,000 Laws sect was no trivial matter. I am merely an ordinary person who has traversed realms. Why should I involve myself in such affairs? I should simply fulfill the tasks assigned by the system and live a quiet life. Tangan. Bai Wei's voice resonated once more, laced with earnestness. I know this is perilous for you, but I truly need your assistance. Tangan gazed into her earnest eyes, his heart a tumult of emotions. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall grant your request. A radiant smile illuminated Bai Wei's face. Thank you, Tangan. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, followed by the abrupt, forceful opening of the door. A group of men clad in black surged in, encircling Tangan and Bai Wei. The leader, with a gaze as cold as ice, fixated on Bai Wei, his tone chillingly grave. Saintess, you are indeed here. The black-clad man's voice was as frigid as a messenger from the netherworld. Bai Wei's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly pushed Tangan aside. Run, she urged, her voice a fierce whisper, as she darted forward to confront the men in black. Tangan paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure and took off running. I am no hero. It is not worth risking my life for a woman I have only just met. Moreover, this Saintess, Feng Ming Gxin, opposing the 10,000 Methods sect, sounds exceedingly troublesome. My sole desire is to complete the system's tasks in peace and then enjoy a leisurely existence in this world. Bai Wei, while fighting, strategically retreated, intentionally drawing the cloaked figures away from Tang En's escape route. Her movements were agile and her techniques fluid, allowing her to engage in combat with several of the dark-clad assailants without succumbing. Tang En dashed along a winding path, cursing under his breath. This woman is truly a nuisance. She drags me into this mess while she herself is quite capable. He sprinted back to the servants' quarters in the side hall, panting as he pushed the door open, only to collide with Tang Xiao'er, who stood at the entrance with a look of bewilderment. Brother Tang En, what has happened to you? Tang Xiao'er looked at his disheveled appearance with concern and inquired. It's nothing, Tang En stammered. I just went out for a walk and accidentally tripped. A walk? Tripped? Tang Xiao'er regarded him skeptically, finding his excuse rather flimsy. Deep down, she was acutely aware that he must have secretly engaged in some perilous activities without her knowledge. Come on, Tang En, what exactly were you up to? Tang Anqin absent-mindedly touched her nose. Alas, it was nothing significant. She merely wished to investigate the matter of the shadow, but he spoke in vague terms, while her mind was filled with relentless complaints. After much effort to win over the person in charge to delve into the details, she inexplicably found herself brought to an unfamiliar place. To her bewilderment, she was also handed a plethora of troublesome issues. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune. Tang Xiao'er listened to his heartfelt words and instantly comprehended the situation. This fellow had indeed diverted my attention. He had ventured off to investigate the matters concerning the Wanfa sect and the shadows. Not only did he fail to uncover any information, but he also landed himself in a significant predicament. Brother Tang En, have you been engaging in perilous activities behind my back? Abandoning me like this will surely sadden me. Dear Brother Tang and Tang Xiao'er's sparkling eyes gazed at him with a sense of grievance. Tang En chuckled lightly. Oh, not at all. I merely wish to spare you any concern. Just as Tang Xiao'er intended to press further, a cacophony of murmurs erupted from outside the door. Have you heard? The Wanfazong has apprehended a traitor, and the trial is currently underway at the Wanfatang. A traitor? Who is it? It appears to be the Saintess, Bai Wei. Tang En and Tang Xiao'er exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking in unison. Bai Wei has been captured? They hurriedly followed suit, eager to uncover more detailed information. Esteemed Senior, might you enlighten us as to the identity of the traitor apprehended by the Wanfa sect? Tang En intercepted a disciple and cautiously inquired. The disciple scrutinized Tang En with an air of impatience and replied, Who else could it be? It is the Saintess, Bai Wei. I have heard that she has pilfered the sect's treasured relic and colluded with outsiders, a grievous offense indeed. Tang En's heart sank as he realized that Bai Wei had apparently failed to escape. He turned to look at Tang Xiao'er, only to find her expression had also grown unusually solemn. Brother Tang En, Tang Xiao'er whispered, Shall we go take a look? Tang En chuckled slightly, a hint of unease in his voice. Why not take a look? What if it's connected to the shadows? Just as the two were conversing, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. The sound was sharp and jarring, sending chills down their spines. Ah, could that scream belong to Bai Wei? Tang En and Tang Xiao'er exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding rising within them. At that moment, a blood-soaked figure staggered out from the direction of the Hall of 10,000 Laws. As the gruesome silhouette drew nearer, Tang En squinted, finally discerning the identity of the individual. It was not Bai Wei, but rather a young man clad in the robes of a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect. A gaping wound on his chest bled profusely, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his eyes filled with despair. Help me, he gasped, stumbling towards Tang En and Tang Xiao'er, extending a trembling hand as if desperately seeking a lifeline, mumbling indistinctly. Before he could finish his plea, he collapsed onto the ground. Falling silent, Tang En crouched down and checked his breath. He had already drawn his last. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding disciples in stunned silence, a hushed stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Tang Xiao'er pretended to cover her mouth, her face ashen, and whispered, Brother Tang En. He has passed away. Tang En rose to his feet, surveying the surroundings, only to find that all eyes were fixed upon him. There was a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and even hostility. He silently cursed under his breath. What is this nonsense? Why is trouble always following me? Given the current situation, escaping seems nearly impossible. What on earth happened? Who could have committed such an act? A commanding voice resonated from the back of the crowd. The onlookers parted to create a path for a middle-aged man adorned in an opulent robe, distinguished by a goat-like beard. His gaze was piercing, exuding authority without the need for anger. It was none other than Lei Zhan, the law elder of the 10,000 Law sect. Approaching the lifeless body, Lei Zhan scrutinized it with a countenance darkened by ominous foreboding. Who is responsible for this? He thundered, his voice reverberating with intensity. To dare commit murder within the 10,000 Law sect is a crime most heinous. The surrounding disciples fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter a word. Lei Zhan's gaze swept over the assembly before finally landing on Tang En. You step forward, he commanded, his tone chilling. Tang En's heart skipped a beat. Could this old fellow possibly be harboring suspicions about her? Chapter 96, Peril and Escape. Tang En steeled himself as he approached Lei Zhan, feigning composure as he spoke. Elder, I merely passed through this place. Passed through? Lei Zhan scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. You reek of blood, and you are the first to discover the corpse. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by your fabrications? Tang En secretly cursed, realizing that the old man had quite a keen sense of smell. The stench of blood clinging to him was from his earlier encounter with those cloaked figures, and he never anticipated it would become evidence against him. Elder, I truly know nothing. Tang En continued to feign ignorance. Humph, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. With a wave of his hand, Lei Zhan commanded two disciples to step forward and firmly restrain Tang En. Taken to the Hall of 10,000 Laws. With that order, Tang En was escorted toward the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xiao hastily pursued them. Elder, my brother Tang En is innocent. You cannot apprehend him. Lei Zhan cast her a sideways glance. Little girl, this is not a matter for you to interject. Take him away as well. Tang Xiao was also restrained by two disciples, being escorted alongside Tang into the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Throughout the journey, Tang En's mind was incessantly devising an escape plan. The 10,000 Laws sect was not to be trifled with. Should they accuse him of murdering a disciple, it would spell great trouble. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings, seeking any opportunity to exploit. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao felt a sense of relief within, grateful for having followed them. Missing any vital information would have been detrimental. I am eager to uncover what schemes the 10,000 Laws sect is concocting. Furthermore, how could Tang En have stirred up such trouble from a mere outing? The Hall of 10,000 Laws served as the venue for the sect's administrative matters and the adjudication of disciples. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall was solemn. With Lei Zhan seated prominently at the head, flanked by several elders, each bearing a grave expression, Tang En and Tang Xiao were brought to the center of the hall. Kneeling upon the ground, how audacious the ruffians were, daring to commit murder within the hallowed grounds of the 10,000 Laws sect, yet they remained reticent. Lei's furious voice echoed, causing Tang Xiao to tremble uncontrollably. Tang En wore an expression of innocence. Elder, I truly did not commit murder. I am being wronged. Wronged. The elder retorted, with witnesses and physical evidence at hand. Do you still dare to argue? Lei Zhan pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. The scent of blood on you, coupled with the fact that you were the first to discover the body, these are sufficient to establish you as the murderer. Tang En silently cursed, realizing that the old man was clearly intent on framing him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to fight back. Elder, you claim that I reek of blood. Indeed, I have engaged in combat. However, it was not murder, but self-defense. Tang En proclaimed loudly. Just a short while ago, I was ambushed by a group of men in black, who sought to silence me. Men in black. Such words are hardly credible. Lei Zhan snorted dismissively. The Wanfa sect is heavily guarded. How could such individuals infiltrate? Elder, I assure you, I speak the truth. Tang En's expression was earnest. These men were highly skilled and well-trained, clearly assassins from some organization. I suspect they are connected to the Shadows. The mention of the Shadows caused a slight change in Lei Zhan's expression. He was not unfamiliar with the name. The Shadows were a mysterious organization that had long posed a grave threat to the Wanfa sect. Are you asserting that those men in black are affiliated with the Shadows? Do you have any evidence? Lei Zhan inquired solemnly. Tang En offered a faint smile, stating, As for evidence, I possess none. However, I can guide you to the location where those cloaked figures assaulted me. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. This sudden proposition left Lei Zhan in a state of hesitation, uncertain of Tang En's true intentions. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the young man before him. Despite his youth, Tang En remained remarkably composed, rendering him inscrutable. Turning to the elders beside him, he silently sought their counsel. The elders engaged in hushed whispers, deliberating amongst themselves. Master, this lad is exceedingly cunning. I suspect he is merely stalling for time, remarked a short, stout elder, his voice booming and spittle flying. In my view, we should employ the soul-searching technique. Let us see how long he can maintain his defiance, countered another, a tall and slender elder, stroking his beard and shaking his head in disapproval. That is out of the question. The soul-searching technique is too tyrannical. What if this young man is indeed innocent? Would we not be ruining him? Humph. I believe he is the true culprit. Our disciples have been continuously harmed. Shall we continue to indulge this treachery? The stout elder glared at Tangen, his eyes filled with a desire to consume him whole. Tangen listened to their debate, a secret smirk curling upon his lips. This assembly of venerable men, presenting themselves with an air of righteousness, were, in truth, a collection of fools. He feigned a display of fear, shrinking back slightly, and spoke. Elders, what I assert is entirely true. Should you harbor doubts, you are most welcome to send someone to verify my claims. I stake my life on it. For there is not a word of falsehood. Stake your life? What value does your life hold? The rotund elder scoffed dismissively. Tang Xiaoer listened with trepidation, gripping the corner of Tang En's garment tightly. A wave of concern washed over her, though she found it hard to believe that Tang En, with his cowardly demeanor, could commit murder. The evidence against him was irrefutable. There was no way to defend him now. All she could do was watch Tang En's actions unfold. This lad had always managed to turn peril into safety, and perhaps he would do so again. Lei Jun pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to take a calculated risk. The Shadow Organization had long been a thorn in the side of the Wanfa sect. If he could seize this opportunity to uncover their whereabouts, it would be an immense achievement. All right, I shall place my trust in you this once, Lei Jun declared, fixing his gaze on Tang En's eyes, enunciating each word with gravity. You will lead the way. Should we fail to find the black-clad individuals you speak of, or if you dare to play any tricks, I assure you, you will find no escape from your fate. Thank you for your trust, sect leader. Tang En replied hastily, bowing in gratitude, his heart swelling with joy. This old fellow has truly taken the bait. Tang En, accompanied by a formidable entourage of disciples from the 10,000 Methods sect, strode purposefully towards the rear mountains. Tang Xiaoji was also permitted to accompany them, closely trailing behind Tang En with a worried expression. Brother Tang En, are you truly certain? She inquired in a hushed tone. Tang En turned his gaze toward her, offering a reassuring glance. Fear not, for I am well aware of the situation. Throughout their journey, Tang En deliberately slowed his pace, feigning an earnest search for clues. As he walked, he meticulously observed the surrounding terrain, contemplating his forthcoming strategy. It is right here, Tang En proclaimed loudly, pointing to a thicket of trees. This is where I was ambushed by the men in black. Immediately, the group converged, diligently scouring the area. However, aside from a few leaves swept away by the wind, nothing of significance was unearthed. You dare to deceive us, bellowed the portly elder, seizing Tang En by the collar. Elder, Tang En feigned an expression of innocence. I distinctly remember it being right here. Chapter 97, Luring into the Trap. Elder, I assure you, I have not misled you. Tang displayed a visage on the verge of tears, his voice trembling as he spoke. I distinctly remember it being around here. Could it be that I have misremembered? As he uttered these words, he furtively observed the expression of the portly elder. The elder, incensed by Tang's demeanor, seethed with rage, his plump lips quivering with fury. Are you toying with us? With so many people and countless pairs of eyes, do you take us for blind fools? As he spoke, he tightened his grip, constricting Tang's collar to the point where he could scarcely draw breath. Cough, cough, esteemed elder, please spare me. I truly did not. Tang En struggled to utter a few words, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Tang Xiao watched in horror from the sidelines, torn between the urge to intercede and her trepidation. Although she trusted that Tang En would not bring them to this place without reason, she remained oblivious to the true intentions behind his actions. Lei Jun furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze sweeping across Tang En's face. Tang En, he said in a low voice, you would do well to ponder this carefully. Should you dare to deceive us, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear. Master, I would never, Tang En hastily replied. Perhaps the cloaked figures deliberately erased their traces. Their movements are enigmatic, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Humph, a specious argument. The gaunt elder scoffed derisively. I perceive that you are merely spouting nonsense. Elder, Tang En attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by the portly elder's brusque interjection. Enough. Cease your charade, he bellowed. I suspect you are nothing more than a spy sent by the Shadow sect. As he spoke, he raised his large hand, poised to strike Tang En across the face. Stop, Lei Jun commanded sharply. The portly elder's hand hung suspended in midair, his eyes narrowing resentfully at Tangan. Leijun stepped forward, looking down at Tangan with an imposing presence. Tangan, he said slowly, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you can prove your innocence, I will overlook this incident. However, should you remain obstinate, do not expect leniency from me. Tangan's heart swelled with joy, for he knew that his plan was nearing fruition. He feigned a countenance of profound gratitude, hastily bowing in thanks. Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, revered master. Your disciple shall speak freely and exhaustively. Very well, Leijun inquired, then tell me, where have those men in black truly gone? Tangan raised his head and pointed towards a house in the distance, exclaiming, they have entered the cave. Within the cave lies an altar. The crowd followed the direction of Tangan's finger, revealing a dark cave concealed amidst the dense foliage, its entrance shrouded by vines. Without careful observation, it would have been nearly impossible to discern its presence. Are you certain? Leijun inquired. I am certain, Tangan affirmed with a nod. I witnessed them entering that secret chamber. After a moment of contemplation, Leijun ultimately chose to take the risk. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, very well. Let us venture inside. The group promptly made their way toward the cave, with Tangan leading the charge, finally feeling a sense of relief. The cave was engulfed in darkness, an impenetrable blackness that obscured all visibility, permeated by a damp, decaying odor. The group advanced cautiously, fearful of triggering any hidden mechanisms or traps. Tangan deliberately slowed his pace, falling to the rear of the group. As he walked, he stealthily retrieved a luminous pearl from his storage bag, illuminating the surrounding environment. The cave was intricate and winding, and after an extended period of time, there was still no sign of an end. Why haven't we arrived yet? The plump elder inquired with growing impatience. Do not fret, elder, we should be nearing our destination. Tangan replied. Just then, Leijun, who led the way, abruptly halted, pointing ahead with astonishment. Look, he exclaimed. The others turned to follow his gaze. And before them lay a vast underground chamber. In the center of this space stood a colossal altar, upon which lay a tattered woman, her body impaled by an array of weapons, bloodied and gruesome. The sight left everyone in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Tangan's gaze was filled with vigilance. He understood that the grand spectacle was about to unfold. He had long suspected that the recent upheaval in the Myriad Laws sect was orchestrated by the Shadows, who had stealthily conducted sacrifices using the townsfolk below, ultimately leading to the sect's downfall. By guiding them to the sacrificial site, he not only played a pivotal role but also secured a personal favor from the Myriad Laws sect. How astute I am. Upon hearing Tangan's profound thoughts, Tang Xiar, who possessed a deep connection with him, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Tangan possessed some prophetic power? What other mysterious abilities did he harbor? What could his intentions be?